I was born in 1993. At the time, miprint shad just moved from the countryside Indopine a dabarikfist shop in Thessaloniki living. Mimother wudrysiat wine thimmern and jeveride, top repair dough and steam buns, unaware a thought she was pregnant. She mistaken light hot she was approaching menopause and went to the pharmacy tajits me blood circulation medicine. To her astonishment, her bellig around asked the son, and fearing serious illness, she went to the hospital and to discover she was 6 months pregnant. Mimother was utterly bewildered. At the time, she was 46 years old and already had twackle dream with me father. Harold's daughter was 22, and Harry and Gista was 19. In other words, they were a complete family, eagerly awaited grandchildren. The unexpected arrival of a surprise child, who had already been exposed to blood circulation medicine during the pregnancy, would have left Tanyomer shocked and delighted. Should they terminate the pregnancy? If that taken shape, they considered ending, but neither could bring themselves to do so. Should they keep it? Not only would it incur expenses, but what if the child turned out full? Amidst theater moil, my grandmother spoke up, saying that if Mimother had endured some chan still hadn't miscarried, it must me and I was destined for good fortune. This was the fate of Liang family, and they could not altogether thought would be sin. So, they decided to keep him. My father, resolute, declared, this child has a strong destiny. Even if she turns out to be full, I, Liang Dio, will accept her. We will raise her. Thus, I was sallowed Taste, arriving into the world in the month of the lunar calendar. During Mimother's pregnancy, Sheafin felt the heat of the Sunand worried that he might be born without nosi or perhaps with only one eye. She told milder sister and Dunger brother thought nometer, looked like, our famila must na traject him. If it camado it, they could always raise him like he doc. When they finally saw I was born complete, they felt a little meritus. The doctor wo assisted in my delivery told my father that I was beautiful, with features resembling a charming little girl from a painting. Salaf-like. My father, a cook with little education, too nigh this complimento heart hand amid on the spot. The familis gloom lifted. My grandmother, fearing fatty parents would be too busy with the shopto care form, wanted to take me back to the countryside. However, miprants disagreed having get chilled later in life, they couldn't bear to part with him. To prove she could take care of him, my mother, after finishing her confinement, carried me in her whole working in the shop. In the winter of 1993, when I was merely 3 months old, a man who resembled a Taoist priest came in a shop for breakfast. Upon seeing me strapped to Mimother's back, he exclaimed, Sister, your little daughter is quit ferte. Mimother was stake nabaki washa stababi, bundled up for winter in aha tonko at the thabalung to my older brother, my facethianly part visible, making it impossible to discern my gender. Moreover, given herage when she had meaned her years off hard work, she peered some somewhat older, leading min a breakfast patron stow assume I was my sister child, thinking Mimother was my grandmother, the Taoist priest, not a regular customer, made his declaration with certainty. My mother, bewildered, asked, How do I know? The priest touched my hand and pinched me wrist, saying, This girl was born with a petal-shaped birthmark on her right arm, wasn't she? My mother she arts capeta be attended, e hate a birthmark in Marai, tarnt the thadra dually faded after my first month. Knew but my family had seen it, yet the seemingly althal Taoist theta curate li described it. Ignoring Mimother's reaction, Thepriest continued, Sister, your daughter is extraordinary. Izaradiansa bow their shice destined for greatness. After examine your bones, I can confirm shice the reincarnation oft flower goddess from the heavens, the deity of fall blooms. She possesses beauty and kindness, with the ability tottern stone of gold, commanding the power saw flower spirits and tree spirits. In this life, her spiritual energy will be concentrated in her right arm. You must nurture the child well and steer her away from any wrong fulpiths. When she commencifage, she will sure lie bring prosperity to your family. My mother, not fully grasping Theater's spiritual energy, was convinced by the priest's eloquency and provided my birth date and time, asking him to calculate my fate. The priest pondered for a moment and, then said, when she turns 12, she will face a calamity. My mother, being a businesswoman, felt a twingio alarm at this proclamation, fear and jit weighs a scamto extermony from arunder thega sa foretelling misfortune. However, she thought it bis tormain calm, as the calamity would no tafic fortune. The priest contemplated for a moment before looking at Timothy saying, this girl will enjoy a la fafami and fortune, with a kind heart that will shine upon her family. She will be beautiful and beloved, surrounded be wealth and auspiciousness. My mother was overjoyed regardless of the truth, it was always uplifting to hear auspicious words. She immediately offered to cover the priest, Smilan Divin prepared a red envelope before him. Theprius twavdishand, saying, Sister, encounter in your little daughter isma fortune please denote embarrassm. After paying for his meal, he took his leave but not before telling Mamother, this girl's fate is noble. Eve Neville's spirits will avoid her. Your family is blessed, and so will lating world hand status. Mimotha repeated light hang Ketham, chasing him to Thedor Tosk for his nami and Emio Fistemple. She said that when it grew up and akivid success, e would come atop hamer aspects. I am Huang Yoshing, awan derer without tafiketho. If atilos, we shall meet again. With that, the Taoist priest left in a carefree manner. From that day, our breakfast shop big and to flourish. My father soon appeared a restaurant, purchasing property and employing over 30 staffed. By the time in Wasix, their strength had transformed into a 3-story hotel, and by 9, a branch waysipend, with patrons filling thisi at every day. In Linghai City, the name Shushu Fushuan Hotel Beckham life progressed smoothly, and Miss spiritual energy began to manifest. A Thea Joftwo, my older brother was playing with Mind. In a moment of frustration, he punched him in the, nearly blinding him. Mimother big and to understand the so-called spiritual energy for edtos trang imarai tarm. Share imbered towards soft Taoist priest and, from that day, when I had injured me brother, she saw ta teachers to provide me with comprehensive training dedication. I fainy own suggested to learn a skill taught would enhance me character or impairment, miparent swood immediate lie invest without the citation. They were a determined. A sform, I didn't mind. Tome, learning anything felt like play what heritways enjoyable or not, I simply sought amusement. It wasn't until my 12th birthday that I suddenly fell ill with estrangement. The soon a bright light hat day, and as soon as I returned the mefrum shalatnun, I began to run a hiver. When Mamother took my temperature, the mercury soared, and I felt as if it might spontaneous thust. She didn't dare delay and hurried like contacted my father to take me to the hospital. After serious of examinations, the doctor found nothing unusual about my condition. As the fever-reducing medication took effect, I regained consciousness, my vision blurred as the scan at the room, onlatos chaotic catering goff pee at my bedside. I couldn't make out their faces, just the cacophony of voices. Mom, where out the sepal? It's a noisy. Ah? My mother touched my forehead, wondering if the fever had made a delirious. It's justy winthes were my hour, father ice with the doctor. Oh no. Why's your temperature erasing again? Doctor. My eyelids grew heavy, and I lipped back in town consciousness. The doctor, having never encountered such a case, feared that fever might damage my brain and, thus recommended that parents transfer meadow, a higher level hospital in the capital. Without hesitation, my parents stoke matosity. Duetoth and clear kashav my fever, my temperature would rapidly spike even after taking gantipyretics, putting millifetrisk. Consequently, it was admitted to the emergency room of Tedvinsett Hospital. In the brief intervals when the fever medication took effect, I felt slight lamorial and wasable with me prince. My mother reassured me thought being jadmit would bring peace of mind, confident that the doctor swould heal me and would return home, flow vitality. I felt a flicker of fear being ill meant I could avoid. Seeing my care freed me inner, my mother expressed mild reproach. Yes, beauty o want beal toe train. I feel don't perform well, the coach Melitanether team ber competeinstead. That caneth happen, I replied, forcing gasmol. I ways a player on the team after all. As a member of artistic gymnastics team for Kildrenethling High City Sports School, Ibermed with confidence. As I chat, I noticed said that the emergency room was quite spacious, yet it contained dans le toit beads. Apart from, the other bed was occupied by an elderly woman wearing an oxygen mask, surrounded by beeping machines. The beads were positioned fair apart, making it difficult for me to with the old woman's face. I couldn't make out the silhouette saw 5 or 6 middle-aged individuals standing at the foot of her bed, calling her mom, with occasional sounds of weeping drifting over. Mom, what's wrong with that grandmother? Is she so feverish? Weary her from a limber scrying? My mother followed me gazy and sighed, tucking the blanket around me. That's not something you should concern yourself with, shoo. Areo hungry? When you're to dreederns, illy have him bringe some ething tasty. It shook me head, feeling no hunger at all. My limbs fell thievy, and soon I drifted into a drowse state. In a semi-conscious state, I have reared the familiar to my ninth the next bed speaking with me mother. Excuse him, is this little girlie our granddaughter? Waddleness do shave? Shasuden lidavella pita fever were hireto determinate hecos, my mother replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. This is my granddaughter, shes my little girl. The fam limembersent had jacent bid expressed surprise but did not inquire further. They briefly explained the elderly woman's condition she was sent hele tested so illness, having undergone necessary treatments, and her time was drawing near. They assured me prince not to be frightened, as they were ill prepared for the inevitable. Illison vaguely as a mimother called for the doctor, stating that he feverage returned. The entire night was a struggle between fever and chills, wave soft perspiration washing javerm. Eiffel task though we were being submerged in water, alternating between freezing gone burning. Just before dawn, it began to fall a bit better. I opened my eyes to see my prince dozing in chairs beside him a bed. I'd read note McKee sound, fearing I might wake them. After caring for Mel night, they must have been exhausted. Propping Mijel Fupon my elbows, Irelish thethotov na thaving to attend school. Being sequestrally uncomfortable, and me arms fell tutor lit avoid off strength. As Zypendered Thico Zovma fever. A sudden, harsh voice beer said the air from head jacent bed. Someone. My parents jolted awake. Hois it? They initial light hot it was me calling out, Butupon confirming it was the elderly woman. Thy exchange ed bewildered glances. In the next moment, her familiar rushed to her side. Mom, what's wrong? Someone. The old woman cried out hoarsely, her frail, dark hand raised high as a pointy day isling, exclaiming, There is some another. My prince followed her gaze, exchanging confused looks. The family members quickly attempted us. The mom there is Nunathir. You're just dreaming. While speaking, they also apologized to my prince. Worsery Mamotharas been like this lately. She's been seeing things spleased dinder. My prince waved their hands, indicating twasna trouble. Shoo, you surely try to sleep. Ilathir, staring blankly at the sea isling. In thivera corner shapointedo. A distinct lysau way dark faceophamin. It was pitch black, resembling chared coal, withinly theffish showing. His eyes were unnaturally white, with tiny pupils tattooed around her erratically. In me brief 12 years of life, I had never encountered anything like these, and is strained to seemer clearly. Shoo, your fathera stalking toikia. Suddenly, thwiti eye slocked on Tommen, the dark face atil ted slightly, and the lips skirledden toes in Istergren, revealing Gastoff's stark whitey teeth. Ah! My bodai trembled. Anna burst in tears, crying out, Teresa Ghost. Chapter 3, Hallucination. The ward erupted into chaos as the elderly lady cried out, and I wept in response. Doctors surged in, urgently inquiring about the situation. My parents comforted me, assuring me that with so many people present, there could be no ghost. As the crowd thickened, I mustered the courage to glance at the corner of the room again, but it was now empty. The dark-faced man had vanished. Mere seconds passed before the elderly lady next door returned to her deep slumber, accompanied by the steady beeping of the machines, creating an eerie calm. My father, puzzled, asked where he had gone. My body trembled uncontrollably. No, he's gone. Shoo, you must have imagined it, my mother said, embracing me soothingly. While I dared not speak for others, I understood the implication. She often recounted the tale of my supposed reincarnation as a flower deity as a bedtime story. Friends and family knew that I, Shushu, was considered a fortunate child, precious and rare, one whom even spirits would avoid. Yet, I could not shake the belief that I had not misperceived the apparition. The unsettling gaze of those dark eyes felt too vivid to dismiss. The doctor offered a few comforting words to the patient in the adjacent bed before leading my parents to the foot of my bed, where they conversed in hushed tones. My hair stood on end as I overheard the doctor informing my parents that the elderly lady next door was likely nearing her end, now devoid of even the strength to open her eyes. Such phenomena were common among terminal patients, he explained, attributing my vision of the ghost primarily to my fever. Why parents acknowledged the elderly lady's hallucinations, but insisted on changing rooms. It was secondary whether the old woman called out. What truly unnerved them was sharing a ward with someone on the brink of death, particularly for someone as young as me, who had never encountered such a situation. The doctor, somewhat resigned, explained that in large hospitals, beds were scarce and patients like me, suffering from recurrent fevers with undetermined causes, could only be admitted to the ICU. If I were to be admitted, my parents would not be able to accompany me. He inquired if they were willing to proceed, and upon their refusal, he understood their reluctance. At home, I was cherished beyond measure. My father, a burly man, would rather I not pursue artistic gymnastics, fearing my boundless energy might lead to mischief. The mere sight of me spraining an ankle during practice brought him to tears. The doctor, witnessing their distress, urged them gently, "I know you care deeply for your child, but this is the reality of hospital care. Every bed has seen its share of patients, and the ICU is home to gravely ill individuals. Moreover, the resuscitation room is closest to our office, making it the safest option for your child." Reluctantly, my parents acquiesced, yielding to the doctor's judgment, prioritizing my recovery above all else. Before departing, the doctor conversed with me for a moment, having heard of my accolades in rhythmic gymnastics competitions representing my city. He praised my bravery, reassuring me that what I had seen was merely an illusion. "Little girl, when one is ill, the mind can play tricks. You must rest. Once you recover, such visions will fade." His words brought me some solace, even as my body continued to tremble, and I understood he meant well. After his departure, the family of the elderly patient next door expressed their apologies. They had chosen to remain in the hospital to accompany their loved one in her final moments, planning to draw the curtains tonight. Should anything unusual occur, they would swiftly dress her and exit the ward, striving not to disturb me. My parents, feeling guilty, quickly reassured them of their understanding. No one wished to impose such a burden on others during such a somber time, and encountering considerate individuals was, in itself, a stroke of good fortune. Startled and feverish, I spent the day in a haze, undergoing numerous tests. That evening, I forced myself to eat some porridge, but before I could digest it, I vomited it all up. My parents' eyes glistened with concern, and the nurse began administering nutritional fluids. I had no time to comfort them, as my body felt increasingly heavy, as if weighed down by countless stones, sapping my energy and leaving me in a state of profound fatigue, yearning only to close my eyes for a semblance of relief. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a hoarse voice called out to me, "Little girl, oh girl." My eyelashes trembled as the voice grew nearer. "Little girl, oh little girl." A chilling realization dawned upon me. It was the elderly lady next door calling for me. The wave of terror coursed through my veins, and I dared not move, convincing myself to feign sleep. The voice echoed incessantly, "Little girl, oh little girl," drawing ever closer as, seeing I remained unresponsive, she leaned in closer to whisper, "Did you hear me?" My entire body froze, her breath warm against my cheek, sending prickles across my skin. I could not dare to open my eyes. My body felt as if it were trapped, fingers refusing to budge. I longed to call for my parents, but my voice was lodged in my throat, utterly silent. A strange scraping sound emerged from the headboard, as if someone were raking their nails across it. The noise was alarmingly close, as though it would soon graze my scalp. I silently reassured myself that this was merely a nightmare. If I could not feign sleep, then I must awaken. "Little girl," she rasped, her voice lingering unsettlingly near. I felt a surge of panic, gasping for breath, and abruptly opened my eyes, only to be met with darkness. What was happening? The ward lights were supposed to remain on all night. "Little girl," the elderly lady's voice persisted, and in horror, I turned my gaze. There she stood, a frail figure at my bedside, her skeletal face obscured by shadows, save for her hauntingly bright eyes fixed upon me. "You're awake at last." I trembled before her, beads of cold sweat forming on my brow. How could she stand when she could barely open her eyes? "Dear girl, I do not wish to frighten you," she murmured. Her expression remained obscured, but her voice was a raspy rasp that pierced my eardrums. "I must depart, wearing the blue-flowered garment with a dark background." She repeated this phrase incessantly, the ward reverberating with echoes. I was utterly paralyzed with fear. The only part of me that could move were my eyes, and I could not utter a single word. I watched as she turned away, and beside her appeared two towering figures, following her towards the door. They seemed to wear some sort of tall hats, their peaks nearly brushing the ceiling of the ward as they stepped outside together. A green light illuminated the room. In the brief moment the door opened and closed, a head poked in, a dark face slipping through the crack. It appeared to be a man squatting outside, tilting his head as he leaned in, his face confronting mine. He grinned, a sinister, cackling laughter escaping his lips. "Liang Shushu, you are next." Chapter 4. The path from a distance, I gazed upon that visage, the very same dark face I had encountered yesterday at the corner of the shed. Tears streamed down my cheeks, a manifestation of sheer terror and helplessness that enveloped me. I cried out for my parents, yet they were absent from my bedside, leaving me to wonder where they had gone. "Susu." The voice of my mother seemed to echo from a great distance, my body being shaken gently. "Susu, wake up." I called out to her, the bright light causing me to squint. With a sudden movement of my limbs, I sat upright, exclaiming, "Mom, save me." "Susu, I'm here. I'm here." My mother held me tightly, reassuring me, "Do not be afraid. What kind of dream did you have?" "You have been crying incessantly." "He frightened me." He said in a strange voice that I would be next. I sobbed uncontrollably. "Susu, who scared you?" My mother gently caressed my back. Just then, I became aware of the multitude of people in the hospital room. The curtain around the adjacent bed was drawn, and the cries from there were louder than my own. Doctors and nurses were asking family members to sign documents. "Don't look over there," my father interjected, stepping in front of me and wiping the tears from my face. "My dear daughter, were you haunted by a nightmare? The elderly person next door has just passed away." "Passed away?" My tears continued to flow, my heart racing violently. I surveyed my surroundings. The hospital room was bright, unlike the dark and eerie place I had imagined. The door stood ajar, with doctors and nurses bustling in and out. The dark face was nowhere to be seen. Yet, what I had seen and heard remained vividly etched in my mind. As I remained in a daze, a small, seemingly paper-like coffin was brought out from behind the curtain of the neighboring bed. I recognized it from the funeral home. I had seen it when my grandfather passed away. My mother had explained that it was to carry him to the funeral home before he could be laid to rest in a larger coffin. So, this elderly lady was now— "Wait!" I shouted to those around, "Don't leave yet." The people in the room paused, doctors, nurses, the weeping family of the elderly lady, and the two workers carrying the small coffin all turned to me in confusion. "Little girl, were you calling for us?" "Susu, what is wrong?" My parents looked at me anxiously. "You mustn't shout like that. It's quite disrespectful." I don't have time to respond to my parents. I felt an instinctive urge deep within me, pointing towards the small coffin. "Her grandmother," I stated. "She wants to wear the blue floral coat with a black background." As the words left my mouth, my body grew weak and I fainted. Susu. Susu. I had no sense of how much time had passed when I heard my parents calling my name. Yet, I could not awaken. In my haze, it felt as though the area around my bed was filled with people. Their faces were indistinct, but I sensed shadowy figures reaching out to me, desperately grasping my body. I attempted to resist, but it was futile. Before long, I felt myself being lifted effortlessly. I sat up. My body felt astonishingly light. In an instant, all the shadows vanished. Confused, I turned my head only to be horrified to discover I still lay on the hospital bed, my eyes closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. My mother sat beside the bed, gently wiping the forehead of the sleeping me, her voice a soft murmur. Susu, please don't frighten your mother. Wake up quickly. Mom, I am here. I wished to tug at her, to make her aware that I had sat up, but my outstretched hand merely passed through her body. My mother remained oblivious, speaking only to the sleeping me, as if the me beside her were nothing but a wisp of air, entirely ungraspable. Mom, Mom. I cried out in fear, my body uncontrollably lifting into the air, drifting through the doorway. Outside, my father was on the phone saying, "You needn't come. Your mother and I are here. You and the second child would be of no help. Rest assured, once we identify the cause of her illness, the doctors will administer treatment, and Susu will be fine." Was my father on the phone with my elder sister? Dad. I called out, attempting to grasp him, but it was in vain. It felt as though an unseen force propelled me, and I drifted past him. The corridor transformed as I floated beyond my father, surrounded by a thick fog, obscuring everything else. At the end of the hall loomed a large door. As I approached, it creaked open, and a force nudged me through. In the next moment, the door slammed shut behind me. I stumbled forward, my feet finally touching the ground, and I yearned to return. Turning around, the door had vanished. In my bewilderment, I felt strangely devoid of fear at that moment, as though all emotion had ebbed away. My heart felt hollow, leaving only confusion. Surveying my surroundings, I found myself enveloped in a gray haze, as if shrouded by storm clouds, with no blue sky or sun in sight. Before me stretched a long, straight path, wide and surrounded by a thin mist. I could not find the door, so I wandered aimlessly along the path, sensing its length with no knowledge of where it led. There was not a soul in sight. I walked for what felt like an eternity, my throat parched and dry, thirst gnawing at me. Suddenly, the sound of water reached my ears, prompting me to run towards the roadside to quench my thirst. Little girl. The elderly lady from the adjacent bed materialized before me. Do not go over there. I halted in my tracks, certain I had never seen her before. After all, I had been in a daze upon entering the ward, and she had not revealed her face at my bedside. Yet at that moment, I felt an unmistakable certainty that it was indeed her. You cannot drink that water, she warned, her frail form remaining small and thin, her cheeks sunken and sharp. Her gaze upon me was gentle. If you drink the water here, you will forget everything. If you proceed further, you will be unable to return. I looked at her, feeling no fear, yet my throat was painfully dry, and thirst consumed me. Return. You will no longer be thirsty if you go back. She was enveloped in mist, waving her hand at me. Little girl, this is not where you belong. Something is luring you here. I will help you this once. Once you return, quickly move to room A902. It will ensure your safety for a few days. As for what lies ahead, that will depend on your own fortune. Who is luring me? I was bewildered, hastily asking, is it that dark-faced man? He frightened me. I cannot say much more. The elderly lady's lips trembled, fear flickering in her darkened eyes. Little girl, you must tell your parents to seek someone with extraordinary abilities. They are powerful and have set their sights on you. As she spoke, she glanced back anxiously. Time is running out. You must hurry, or that thing will come for you again. Quickly, I will send you back. I uttered a soft, Oh, increasingly anxious under her urging, suppressing my thirst as I turned to flee, repeatedly thanking her. Thank you, grandmother, thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, she replied, raising her hand. The mist dissipated, revealing her garbed in a blue floral coat against a black background. I have just arrived here. It is of no consequence. I cannot speak openly in dreams, but please relay a message to my daughter. I have placed the savings book behind the New Year painting on the wall, and the password is all sixes. Thank you. I wanted to ask where to find her daughter, but before I could, a tremendous force struck me from behind, propelling me forward, and I felt as though I had been thrust into something. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and when I regained my senses, my limbs felt heavy, my temples throbbed with pain, and my joints ached intensely. Chapter 5: Finding Someone's Sister. I truly owe a debt of gratitude to your child. After she called out to me, I suddenly recalled that my mother indeed possessed a cherished coat, one that she had commissioned from a tailor in her youth. I had thought it inappropriate to wear old clothing, so I purchased her a new set instead. To my surprise, she still held that coat in her thoughts. Thankfully, your child's exclamation prompted me to rush home and retrieve the coat to be burned along with the rest of her belongings. The sensations in my body were vividly clear, as were the feelings surrounding me. My throat no longer felt parched, and I gently moved my fingers, confirming my return. The old woman had guided me back from that path. This morning, I dreamt of seeing my mother wearing that coat, looking quite pleased, which brought comfort to my heart. I was compelled to come and express my gratitude to your little girl for her significant assistance. I blinked, wondering if she was indeed the daughter referred to by the old woman. Sister, you are far too kind, I managed to say. My mother's voice echoed, and I hadn't anticipated that the child would call out like that. To be honest, on the night my mother passed, my daughter was acting strangely, weeping in her dreams and claiming that someone had frightened her. It may sound harsh, but I began to suspect that perhaps your mother had frightened my child, causing her to be tormented in her sleep. Since that night, my daughter has been unable to awaken from her slumber. Surely not, the woman said with some embarrassment. When your mother was alive, she was such a kind-hearted soul, known for her generous spirit in our neighborhood. It was only after her illness that she became frail and developed certain peculiarities, hoarding things out of fear that we would be unwilling to spend money on her treatment. She would never frighten a child. I merely mentioned it in passing, contemplating that when you perform the rites for the elderly, you might utter a few words on behalf of our child. My mother sighed and confessed, to be honest, my little girl has always been quite robust. The last time she had a fever was 2 years ago, and that was due to being startled by a car horn while crossing the street. She rarely falls ill, not even from a cold. A fortune teller once declared she would never attract such entities. Yet this time, her illness has been peculiar, urgent, and severe. It doesn't feel right. I too believe that our encounter with your family's elder was merely serendipitous. She could not have frightened my child. Sister, rest assured, I will certainly recite the necessary prayers. Regardless of whether it was my mother or not, I am not the one to blame, she assured me. I struggled to open my eyes, gazing at my mother and the middle-aged woman who was speaking. Mother, it was not that grandmother who frightened me. Susu, you are awake, my mother exclaimed, rushing over to touch my forehead. Heavens, you have been asleep for 3 days. The doctor said if you didn't wake up soon, they would have to transfer you to the ICU. I couldn't bear to leave your side. You nearly took your mother's life. The middle-aged woman was equally astonished to see me awake, her expression quickly shifting to one of relief as she smiled at me, a gesture of greeting. Mother, I visited a place, and that grandmother brought me back. That I longed to embrace my mother, but my arms lacked strength, unable to lift. There was a frightening man with a black face, but that grandmother was kind. She only wished for her coat and asked me to relay a message. She also mentioned that the black-faced man had his sights set on me and advised me to change my hospital room for my safety. What black-faced man? My mother seemed not to grasp my words. You have been in the hospital all this time, Susu. Listen to me, I think I might have left my body. I saw you crying and my father outside making a phone call. But I couldn't reach you till I found myself on a long road, parched with thirst. The grandmother warned me against drinking the water there. She thanked me for delivering her message and sent me back. I did my utmost to articulate my experience, still feeling pain from the grandmother's pat on my back. I couldn't dismiss it as a mere dream. The way she described having her sights set on me filled me with dread, compelling me to urge my mother to seek help from someone formidable. I wished never to encounter that black-faced man again. My mother listened with wide eyes, her expression one of horror. Just as she was about to question me further, the middle-aged woman, seemingly experienced, pulled her aside. "Sister, I understand now. Your daughter has encountered something that seeks to ensnare her soul. It seems she aided my mother once, and in return, my mother brought her back. The path she spoke of is likely the road to the underworld." "What?" My mother trembled, her brows knitting together. "That cannot be. The fortune teller claimed my daughter was blessed with a precious life, her destiny strong. Why would this be?" I was anxious to argue, but my weakened state rendered me unable to speak clearly. "Sister, you mentioned that your child has always been in good health. This illness came on so suddenly," the middle-aged woman interjected on my behalf. "When my mother was gravely ill, she often spoke irrationally, claiming there were people beneath the bed or behind the curtains. Once, she said my fourth aunt had come to find her, but without a head. It frightened her, and I scolded her for such nonsense. I had just seen my fourth aunt alive and well 2 days prior. Then, moments later, my brother called to inform me that my fourth aunt had suffered a car accident that morning, and her head was crushed. Is that not eerie?" My mother turned pale at the revelation. "Sister, are you suggesting that let us think positively? If something unfortunate has indeed occurred, let us not be stubborn. It is better to believe than to dismiss it," the middle-aged woman urged, her tone serious. "I perceive your family is well off. You likely have connections. Quickly seek out a practitioner who can sever this bond. It is best to err on the side of caution." "Indeed," my mother nodded fervently, glancing at me. "Thank you, sister. Once my husband returns, we will promptly find someone knowledgeable in these matters. Please do so swiftly. It pains us as adults to see our child suffer," the middle-aged woman said before preparing to leave. As I lay there, I recalled the grandmother's words and called out to her, "Auntie, the savings book is taped to the wall behind the New Year painting, and the password is all 6s. "What savings book?" The middle-aged woman paused, bewildered. I shook my head. "I do not know. It is the grandmother's message for you, though," she exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "I see now. That must be what my mother had hidden. After her illness, she concealed her meager savings, fearing she wouldn't have money for her passage across the river. She never told us. I must call home." She pulled out her phone, and after connecting, she instructed the person on the other end to tear down the New Year painting. Then her eyes widened as she looked at me. "We truly found it. Look at how cleverly my mother hid it. It does not matter how much is there. Just inform my brother to retrieve it and we will divide it later." How could I have guessed the password was all 6s? It was that little girl in the adjacent bed who told me. Oh, she is truly remarkable. She brought my mother back up again. I will tell you all about it when I return. Goodbye for now. After ending the call, she approached me to express her gratitude once more, leaving her name and phone number. "Sister, my surname is Liu Inged. If your family cannot find a practitioner, I can help you make contact." With that, she hurriedly departed, leaving my mother in a state of astonishment in the hospital room. The people of the big city speak rather casually. What does it mean to bring someone back up? Once my mother regained her composure, she began to mutter, "My daughter is perfectly fine. Susu is not going anywhere, mother. I truly saw it." Fearing my mother would not believe me, I explained, "That black-faced man said I would be next. He has his sights set on me. Mother, I am terrified. I want to change rooms." My mother gazed into my eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered." I was startled. "What did you remember?" "The Taoist priest mentioned." She grasped my hand tightly. "He said that at 12 years of age, you would encounter some misfortune. Perhaps this is what he meant. What should we do? Do not worry. It will be all right. My mother's demeanor shifted, her confidence restored. The priest assured me that this misfortune would not bring harm and that you would surely overcome it. Trust in me. When the doctor arrives, I will have them change your room. Also, I will ask your father to bring your third aunt. She is knowledgeable in these matters and recites sutras daily. With her blessings, she will surely dispel that black-faced man you mentioned. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, but reiterated, Mother, we must move to room A902. It must be A902. Chapter 6. On that afternoon, I was transferred to Ward A902 after some considerable effort. After my mother communicated her request to the doctor, he explained that it was a psychiatric ward and that my feverish condition was unrelated to mental illness. Furthermore, A902 was a premium suite, which not only incurred high expenses fully at my family's cost, but was also occupied by other patients. It would be unreasonable for my child to sleep on the floor in someone else's room. Seeing my distress, my mother quickly remarked that I might be experiencing hysteria due to the high fever with severe hallucinations, and that a psychiatric examination would provide her peace of mind. The costs were not an issue. She was intent on securing a suite with a pleasant and tranquil environment conducive to my recovery. Upon hearing about my severe hallucinations and knowing that my family was financially well off, the doctor ceased to argue. He would inquire about the availability of A902. If the current occupant could not be discharged promptly, he would arrange for me to be placed in another psychiatric ward. I was anxious. The specific department mattered little compared to the state of the ward. The words of the elderly lady were a lifeline to me, a child nearly paralyzed by fear. As luck would have it, the doctor returned shortly after, informing us that the other patient was in the process of being discharged and I could move in. At this point, my mother sensed the gravity of my condition without my prompting. In the end, she mused that the Taoist priest was indeed accurate, lamenting that had she known back then, she would have sought his contact details. If only she could find him now, he could have alleviated my plight in an instant, sparing me from suffering. I remained silent. The Taoist priest was but a fictional character to me. Yet, I felt a genuine gratitude towards him, for his initial words to my mother had a transformative effect, akin to gilding. The flourishing restaurant was a testament to my parents' diligent efforts, yet it felt unjust to attribute it solely to my own merit. Without the Taoist priest, I would not have received such abundant affection. Today, my mother was somewhat skeptical of Aunt Lou's words and harbored doubts about mine as well. However, the mere thought of the Taoist priest elevated her spirits significantly, and her determination surged. Little did the priest know that his offhand remarks would serve as a stabilizing force for a family in turmoil. Upon entering Ward A902, I was inexplicably enveloped by a fragrant aroma. I felt invigorated, as if sunlight had washed over me, gradually infusing my weary body with vitality. I found the strength to walk to the bedside unaided. Raising my arm and stretching, I lightly clenched my right fist and exclaimed, "Mother, I feel stronger now." I looked at my mother in delight, as the cloudiness that had plagued me for days began to dissipate. "I want porridge, lean meat porridge." "Ah, you're hungry. I'll call your father right away," she replied with joy, instinctively checking my forehead before smiling and nodding. That elderly lady in the next bed has truly benefited us. Since moving in here, your fever has subsided. Just lie down for a bit while I call your father. I nodded, removing my shoes and resting against the headboard. "Hello, do you? I've moved Su to N902. Yes, on the 9th floor of the inpatient department, the second room. Don't get lost with your sister." As my mother conversed on the phone while heading out of the ward, she continued, "It's a suite, and Su is the only occupant. The environment is quite pleasant. Spending a little money is not an issue, though I feel the smell of disinfectant is a bit strong. It will dissipate shortly. Su doesn't mind the strong odor. She's in good spirits and wants lean meat porridged. By the way, do you remember that Taoist priest? He mentioned the disinfectant smell." I watched my mother's retreating figure, straining to catch a whiff, and I still only detected the delightful sense of sunshine and fresh grass. It was incredibly soothing. I paid no heed to my mother's words, resting against the warm wall, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. When I awoke from a nap, my father, mother, and aunt were seated by my bedside. "Hello, Aunt," I greeted as I sat up. She assisted me gently. "Susu, did you have any nightmares while you were sleeping? Your mother told me about a frightening figure with a dark face that scared you. Didn't she?" "Sister, let the child eat something first." "We can talk later," my father interjected, setting up the table. "Dear daughter, try this. It's the meat porridge from Jingyun Building. They cook it in a clay pot, and I've personally inspected the ingredients. How could I forget that you are a chef?" Aunt shot a disapproving glance at my father. "What am I showing off?" he retorted, his face flushing. "You claim to be a Buddhist, yet your temper remains so fiery. No wonder you haven't found a husband. Were it not for Susu's predicament, I wouldn't even bother asking you." "Liang, what do you mean by that?" Aunt shot back. "I'm only here for Susu. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you, you nouveau riche." Father glared at her. "Fine. I'll accept being called nouveau riche, but soon I won't be." Aunt raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Is your restaurant going under?" "Liang Hongyu." Father was on the verge of raising his hand. "I've had enough of your incessant chatter. How could two big restaurants and two shops in Linhai City, earning 3 to 4 million a year, possibly go under? Truth be told, I've invested in a project to venture into real estate. I'm no longer a nouveau riche. You, a chef, venturing into real estate? Have you lost your mind?" Aunt frowned. "Liang, the real estate market is treacherous. It's not as simple as seasoning a dish. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself at a loss." "You won't even shed a tear if I do," Father shot back. "Do you? Don't be so ungrateful," my mother interjected, attempting to mediate. "This venture shouldn't be taken lightly. Du is negotiating with Old Ming, and they're looking to build a seaside resort in the outskirts of Linhai, a project worth over 100 million. It's already underway. Our 6 million is merely a small investment that they haven't even regarded." "6 million? Aunt's eyes widened. "And you call that a small amount? Just because you've been wealthy for a few years doesn't mean you should get carried away. In business, it's dangerous to act without knowledge and connections. If something goes wrong, you'll be left with nothing. Thus, you'll always be an employee, forever playing it safe," Aunt continued, her tone firm. "Du," my mother reprimanded him. "Aunt is just concerned for us. Once Susu is discharged and back home, bring the contract for her to review. The project has just begun. If she thinks it's unwise, we'll withdraw our investment. Don't forget, during tough times, it was Aunt who supported our family. Will he even remember that?" Aunt huffed, her anger diminishing. Liang Du's mind is filled with rice porridge. I quietly ate my meal, accustomed to the dynamics in the room, unsure how to interject. Speaking up might ignite another argument, and the topic could spiral out of control. It was best to wait until they had exhausted their verbal sparring. In reality, Aunt is my father's elder sister. When my grandmother was young, medical conditions were poor, and her first 2 children had perished. It was only with Aunt Liang Hongyu that the family finally saw a child survive, who was 3 years older than my father. They were the 3rd and 4th children in the family, effectively just siblings. My grandmother used to say that in her youth, families had many children. In those days, the more children one had, the more strength they seemed to possess. If a child was bullied outside, they would rally their siblings, creating a formidable presence. In contrast, Aunt and father often found themselves at a disadvantage in the village, vulnerable to the whims of other children. Initially, my grandmother was protective, never letting them out of her sight, carrying one and holding the other's hand. However, by the time Aunt turned 6, my grandmother had let go entirely, feeling confident enough to work alongside my grandfather. Why? Because Aunt was fierce. If someone provoked her, she would chase them home with a sickle. If she couldn't win, she would fight to the death. From the age of 6, she became known for her fierce disposition, and by 8, she was the leader among the village children. Even dogs would run with their tails between their legs upon seeing her. With such a child, how could my grandparents fear her being bullied? They focused on educating her, urging her to temper her character, fearful that one day she might end up in a detention center. However, Aunt never caused them worry. When it was time for school, her academic performance was exceptional. Unfortunately, the tumultuous times prevented her from attending university. After spending some years in Linhai, she eventually moved to Beijing, as she would describe, mixing in the heart of the city. She self-studied for her accounting certification and worked in the finance department of a large enterprise in Beijing until her retirement. While she did not achieve fame, she was a formidable woman who rose from rural origins to establish herself in the metropolis, purchasing a home and securing her footing. Regrettably, she never encountered a worthy partner. In her youth, she was beautiful and had high standards. She had 2 relationships, both of which ended poorly. In fact, during her second relationship, they had reached the stage of marriage. The betrothal gifts had been exchanged, but the man fled before the wedding day. My grandmother even reported him to the police. When they found him, he refused to return, claiming he had found true love, and it was then that Aunt realized how poorly she had been treated. He said Aunt was a reincarnation of a vengeful spirit and would rather forego the betrothal gifts than marry her. Such an event during that era was a profound disgrace, and my father, furious, wanted to confront the man, but Aunt stopped him, declaring he was unworthy of such efforts. On the day the man married his true love, Aunt dressed elegantly and attended the wedding, returning the betrothal gifts in front of everyone and offering her blessings. And my grandmother thought her actions were a sign of emotional distress, but Aunt insisted she had dreamt of the Buddha and had let go. From that moment on, she adopted a vegetarian lifestyle, remaining unmarried and unpartnered to this day. However, she never formally converted. Her knowledge was entirely self-taught. Her temperament remained unchanged, and she still argued with my father as they had since childhood. In truth, my father is no pushover either, but Aunt Liang Hong's reputation has overshadowed him. One redeeming quality is that when they are out, the siblings unite against any external threats. Blood ties ensure that deep down, my father is still on his sister's side, even if they don't show it openly. This discord is precisely why my father did not enlist Aunt's help at the hotel. It would lead to conflict. However, since Aunt began practicing Buddhism, she has indeed developed certain abilities. When visiting relatives in the countryside, she can calm children who cry in the middle of the night. Over time, people began to believe she possessed spiritual powers, which is why my mother asked my father to bring her to assist me. I finished eating. Was it delicious? My father eagerly watched me. What else do you want? I'll buy it for you tonight. Let us see, I smiled, glancing at Aunt. I've been ill for several days. My father is worried and just wants to talk more. My mother said that once you arrived, I would be saved, and that dark-faced ghost would no longer frighten me. Did you see that? It's my little niece who speaks so sweetly. Aunt moved closer and embraced my shoulders. Su is the lifeblood of the Liang family. If any unworthy spirit dares to provoke you, I will eradicate it immediately. As she spoke, she scrutinized my face. Su, tell your aunt, on the day you had a fever, from the moment you left in the morning until you returned home after school, did you encounter anyone or any incidents? Sister, please protect Su, my father interjected, momentarily forgetting their earlier quarrel, his expression a mixture of concern and desperation. If anything were to happen to her, I wouldn't be able to go on. Chapter 7. Exorcising fright. I pondered carefully. It was my birthday that day, and I had invited classmates over to my home in the evening. While returning home at noon, a chubby woman in her 30s greeted me. I did not recognize her and was about to inquire her identity when suddenly, a car accident occurred on the road. 2 cars collided with a loud noise, startling me. I glanced at the scene from a distance, and upon returning home, I felt something was amiss. What did the woman who greeted you look like? Aunt San asked sternly, while my parents appeared visibly anxious. What did she say to you? She smiled warmly, called my name, and put her arm around my shoulder in a familiar manner. Just as I was about to ask her who she was, the accident happened. I replied in a conventional manner, and my father furrowed his brow. Su Fuxian has been driving for years, with many diners. Su has even been interviewed by the city television station after winning awards in rhythmic gymnastics. It's not unusual for someone to recognize her on the street. Aunt San contemplated for a moment. Did the accident result in fatalities? I don't know. I shook my head. I didn't go to see. Accidents are rather taboo. No one died. My father interjected. On the day I brought Su to Beijing, we passed that area. The ambulance driver remarked that there had been an accident at noon. 2 cars had collided, causing a blockage. The front bumpers were wrecked. I was preoccupied with Su and didn't inquire further. Surely, no one died, or else it would have spread quickly. Aunt San remained composed, turning her attention to my father. The child may be traumatized. Remember 2 years ago when she nearly got hit by a car and was unconscious for several days? This time, it must be the sound of the crash that has unsettled her spirit, causing her to lose her soul momentarily. When fortunes are low, one is more susceptible to illness. Hospitals are often chaotic, and those with bad luck tend to be bullied by various ailments. Our child has lost her spirit just at the right moment, allowing them to take advantage of it. I will perform an exorcism to call her spirit back. It's nothing serious. Aunt San, that mother cleared her throat. You are aware of the Taoist priest's guidance regarding Su, right? Last time she was startled by a car horn, she didn't lose her spirit. This time, she didn't even go near it. Why is it so different? Show you, Aunt San interjected. You bring up that incident from 12 years ago all the time. It's as if you're about to announce it with a loudspeaker. You really shouldn't show signs of senility. The Taoist priest said our child is fortunate. How can someone deemed fortunate continuously stumble? Aunt San launched into a tirade. Even if the emperor has a mandate, it doesn't guarantee one fall ill or face disasters. This is called guidance. Do you understand? Look at you, show you, merely asking. Father, upon seeing mother lower her head, became displeased. Can we speak calmly? Must you always act like you're on the warpath? Do you think I can't speak nicely to you? Aunt San shot a glare. Not just Su, even the group president I worked for before retirement, who made hundreds of billions, is blessed, right? Anyone who can marry him is surely more fortunate. Yet, his second wife reportedly suffers from depression and attempts suicide from time to time. This happens in big households. You have only been in business for a few years. Su is merely 12. There's a long road ahead. Parents must possess resilience. Don't worry too much when the child isn't seriously affected. I'll resolve this matter within 3 days. Thank you, Aunt San. Mother's expression lightened. She understood Aunt San's temperament and usually refrained from provoking her. The Taoist priest had also mentioned that Su would face a minor tribulation, and if it could be resolved within 3 days, she felt reassured. Please be calm, Aunt San said, looking at Mother incredulously. What kind of potion did that priest give you? You can't stop talking about him. Mother smiled sheepishly. Aunt San, is what he said accurate? When he made those predictions, the breakfast diners found it remarkable. Later, when our family opened a restaurant, many patrons were those who initially dined with us for breakfast. They witnessed our rise. Some still mention the Taoist priest and praise him. But what good is that? You can't even find him now. Aunt San silenced Mother with a look, then embraced me. Su, it's all right. Aunt San is here. In critical moments, we must rely on family. Aunt San will protect you. I leaned against her, inhaling the pleasant air mixed with the scent of sandalwood emanating from her. The fragrance was harmonious and even more delightful. I knew Aunt San was exceptionally kind-hearted and harbored no ill intentions. In my childhood, Mother was often mistaken for my grandmother, which made her feel somewhat insecure. When I started school, she felt embarrassed to appear at school events. Upon learning of this, Aunt San inquired, Su, do you resent your mother? At that time, I didn't fully comprehend the meaning of resentment and simply remarked that Mother was too old. My classmates would think it was inappropriate. What makes it inappropriate? I shook my head, unable to articulate my thoughts. Aunt San never scolded me. Though I was somewhat intimidated by her temper, she had never glared at me. Susu, giving birth is akin to traversing the gates of hell. Each time ages a woman by 10 years. Your mother has crossed that threshold 3 times, aging 30 years in total. Be why the time it came to you. She technically didn't need to endure that, but out of love for you, she took the gamble. Your mother's aging signifies her greatness. Giving birth once embodies double the greatness, thrice represents triple the greatness. You may not achieve much in the future, but never forget the debt of gratitude you owe your mother for crossing through hell for you. I listened, somewhat bewildered, gazing at Aunt San's face. She was older than my parents yet appeared remarkably youthful. Aunt San, why aren't you considered great? I've endured my share of suffering, Aunt San replied sharply. In this regard, I cannot compare to Han Xiuyu. She is undoubtedly a great asset to the Liang family. Susu, your mother is a benefactor. From that moment on, I took my mother's hand to school and specifically requested her to pick me up. Liang Susu, is she your grandmother or maternal grandmother? This is my mother. I proudly introduced her to my classmates, emphasizing that my mother was exceptional for having given birth to me with 3 times the greatness, superior to their mothers. Mother's eyes immediately welled up. Susu, who taught you these things? Aunt San told me. You are the most accomplished in the Liang family. Mother was taken aback and hurriedly called Aunt San, becoming emotional and crying. Aunt San teased her over the phone. Han Xiuyu, how can you be the boss lady with such little ambition? At your age, why still cling to such trivial matters? I'm not criticizing you. With wealth, you should consider beauty treatments, not just for the sake of the child but for yourself. Those wrinkles on your face could trap a fly. Save money, and when Liang Diyu comes for his second spring, I'll see where you go to cry. Mother's mood plummeted at Aunt San's teasing. Those familiar with the situation remarked that Liang Hongyu was a good person but had a sharp tongue. Despite Aunt San's complaints about my mother's age and lack of self-care, she frequently admonished my father to pay attention to his personal conduct. Should he stray from the path, she would be the first to cut him off. Father chuckled it off and later shared the joke with Mother, who sighed, acknowledging Aunt San's kindness. However, if asked to express gratitude to Aunt San, she would find it impossible, for a phone call would turn into a lengthy lecture. To put it plainly, Aunt San was undeniably a doer. True to her reputation, she promptly addressed my condition. She instructed my father to buy 3 pounds of millet, prepare a bowl, a piece of red cloth, and a stamped postcard. Father promptly left to procure these items. Aunt San, the black-faced ghost, is rather formidable. I expressed my concern, worried that Aunt San's preparations seemed too simple. The elderly woman I encountered previously had claimed that one must seek a high-ranking figure or Buddha to contend with such forces. Aunt San raised an eyebrow. When Shakyamuni Buddha was born, he took 7 steps in each direction and declared, "In heaven and earth, I alone am supreme." Do you think he couldn't handle malevolent entities? I sensed a flaw in her reasoning. After all, she was not Shakyamuni. Yet, I dared not contradict her, fearing a lecture. Susu, if your Aunt San says it will work, then it will work, Mother interjected. The spiritual power Aunt San possesses is not fictitious. She has genuine skills. Mother's words were indeed accurate. Aunt San was pleased with her acknowledgement and retrieved a small satin book from her bag. Susu, this is the Heart Sutra of Maharaj Pyramid. I will read it to you shortly. If you don't recognize the characters, I will write the pinyin for you. Memorize it in the next few days. It will benefit your health and serve as an emergency measure. I opened the book to find the vertical text, much of which I didn't recognize. Sister, you want Susu to memorize a scripture? Mother leaned in. How can she memorize that? I am already dizzy looking at it. The Heart Sutra has only 260 characters, Aunt San remarked. Those with high comprehension can memorize it after reading it a dozen times. Children are particularly quick at memorizing. Besides, the advantages of reciting the Heart Sutra are plentiful. We need not worry about distractions. Let us not even mention the Sutra's teachings of enlightenment, wisdom, and letting go of attachments. It also helps eliminate karmic obstacles, grants freedom, and increases blessings. The more you read, the better, as it can benefit sleep and character. Character? Mother shot a glance at Aunt San and cleared her throat, not daring to challenge her. Susu, do your best to memorize it. Starting from Guanyin Bodhisattva, I recited until the last phrase, Bodhi svh. I stumbled over the words, while Aunt San diligently annotated the pinyin and corrected my pronunciation. Once I recited it fluently, she instructed me to memorize it. Susu, be sure to remember the final incantation. This carries the Buddha's power. Should you find yourself in danger, recite the spell while calling out Liang Hongyu, assist me. The more you shout, the more I will receive your intent and sense your tribulations, immediately coming to your aid. With the Buddha's light illuminating, all evil spirits will be driven away. I nodded, cradling the Heart Sutra as if it were a martial arts secret manual. Aunt San, seeing my compliance, was thoroughly satisfied. She took out a string of beads and sat cross-legged on the sofa beside my hospital bed. Closing her eyes, the ward was eerily quiet, and Mother dared not disturb her, patiently remaining by my side. Perhaps it was the atmosphere, but I felt remarkably energized before long. I had memorized the text. Aunt San urged me to master it, preparing for any eventuality. When my father returned with the items, Aunt San meticulously detailed the steps for the exorcism. As night fell, she poured the millet into the bowl, covered it with the red cloth, and inverted the bowl filled with millet. First, she instructed me to lie back, then to turn over. With the red cloth-covered bowl, she rotated it over my chest and back while chanting, "Shine the light before, shine the light behind, call all spirits back. Liang Su Su, come back. Liang Su Su, come back." Father, standing in the doorway of the ward, echoed her words, "Liang Su Su has returned. Liang Su Su has returned." It took 7 repetitions before Aunt San finally paused. I cooperated throughout, feeling no abnormalities, yet noticed my parents were visibly tense. After Aunt San and Father finished, she lifted the red cloth. To my astonishment, the bowl was now half empty of millet. "Sister, why is there so much less?" Father exclaimed, equally bewildered. I was stunned as well. If there had been a small gap, it would have been easier to explain. But half a bowl of millet, where had it gone? Aunt Sanna's expression darkened. "Something from outside has come. It's nothing to worry about. Let us continue." She replenished the millet, covered the bowl with the red cloth, and instructed me to repeat the process. Once she finished chanting, Father echoed, "Liang Su Su has returned." Again, Aunt San unveiled the cloth, and this time, only a third of the millet remained. Aunt San visibly relaxed, replenishing the millet and continuing to rotate it while chanting. I lost track of how many times she turned it, but soon, all 3 pounds of millet had vanished. Finally, she uncovered the cloth, and the millet was level at the bowl's rim. Aunt San then burned the stamped postcard beneath my bed, chanting, "Eat your fill and depart. Eat your fill and depart." I cooperated until midnight, my eyelids growing heavy in a state between dreams and reality. I sensed several dark figures crouching in the corridor outside the ward, each holding a bowl filled with golden rice, feasting heartily. Chapter 8. I did not wish to die early in the morning. I hurriedly recounted my dream to my parents, in which shadowy figures loomed outside the hospital room, consuming food in a rather eerie manner. After some analysis, they concluded that it was merely a normal phenomenon. My aunt employed millet to dispel my fright, essentially offering sustenance to those entities. After all, a person is less likely to intimidate when they are being fed. However, I felt something was amiss. Among those shadows, I did not discern the presence of the black-faced ghost. The absence of the black-faced ghost at the meal raised a troubling question. Did it signify that it would still seek me out? To ease my anxiety, my father called my aunt. Her explanation aligned with that of my parents, asserting that my ability to see filthy entities dining in my dream indicated that she had successfully summoned my spirit back, and those beings bore no grudges against me. They were merely passing through, and would depart once satiated. "Rest assured, everything is well," she assured, why Mother appeared considerably relieved. suggesting that what I saw were merely shadows, and that the ghost was likely present but simply did not reveal itself. The absence of fever was a positive omen, and my aunt promised to return that night to ensure I would not dream again. I nodded in agreement, feeling a bit more at ease. During the day, I could still stroll about the hospital room, taking the opportunity to memorize the Heart Sutra my aunt had entrusted to me. That evening, my aunt returned, employing the same methods as before. Turning millet, calling my name, and burning stamps. That night, I slept soundly without dreams, awakening revitalized. With the fever abated, I longed to return home. Hospital life was unbearably dull, and I missed my classmates and teammates. When the doctor made his rounds, he remarked on an unusual odor in the ward and inquired if my parents had been burning anything. They were honest, admitting to burning stamps beneath the bed, a folk remedy intended for my well-being. Rest assured, doctor, we used a basin, so there was no risk of damaging the tiles. The doctor frowned, clarifying that it wasn't merely a matter of damage. Smoking was strictly prohibited in the ward. Should the smoke detector be triggered, the fire department would be summoned immediately, disrupting the patients and incurring significant responsibility. Understood. We assure you it won't happen again, my father quickly apologized. Doctor, as you can see, my child is no longer feverish. We were hoping to be discharged soon since school awaits. The doctor replied, let us observe for 2 more days. If there are no further fever symptoms, you may discharge. That was undoubtedly splendid news. I spent the day in high spirits, using my father's phone to return my grandmother's call. Grandma, I'm better now. I'll be home in a couple of days. My grandmother, at 86, often worried for my well-being. Oh dear, you've frightened me terribly. Your father wouldn't even let me come see you. Thank goodness you're all right. You must remember, going to and from school requires someone to escort you. You can't go alone anymore with so many cars around. It's dangerous. With my aunt around, I felt reassured. I laughed heartily, thinking that should the need arise again, my aunt would still be there to summon me. Oh, you mischievous child, my grandmother chided, spouting nonsense. Grandma, please don't fret over my aunt. My second brother seized the phone from her. Let me talk to her. This girl is quite resilient. She couldn't be harmed even in our mother's womb, and now a car accident frightens her enough to lose her spirit. In such cases, she needs to be scared a few more times to desensitize her. Be careful, Liang Erji. I couldn't help but interject, when I get home, I'll let my sister-in-law deal with you. I'll have your skin. My brother laughed heartily. Did you hear that, Grandma? San Mousie is acting as if she has been ill. She is just a tale-telling wife. I made a face at the phone, engaging in playful banter until I finally hung up. Mom, look at Liang Erji. He keeps calling me San Mousie, insisting that the feather inside me is made of feathers. He is about to become a father, yet he still annoys me. My mother chuckled, shaking her head as she sorted through the hospital paperwork without responding. Since I could remember, Liang Erji had always teased me, his mouth running incessantly, provoking me to retaliate. Yet, in public, he presented himself as quite the gentleman, adorned with gold chains and flashy watches, strutting about as if he were a man of the world. To put it bluntly, he was nothing more than a local ruffian. Having never graduated from middle school, it was only after my birth that he seemed to mature, settling down to help out in the family business. My father often remarked that it was only because the family's circumstances had improved that Erji began to resemble a decent person. Otherwise, he would have remained a mere street hoodlum. As for Dolly, she was far too honest. I had always feared she would be mistreated in her marital home. Now that our family had strengthened, I no longer worried about Dolly's well-being. Susu truly was a fortunate star. My arrival seemingly brought prosperity to the family. My elder sister and second brother could now feel more at ease. Perhaps because of this, my parents placed immense importance on my education. They feared I might inherit my elder sister Liang Wenli's overly gentle nature or my second brother Liang Yosher's ruffian tendencies. They began early, fervently wishing that I would not follow in anyone's footsteps. Leaning against the hospital bed, I observed my mother. She stood tall at nearly 5'7", but years of hard labor had left her hunched with age, her health fragile and frame slender. Her hair was neatly pinned at the back, but the wrinkles on her face were starkly visible, signifying her elderly status. As I watched her, a wave of discomfort washed over me. Children are acutely aware of their parents' sacrifices. Though I was still young, I understood the depth of my parents' love and felt an increasing pang of sympathy for them. Mom, after we're discharged, let us not rush home. Can we stop by the mall to buy 2 woolen dresses for my sister-in-law? She mentioned wanting them, and I know exactly what she'd like. My sister-in-law was 3 months pregnant, and with September approaching, the chilly weather would soon arrive. Woolen dresses would be just perfect. You're quite thoughtful. My mother smiled as she organized the shopping list. What else do you need? We should also get something for Grandma, my elder sister, my second brother, and Xiao Yin, and Uncle Ming. My mother chuckled at me. Why not buy something for your brother-in-law? I want to buy him anything. I replied bluntly, I can't stand him. In our household, I had always harbored strong disapproval of my brother-in-law Chun Bo. He worked in employee management at a restaurant and often arranged for distant relatives to join the staff. Of course, such occurrences were not uncommon in our family. My father had done the same, and my sister-in-law's younger sister Zhu Xiaoyan had started working at the restaurant early on. However, these relatives were at least of working age, but my brother-in-law truly astounded me when he once brought in his elderly fourth uncle, a man in his 80s, trembling as he stood. My uncle has no children, he explained. My mother felt sorry for him, so I arranged for him to watch over the parking lot at the restaurant. The issue was that the old man could barely stand. Even a gust of wind would send him toppling over, causing diners to hesitate to honk their horns for fear of disturbing him, and my father, seeing the situation was untenable, opted to pay for the old man to enter a nursing home. My brother-in-law seemed somewhat embarrassed, frequently apologizing at our home, boasting that he was the only one from his village to graduate from college and work in management at the restaurant, marrying a good wife. There is much he cannot manage, he lamented, but you can't force it either. Whenever relatives arrived, they'd set their bags down as if they owned the place, approaching my father with a sense of entitlement, saying, I'm a relative of Chin Bo. Could you arrange a job for me? Yet they would insist, I can't start early and I can't work late. My health isn't great, so I can't do heavy lifting. Ideally, I should just sit and drink tea. What can you offer me? My father would be dumbfounded. Does my position as the boss work for you? Strangers, whether genuinely simple-minded or not, would nod in agreement. Seeing my father's annoyance, my brother-in-law quickly reprimanded his relatives, and the matter was quelled. Thereafter, no more peculiar characters appeared, but my disdain for Chan Bo had already taken root. I found him to be exceedingly opportunistic. I remained silent only because he treated my sister well. When it came to buying him gifts, that was out of the question. Su, we are well off, so there are bound to be many people asking for favors. Your brother-in-law simply wants to help, my mother explained. Besides, your sister has been in poor health since childhood and has yet to bless him with a child. Your brother-in-law feels aggrieved. You shouldn't he always have such an attitude? What does he have to be aggrieved about? I scoffed. He knew my sister was unwell when he pursued her. If he hadn't he come to our home, bowing and swearing that he didn't he care about that and would treat her well for life, would my father have consented to their marriage? If anyone is aggrieved, it's my sister. She longs for a child more than anyone. What can she do if she can't conceive? You are beginning to understand. My mother smiled, shaking her head. Children should not concern themselves with such matters. Your sister would be hurt by this. I wouldn't dare speak of it in front of my sister. That evening, my aunt returned, this time without the millet turning or stamp burning. She simply sat by my bedside, silently reciting scriptures, her fingers deftly turning prayer beads, urging me to close my eyes and mentally recite the Heart Sutra. I complied obediently and soon drifted into a deep sleep. I awoke refreshed at dawn, feeling invigorated. After breakfast, I was able to get out of bed and stretch my legs, my parents watched with delight as they stepped out to discuss my discharge with the doctor. Feeling somewhat restless in the hospital room, I decided to move to the living room to continue stretching. I placed one foot on the sofa and the other on a small stool, spreading them apart with the middle suspended in the air, silently counting down in my mind. Being a seed player means you can occasionally take it easy, but when it's time to work hard, you must do so. Suddenly, the ward door swung open. Thinking my parents had returned, I lifted my gaze, only to find my grandmother standing in the doorway. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly withdrew my foot. "Grandma, what brings you here?" Without a word, my grandmother shot me an angry glance before turning to leave. "Oh, Grandma," I called out, rushing after her into the hallway, glancing around, but the corridor was empty. My grandmother had vanished. Had I imagined it? Just as I was pondering this, I heard my grandmother calling my name, "Susu, Susu." Her voice echoed as if coming from outside the window. Following the sound, I reached the open window in the hallway, leaning out to see my grandmother waving at me from the flower bed below. "Grandma!" I shouted, leaning forward with one arm outstretched to wave back. "Wait for me, I'll be right there." Suddenly, my hospital gown was yanked from behind, and in an instant, I found myself airborne. My surroundings spun, and before I could grasp what had transpired, I was flung like a rabbit to the entrance of the ward. The floor was slick, and the suddenness of the event left me without enough time to execute a protective roll. I stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! I winced in pain, bewildered, looking up to see who had thrown me. What kind of strength was that? Were they simply bored? But my gaze met only the broad back of a tall figure, one hand still clutching a phone while the other seemed indifferent to my predicament. He casually strolled past me, tossing me aside as if I were nothing. Without even a glance back, he continued his conversation, his tone low and impatient. "If you want to die, find another place. Don't be an eyesore here." I gazed after him, pained and perplexed, as he walked further away, still engaged in his phone call. Who was this insufferable person? I certainly did not wish to die. Chapter 9. We must hurry and leave. "Are you all right, little sister?" It was only then that I noticed a man beside me, in his 20s, wearing rimless glasses and a suit, quite refined in appearance. He bent down to help me up, gently speaking, "My boss means that if you are utterly disillusioned with life, grit your teeth and endure today, then tomorrow, and the day after. Persist day by day, and you will gradually feel better." What does that mean? I stood up in a daze, realizing that the boss he mentioned was the one who had pushed me. Other than that, I understood nothing. "Uncle, I don't want to die." "You must be suffering from depression," he sighed. "Students today face immense pressure. Your parents must have high expectations of you, and deep down, you don't want others to look at you differently. Thus, you may pretend to be normal until you can no longer bear it. There is no need for that. If you feel unwell, talk to a doctor. Don't reject medication, little sister. Your life's journey is still long. You must persevere. Please don't lose hope." What is he talking about? My bottom hurt, and as I listened to his waves of consolation, it wasn't until he inquired about my parents that I snapped back to reality. "Right? Where is Grandma?" Lost in thought, I limped to the window and peered out. Below, people were bustling about, but there was no sign of Grandma, at this height. Even if she shouted for me from downstairs, her voice wouldn't reach me clearly. "Little sister," the refined man tugged at my clothing again. "This isn't good. No matter how grave the situation may seem, jumping off a building is not a solution." "Uncle, I'm distressed," I replied, and as he pulled me, my bottom ached even more. For some reason, my head began to spin, and my limbs felt weak. I truly did not want to die. I simply thought I saw Grandma downstairs and called for her. I had no intention of jumping. "But you had your legs up on the ledge." The refined man pointed to the windowsill. "The moment I accompanied my boss out, I saw you climbing up. You ignored my calls and leaned your head down. If it weren't for my boss's quick reflexes, you and I would have been separated by life and death." "Climbing up? Impossible," I distinctly reached out to Grandma. Could it be that I was hallucinating again? I had been frightened before, so I had some experience. I resisted arguing with him, considering his intentions were good. Had it not been for him and that person who had pushed me, I might have indeed taken that fateful leap into the abyss. Uncle, thank you. My body began to feel unwell again, and I took a deep breath before bowing to the refined man. My life has yet to truly begin. There is no reason for despair. I am here in this hospital room to live well. What happened earlier was an accident. Perhaps I simply mistook what I saw. I will return to my room now. My parents will be back shortly. Thank you. I cannot articulate the specifics right now. Saying too much would only reinforce his belief that I have issues. The refined man seemed somewhat reassured and escorted me back to my hospital room, introducing himself as Zhou Ziheng. He had been accompanying his boss in the adjacent A901 room, but due to company matters, they would be flying out of town in the morning. If I had any worries, he offered his phone number so I could call him anytime. He was willing to help me. He still thinks I have some sort of issue, but he is quite warm-hearted. I declined his number, thanked him, and glanced at a 901 next door. Quite nice. Have I indirectly saved my own life? Little sister? Just as I closed the door, Zhou Ziheng knocked 3 times and poked his head in. There is something I think I should remind you about. What is it? I looked at him. Uncle, I swear, I truly don't want to die, nor would I ever jump. That's not it. His face turned awkward. I feel that although I am a few years older than you, compared to you, I am hardly in the uncle's generation. It's a bit inappropriate for you to call me uncle, don't you think? Oh, I understood now. Thank you, Zhou Ziheng. Zhou Ziheng paused for a moment, then smiled. All right, you must keep striving. Goodbye. I felt disoriented as he closed the door behind him. What is his problem? At home, I refer to elders who are the same age as my parents as uncles and aunts, and those in their 40s as my older siblings. Furthermore, I have several nephews in their 30s and nieces in their 20s. There's nothing I can do. It's just the way the family hierarchy is. Later, my father established a rule that when outside, I should not adhere to familial titles. I must address any adult male as uncle to avoid appearing impolite. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ziheng seemed displeased with that. Since we are of the same generation, I would rather call him by his name for a sense of familiarity. After a moment of wandering thoughts, I returned to my inner chamber and retrieved the phone my father had left behind. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I dialed our home number to confirm whether Grandma was indeed at home, or if I had truly misjudged. While waiting for an answer, my legs began to tingle, and my arms felt weak and sore. Hello, who is this? Grandma. Upon hearing her voice, my heart leapt. Are you at home? Yes, I'm here, watching a TV drama with Xiaoling, Grandma replied with a laugh. Shushu, you didn't mention when exactly you would be back. You haven't lost any weight during your hospital stay, have you? Tell Grandma what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it in advance. I heard my sister-in-law's voice on the other end. Shushu, hurry back home once you're well. We all miss you. I responded a few times before hanging up. Grandma was home, which confirmed that I had indeed misjudged the situation. So, Aunt San truly hadn't sent the dark-faced ghost away? After a while, my parents returned with beaming smiles, calling for me as they entered. You can be discharged tomorrow. Upon entering the room, they paused when they saw me. Shushu, why does your complexion look so pale? I didn't want to dampen their spirits, but I felt anxious, so I recounted what had just happened. Mom and Dad, the dark-faced ghost might still be around. We should ask Aunt San to come take a look. If someone hadn't pulled me back, I might have really fallen. They became tense upon hearing this. Shushu, Aunt San won't be able to come today. She said she was going to a temple in another city for some meeting and would stay at a friend's house tonight, returning tomorrow. What should we do? Mom, she touched my forehead. You don't have a fever. Shushu, how about we wait to be discharged until Aunt San returns? My father agreed, stating that from now on, one of them would always stay with me in the hospital, ensuring I could hold on until Aunt San arrived. I nodded, knowing there was no other option. After dinner, I resumed reciting the Heart Sutra. I couldn't tell if it was from being frightened again, but the pleasant aroma in the room had become faint. Although I wasn't feverish, my body felt weak, and I sought solace in the scriptures Aunt San had given me. Just as I was reciting, my mother suddenly stood up from the sofa and hurried towards me. "Shoo, we must leave quickly." "Where to?" I asked, but she didn't answer, pulling me out of the hospital room. Her grip was strong, and her hands were cold, causing my wrists to ache as I stumbled along behind her. In my panic, I called for my father, suddenly remembering that he had gone out for a smoke. The corridor had darkened, and I couldn't see where I was going, only following my mother's lead through the twists and turns. She urged me to get into the car, pushing me from behind. Everything was dark before my eyes. I couldn't see the vehicle and only felt soft objects brushing against me. "Shoo, hurry and get in." My mother's tone became eerie and sharp, sending chills down my spine. I struggled against her. "Where are we going?" "Mom, I want to go back." In the midst of my breakdown, a cold voice rang out behind me, followed by a strong tug at my waist. I was lifted into the air again, spinning, and when I landed, a sharp pain shot through my backside. The real sensation of pain brought me a sliver of comfort. I gasped, raising my eyes to see a tall man standing before me, backlit, his features obscured, but his voice was deep and powerful. "What's the matter? Jumping off buildings is uninteresting. Are you trying to play a different game?" Trembling, it took me a few seconds to realize I had landed in the hospital stairwell, crumpled against the wall of the safety door. A slight tilt of my head revealed a rope hanging, swaying gently from the handrail of the staircase behind the man. Chapter 10. Those who seek death. It is entirely normal for someone contemplating death to have a troubled gaze. One end of the rope was tied to the handrail, while the other end formed a loop just big enough to fit a head through. The material appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the scarf my mother often wore. How could this be? Zhou Ziheng was correct in stating that adolescents suffering from depression often exhibit more intense and uncontrollable behaviors. The man confronted me with harsh words, taking advantage of my return to retrieve something. From a distance, he noticed my unusual expression as I clutched the scarf and hurried towards him. Indeed, as it turned out, I was quite skilled at tying knots. "Confess, who taught you this? Where are your parents? The fact that they brought you to the hospital indicates that your family still hopes for your survival." "I at you." I recognized his voice. He was the man who had called me earlier that day. I looked up at him and replied, "Uncle, I did not intend to die." "Yes, the knot was tied by a ghost, and your head is being pushed in by another." His tone dripped with disdain. "Fine, if you don't want to die, return to your ward. Next time, don't let me catch you again. I have no desire to encounter your misfortune. Now, leave." I felt a sense of injustice. Throughout my brief 12 years, I had not wronged anyone. How could I have found myself in such a predicament? Moreover, I was certain that the person who had pulled me earlier was not my mother. He had claimed I was the one who came over with the scarf. This meant that the dark figure had been lurking in the shadows, intent on bringing me harm. "Thank you, uncle." Though my heart ached, there was no need to engage in a dispute with a stranger. His reprimands were likely well-intentioned. After expressing my gratitude, I attempted to rise, only to be met with a sharp pain in my backside and a tingling numbness in my legs. After several futile attempts to stand, I looked up at his silhouetted face and said, "Uncle, could you please help me up?" "I can't get up." He sighed, his breath chilling the air, and without a word, extended his hand. It was a beautiful hand, with defined knuckles and long fingers. My father once said that one could assess a man's privileged lifestyle by observing his hands. This man appeared to live quite well. Indeed, Zhou Ziheng had mentioned he was a boss, and a boss's life must be quite comfortable. Thoughts raced through my mind as I grasped his hand. Strangely, as our palms met, a warm sensation coursed through my fingertips and into my body, providing a sense of comfort. My limbs made faint clicking sounds, as if awakening from slumber. "Let's go back." As soon as I rose, he released my hand with a hint of disdain. Zhou Ziheng mentioned he had spoken to you at length. If you cannot heed his words, then stay far away and quietly fade away, lest you contaminate the surrounding environment. I remained silent, and as he let go, my heart felt hollow. My body grew heavy, and I leaned against the doorframe, unable to move even a step. Aren't you leaving? Seeing my immobility, he seemed to lose patience. He took out his phone and turned slightly. Doesn't Zhou Ziheng know which ward you're in? I'll have him notify your parents. I raised my eyes, finally able to see him clearly from this angle. My first impression was of his height. He wore an open suit jacket over a shirt and vest, with broad shoulders and a sharply defined profile. His eyebrows were strong, and his nose was prominent. I silently thought he must be quite handsome. However, when he turned back after finishing his call, I was taken aback. He did not possess the kind of attractiveness I had anticipated. His eyes were too sharp, almost harsh, and he exuded an air of arrogance and defiance. He resembled a soaring eagle, a pine enduring the snow on a mountain, a fierce wolf on the grasslands, a cold-blooded villain from a crime film, and the ferocious Tibetan mastiff raised by my neighbor. These images filled my mind, none of which conveyed warmth or tranquility. What are you staring at? His icy gaze swept over my face. Are you already infatuated at such a young age? Look at me again, and I might just crush you. I leaned against the door behind me and replied honestly, Uncle, you are somewhat unattractive. In my perception, anyone with an overwhelmingly strong aura that hinted at danger had their features diminished in my eyes. In other words, I tend to judge people based on instinct. I favor warmth, cuteness, sunshine, refinement, elegance, and gentleness. I appreciate beauty, charm, and handsomeness. Cold, hard, and imposing traits create a sense of oppression within me, leading my subconscious to classify such qualities as unattractive. He seemed to find humor in my statement, letting out a light chuckle as he leaned closer, perhaps intending to impart some wisdom, before distancing himself again. Forget it, I won't stoop to the level of a patient. It's quite normal for those who seek death to have a troubled gaze. However, you possess a delightful scent. He paused, seemingly taken aback, and tilted his head slightly to sniff his shoulder, frowning as he asked, What scent? The scent of sunlight in the forest, I replied. When he had leaned in earlier, the aroma had enveloped me. It was the same fragrance I had encountered upon entering a 902, comforting and invigorating, like oxygen, warming me. Uncle, could you come over here? I cannot. He regarded me warily, remaining still. Zhou Ziheng is downstairs. He will find your parents in no more than 3 minutes and bring them here. I looked at him and said, Then you stay right there. I detested this feeling of being weak and mentally foggy. If you don't come over, I'll come to you. With great difficulty, I took a step towards him, but just before I would have fallen, my head abruptly collided with his chest, more precisely, his stomach. Just that brief contact rooted my feet in place. The warmth surged through the top of my head, accompanied by that pleasant scent, allowing me to gradually regain my senses. Hey! He was startled by my sudden action. After all, no one enjoys being unexpectedly headbutt. Thank goodness for his sturdy physique. Otherwise, I might have knocked out his dinner from the previous night. Chapter 11. Do you remember me? He was particularly resistant, displaying immense impatience, as he pushed against my shoulder but then hesitated, inquiring, Is the birthmark on the nape of your neck congenital? Yes. I nudged my head against his abdomen, my long hair falling messily around me, resembling a charging device. I was reluctant to engage in conversation. Whose birthmark develops later in life. It merely happens that I possess a few more than usual, with marks on my nape and arms. The arm mark has long since faded. My mother seldom mentions it, and I have no recollection at all. The birthmark on my nape is petal-shaped, about the size of a fingernail, and a pale pink hue.it is difficult to notice unless one is quite close. What is your name? In my role as a human charger, I naturally complied without protest, Liang Shushu. How old are you? 12. Where is your hometown? Linhai City. He commenced an inquiry akin to a household registration investigation. Have you been to Beijing before? I have. My answers were forthcoming. I had relatives residing here, so how could I not visit? Liang Xiu. His breath hitched, and his tone suddenly softened. We have met before. Do you remember me? I do. Really? His voice carried a hint of surprise. Tell me about it. During the day, I replied. Did you think I was about to leap from a building? You pulled me down with one swift motion. My rear still aches. He fell silent. Xiu. The door to the stairwell was pulled open by someone, followed by the anxious voices of my parents. Before I could react, my father enveloped me in his embrace, exclaiming, "What were you doing with your head against someone?" The position indeed warranted confusion. I hadn't been leaning on him. My body was at quite a distance from his. I merely rested my head against him. You're being obstinate. Anyone witnessing the scene would find it peculiar. I wanted that position provide some support. Utilizing support in such a manner is inappropriate. You might cause discomfort to the other party, my father chided. He recounted how, after finishing his cigarette, he returned to the ward only to find me missing and my mother, still dozing on the sofa, startled awake when she discovered my absence. In a state of panic, they rushed out to search for me and encountered Zhou Ziheng at the elevator, who noticed their alarmed expressions and inquired if they were family members of the patient in room N902, which ultimately led them to the stairwell. Xiu, this is my scarf. My mother gasped, pointing at the rope loop on the stair railing. Who tied that? The situation unfolded as the man who saved me began to explain my suicidal episode. Upon hearing his account, my parents widened their eyes. Xiu, what is going on? Black-faced ghost. I muttered 3 words, and my parents instantly comprehended. What black-faced ghost? Zhou Ziheng, perplexed, questioned, Sir, madam, could it be that this young girl is hallucinating due to her illness? Indeed, merely a hallucination. My parents' faces were etched with embarrassment. They insisted our child would never contemplate suicide. She has been experiencing persistent fevers, and when unwell, she tends to see things. Tonight's incident was purely accidental. We are truly grateful to you. I found it perplexing why my parents refrained from clarifying the situation. Upon reflection, it made sense, for seeing a ghost was hardly credible, especially given Zhou Ziheng and his superior's demeanor, which clearly indicated disbelief. The more they spoke, the more they would conclude that I was severely depressed and would urge my parents to seek medical intervention. Turning to the man who had saved me, my father expressed his gratitude. Upon learning that he had rescued me twice, my father was overflowing with appreciation. In the midst of the conversation, he suddenly asked the man, "Young man, do you know Cheng Tianqing?" The man nodded slightly. "That would be my father." "Cheng Tianqing is your father?" My father exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, I thought you bore a resemblance." 2 years ago, I attended a business banquet in Beijing for the first time, commissioned by our Linhai Catering Association to observe and learn. I caught a distant glimpse of your father during that event. He was with you then, and you were quite slender, wearing glasses, refined and handsome. I heard you were still studying. I never imagined that in just 2 years, you would undergo such a remarkable transformation. Unexpectedly, we were old acquaintances. The man offered a slight smile, his demeanor becoming more approachable. "Uncle Yang, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Indeed, it is a pleasure." Is Director Cheng hospitalized this time? My father continued reminiscing while my mother murmured, "We should return to the ward." Xiu still lacks energy. "Ah, right." My father swallowed his unfinished thoughts, exchanged business cards with him, and supported me as we prepared to return to the ward. "Thank you immensely, young Cheng. Until we meet again." Until we meet again. The man remained where he stood, and as I reached the doorway, he suddenly called out to me, "Liang Xiu." I wondered if I was imagining things. His tone was exceedingly gentle and familiar. I turned to look at him. "Is there something you need, uncle? Thank you for earlier." I charged a bit. I feel slightly more energized now. I'm not much older than you. He smiled slightly. I am only 20. Ah, a mere 20 years old and yet looking so mature. His suit was a formal, tailored business style, resembling what my second brother had once ordered to elevate the demeanor of a hotel manager. It was costly, to say the least, and particularly made him appear sophisticated. Moreover, he was quite tall and well-built. In our sports academy, we had seniors preparing for university entrance exams around 18 or 19 years old, yet none exhibited his striking physique. Furthermore, my seniors exuded youthful vibrancy, while he lacked any hint of youthful exuberance. He appeared far older than his years, and I could easily believe he was 30. Shushu, you should address him as brother, my father insisted. What kind of upbringing is this? You ought to thank your brother. He even blamed me. Who taught you to call someone uncle when you leave home? Zhou Ziheng pressed his lips together, seemingly stifling a laugh. Thank you. I looked at him, intending to express my gratitude with, thank you, brother. But he interjected, Chung Chun. You may simply call me Chung Chun. Chung is in success, and Chin, you know which character that is, right? Oh, thank you, Chung Chun. I lacked the energy to navigate through the complexities. I would go along with whatever he said. After all, I was younger, and they were all teaching me. I understood the nuances, the stretching of the leg, and so forth. Which leg? My father corrected me, the Chun with the king radical, quite similar to the deep in abyss. Stretching for justice? I responded with a slight acknowledgement, I know, the stretching of the leg. Oh dear, that's not it. The pronunciation is all wrong. My father continued gesturing, while Zhou Ziheng burst into laughter beside us, his expression clearly indicating, I shouldn't be laughing in this situation, but I simply can't help myself. Little sister, how did you end up entangled with your leg? What is wrong with me? I was utterly confused. Having just experienced a shock, I was now forced to grapple with the nuances of address. Calling him uncle was incorrect, yet using his name required me to ponder the characters. It was all rather vexing. Never mind. Chung Chun raised his hand slightly, emphasizing to me, you must live, Liang Shushu. You cannot contemplate death. Oh God, just grant me some relief. Zhou Ziheng quickly raised his fist toward me. Little sister, you must persevere. I felt my lips twitch, wondering if perhaps I should further explore just which stretch we were referring to. Chapter 12. He seems able to assist me, Liang Dayo. It's no wonder that Sanjia constantly berates you. Look at the situation we're in, and you're still rambling on. Upon returning to the hospital room, my mother first took my temperature, and then turned around, exasperated, to yell at my father. Su almost lost her life, and you are still preoccupied with the abyss and cliffs. Do you even know who he is? My father replied curtly, Cheng Tianqing is the CEO of Qinghai Industrial Group. He has extensive business dealings in minerals, building materials, infrastructure, real estate, and hotels. He is a legitimate member of high society. My third sister used to work in their subsidiary building materials company as an accountant. Oh dear, I'm losing my mind. When Sanjia mentioned that the CEO's wife frequently attempted suicide, it must have been Cheng Tianqing's mistress. Xiuyu, if our family could forge a connection with this young CEO, it would be a matter of moments before we could ascend to prominence in the capital. What are you thinking about at a time like this? My mother exclaimed in fury that Su is in grave danger, and instead of showing the diligence you had when you were obsessively researching recipes, you are out there groveling. Let me make it clear. That Chung Chun saved my daughter, and I am grateful to him. But aside from that, he has no ties to our family whatsoever. If you dare to pursue this fruitless endeavor, I will not hesitate to reprimand you. Xiuyu, why is your temper so uncontrollable? My father sighed, taking the thermometer from under my arm to check it. It's fine. No fever, I pondered. This is all fate. Given the Qing family's status, we would normally never have the opportunity to meet them. It just so happens that the young CEO saved Su and is in the adjacent room. What a splendid opportunity. It's not that I'm groveling. Your choice of words is rather unflattering. Engaging in a few conversations with the young CEO is merely for potential future business collaborations. After all, our family is a millionaire in Linhai City. Could you take a breather? My mother was seething, recalling that in her youth, she was merely a cook catering to rural weddings and funerals. Any wealth she amassed was thanks to Su. She has had a stroke of good luck, and now she considers herself a millionaire. What an inflated sense of self. If anything were to happen to Su, you might as well go grovel at the king of hell. He is of a higher status. Look at how you speak, increasingly off the mark. My father scoffed. Xiu, can we agree that I was in the wrong? I shouldn't have gone out for a smoke, but neither should you, falling asleep while accompanying a child. Aren't you the one who has been on edge at home? How is it that you can fall into a deep sleep while the situation is so dire? Did she not wake when you took her scarf? I was momentarily at a loss for words. I didn't blame my mother. I leaned weakly against the headboard, not having taken my mother's scarf, but rather having seen her approach to pull me along, saying to get in the car. Once in the vehicle, I would likely have met my end. After recounting the events, their expressions resembled those who had seen a ghost. My father quickly pulled out his phone and dialed my third aunt. Sanjia, hurry back. I'll reimburse your taxi fare. We'll wait for you no matter how late it gets. That thing hasn't left yet. It almost caused Su to hang herself. Let me speak. My mother, her voice trembling with tears, snatched the phone. Sanjia, it's terrifying. Please hurry. I was puzzled. The Taoist priest spoke of minor tribulations, yet this hardly seemed trivial. Wrap the doorknob with red cloth first. Good. I'll do it right away. Hurry back. It's eerie. I watched them busily preparing and took out the heart sutra left by my third aunt, holding it close for a modicum of comfort. The pleasant aroma in the room had dissipated. The warmth that once enveloped the walls, bringing me comfort, had turned cold. Strangely, I touched my head. That's right. It was the scent that lingered on Chengqian. What did Zhou Ziheng say? He and Chengqian had been in the adjacent room for the past few days, and today they left, so I had felt comforted by Chengqian's presence. Now that he was gone, did the atmosphere in the room change? Was everything connected to Chengqian? In a moment of clarity, I gripped the sutra tightly. The elderly lady in the next bed had mentioned that staying in A902 would ensure my safety for a few days. She hadn't specified that it would last indefinitely, nor had she indicated how many days it would last. This suggests that safety is uncertain. The old lady also did not know when Chengqian would depart. Understanding this made me somewhat exhilarated. There is hope, Dad. Is Chengqian still in the adjacent room? This person could provide me strength. The scent could give me strength, at the very least. My body would not feel weak or feverish. That young assistant Zhou said they would return to retrieve something before heading to the airport. They must have already left, and my father was tearing the red cloth strips according to my third aunt's instructions, but I had stored young CEO's phone number. Su, what do you need him for? How should I say it? To charge my phone. That seems inappropriate, Su. Let us wait until you're well before we thank him. My mother took the red cloth strip from my father and began wrapping it around the doorknob, turning to me and saying, Don't listen to your father's tales of their prowess. Even if they are capable, it's their business. We cannot allow them to think they have us indebted because of their actions. You focus on recovering. The adults will handle the rest. No need for you to worry. Mom, I believe he seems able to assist me. Chapter 13. I asked you to recite. Mother paused, her expression a mix of disbelief and concern. What can he possibly do to help you? Is he somehow knowledgeable like your third aunt? She continued, He is merely the heir to our family business. Your father interjected, emphasizing that he is not at all connected to the matter at hand. If it's for the sake of our family's future endeavors, then perhaps it makes sense for your father to seek him out. But for matters like these, you can't just ask for favors from someone with whom we have no personal relationship. Indeed, he is neither a doctor nor a mentor, and he is unrelated to our family. Why should we turn to him for assistance? Mother resumed tying the red cloth, and then remarked, Shu, what has your teacher taught you? One must not disdain the less fortunate in favor of the wealthy. Besides, our family is not destitute enough to warrant such concerns. They truly misunderstood my intentions. I felt outnumbered, struggling to articulate my thoughts effectively. Upon reflection, it was clear my encounter with Chang Qian had been purely serendipitous. He had saved me twice, albeit with an unfriendly demeanor. His eventual softening of attitude was likely due to pity for my father. I could not justify seeking him out merely for my own comfort. What right did I have? Furthermore, I was being tormented by the black-faced ghost, the root of my troubles. Once it was vanquished or sent away by my third aunt, my illness would surely dissipate, rendering Chang Qian unnecessary. I decided to let it go. Once Mother had secured the red cloth, she settled beside my sickbed. Tonight, none of us will leave this room. Your third aunt has assured us she will return by midnight, and then there will be nothing to fear. I nodded in acknowledgement, waiting for my father to enter and close the door to our quarters. He and Mother took their seats beside my bed, quietly keeping me company as time ticked away. This night felt extraordinarily protracted. Fortunately, the doctor had already made his rounds, alleviating my parents' worries about the red cloth being seen by others. As the hour grew late, my father supported his chin with one hand. Beginning to doze off, I nudged him gently, hoping he might rest on the adjacent bed for a while. Just as my fingers brushed his shoulder, he jolted upright. "Ah!" Mother exclaimed, startled by his sudden movement. "Liang Dao, what are you doing? Are you asleep?" Father remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the red cloth tied to the doorknob. "What are you doing?" Mother rushed forward, alarmed as she grasped his arm. "Your third sister hasn't returned yet. Don't move." Without a word, Father shrugged her off and strode purposefully towards the doorknob, intent on untying the red cloth. "Liang Dao." Mother steadied herself at the foot of my bed, her voice shaky as she stumbled after him. "Have you lost your mind?" A sense of foreboding washed over me as I struggled to rise from the bed. As I made my way to the living room, I was met with the unsettling sight of my father, his face illuminated with an eerie green glow, gripping Mother by the throat, his voice a rasping whisper that bore no resemblance to my father's usual tone. Upon closer inspection, I discerned the faint outline of a sinister black face lurking beneath his skin. The black-faced ghost. Mother gasped, her hands futilely attempting to pry his grip away as her eyes darted toward me, filled with terror. "Shoo, you must run." In a panic, I clutched the scripture, stumbling toward Father and instinctively delivering a weak right hook, but my arm lacked the strength to move him. Desperately, I swung the scripture at his head, shouting, "Let go of my mother! Release her!" To my astonishment, he loosened his grip after a few strikes. Coughing violently, Mother collapsed to the ground, while Father fell unconscious, his eyes rolling back. "Father!" I shook him gently. "Are you all right?" Turning to Mother, who was still coughing, I exclaimed, "Mother, I think the black-faced ghost has possessed my father." He. Mother crouched on the floor, her neck marked by red welts, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "Liang Shushu, your mother loves you most dearly." Her mocking expression sent chills down my spine, causing my legs to buckle beneath me as I sank to the ground. "Who are you?" "I am your mother." She seized my arm and began dragging me toward the exit. "Come, my dear daughter, we shall embark on our journey." A scream caught in my throat, choked by a cloud of dust that rendered me voiceless. The corridor was desolate, and she appeared unperturbed by the surveillance cameras as she forced me into the elevator. The black face remained partially visible beneath her skin, wearing a smug expression. Upon reaching the first floor, she dragged me into the hospital's rear garden. The autumn breeze chilled my skin, igniting a desperate urge to escape. Yet, no one was in sight, and my body felt ensnared, leaving me with no option but to comply. As she pulled me closer to the artificial lake in the garden, my instinct for survival surged within me. I wanted to cry out, but my voice failed me, and tears streamed down my cheeks as I silently chanted, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. It seemed she sensed my unspoken plea, for as she plunged me into the water, she hissed, silence. The cold water jolted me into clarity. I hastened my internal recitation. Help me. She grew frantic, pressing my head down forcefully, insisting, recite. I gulped water, my silent mantra intensifying until I finally uttered the incantation, gate gate, paragate. The oppressive weight in my throat lifted, and my limbs regained their freedom. Instinctively, I thrashed in the water, struggling to break free. As my face broke the surface, I screamed with all my might, Third ant, save me, gate gate, paragate. Help me, Liang Hung Yu, save me. Chapter 14. Alas, I have come to seek your company. Upon calling out, Mother, I suddenly felt the pressure on my head dissipate. Whether it was a figment of my imagination or not, a streak of golden light unexpectedly traversed the deep night sky, descending directly upon Mother's head. Simultaneously, the sound of my aunt's chanting echoed in my ears, as if it emanated from the distant horizon, rhythmic and intricate, yet imbued with an indescribable warmth and vastness. The scripture entwined with the golden light, forming a rope that ensnared Mother's neck. With a chilling cry, Mother stumbled ashore, frantically clawing at her throat, her once familiar face contorting into an increasingly grotesque and sinister visage. Shivering with fear, I stood up from the water, repeatedly pleading, Save me, Liang Hung Yu, save me. The water was not deep, merely reaching my waist, and since she had not dragged me far, I reached out, grasping the bank. Watching Mother struggle against the golden rope tightening around her neck, my heart raced with anxiety and dread. I fervently wished for my aunt to subdue that entity, yet I feared that the enraged dark figure might harm Mother. Moments later, Mother abruptly ceased her struggle. Looking at my drenched face, she offered a strange smile, from which a thick, black mist began to rise around her. The mist carried an indescribable odor, reminiscent of the dust stirred up while cleaning an old house, moldy and suffocating. Liang Shushu, the one you summoned is still far from adequate. Mother glanced at me with a mischievous look, and as the black mist surged, she violently tore away the golden rope from her neck, her head jerking to one side as if she were forcefully extracting something. She began to chew with great intensity. In an instant, the golden rope was devoured by the black mist, and the sound of my aunt's chanting vanished, replaced by an agonizing scream from her. What have you done to my aunt? I shouted at the entity inhabiting Mother. If you have the ability, come out and face me. He, do you wish to know? Mother, still chewing, had blood trickling from the corner of her lips, relishing the moment. Good daughter, you shall know once you embark on your journey. I have come to seek your company. Before she could finish, she glanced in terror at the night sky, where the previously vanished golden light reappeared. This time, however, it was not a singular beam but a golden blanket, akin to a cassock, unfurling and shimmering with radiant light. The sound of chanting resumed, accompanied by the rhythmic beat of wooden fish, dong, dong, dong. That I lifted my face. This time, it was not my aunt's voice but that of an elderly man, solemn and unhurried, reciting scriptures as vast as the starry sky and the endless river. Under his recitation, the golden blanket coalesced into a colossal golden pestle, striking directly at Mother's crown. With a cry that seemed to fracture her very essence, Mother howled, her face contorting as the dark figure within her writhed. Blood spewed forth, and the black mist dissipated under the might of the golden pestle. Liang Shushu, no one can protect you. The dark-faced figure shrieked before transforming into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air. Mother promptly lost consciousness. Gone. I stood in shock, my intuition affirming that the dark figure had been vanquished. The golden light faded away. Perhaps it was merely a delusion, but as the golden light extinguished, I thought I heard a sigh resonate from the edge of the horizon. Only a fleeting moment. The surroundings were left with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Mother. Water dripped from me, pattering onto Mother's face. Wake up, please. Supporting her face, I felt clots of blood in her mouth. Extracting them, I found them to resemble flesh. This was so dark that I knelt beside Mother, my long, cold hair sticking to my back, an overwhelming dread consuming me. I understood that the dark figure had been struck down by the golden pestle, yet I was oblivious to what lay within Mother's mouth, what had happened to my aunt and my father. What was I to do? Someone, please, help my mother. Just as I reached the pinnacle of my fear, my father and 2 security guards rushed over. The guards flashed their flashlights in my direction, one of them shouting into a walkie-talkie, "Quick, someone has fallen into the artificial lake in the backyard." Shoo shoo. My father stumbled towards me, or rather, he collapsed before me, first cupping my face to ensure I was unharmed before glancing at Mother. "What has happened to your mother?" The dark figure possessed her, and I called for my aunt to help. I wept, raising my trembling arm and offering the bloodied fragments to my father. Mother chewed on this. I don't know what it is, but when she bit down, my aunt screamed, and someone else began chanting. What is this? My father took the fragments, illuminating them with the guard's flashlight. His complexion paled. This is a tongue. Shoo shoo. Did your mother bite off her own tongue? Her tongue? Upon hearing this, I cried even harder, feeling utterly helpless as I watched my father attempt to pry open Mother's jaw. It's all right, it's not your mother's tongue. She didn't bite it off, that s. Ring, ring, ring. My father's phone rang urgently, startling both guards. What on earth is happening at this hour? Hello, I'm quite busy. My father fumbled to answer the call. If it's important, wait, is this Liangdayo? A woman's voice on the other end was exceedingly clear. You are Liang Hongyu's brother, correct? I was accompanying Liang Hongyu in a taxi back to Beijing when she suddenly sensed something and said she needed to help your daughter chant. Before she could finish, her tongue vanished. No one knows where it went. She is still spitting blood. Are you at the hospital? We'll be there shortly, so hurry and prepare the doctors. Hongyu needs urgent care. Her tongue is gone. My father stared blankly at the bloodstains on Mother's lips. My sister, her tongue is gone. No, it's gone, the woman replied, her voice trembling with sorrow. It seems like it was bitten off by someone. It hurt her so much she almost passed out. When I saw that Hongyu couldn't hold on, I called the master at the temple, and he said he would help. Is everything all right on your end? What on earth has your daughter gotten into? Hongyu's tongue doesn't seem to have been bitten off by herself. Could it be that some evil spirit is at play? Is there any way to retrieve it? Hello? Hello? My father fell silent, the phone slipping from his grasp. He stared blankly, desperately attempting to piece together the bloody fragments. This is my sister's tongue, my sister's tongue. How could this happen? Didn't they say it was just a minor calamity? Shoo shoo, shoo shoo. Chapter 15. It was I who brought harm upon you at the moment when my father attempted to stitch together my aunt's severed tongue. The overwhelming visual shock shattered my psyche completely. Upon awakening, 3 days had already elapsed while parents were absent, and by my bedside was my elder sister, Liang Winli. Seeing me regain consciousness, she wiped her tears and recounted the events that had transpired. My aunt had lost half of her tongue. Fortunately, timely medical intervention had spared her from grave physical harm, but her tongue had been crushed beyond repair. Su. This situation is utterly surreal. The security guards witnessed it all, and the hospital has filed a report. As soon as our mother regained consciousness, she began providing a statement, mentioning the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. They inquired about my aunt's circumstances and whether our mother was aware of the details. Our mother, overwhelmed, suffered a shock. My sister sniffled. Our mother, who had just awakened 2 days prior, fainted and had to be resuscitated, leaving half of her body numb and unable to stand. Fearing that she would be further traumatized in the hospital, our father arranged for her transfer to a hospital in Linhai, where Ji and Xiaoling would care for her. Noticing my distress, my sister gently patted my shoulder. Su, let me explain. Fortunately, that night, Our aunt was returning home in the company of a friend who practices Buddhism. This friend understood the gravity of the situation and immediately contacted a master at the temple, a highly skilled monk, who assisted in chanting prayers for you, our mother, and our aunt, thus safeguarding your lives. I suppressed my emotions, recalling the two beams of golden light from that night, and could vaguely piece together the events. My aunt's friend mentioned that the misfortune befell her due to her not being a true disciple of Buddhism. Her spiritual power was insufficient. When faced with ordinary malevolent forces, she could fend them off, but this time, she had provoked something far more formidable and was duly punished. Wiping her tears, my sister continued, "Yesterday, our father brought that monk from the temple. He asked him to check if you were possessed by any evil spirits, and the monk confirmed there were many. Many? I could hardly believe it. Why?" His words were shrouded in ambiguity, and I struggled to comprehend why Sister sniffled again, but the monk concluded that he could not assist us. What? I struggled to sit up, glancing down to see a golden talisman hanging from my neck. This was the amulet the monk had left for me. My sister explained. He said he would assist in chanting prayers, motivated by our aunt's plight. As a monk, he embodies compassion and cannot turn a blind eye. However, he is not adept at exorcism, and your karmic debts are too severe for him to address. All he could do was leave this amulet to protect you from malevolent forces and ensure your safety. Karmic debts too severe? My thoughts were in disarray. Sister, if I wear this amulet for life, will I be safe? Our father had inquired, but my sister shook her head. The monk implied that your current state is one where you are coveted by hellish spirits. The resentful souls unable to move on in the mortal realm yearn to ensnare your soul, allowing them to seize a substitute to endure earthly suffering on their behalf, thus facilitating their own reincarnation. What right do they have? How have I offended them? Why must they take me as a substitute? The monk had not elucidated this matter. Whenever our father pressed for specifics, he merely shook his head, appearing at a loss for words. Our father asked if an accident had frightened me, or if the fever had caused this predicament, or whether the fever was a result of the haunting, but the monk merely repeated, "It cannot be spoken of." I was on the verge of desperation as I listened. My sister, resigned, added, "However, one point was clear from the monk. The malevolent spirits harbor intense ill will. His amulet can protect you for only 3 months. Should we fail to find a powerful exorcist within that time, your body will be gradually weakened by the multitude of evil spirits, leading you from a state of malaise to a genuine illness, with no remedy available. The only outcome will be death." Upon her utterance of that last word, I inexplicably laughed, and soon tears streamed down my face. "Susu, do not be afraid," my sister quickly offered, retrieving tissues to dab my tears. "Father has already begun seeking a master. He will surely find someone capable." I nodded, then shook my head, pushing her hand away. "I am not afraid. I simply feel stifled. I may have been mischievous at times, occasionally neglecting my homework or slacking off during training, indulging in pranks. But I have never bullied my classmates. I treat every friend sincerely, greeting those I encounter and expressing gratitude when helped. That I believe I am a good child. Why must this happen to me? Why force our mother to witness our aunt's tongue being crushed? Why must I die? What does cannot be spoken of mean? Is it ignorance, or would speaking invoke some taboo?" That night, a faint sigh echoed in the sky. Had the monk sighed? I recalled how, before my grandfather's passing, the doctors had similarly sighed in front of my father. Did the monk feel powerless, lamenting for me? My heart felt as though it were being clawed at by a cat and bitten by a dog. The anguish was unbearable. Su, those entities seek to confuse and terrify you, creating a fade of your self-destruction, my sister said, terror etched upon her face. Thus, when our mother was possessed by that being, she dragged you toward the lake. Is our mother all right? I looked at my sister, fearing that she would be taken. No, my sister waved her hand. They reviewed the surveillance footage. Throughout the entire descent, our mother was laughing, while you appeared intoxicated. At the artificial lake in the hospital, there was a blind spot in the cameras, so they did not capture it. However, our aunt's tongue was lost in the car, while our mother was bitten at the lakeside. They too were baffled as to how our aunt's tongue was severed. After all, we're family. The two individuals who came were rather elderly. They did not speak, yet they understood the situation and offered our father some words of comfort before departing. What about grandmother? Is she aware of all this? Who would dare tell her? She already suffers from heart disease and cannot endure such shocks. My sister sighed. Father deceived grandmother, claiming that the National Artistic Gymnastics team had taken an interest in you. He told her he had arranged for you to train with a foreign coach, and that if you passed the assessments, you would be sent to Russia to specialize in artistic gymnastics. Mother's hospitalization was due to her excitement about your potential trip abroad, which elevated her blood pressure. I furrowed my brows. Can grandmother believe that? Did your coach from the sports academy not come to our home previously to mention how formidable Russia's artistic gymnastics is? If there were an opportunity to send you early for development, Father hastily recalled this and used it as a pretext. Otherwise, if he said you were in Beijing or some other city, grandmother would have surely come looking for you. My sister gathered my hair into a bun. Do not worry. Father has already informed the family. Once we resolve this matter, he will return to grandmother, telling her you did not pass the assessments. He is merely buying time. For now, do not communicate with grandmother. Just act as if you were participating in training. If you slip up, grandmother will undoubtedly become anxious. I lowered my gaze, speechless. It is no wonder that the old woman mentioned seeking a master with extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could we contend with the malevolent spirits or other sinister entities? Although the monk did not clarify how I had offended them, nor did he wish to elaborate, I still felt gratitude toward him. Otherwise, my mother, aunt, and I would likely have perished here. It is my fault. If I had simply refrained from seeking my aunt's assistance from the outset, her tongue would not have been lost, and our mother would not have been frightened into high blood pressure. But what good does it do to ponder these matters now? I loathe myself for being powerless, merely a pawn in this unfolding tragedy, bringing immense trouble to my family. Sister, I am sorry. Susu, why are you apologizing? My sister fashioned my hair into a bun, then embraced me. Father has said, what are these malevolent entities to be feared? The living should not fear the dead. He will certainly find a master to vanquish all the evil. Oh dear, my precious girl has finally awakened. Father entered, inquiring whether a doctor had been summoned to check on me, asking if I felt any discomfort. I shook my head, and before I could speak, the tears began to flow again. Father, a quintessential northern man, stood at 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and sturdy. Though he had aged, his posture remained erect, and despite his bulk, he had only spent a few days in the hospital, yet he appeared to have aged 10 years. His hair had turned gray, resembling that of an elderly man. Looking at me, he seemed to want to put on a facade of ease, but a bitter taste lingered in the air. Susu, why are you crying? You've just awakened and are still crying. Are you hungry? I'll go get you some meat porridge. I'm not hungry. I pouted, wrapping my arms around him. Father, it was I who brought harm upon you all. Nonsense. Father gently patted my back. Susu, you have harmed no one. It is the malevolent entities that are bullying you. Do not worry. If you are well, we will be discharged this afternoon. I do not believe the living cannot contend with the dead. Father, before we are discharged, I wish to see my aunt. Chapter 16. The money is worth it. In the afternoon, my father completed the discharge procedures. I had few belongings. Simply changing into my clothes and pulling a suitcase was sufficient. To be honest, the monk's talisman was not as effective as Chung Chin's charging. My legs still felt light and unsteady. Fortunately, I had no fever and appeared to be recovering, so I refrained from bringing up the matter of contacting Cheng Chun, as we were not well acquainted. It was best to handle my own affairs without troubling others. Upon exiting the ward, I noticed a group chatting outside room A901. Glancing around, I did not spot Ching Chun or Zhou Ziheng among them. A new patient had been admitted. My father followed my gaze and remarked that the patient in A901 had passed away last night. Cheng Dong's wife had departed from this world. What? I was taken aback. Cheng Chin's mother was gone? I should call my brother. My father reminded me that she was not his biological mother, but rather a concubine mentioned by my third aunt, the stepmother of young Cheng. She had been in poor health and suffered from severe depression. However, young Cheng had a good relationship with her. As the nurses mentioned, he often came to care for and visit her. Unfortunately, when Mrs. Cheng passed, young Cheng was not by her side. Given that we had our own matters to attend to, I did not call him. Cheng Dong had also not shown his face, seemingly unwell himself. It truly resonated with the saying that every family has its own difficulties. I remained silent, and as we turned down the corridor, I cast a lingering glance back at a 901. Arriving at my third aunt's ward, I stood at the door, and my father's eyes turned red. He took a moment to compose himself before knocking and entering. I in the single room. A nurse was attending to her. My third aunt appeared to be asleep, her mouth slightly ajar, covered by a piece of gauze. During our previous visit, my eldest sister had mentioned that my third aunt was primarily undergoing treatment for infection. Once healed, she would be able to speak, though her enunciation would not be clear. Third aunt, I softly called, recalling the golden light and the soothing Buddhist chants that had enveloped me. She had come to protect me instantly. My eyes welled with tears, and I felt the urge to cry. Third aunt, I'm here. I'm so sorry for not reciting scriptures or calling your name. Suddenly, my third aunt's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes to meet mine, attempting to say something while the gauze shifted with her breath. I hurriedly grasped her hand. She subtly shook her head, her gaze indicating that she bore me no ill will. Unable to restrain my tears, I reflected on the times I had endured injuries during training without shedding a tear. But now, as my third aunt whispered my name through the gauze, her expression tinged with urgency, I fought to suppress my emotions. No, I want to cry. I know. I want to cry, third aunt. I want to fear ghosts anymore. I despise them, and I will destroy them. My third aunt suddenly smiled. Her eyes filled with love, as if gazing upon an innocent child. Her eyes shifted toward my father, and her brows furrowed slightly. My father, with tears streaming down his face, appeared even more distressed than I. Third aunt, she struggled to articulate through the gauze. I can't scold you anymore. Oh. My father stomped his foot, wiping away his tears with the fervor of a child. Liang Hong Yu, if you had any competence, you would have been able to continue arguing with me. I bet you can't do anything. You're nothing but an old fool now, finally able to be bullied by me. My third aunt regarded him, her eyes also glistening with tears, as she breathed softly through the gauze, producing a muffled laugh. After leaving the hospital, my father took me to the parking lot where our family Passat had been delivered by my eldest sister. She couldn't drive and had specifically hired someone to bring her to Beijing, saving my father the trouble of taking a taxi in my third aunt's ward. They had agreed that during this time, my father and I would stay at my third aunt's house. Conveniently, there were Buddhist statues there that could protect me at night, and with the monk's talisman, my safety would be assured. This way, my father could focus on finding a solution, and we could restore our lives to normalcy more quickly. Dad, you really don't need me to accompany you, I said. My eldest sister stood outside the car, filled with concern. Third aunt has someone to care for her. Otherwise, I could stay by Susu's side. She still looks quite weak. Enough of that, my father replied, starting the car and frowning at my sister. This is not a trivial matter. Your timid nature doesn't compare to your mother's. If you accompany her, you would probably scare her even more, and then we wouldn't be able to hide it from our hometown. My sister could only nod in agreement. She truly was timid. Even when visiting relatives in the countryside, she would need someone to accompany her to the restroom at night. Susu, if anything happens, call your sister. If Dad isn't around and you're scared being alone, hurry and find your sister, okay? I nodded a couple of times as my father reiterated a few instructions to my eldest sister, primarily about taking good care of my third aunt. After all, the hired nurse was still a stranger and might not be attentive enough. Your third aunt isn't speaking properly now. She has a bad temper and is easily provoked. You must keep a close eye on her, spend time with her, and ensure she recovers well. Regarding Chinbo, I will make a call to inform him. Once your third aunt is discharged, you should return home without affecting the couple's relationship. Dad, you can rest assured. Chinbo is very understanding. As soon as he heard Susu had a fever, he wanted me to come care for her. I'll take care of my third aunt, and he won't complain. He will coordinate with Uncle Ming at the restaurant. All right, you head back now. My father, burdened with worries, drove off. After some distance, he couldn't help but sigh, wishing that I would suffer instead of my sister. It was truly a misfortune. I lowered my eyes, feeling guilty that Susu. It's all that black-faced ghost's fault. I thought eliminating him would bring peace, but who knew there were others? My father glanced at me. Don't worry. I found a particularly skilled sorcerer. We'll meet tomorrow, and if all goes well, by tomorrow night, we can get rid of all these troubles. Our family will finally be able to take revenge. Really? My eyes brightened. Dad, is he really that exceptionally skilled? Absolutely. My father took a deep breath. I heard he comes from a prestigious family of exorcists, practicing this craft since his grandfather's generation. I contacted him through a friend, and the consultation fee, after a discount, is still $1,500. That's a small price to pay. $1,500 for a consultation fee. I was momentarily stunned. Will he need more money afterward? How much? Don't you worry about that, my father assured me. This money won't be wasted. He has the skills to charge that amount as long as he can handle the situation. Any price is worth it, right? I felt a bit gloomy. It did seem rather expensive. I had little concept of money, but among my peers, I was considered quite a spender, even nicknamed the Money King. I had pursued numerous hobbies, mastering many skills, leading my elders to view me as a financial burden. However, since my family was well off, my parents shielded me from criticism. Yet, knowing that the consultation fee was $1,500, I found it exorbitant. A particularly good tablet these days only cost about $1,000 or $2,000, which I wanted to buy, but my parents had always refused, fearing it would distract me from my studies. Spending such a large sum just to meet someone felt unwise to me. DSK, why father shot me a sideways glance. Are we a family that lacks money? My dear daughter, what have I taught you? I regard money as worthless. The next phrase I hesitated to utter, feeling somewhat dispirited, but seeing my father's expression, I finally muttered, money is but a fleeting cloud to me. Exactly, my father laughed, looking at the windshield. As long as you are well, our family will be well. Money? We can earn more. But you must remember, once this ordeal passes, you must always be filial to your third aunt. No matter where life takes you or how successful you become, you must not forget her. Even if you forget me and your mother, your sister, and your brother, you must visit your third aunt during festivals and support her in her old age. Do you understand? I felt a salty taste in my mouth and nodded, turning my face toward the window, pretending to admire the scenery, and said nothing further. When we arrived at my third aunt's apartment complex, my father parked the car and led me upstairs. She lived on the 5th floor in a 2-bedroom apartment. The place was neat and filled with a pleasant scent of sandalwood. Previously, I would sit on the living room sofa, eating fruit, watching television, and playing. Now, however, I headed straight to the room where my third aunt kept the Buddhist statue on the altar. The statue of the Bodhisattva smiled kindly at me, stirring a sense of melancholy within. Following my third aunt's previous practice of lighting incense, I washed my hands, offered incense to the Bodhisattva, and knelt on the mat to bow 3 times. Buddha, please bless my third aunt with a swift recovery, and may my mother heal quickly. May this matter come to a close soon. My father set down his things and stood by the window in the living room, making a phone call. When I finished offering my prayers and emerged, I saw a smile on my father's face, though he occasionally bent down. Yes, I have also heard of Mr. Fong's remarkable abilities. Please convey to Mr. Fong that if he can rid my daughter of the malevolent spirits plaguing her, I will not hesitate to reward him with 50,000 after the matter is resolved. If Mr. Fong ever visits Linhai City, I will treat him to a feast. It's not about the money. Having Mr. Fong dine with us is our family's honor. Chapter 17. In the radius of 10 miles, 50,000? I grasped the crux. I still need to pay 50,000 after reading it? My father hung up the phone, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to me with a seemingly cheerful demeanor. My dear, I will take you to see him, but it's all arranged. Dad, he wants 50. Oh. My father anticipated my objection, raising his hand. You child, you mustn't think like that. Those who truly possess skills in this line of work are quite expensive. It's a rule. What rule? I asked, perplexed. Aunt San didn't charge the villagers when she helped them. Your Aunt San's actions were acts of kindness, and besides, the villagers are familiar with each other, being relatives and all. It's hardly appropriate to ask for money among family. As my father spoke, he added, moreover, she isn't a professional. Professionals have many taboos, things like the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings, which can be detrimental to individuals. It's reasonable for them to charge more if there's a risk to life. Well, if 50,000 can ensure everyone's safety and smooth sailing, then we consider it a loss worth incurring to avert disaster. The mere thought of any danger to life quelled my irritation. Dad, when I grow up and earn more money, I will repay you double for your kindness. All the money in our family is yours, he replied with a smile, before turning back to his phone. After dialing, he held it to his ear. Xiao Qiao, hey, when does your vacation end? Right, my daughter was frightened by a car accident the other day, and I was hoping you could check the surveillance footage to see what actually happened. Ah, you're returning to the traffic police station tomorrow? Good, please pay attention to it. I've already informed you of the date, right? Just take a good look at the footage from that intersection. I'll await your news. I took out the Heart Sutra from my suitcase and recited it silently. There wasn't much to observe. Dad, how long do we have to stay here? If it's going to be a while, I should have sent my textbooks. I've missed quite a bit of class. Initially, I had found some amusement in being sick. We will return to school then. There's no need for such effort. I nodded, fiddling with the sutra, my heart still racing. I hoped everything would proceed smoothly. I truly hoped so. That night, I slept fitfully. In my dreams, shadows pounded on the windows, calling my name loudly. Upon waking, I noticed dark circles under my eyes. Not wanting to worry my father, I refrained from mentioning it. In the afternoon, my father drove me to meet the exorcist. We wound through the city, and after more than 3 hours of travel through the countryside, we finally arrived at the agreed-upon time at the exorcist's home. The bumpy dirt road had me braced, not daring to complain. Upon reaching the gate, I could no longer hold back and threw up. My father had effectively traversed from the city to the county town and then deep into the rural heartland. Thankfully, the car was sturdy. The last stretch of dirt road was exceedingly rough. My father exited the vehicle and stretched his legs. Seeing me retch until bile came up, he quickly fished out a tissue for me. Are you all right, dear? I hunched my back, shook my hand, and accepted the tissue to wipe my mouth. I felt a bit better after emptying my stomach. Are you the Liang family, the client? A man in his 30s emerged from the yard, sporting a buzz cut and an old suit jacket, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth. Upon seeing my father nod, he took a couple of deep puffs and tossed the cigarette, but away with a laugh. Well, you're quite punctual. Come in. Master Fong is waiting for you. All right. My father supported my arm as we followed him into the yard. Noticing his casual demeanor, my father cautiously inquired, Young man, are you Master Fong's assistant, the one I spoke to on the phone? Yes, the man replied nonchalantly. Yesterday afternoon, it was I who spoke with you. My surname is Qin, Qin as in Qin Shi Huang. Just call me Xiao Qin. Master Fong is my uncle. I help him with the reception after finishing my farm work. We're all family. My father's expression turned inscrutable. Xiao Qin, do you still work on the farm? Isn't Master Fong always busy traveling? Sir, you clearly haven't seen much of the world. Those who travel around are often those without work, looking for jobs. Why, brother? No, Master Fong has plenty of clients coming to him. He hardly has time to go out, Xiaoqin explained, glancing at me. Is this your little daughter? Yes, my father confirmed. You should be aware of the situation. Yes, Xiaoqin grinned, studying me closely. A rather pretty young lady, but you appear quite worn out. It's evident that you're being tormented by some unclean spirits. Well, finding your way here means you are saved. Master Fong is exceptionally skilled in exorcising evil spirits. It's been passed down through generations, nearly foolproof. Ah, that's wonderful. My father's spirits lifted. Susu, did you hear that? There's hope. I managed a slight smile in response, but I lacked any real energy. As I surveyed my surroundings, it looked like a typical farmhouse, spacious and relatively clean, though lacking in livestock. After some small talk, we entered the house, which featured a large kitchen divided into 2 rooms. Xiaoqin led us to the eastern room, announcing, "Master, the clients have arrived." I raised my eyes to see a man sitting cross-legged on a kong, slightly older than Xiaoqin, around 40 years of age. His hair was slicked back, and he wore a plain white Tai Chi outfit, resembling a martial arts ensemble, exuding a commanding presence. Upon our entrance, he greeted my father before turning to me. Just as my father began to introduce my condition, the man raised his hand, furrowing his brow slightly. This girl has dark markings on her forehead, her face obscured. It appears she has been afflicted by malevolent spirits for some time. Liang, why have you come so late? We just found out about you, my father hurriedly replied. Master Fong, is it difficult to rid my daughter of this evil? The master descended from the kong and circled around me, then stated, it will cost an additional 10,000, totaling 61,500. I can guarantee a cure. What? My father was taken aback. Master, you cannot raise the price like that. I was equally displeased. This Master Fong hardly seemed like a heavenly gifted expert. His youth was one factor, but the casualness with which he adjusted the fee felt rather dubious. Was it extortion? Mr. Liang, they say seeing is believing. Your daughter's affliction is extraordinary. This extra 10,000 ensures that I will eradicate it completely, allowing you to leave in laughter instead of tears, Master Fong asserted, straightening his back. You are in business. You were referred by a friend. My abilities are genuine. Ask around within 10 miles. I, Fong Tianho, my father Fong Wenin, and my grandfather Fong Yaoqiang. Each of us has a formidable reputation. If you trust me, I will take full responsibility for this matter, without any ambiguity. My father's face was strained. Master, I can accept the price increase, but I don't have that much cash on hand today. What do you suggest? Not to worry, we can draft a written agreement. Later, Xiaoqin can accompany you to the bank in town, and you can transfer the amount to my account. Does that pose a problem? All right, my father conceded. I opened my mouth to speak, but a warning glance from my father silenced me. As long as Master Fong could handle the situation, the money was merely a trivial matter. Master Fong, when will you perform the exorcism for my daughter? Mr. Liang, let us not stand on ceremony. I can conduct the exorcism right now, Master Fong replied, washing his hands before standing before me, first performing a series of gestures, then lighting incense and preparing a bowl of rice. My father appeared somewhat bewildered. Is this how the exorcism begins? Mr. Liang, no talking. Step aside. Young lady, stand in the center. Xiaoqin instructed, lighting a stick of incense, drawing the curtains, and bringing over a bowl of uncooked rice. The master is beginning. Outsiders must not disturb. Oh, okay. My father, trembling, covered his mouth and stepped aside. I stood in the center of the room like a fool, watching as Master Fong positioned himself before me, spreading his legs apart into a horse stance, raising his hands from his lower abdomen, then spreading them wide like a crane in flight. His cheeks hollowed, and his eyelids fluttered as if he were struggling to catch his breath. Uncle Master, I thought, unable to watch any longer. Your horse stance is quite unrefined. Silence. Xiao Qin's sudden shout startled me. Before I could react, Master Fong leapt into the air, shouting, "Grandfather, assist me." Instinctively, I leaned back, wanting to flee, sensing that he might not be entirely sane. "Demon!" Master Fong glared at me, shouting, while simultaneously biting his own middle finger and pressing it against my forehead, saying, "Your grandfather is here. Why do you not hastily beg for mercy?" My body jolted, and at the moment his finger touched my forehead, I felt an intense heat. Whether it was good or bad, one thing was certain. Master Fong was not a complete charlatan. His abilities were real. My heart raced, and I saw Master Fong take the bowl of rice from Xiao Qin, performing some sort of hand gesture before stirring the rice with his bloodied middle finger. He then turned to my father and said, "Mr. Liang, the evil will dissipate, and the incense will extinguish. You must observe closely." Chapter 18. The radiant shield father was rendered quite anxious by the series of antics, his gaze fixed on the fragrant incense stick inserted beside little Qin, unable to move a muscle. Even before much had transpired, a thin sheen of sweat had already formed on his forehead. "Demon, why don't you hasten your departure?" Master Fong glared at me with fierce intensity, seizing a handful of rice and flinging it at me. "Strike you, strike your tendons, strike your very soul. Tremble in fear, for I serve the revered master." Ouch! I winced in pain, clutching my arm. Although it was merely a handful of rice, the sensation upon impact felt akin to being pricked by nails, sharp and excruciating. The autumn heat of September was still oppressive, and though I had grown increasingly sensitive to the cold, donning a thin fleece jacket when stepping outside, each grain of rice seemed to pierce into my flesh, causing me to hiss in agony, nearly losing my footing. "Look, Boss Liang, your daughter is crying out in pain." Little Qin observed my reaction and began to explain to father. "This indicates that the malevolent spirit is about to emerge. Do you still believe that 60,000 is not worth it? Your daughter cannot possibly be our accomplice. Master Fong's abilities are never in vain. Just wait and see. The incense will extinguish soon, signaling that the evil spirit has been driven away. Afterwards, Master Fong will provide you with another offering, ensuring your daughter is entirely unharmed." "Ah, very well." Father, both startled and anxious, gazed at me with concern. "Su, just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon." "It hurts." I clung tightly to my arm. The protective talisman against my chest felt scalding hot. The spots where the rice struck me felt as if they were being incessantly stabbed. Master Fong continued to curse the demon, encircling me with a ring of rice, before finally hurling the grains directly at my face. "Demon, beg for mercy. Come forth, reveal yourself." I stepped back, feeling as though my face was ablaze, with a peculiar sensation that I might be pounded into a mass of coal. Just as the pain became unbearable, a sudden flash of white darted past in the space between me and Master Fong. Unaware of this, Master Fong continued to hurl rice at me. Just as I was about to alert him, a sudden whoosh erupted at my feet as flames ignited. "Fire!" Father reacted swiftly, pulling me against the wall, fearing I might be scorched. The acrid smell of burning filled the air as the scattered grains crackled under the heat. How could there be a fire? Little Qin stood dumbfounded, while Master Fong seemed momentarily bewildered, just as he was about to extinguish the flames with his foot. The porcelain bowl in his hand shattered with a loud crack. Startled, Master Fong nearly fell victim to the flying shards. "Quick, pour water." Father demonstrated remarkable quick thinking. Observing both of them frozen in shock, he dashed to the table, grabbed the teapot, and upon confirming it contained water, aimed it at the scorched rice on the ground. Splash! The air filled with the smell of charred grains. Fortunately, Master Fong's residence had a concrete floor. The fire was small and lacking any flammable substances. As the water was poured, the flames were swiftly extinguished. "Master Fong, are you all right? After putting out the fire, Father noticed Master Fong still in a daze. What just happened? Did you manage to drive it away or not? Master Fong's lips twitched as he turned to gaze at the incense that little Qin had placed. Upon inspection, the previously smoking incense now blazed with a bright flame, resembling a torch. With a start, Master Fong pointed and exclaimed, "Quick, quick, the incense is ignited again." Father, with a little water left in the pot, raised it once more, wasting not a drop. Once the fire was entirely extinguished, Master Fong furrowed his brow, staring at the charred incense, muttering, "Indeed, quite a formidable entity." "Brother!" Little Qin suddenly shouted, sounding as if he were about to lay an egg. "Brother, brother, brother! How many times must I tell you? When consulting a master, one must address them appropriately." Master Fong glared at him. "As an assistant, you must show some competence." "Brother, look." Little Qin, disregarding the reprimand, pointed at the scorched ground. There are characters." "What characters?" Master Fong glanced over impatiently, his eyes widening in astonishment. Having just experienced pain, I leaned against the wall, feeling utterly drained. As Little Qin shouted, I too turned to look, and there, amidst the charred rice, the grains had seemingly gathered together to form a large, dark character. Death? Death? My mouth opened in disbelief, and a strange smile crept across my lips, a self-mocking gesture. Though fear coursed through me, I understood this was a provocation, a taunt from the spirit. Reflecting on the fleeting white shadow, I wondered if the malevolent spirit had departed only to be replaced by another. "Brother!" Little Qin gulped nervously. The rice was scattered. How could it possibly burn into this character? And the bowl shattered, he glanced at the incense. Earlier, when we were exorcising the spirit, the incense should have extinguished, yet it not only remained lit, but burned fiercely. If it weren't for Boss Liang, we should perhaps abandon this endeavor and seek someone more capable. Even I, a mere child, grasped the implications. The situation was unmistakable. Our adversary was formidable, and Master Fong might not be as invincible as he claimed. Master Fong remained silent, while Father's expression darkened, mixed with disappointment, fear, and unease. The room fell into a brief silence until, after a moment, Master Fong exhaled, about to speak, when a woman's melodious laughter unexpectedly echoed through the air. "Ha ha 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 ha." I initially thought I was the only one who heard it, but the startled expressions of everyone revealed otherwise. "Who is laughing?" Little Qin's eyes widened as he glanced around in confusion. "Brother, did you all hear that? Who is it?" The woman's laughter was strange and disconcerting, fluctuating in distance as it echoed hauntingly before abruptly ceasing. "Brother, there is a ghost." Little Qin clutched Master Fong tightly, terror-stricken. "I just felt someone breathing in my ear. It must be a female ghost." "Susu, did you see anything?" Father's face was pale. "Who is laughing?" My heart raced. I had only glimpsed a fleeting white shadow. The fact that this occurred in broad daylight was exceedingly unsettling. "Let us leave quickly." Father collected himself. "Master Fong, it seems we cannot trouble you any further. Before night falls, we should return. I worry about potential dangers if we travel after dark." "Damn it!" Before Father could finish, Master Fong cursed vehemently. Father was momentarily taken aback as Master Fong impatiently shoved Little Qin aside, gnashing his teeth in frustration. "I, Fong Tianho, have been in this profession for 8 years and have never encountered such audacity. A spirit that burns my exorcism rice, shatters my sacred bowl, and dares to extinguish my true fire. By all that's holy, I shall vanquish it tonight." "That, Master Fong," Father hastily interjected, "please remain calm. My daughter has indeed attracted a formidable spirit. Initially, we believed it to be a singular entity, only to later discover it was a horde. To be frank, my elder sister possesses some skills as well, and she suffered greatly due to this. Please, Do not act rashly. I have witnessed your abilities, but I fear for your safety. We should, Boss Liang. Which sect does your elder sister belong to? Master Fong's interest was piqued. She has no sect. She simply practices Buddhism and is self-taught. That cannot possibly compare to my legacy. Master Fong's brow arched. I am Fong Tianho, descendant of Fong Wenin and Fong Yaoqiang, each renowned in their own right. Boss Liang, I accept your payment to ward off misfortune, and tonight, I must unravel the origins of this malevolent entity. A shiver ran down my cheek, as his words felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of my third aunt's prior warnings. Please no. Father, recalling the unfortunate events surrounding my third aunt, quickly replied, Master Fong, I will give you a meeting fee of 1,500 right now, and an additional 500 as a token for the broken bowl. As for the rest, I truly do not wish to trouble you further. Safety comes first, safety comes first. I nodded in agreement, supporting Father's decision. It was best not to wade through this murky water unless one possessed extraordinary skills. Do you doubt my capabilities? Master Fong pointed to himself. Boss Liang, I would rather forego payment than compromise my reputation. Brother. Little Qin became agitated. Stay calm. That female ghost is extraordinary. What female ghost? Master Fong shot back. If it were truly a female ghost, then you'd be spared from remaining single. Little Qin shrank back, stifling his words in fear. Boss Liang, allow me to illuminate the shield for you. Master Fong dashed a couple of steps to the bed and then executed a backflip, startling Father, who exclaimed, How did you manage to flip like that? I can even flip off the cabinet. Master Fong boasted, attempting to climb onto the cabinet. Father quickly grasped his arm. No, there's no need. I have seen your agility. You are quite nimble. Just know that I possess inner strength. Master Fong casually tossed his head. Our family has practiced for generations, external strength in the body, internal strength in the arts. What I promise to accomplish, I shall indeed fulfill. I do not doubt you. Father wore an expression of concern. I fear for your safety. Do not worry, Master Fong raised a hand. I will draft a written agreement. Even if I perish tonight, it will have nothing to do with your family. Chapter 19. Risk. As night fell, Master Fong set up an altar in the courtyard. He instructed Xiao Qin to prepare a rooster and black dog's blood, and retrieve talismans and a copper coin sword from the cabinet. Gripping the sword, he demonstrated a few moves, exuding a vigorous energy, embodying the essence of someone ready to engage in a grand battle. And my father, with a look of admiration, was filled with anxiety the moment Master Fong busied himself elsewhere, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. I nibbled on some bread, sitting by the Kong, waiting idly, as an unknown insect had bitten my ankle, causing a slight itch that compelled me to scratch intermittently. Honestly, Master Fong appeared somewhat impulsive and self-assured. Nevertheless, his spirit was truly commendable. He revealed to me an indescribable fighting spirit. This man, who might be greedy and arrogant, faced malevolent forces without flinching, bravely confronting challenges head-on. For this alone, I would give him a thumbs up. Father, do not forget to remind Uncle Fong that if he cannot win, he should not force it. Getting injured would be detrimental. I know, my father replied, stepping into the courtyard to converse with Master Fong. Unable to move, I remained seated inside, and before long, I heard Master Fong's voice booming, Is the altar ready? I struggled to stand, moving to the window to peer outside. The courtyard was brightly lit, offering a clear view. Master Fong was behind the altar, one hand wielding the copper coin sword while the other scattered talismans into the air, reciting incantations fervently. My father and Xiao Qin stood by the door, keeping a respectful distance, wary of disturbing his focus. After a short while of dancing with the sword, Master Fong, the sound of the bell began to grate on my nerves, and I felt as if I were an ant on a hot pan, desperate for him to cease the cacophony. Ding ding dang, ding ding dang. Master Fong, oblivious to my silent plea, shook with increasing fervor, even jumping atop the altar in his enthusiasm, chanting, "Evil spirits of the world, heed my bell, swiftly be captured. None shall dare defy. I serve, oh dear." In his fervor, he seemed to lose his footing, and with a thud, he tumbled off the altar. "Oh no!" I exclaimed, catching a glimpse of a white shadow darting from the courtyard. "My leg!" Master Fong wailed. "It hurts terribly." "Brother!" My father and Xiao Qin rushed over, and the next moment, Xiao Qin shouted, "Brother, don't move. Your leg is broken. Your calf has been up to your knee. Hurry, we need to find a car to the hospital." I staggered back a step, lowering my gaze to inspect my own knee. His calf was indeed protruding unnaturally. The altar was not particularly high. How could he have fallen so severely? "Use my car," my father called out, rushing back inside to fetch me. "Shoo shoo, let us go. Master Fong is injured. We must take him to the hospital immediately." I followed my father into the courtyard, where he and Xiao Qin lifted Master Fong into the car. The angle allowed me a clear view of the scene. Master Fong's leg resembled a distorted number 7, bent at an unnatural angle. Not only was he crying out in pain, but merely witnessing it made me grimace. My father had Master Fong recline in the back seat, resting his head on Xiao Qin, while I settled into the passenger seat. Just as I was about to start the engine, Master Fong gasped, "Boss Liang, please, get some black dog blood and smear it on the front bumper. Don't let any ghosts block our way." All right, it's all thanks to Master Fong at this critical moment." My father complied. With the black dog blood applied, we encountered no further supernatural disturbances, but the bumpy dirt road elicited rhythmic cries from Master Fong, echoing like a drumbeat of agony. "Oh my heavens, Boss Liang, drive slower. I can't take it anymore." Just when one wave of trouble seemed to subside, another arose. I felt a chill run through me as I broke into a cold sweat. I'm driving slowly. There are simply too many potholes here. Big holes within small holes, and small holes within old ones. There's no avoiding them. My daughter was so jostled on the way here that she even vomited. I truly have no control over it. My father continued to reassure him, "Master Fong, bear with it. Don't worry. I will take full responsibility for your medical and nutritional expenses." Master Fong didn't respond, succumbing to the pain and drifting into unconsciousness, his last murmurs speaking of his ancestors who fought against evil, recalling his father Fong Wenin and grandfather Fong Yaoqiang, each renowned in their own right. "Oh my leg. Hang in there. Have you fainted?" My father glanced into the rearview mirror, then sighed, "Perhaps it's for the best that he has fainted. Otherwise, the pain would be unbearable." It is indeed commendable that Master Fong, hailing from a prestigious lineage, could endure this long before passing out. Assistant Xiao Qin, I understand that if Master Fong's father were present, he would have eradicated that malevolent entity. "Not necessarily," Xiao Qin replied, a look of disillusionment on his face. "My brother's grandfather cautioned my uncle, my brother's father, not to act impulsively, to be cautious. Yet when he encountered a fierce ghost, he still engaged in combat, ultimately succumbing to his injuries, bleeding from all 7 orifices. His death was quite tragic." "Ah." My father's face paled. Master Fong's grandfather was indeed wise. He certainly understood the depths of danger. Xiao Qin shook his head. "My brother's grandfather, Fong Yaoqiang, was involved in grave digging when he unexpectedly encountered a decades-old corpse that had not decayed. Upon its resurrection, it became a fierce zombie. He insisted on confronting it, urging those nearby to step back, attempting to use the copper coin sword to return the zombie to its coffin. However, the zombie was unfazed, promptly biting into his grandfather's neck. He died on the spot, blood gushing forth like a fountain. When he was taken home, he uttered a final warning to my brother's father, 'Be cautious,' before passing away, his eyes wide open, a most dreadful end. A shiver ran down my spine. To be so resolute, only to have one's carotid artery bitten, yet still managed to return home to impart a few parting words. Coughing, my father nearly choked. Given that both Master Fong's father and grandfather met such abrupt and tragic ends, Master Fong ought to have learned from their experiences. Why then does he still act so impulsively? Alas, Xiao Qin sighed heavily. It's in his nature. Cough, cough, cough. My father nearly expelled his lung. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within me as I contemplated the 500 yuan fee Master Fong had demanded, a modest sum, yet the risks were exceedingly high. Upon our arrival at the hospital, my father assisted the medical staff in lifting Master Fong onto a stretcher. Is it a fracture? The lead surgeon, upon receiving the emergency call, had initially taken it lightly. However, upon seeing Master Fong's leg, standing defiantly like a flag, he was rendered speechless. My father and I waited outside the operating room for several hours, only to feel relief wash over us when the doctor emerged to declare that there were no significant issues. As we exited the hospital, my father left the cash he had on him, around 50,000 yuan, with Xiao Qin, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, as my father had been insistent on leaving it behind. Given the circumstances, none of us felt particularly good about the situation. In the car, dawn broke, and Xiao Qin rushed out after us. My father assumed he was concerned about the medical expenses, but Xiao Qin expressed worry for me, saying, "Boss Liang, the entity your daughter encountered is exceedingly powerful. In a state of desperation, one may be easily deceived. You must be cautious not to fall victim to fraud. I know of someone named Shen Wanong, who is reputed to be a miraculous healer. I recall my brother mentioning him when he was a child. An unparalleled master. My brother's grandfather sought Shan Wantong for training in his youth and was utterly subdued. He dared not show any defiance. You should inquire about him. He will surely be able to resolve your daughter's predicament." Thank you." My father's eyes brightened. "Where does this Shan Wantong reside?" "I do not know." Xiao Qin shook his head. "I've only heard of him. He seems to be from the south. If he is still alive, he should be in his 70s or 80s. Regardless, his abilities are formidable. My brother's grandfather spoke of him throughout his life, holding him in the highest regard." Understood, thank you." My father's enthusiasm dimmed as Xiao Qin departed. He muttered to himself, "Just a name. Such a so-called miraculous healer. In this line of work, with fierce ghosts to contend with and necks to be bitten, can such a person still be alive?" I lowered my gaze, refraining from interjecting, my mind still preoccupied with Master Fong's injured leg, fervently hoping he would not be left with a disability. "Shushu, your mother mentioned last night that I should seek out the Taoist priest who enlightened you back in the day. However, after making several calls, I still have no idea where he might be." My father shook his head. "It is exceedingly difficult to locate someone based solely on a name." Just as he started the car, his phone rang. He answered it casually. "Hello, Xiao Qiao, you're up so early. What is the matter?" Suddenly, my father's voice rose and pitched. I turned to see his face drain of color as he murmured a series of hms, before finally hanging up. Disbelief etched across his features. "Shushu, do you recall mentioning that on the day of your birthday when you had a fever, a woman approached you on the road?" "Yes." "She was in her 30s? "Yes, about the same age as my older sister." "With a smile?" "Indeed." I stared at my father's ashen face. "What's wrong?" My father slammed on the brakes, collapsing back into his seat. "She has been dead for many years." Chapter 20. The gentleman who appeared. What? I can scarcely believe I am conversing with a living person. Aren't ghosts typically depicted with dark faces or as pale shadows? She is most likely not human. Father, with a pale countenance, spoke earnestly. Su, I must confess, the one who returned my call was your Uncle Chiao. He assisted me in reviewing the surveillance footage from the day you left school. At the very intersection where you witnessed the accident, he discovered a woman who appeared out of thin air behind you. She tapped you on the shoulder, and as you turned to glance at her, the accident occurred in the next instant. When you looked back at the vehicle that caused the crash, the woman had vanished into thin air. Vanished? I exclaimed. Father, how could she greet me in broad daylight like a regular person? I felt nothing eerie about her presence. Xiao Qiao, taken aback, recounted how he had scrutinized the footage all night, examining the surrounding areas as well. The woman had indeed materialized behind you, tapped you, spoke something, and then disappeared as the accident unfolded. Father took a deep breath, sensing the strangeness of the situation. He had captured a still image of the woman's face and, that very night, contacted a friend in the criminal investigation unit. They discovered that the woman was from another province and had been deceased for over a decade. Through expert analysis, it was confirmed that the features in the surveillance image matched the identification photo recorded prior to her death. Xiao Qiao is still assisting me in this matter, and he will send the screenshot to my phone shortly. However, it is certain that the one who called out to you that afternoon was not of this world. The image of that woman sprang to my mind, a fleeting encounter. I could not recall her features in detail, yet the memory felt vivid. She had touched me. The sensation was startlingly real, and her demeanor exuded warmth and gentility, a far cry from the typical portrayal of a ghost. Suddenly, Father's phone buzzed, and he inhaled deeply as he opened a message containing an image. After glancing at it, he handed it to me. Susu, is this the woman who greeted you? I leaned closer. The screenshot was somewhat unclear, but her facial features were discernible. The fashion seemed somewhat antiquated, yet overall, she appeared modest and unassuming, not someone one would suspect of malice. It's her. She called out to me. I stammered. Father, could Uncle Qiao have made a mistake? Can a ghost truly appear as a person in daylight? This is utterly bizarre. Xiao Qiao had repeatedly reviewed the footage. If she were human, how could she vanish so swiftly? Father furrowed his brow. I cannot say whether a ghost can exist in sunlight, but one thing is certain. If this entity were benign, would your third aunt have lost her tongue? Would Master Feng's leg have been so grotesquely twisted? That was the work of a malevolent spirit. I murmured, could the pale shadow be her? The woman who was laughing at Master Feng's house was indeed the same one who appeared when he fell. Damn it. Father growled, exiting the message, and slammed the steering wheel. I told you, you wouldn't fall ill for no reason. This must be a case of being targeted by an evil spirit. Targeted? I echoed, recalling how the elderly woman in the adjacent bed had said the same thing. But how could she know my name? Why would she focus on me? That is the crux of the matter. I fell ill inexplicably and then encountered this malevolent force. Could it be that I have offended her? We have never even met. Let's allow Xiao Qiao to investigate further. If he cannot uncover the truth, we will have to confront this woman directly, Father said, his anger palpable. This entity must have disrupted your spirit, allowing other malign forces to infiltrate. Just as the monk said, vengeful spirits seek to use you as a vessel. The root of this misfortune lies with that woman. Without her, you would not be experiencing such calamities. Do not fear. I will exhaust all my resources to capture this entity and demand answers. A chill ran down my spine at the thought of being approached by a deceased person. My mind was clouded with growing questions. Father, growing increasingly furious, analyzed the situation on our way to my third aunt's home. In the end, he consoled me, stating that uncovering the existence of this malevolent spirit was, at the very least, a positive development, as it clarified the cause of my affliction. The next step would be to exorcise this evil. I remained silent, guilt and anxiety gnawing at me, knowing that 2 people had been injured due to this incident. After ascending the stairs, Father instructed me to rest while he continued to consult exorcists. Regardless of the circumstances, he had some connections. Although the field was rife with charlatans, he believed that inquiries among friends would yield results. However, there was a complication. Many of Father's friends resided near the coast, and 2 of the recommended exorcists were from that area. Father declined, unwilling to return to his hometown for what he deemed a mere case of imaginary illness. Having lived in Linghai City for over a decade, he had never heard of any reclusive masters, and Linghai, being a medium-sized city with millions of inhabitants, was neither too large nor too small. Our family owned a restaurant, and the number of acquaintances was overwhelming. Father feared that if word got out about my imaginary illness, it would lead to unwanted gossip. Thus, he focused on finding exorcists near Beijing, believing that there were plenty of capable individuals. Father declared he was not concerned about the cost. The more reputable the exorcist, the better. After a night of turmoil, I lay in bed, physically drained but unable to sleep. I longed to return home, to see my mother. As I tossed and turned, I overheard Father in the living room, speaking on the phone with Uncle Chiao. Chiao, please help me investigate the accident again. Yes, I suspect that this entity may have orchestrated the crash with the intent of harming my daughter. I know it sounds paranoid, but you mentioned that the woman vanished without a trace. It's all very suspicious, considering we don't even know her. When I awoke, it was already noon. Father had prepared lunch and beckoned me to join him at the table. Su, I found another exorcist, a master who specializes in spirit work. I've heard remarkable things about him. He has just returned from a retreat, and I have the address. After we eat, I'll take you to meet him. What does returning from retreat mean? I asked, feeling a lack of appetite. Come on, eat a bowl of rice, and I'll tell you a story, Father encouraged. I nodded, picking up my chopsticks as he began. There is a saying that Hu Huang cannot pass beyond the Shanhai Pass. In ancient times, an emperor went hunting and encountered a woman being attacked by a bear. The emperor, wishing to save her, shot an arrow, but alas, the bear moved aside, and the woman was tragically struck instead. The emperor's good intentions resulted in a terrible misfortune, leaving him quite distressed. That evening, during a torrential downpour, someone presented the emperor with a magnificent fox fur coat. When the emperor tried it on, he found it warm and comfortable, completely shielding him from the rain. As Father recounted the tale, he mentioned how the visitor explained his purpose to the emperor, revealing that he was a fox spirit and that the woman was his daughter, who had been wrongfully killed by the emperor's arrow. The spirit requested that the emperor grant his daughter a posthumous title, allowing her to be reborn as a human. I listened intently, intrigued by the notion. So, what happened next? Well, the emperor, feeling guilty, decreed that the fox spirit's daughter would be honored as a revered one in her next life, destined for wealth and respect, Father continued. However, when the emperor returned to his palace, he began to have second thoughts and consulted his ministers. They warned him that such beings could be troublesome, potentially causing chaos in the realm. Realizing his error, the emperor issued a new decree. Father smiled at me. This tale illustrates that there are forces beyond our understanding, and not all spirits are to be trifled with. The saying Hu Huang cannot cross the Shanhai Pass comes from this very story. Is that so? I pondered, but in modern times, we have phones and communication is instantaneous. But in ancient times, they relied on candles for illumination. Indeed, Father nodded. Yet, in those days, many powerful spirits could still cross boundaries, and legends of revered figures are often just that, legends. I found it peculiar that the master I contacted today was said to have just returned from a retreat, so I made sure to inquire further. I half-heartedly responded, my heart heavy as I saw Father striving to assist me. Eat more, dear, he urged, exhaling deeply. This master will surely possess great abilities. We need not worry. I remained unmoved by his encouragement, and Father, noticing my demeanor, asked, Is something wrong, my daughter? Do I have something on my face? No, I replied, gazing into his eyes, which were tinged with red veins, his face lined with deep wrinkles, and his suit rumpled. A wave of sadness washed over me. Father, your cooking is delightful. I lifted my bowl and began to eat ravenously. Seeing me devour my meal, Father smiled. Yes, eat well. Only with a full stomach will we have the strength to meet this master and witness his extraordinary abilities. Chapter 21. Watch me kick you after dinner. My father and I set off directly. Once in the car, my ankle began to itch again. I rolled up my pant leg and noticed a coin-sized red bump on my skin. My father observed my incessant scratching and guessed that I had likely been bitten by autumn's pesky mosquitoes. We passed a pharmacy on the way, and he bought me a tube of ointment, instructing me to apply it, assuring me that it would heal in a couple of days. I paid little heed to the bump on my ankle. It was merely a trivial itch. What truly troubled me was my physical state. Despite being an athlete, I felt utterly drained, panting after only a few steps. My father was understandably frustrated, and I was equally disheartened. The gentleman we were visiting lived quite nearby, in a modest two-story building on the outskirts. Several cars were parked outside. My father led me inside, but someone stepped forward to block our entry. It turned out that the vehicles belonged to others awaiting consultations, and we had to queue. My father remained unperturbed, believing that the large number of visitors indicated the gentleman's exceptional skills. Su, it was imperative to find someone truly capable. The cost was insignificant compared to the potential consequences of a mishap. I hung my head, too apprehensive to inquire about the fees involved in consulting this gentleman. After a considerable wait, a person emerged from the building to inform us that we could enter. My father and I followed the individual inside, which led us to a spacious hall. An elderly lady sat behind a table in the center, and as we approached, her bright eyes fixated on me. "Young lady, you carry something within you." "Indeed, master." My father began to explain my condition, but the elderly lady abruptly rose and approached me. Grasping my hand, she gasped in astonishment, "How are you still alive?" "Master, what do you mean?" My father interjected, somewhat displeased, as he asserted that my well-being was perfectly fine. "That is not correct." The elderly lady continued to scrutinize me, her gaze penetrating, revealing signs of malevolent spirits, foretelling certain doom. "Young lady, do you possess any protective charms?" "Yes," I replied. Her grip was dry and firm, causing discomfort as she squeezed my fingers. I retrieved the amulet from my collar, explaining, "Grandma, this was given to me by a monk, claiming it would safeguard my life." "I see," she nodded. "However, this charm will not protect you for long. Since you remain alive, I shall assist you in attempting to reclaim you from that entity." With that, she suddenly raised her voice, calling upon the ancient spirit to inquire about our predicament. My father, eager to express his concerns, found himself rendered speechless by her commanding presence. A family member promptly handed the elderly lady a cigarette, signaling my father to remain calm. With the arrival of the spirit, all would soon be made clear, needing no further elaboration. My father responded with a respectful acknowledgement, his gaze filled with reverence and anticipation for the elderly lady. I was also curious, having never witnessed the act of summoning a spirit through smoking. The elderly lady accepted the cigarette, finally releasing my hand. Just as she was about to light it, an enormous crash echoed through the room as the large floor-to-ceiling window shattered. Everyone inside jolted in shock, and before we could comprehend the situation, two bloodied figures were flung through the broken window. Initially, I assumed they were dogs, but upon closer inspection, I realized they were two rabbits, their entrails spilled across the floor. "Ah!" The elderly lady's family screamed, rushing forward to investigate. "Mother, what has happened?" The elderly lady stood frozen, her lips trembling as the cigarette slipped from her grasp. With a resigned sigh, she looked down and said, "Young lady, you must return with your father. I am sorry. I cannot handle this. I cannot recall how my father and I departed. I only remember standing before the elderly lady like a statue. I felt no fear when the window shattered, nor when the bloodied rabbits were thrown in. I seemed numb. Yet, when she expressed her apologies, a profound sense of helplessness surged within me, as if my fate mirrored that of the two rabbits, destined to meet a gruesome end. My father did not press the elderly lady further. Upon her dismissal, he thanked her, and we left. Back in the car, he sighed deeply, offering a brief explanation. The spirit associated with the elderly lady had been one who achieved enlightenment through rabbits, commonly referred to as the long-eared immortal. The disciples who served him possessed the ability to exorcise evil and heal ailments. Only by summoning the spirit could any real progress be made. The fact that the window shattered and the rabbits were thrown in indicated that malevolent forces were beginning to threaten her. They had already claimed the lives of her 2 young disciples, and if she dared to help me further, the consequences could be dire. At tea that moment, the courtyard was empty, while outside, those waiting adhered to proper protocol. The elderly lady did not keep rabbits, and everything that had transpired was inexplicable. It was clear to any discerning individual. She understood the gravity of the situation and naturally refrained from assisting me. Su, when we embark on such endeavors, we seek only peace and safety. We cannot prioritize our own tranquility at the expense of others' lives, my father remarked. I nodded. Having grasped this, I felt a sense of relief. I was fortunate that the elderly lady did not insist on a confrontation like Master Fong had. At her advanced age, if she were to sustain any severe injuries on my behalf, I would indeed feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. As my father had said, the world is vast, and surely there exists someone capable of alleviating my ailments. If one fails, we shall seek another. Safety comes first. I could not articulate my feelings precisely, but I was naturally compliant with my father's wishes. Wherever he led me to seek assistance, I would follow without question. However, I could not shake the notion that the terms hand-eye communication mentioned by the old lady in my dreams were of utmost importance, for they proved exceedingly elusive. For over half a month, my father guided me on a journey to exorcise evil spirits. I finally witnessed the supernatural phenomena I had never encountered in my previous 12 years. The individuals we met varied greatly in demeanor. Some were cautious. Upon our arrival at one residence, 2 tiny figures flew out from within, diminutive beings no larger than a palm. Before I could comprehend, they vanished, and soon after, the household requested our departure. I apologize, Mr. Liang, but our little spirits have ventured out to investigate. The entity afflicting your daughter is too formidable for our Mr. Liu to handle. You should seek a more capable practitioner, they said, and my father, unfazed, nodded and led me away. Next, we visited a practitioner named Liang Xinsong, who inquired about my condition in a thick accent. Just as he began speaking, a light bulb shattered, and my father, seasoned in these matters, promptly excused us and moved on to the next prospect. Ah, your daughter possesses a remarkable fate. She surely does not attract malevolent spirits. However, something is amiss. Young lady, step closer. Allow me to take a closer look. I stepped forward eagerly, but just as he was about to examine me, a glass on the table shattered, startling him. He jumped up, cursing, "Who dares to disturb me?" My father, alarmed, quickly intervened. No, we shall take our leave. We continued our search, even consulting a foreigner who appeared Southeast Asian. The man, youthful and dark-skinned, sat cross-legged barefoot among numerous unfamiliar bronze deities. My father noted the atmosphere and patiently explained my situation to the translator. Before he could finish, the translator collapsed, convulsing wildly. The young foreign master was taken aback, and in the ensuing chaos, one of the bronze figures toppled over, striking him on the back of the head. He exclaimed, "Oh, what the—" My father and I were taken aback as well, and soon after, an ambulance and police car arrived. The translator was rushed to the hospital, and in the process, my father inadvertently apprehended a fraud posing as a foreigner. Life, from that point forward, entered a fast-paced mode. While many practitioners were unable to dispel the evil afflicting me, they introduced me to the wonders of the unknown. They certainly possessed skills. The rest, however, resembled the treacherous path outside Master Fong's door, full of pitfalls. Aside from the impersonating foreigner, 2 individuals left a particularly deep impression on me. Point 1, brimming with confidence, dismissed the entity plaguing me and offered my father hope. Yet, before my father could fully grasp this hope, he met his demise with a broken leg. Another, equally arrogant, claimed to be a disciple of the victorious Buddha and boasted of his ability to summon Sun Wukong. However, the price for such a summoning began at 100,000. Why Father regarded him with a look that seemed to say, "Please, commence your performance." The man began to leap about, pulling at his hair in a frenzy. Before he could summon Sun Wukong, he ended up entangled in a tree, a branch piercing his arm and causing him to wail in agony. Why Father enlisted 3 or 4 others to saw off the branch before they could free him. Water dripped from her, and her tongue brushed against my face as she wailed, "Boss Liang, I do not want any money. Just help me cover my medical expenses, and I shall never earn a living in this manner again." Chapter 22. The celestial being in the house. From the initial fervor of my father to his subsequent despondency, I observed every subtle change with keen eyes. I was at a loss as to how to comfort him, for in recent days he faced not only the tribulations of my health, but also a series of unfortunate events. Take, for instance, his little car. It was either rear-ended by a vehicle while waiting at a red light or collided with a reckless driver while making a turn. Even when parked safely, passers-by would take to scratching the paint with small stones. Such indignities nearly took my father's breath away. If he encountered an accident on the road, it could be deemed a lack of caution. But what had he done to deserve such harassment while parked? Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, we discovered that the perpetrator was a middle-aged man, mentally unwell and unemployed. Upon being apprehended, he struggled and shouted at me, "Why are you arresting me?" "Arrest her. She is a demon from hell. She should not be alive. The car she rides in reeks of foulness. I am merely notifying the King of Hell. Summon the little spirits to claim her soul." "King of Hell, dispatch your emissaries to take her." "Shut your mouth," the arresting officer retorted. "Get your family here." I stood frozen, wanting to shout that I was not foul, that there was no reason for my soul to be claimed. Ultimately, I remained still as I watched this stranger, this madman, taken away, concluding that his actions were merely the result of idleness. Indeed, it would be absurd for the police to record in their reports that the motive behind the vandalism was to inform the King of Hell about the car's owner's daughter. In the end, they inquired whether my father wished for a private settlement. My father, thoroughly worn down, gazed at his once meticulously maintained Passat, now a mere shadow of its former self after just half a month of calamity. A bitter smile unexpectedly broke through his despondence as he agreed to settle, choosing not to pursue the vandal's accountability. Of course, pursuing it would be futile. The man was mentally unstable. The car was only superficially repaired. The once pristine vehicle, which had gleamed when we drove from Lin Hai, now wheezed along, resembling a relic on the verge of being scrapped as it carried me to various appointments. I must express my gratitude to the master at the temple known by my aunt. Why Father took me back there once more, wishing to seek the master's assistance for me and to inspect the car. Minor scrapes were trivial, but a serious accident could mean dire consequences for both of us. The monk still refused to assist me with my afflictions, his gaze heavy with compassion. However, he was willing to help with the car troubles. He mixed temple incense, ash with red mercury ink, and instructed my father to remove the bumper to inscribe scriptures within it. He then wrote small Sanskrit spells inside the rims of all 4 tires and began to chant around the vehicle to bless it. The monk informed my father that there might still be minor scrapes in the future, but assured him there was no need to worry about life-threatening injuries. This method, he explained, would align with the efficacy of the talisman I wore, urging my father to hasten in finding an exorcist. After saying this, the monk departed. My father pondered for a moment, recalling that the monk had mentioned the talisman would protect me for 3 months. With half that time already elapsed, only 2.5 months remained. With time running short, he quickly resumed his search for the next practitioner. Upon returning home, Uncle Chow called my father, revealing that the woman I had conversed with had indeed passed away over 10 years ago. She hailed from the south, her origins several provinces away from our home. The cause of her demise was suicide by drowning, following a bout of mental distress, leading to her untimely death at a young age. My father, drenched in cold sweat, connected the dots. "Isn't that the one? I only saw a white shadow, but didn't she mention seeing a waterlogged woman hanging from a tree? Could it be that this woman is the one causing the disturbances?" My father, visibly troubled, lamented the absurdity of it all. You know our family history, Xiao. We were originally from the countryside before moving to Linhai. We have never strayed far. This woman's hometown is thousands of kilometers away. How could she possibly arise from her grave to haunt my daughter? Uncle Xiao, filled with resignation, replied, If you ask me, you should consult the practitioners directly. I could sense Uncle Xiao's growing unease, having never encountered such a phenomenon in his years of work. He had never seen a living person suddenly vanish on surveillance footage before. But, he pressed, lowering his voice, the world is full of mysteries. When you encounter something strange, seek out those who specialize in these matters. We must resolve this quickly. Such incidents are taboo. If the public learns that a woman who died over a decade ago is still roaming about, the media will explode, and I will have no way to explain it. I have already taken care of the surveillance footage, and I have spoken to my friends about it. Liang, please handle the remaining matters swiftly to ensure my niece does not encounter any further troubles. Before hanging up, Uncle Xiao reiterated that the car accident had no connection to Su Su's predicament. The accident involved two out-of-town vehicles unfamiliar with the road conditions. The drivers have already reached an agreement. Do not overthink it. The focus should remain on that woman. She is a dark omen. Thank you, Xiao. My father expressed his gratitude. With matters progressing to this point, at least we had confirmed that I was being tormented by the spirit of a drowned woman. Yet, despite the numerous practitioners consulted, none had been able to provide me with the guidance I sought. Mother, back home, was becoming increasingly unwell. My grandmother, too, incessantly inquired about my return, asking when the ordeal would conclude. My father, fearing he could no longer conceal the truth, grew ever more despondent. Mother, I am well. The talisman protects me, I reassured her during our evening phone call. The practitioners are still searching. We will find someone competent, so do not worry. I am aware of Grandma's concerns. I have not contacted her. Rest assured, I am eating well and managed to consume 2 bowls at each meal. I have avoided junk food. Everything is prepared by my father. I have not had any fever. My health is excellent. I can now even perform a 2-footed spin with grace. My father, who had been diligently noting down details in a notebook on the coffee table, paused to look at me intently. After sharing a light-hearted moment, I hung up, feeling a sense of relief that perhaps it would allow my mother to rest peacefully. My dear daughter, my father said with a bittersweet expression, I have put you through so much. I am not suffering. It is merely unfortunate that I have been entangled with these malevolent beings, I replied with a smile, leaning over to glance at my father's notebook. How many practitioners have I seen now? Each time we consulted a practitioner, my father would dutifully record it in the notebook. The profession was relatively niche, with practitioners frequently moving around. Thus, keeping track was essential to avoid redundancy. 16, my father replied, flipping through the pages. I have inquired about all those in and around Beijing. Tomorrow, I will take you further inside. I have heard many skilled practitioners reside deep within the mountains. I cast my gaze downward. Linhai was already a northern city. Venturing further would take me even farther from home. I pondered how long it would be before I could return. Who is Luing? My father suddenly asked, flipping back to an unfamiliar number he had recorded. Did your mother write this down? I recognized the name. Luing was the daughter of a woman I had previously assisted in the emergency room. I had conveyed messages for her mother, and Luing had come to express her gratitude, suggesting that I seek out a practitioner she knew, leaving her contact information. However, at that time, my mother was already looking for my aunt, so I had not contacted Luing. Oh, she knows a practitioner? I should inquire, my father said, dialing the number. Since I've consulted 16 already, one more won't hurt. If they are not suitable, we will simply move on. I refuse to believe that there isn't a capable person in the entire country. Hello, is this Ms. Luing? The call was quickly connected, and my father introduced himself. Upon realizing it was my family calling, Luing responded warmly, asking, Is your daughter feeling better? Not yet, my father sighed, relaying the general situation of my afflictions. I see you left your number because you know a practitioner. However, I must emphasize, it must be someone particularly skilled. The entity troubling my daughter is no ordinary matter. A regular practitioner could face grave consequences. Indeed, Luing replied, surprised. After a pause, she continued, I know a practitioner who resides in the countryside. He is a distant relative of mine, my cousin. He is a semi-immortal, and the deity he serves is known as Lu Xiener, also referred to as Chang Xiener. It is said that he commands an army of millions. Just how skilled he is, I do not know. However, if you are in a hurry, I can take you to see him soon. Thank you for your kindness. I truly appreciate it, my father replied, grateful for her assistance. After hanging up, he organized his notebook. All right, my daughter, tomorrow we will go seek our fortune. I nodded, feeling an array of emotions swirl within me. Perhaps my trials had tempered my spirit. There was a sense of resignation in me, a willingness to see each practitioner as they came. Father, I will return to my room now. As I steadied myself against the armrest of the sofa to rise, my father approached to assist me, urging me to take it slow. Once back in my bedroom, my father had me sit on the edge of the bed while he retrieved the medical kit. He opened it and rolled up my pant leg, unwrapping the bandage around my ankle. An overwhelming stench of decay wafted from the wound. I gazed calmly at my ankle. The initial red bump had swollen and burst, oozing pus and revealing rotting flesh that formed a dark pit. My father had initially thought I had been bitten by a poisonous insect and rushed me to the hospital, where the doctor had remarked that it resembled a bedsore. After the necrotic tissue was excised, a fistula formed inside. The doctor was baffled, questioning how a bedsore could manifest on my ankle, especially since I was not bedridden. He suggested hospitalization, warning that an infection could lead to dire consequences. I refused, fearing that once admitted, I would never emerge. My father, unable to argue with me, likely understood the truth. My affliction was no different from the troubles plaguing our car, the result of malevolent forces. He brought me home instead. Now, I walked with a pronounced limp. Each night, my father would carefully extract saline solution from a syringe to cleanse the wound, then redress it to stave off infection. This was why he felt sorrow when he heard me lie to my mother. He knew that revealing the extent of my injuries might cause her undue distress. As for my aunt, after her discharge, my father had arranged for her to return to her hometown for recuperation, explaining to others that she had accidentally fallen and injured her tongue. Thankfully, she had recovered enough to speak without issue, albeit with a slight lisp. Each night, strange noises echoed in my room. When I closed my eyes, it felt as if someone was knocking on the window or that beads were rolling across the floor. My father had even heard the sound of water being poured in the living room. Upon inspection, he found nothing amiss. Frustrated, he had shouted and even brandished a kitchen knife, fearing that if my aunt returned, it would hinder her recovery. Yet, none of my family knew of my current condition. If I could keep it hidden, I would. Who knew how much distress it would cause? This was why I did not retaliate when the vandal hurled insults at my car. At that moment, I truly was the stench of decay. Sitting in the car, the air freshener could not mask the foul odor. Sue, bear with it, I reminded myself as I flinched at the sight of the saline solution. The rotting flesh did not hurt, but the saline solution stung as it washed through the fistula, akin to scraping bone. My father meticulously cleaned the wound, and as the pain reached its peak, tears streamed down my face. It was not that I lacked strength. It was simply too excruciating. Almost done, my father said, finishing the cleansing and hastily wrapping it up. See, it's all better now. It shouldn't hurt you. I am affected by your suffering, my father replied, sniffling as he grabbed a towel to wash his hands. His gaze fell upon my wrist, and he lifted my hand to roll up my sleeve. Oh no, you have bumps on your arm too? 2 of them. Why didn't you say anything? It's nothing. I attempted to lower my sleeve, but my father refused to let go. Sue, these bumps will only grow larger over the next few days and will begin to ooze. Don't you feel itchy? Itchy? I admitted, sulking as I stared at the mosquito bites on my forearm, aware that they would soon swell and turn into dark pits like the one on my ankle. Moreover, these were not the only two my father had seen. I also had them on my back, stomach, lower back, and legs, totaling 16. What could be done? This ailment resisted ointment and rinsing, and informing my father would only add to his woes. Wait, 16? A realization struck me. Could it be that each practitioner I consulted resulted in a new bump? A new sore? I lowered my gaze, gripping the talisman the monk had given me. If I could not find a capable practitioner, would I ultimately rot away like a honeycomb? Susu? My father waved his hand in front of my eyes, seeking to bring me back to reality. Dad, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, what if we just return home? I miss Mom. My father paused, taken aback, and then he scolded me, Liang Susu, if you go back now, it would be tantamount to giving up. Your aunt's tongue was lost in vain. Your mother's illness will not improve, and Master Feng's leg has been lost in vain. That woman hanging in the tree, let us not even mention her. Susu, we are on the brink of losing everything. My father's voice cracked, tears welling in his eyes. I was 50 when I had you. I have hoped to see you grow up, to witness your marriage, to see you bear children. If you leave before me, how will I live? How will I go on? Dad, I don't want to die, I said, pouting. I just want to go home. I understand, my father replied, embracing me. Hold on. You will be well soon, and we shall return home, full of life. As we cried, father and daughter, it felt as though we were expelling the burdens of our unwarranted suffering, the mounting frustrations that had accumulated like a mountain. The next morning, after breakfast, my father drove me to Aunt Lu Ying's home, where we picked her up, heading directly to her cousin's village in Lianshan. The journey was lengthy, requiring an entire morning of driving. My father expressed his gratitude repeatedly, surprised that Aunt Lu Ying would accompany us on this trip. I have nothing better to do, Lu Ying replied cheerfully. I am from Lianshan village. After my mother passed, she was buried there. Since we need to conduct the rituals, it would be convenient for me to stay there for a while. After the rituals, I will return home. As we chatted, she turned to me, looking concerned. What a lovely young lady you are. When I saw you in the hospital, you still had some flesh on your face, but now you've lost so much weight in just over a month. It's all due to the troubles. My father shook his head. To be honest, my daughter is being tormented by the spirit of a woman who died over a decade ago in a tragic drowning. We have no idea how we offended her. She possesses considerable power. If your cousin cannot help, we would rather seek another practitioner than risk anyone suffering. How do you know she has been dead for over 10 years? Lu Ying asked, her eyes wide. Did she communicate with you? Not at all. If she could speak, it would be easier. This spirit lurks in the shadows, sending other spirits to frighten people. I was just mentioning Uncle Chiao. The practitioners in our town cannot subdue her. That makes sense, Lu Ying agreed. I am not sure of my cousin's capabilities, but he does not practice divination. He specializes in exorcism and may be able to negotiate with that spirit haunting your daughter. As we spoke, she suddenly wrinkled her nose. Hey, Liang, do you smell something foul? Something rotten? My face flushed, and I quickly recoiled my foot. Oh, that's just me not having bathed, I admitted. My father chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, dear sister. I have been preoccupied with my child's situation. No need to worry, Lu Ying reassured him, her discomfort evident. I spoke too soon. You do look quite haggard, but I understand. Just remember to wash up. It wouldn't be good for the child to smell that. Yes, I will, my father replied sheepishly, swiftly changing the topic. What do you do in this city? Oh, nothing formal. I used to work as a sales clerk in a department store, but after my mother fell ill, I resigned. Aunt Lu Ying was quite chatty, and once the conversation started, she talked endlessly. The atmosphere in the car lightened considerably, the tension dissipating slightly. I gazed out the window at the passing scenery. October had arrived, and autumn in the north was always fleeting. Just yesterday, the leaves had started to yellow, and today they danced down in the wind, a melancholic farewell. My thoughts drifted to my teammates, wondering which new routines they had learned, which songs they had practiced. Would I have the chance to touch the apparatus again? Would I be able to jump again? Lost in my thoughts, I dozed off, only to awaken as we reached the village entrance. My father and Aunt Luing were speaking with an elderly woman at the gate. As I lowered the car window, I noticed the village was surrounded by mountains. The houses were quaint, and wisps of smoke curled from chimneys, adding a sense of life to the scene. "Auntie, when will my cousin return?" I asked, curious. "Who knows?" The elder woman furrowed her brow as she addressed Luing. "I received a call this morning. They were quite anxious on the other end. Your cousin left without breakfast, and he didn't mention when he would return. However, he is aware of your arrival and said you could stay at our house until he returns, which should be a day or two at most." This news caused Luing to frown, glancing at my father. "Brother Liang, what do you think? If you don't mind the rural surroundings, we could stay at my cousin's house for now." "Please, do not say that," my father interjected, waving his hand. "I come from a village myself. I have no qualms about it. Besides, my hometown is not as affluent as yours. This is a lovely house, and my only concern is that we might cause you trouble." "Not at all," the elder woman insisted. "We have prepared everything since Luing called last night. Unfortunately, an urgent matter arose, which is common in this line of work. I appreciate your understanding." Lowering her voice, she added, "We have a spirit in our family. Luing mentioned that your daughter is afflicted by a haunting. If she stays with us, I guarantee nothing will happen." "That is reassuring," my father replied, now agreeable. He turned to me. Su, we will stay here for now. This is your Aunt Luing's cousin's mother. You should refer to her as Aunt Grandma." "Hello, Aunt Grandma," I greeted, nodding in acknowledgement. Perhaps Luing had informed her in advance, as she did not display any surprise upon seeing me. Sensing my struggle to disembark from the vehicle, both she and Luing quickly moved to assist. "What happened to your foot, dear?" "I have a sore on my ankle," I explained as my father confirmed her inquiry. She did not press further, merely muttering, "Growing children should not have to endure such suffering." Once inside, it was apparent that Aunt Grandma's home was quite comfortable, boasting tiled floors and ample light. I settled on the edge of the Kong while my father fetched the medical kit from the CA in the days that followed. He never left the house without it, both for emergencies and to ensure I received treatment if we could not return home that night. "Come here, my dear," Aunt Grandma offered. "Have some fruit from our own orchard. It is sweet." Both she and Luing were warm and welcoming, making it easy for my father and me to feel at ease. We enjoyed a hearty dinner together that evening, creating an atmosphere that felt less like an exorcism and more like a family reunion. As night fell, Aunt Grandma arranged for my father and me to sleep in the eastern room, while she and Luing took the western room. I gritted my teeth as I changed the bandage, careful not to make a sound for fear of disturbing them. As I lay in the unfamiliar place, sleep eluded me. After closing my eyes, I suddenly heard a gentle tapping at the window. I wanted to call for my father, but he was already snoring softly. The tapping persisted, and I stifled my fear, trying to force myself to sleep. A familiar, aged voice emerged from outside. "Little girl, it's me, come, come." I opened my eyes to see the elderly woman from before. "Come quickly," she urged, beckoning me with her hand. "Where to?" I asked, hesitantly stepping to the window. Without waiting for a response, I opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. She swiftly darted outside, still urging me to follow. Quickly, I followed her, surprisingly feeling no pain in my ankle and devoid of fear. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the peaceful village as I dashed along the dirt road behind her. She stood just ahead, beckoning me, but I could not catch up. "Faster!" she called, her voice insistent. Surrounded by trees, I was disoriented, unable to discern my surroundings. Driven by an almost trance-like state, I followed her until we reached a fork in the path. She smiled at me and said, "Little girl, you've arrived in Lianshan village. I will help you once more. Continue forward and take the left path, where you will encounter a benefactor." Remember, a benefactor. Before I could ask for clarification, she vanished. A chill swept over me, and I shivered as my ankle began to throb again. I looked around, unsure whether to return or heed her advice. Taking a deep breath, I decided to follow the left path, thinking that since I was already in this predicament, there was little to fear. The path was narrow, and soon I spotted a small figure standing with its back to me, facing the moonlit sky. It appeared to be a child, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, and I wondered what they were doing. As I strained to see, my heart raced. Oh no! The child had a tail. Just as I turned to flee, the child sensed my presence and suddenly transformed, growing taller and morphing into a woman. I froze in shock, my heart nearly leaping from my throat. In all my years, I had never witnessed such a transformation. The woman, her hair elegantly styled, wore a flowing gown with a hem that danced in the wind. Her voice rang clear and bright as she addressed me. "Why? You see me? What?" I stammered, unable to comprehend. "What do you mean?" she queried, her demeanor playful as she approached, leaning down to meet my gaze. "What do you think I am?" My teeth chattered as I stuttered. You are." As I glanced down, I saw her tail peeking out from beneath her gown, its fur white as snow. "Speak," she commanded, her expression darkening. "What am I?" I was on the verge of tears, my throat constricted. I don't know." "Then you must stay here with me," she declared, her tone foreboding. "Are you asking me what you resemble, or what you are?" I blurted out, confused. Her brows knitted together. Is my question flawed? Everyone asks the same thing. Feeling the pressure building, I stammered, "There is a vast difference. I don't know what you are, but if I must say what you resemble my aunt." She burst into laughter, a sound that echoed through the night. "I resemble your aunt. How could that be?" "Indeed, you do," I retorted, my instincts telling me that mentioning my aunt would keep me safe. "Is that so?" she mused, a smile returning to her lips. "Then tell me, what kind of person is your aunt?" "She is a wonderful person." I felt I had to answer, my heart racing. "My aunt is exceptional. She earned her accounting certification in the city and even self-studied Buddhism. She told me that if I ever faced danger, I should call her name, and she would come to my aid." Initially, I didn't believe her, but she truly did come. The more I spoke, the more animated I became. I heard her chanting from a distance. It was so beautiful, and I even saw a golden light. But, my voice faltered as I recalled the incident. "But what?" she urged. But she was attacked by a dark-faced demon, and her tongue was bitten off. Now, she can no longer speak clearly, and it's all my fault. "You have helped her." The woman's voice softened as she reached out to touch my head. "From now on, she will not create more negative karma. With a sincere heart, she will experience great fortune." I stared at her, bewildered. "What kind of fortune? Will she live a long life?" "The secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed," she smiled gently, her demeanor transforming into one of warmth. "Little girl, you have assisted me, so I can grant you a wish. Speak, and we shall be even." I was taken aback. "What have I done to help you?" I asked, confused, but she did not intimidate me further. She seemed to be a celestial being rather than a malevolent spirit. Perhaps she was the long-eared immortal I had heard about at the old woman's home? "Stop your wild thoughts," she said, perceiving my unease. "Little girl, I am busy. Speak your wish." She appeared indecisive, and I sensed that if I did not hurry, she might become angry. Choose another. Okay, let my mother recover, I replied. She struggles to walk. Choose another. Make my father happier. He has been so troubled these days. Choose another. She began to file her nails, clearly losing her patience. My sister has been unable to conceive. My second brother wishes to have twins. As I witnessed her mounting irritation, I instinctively blurted, "Then let my sister-in-law have a set of twins." She erupted with laughter, her shoulders shaking as she cackled, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night, sending chills down my spine. I remained frozen, my face flushed. I take it back. Is that all right? I just want to sleep. Oh my. I felt overwhelmed by fear as she finally stopped laughing. You are the most entertaining person I have encountered in the centuries I have lingered in this forest. Tell me, you are on the brink of death, yet you still think of others. You must grant yourself a wish. Ah, yes, I realized, feeling foolish. I forgot my own predicament. Do not be angry. I will wish for myself. I want to heal quickly, to discover why these malevolent beings are clinging to me. A dark-faced demon has been vanquished, but there is still a powerful woman who continuously sabotages me. I want to eradicate them, to avenge my aunt, my mother, and Master Fong. I exhaled in one breath. Is that wish acceptable? Indeed, she said, a smile gracing her lips as her gaze bore into mine with a compelling intensity. You will not perish, but remember this. It is not that malevolent beings cling to you. Rather, you have lost something that attracts them, drawing them to siphon your essence. What have I lost? I asked instinctively, checking my pockets. Was it my dignity? You will soon discover, she replied cryptically. After you return, you must promptly travel to Daba County in North Jiang Province, to Jinyuan Mountain, and seek out a man named Xinwanong. He possesses the ability to save your life and will assist you in vanquishing the malevolent spirit. All the doubts weighing on your heart will be resolved in due time. I will protect you from the shadows, ensuring your journey is safe. Now go. Xinwanong? The name sounded vaguely familiar. As I watched her gown billow, she began to levitate. Preparing to depart, I was too preoccupied to ponder the implications and called out, "Could you help me directly?" With her ethereal form, she appeared to be soaring higher, her silhouette shimmering with a golden aura. "Thank you for your concern, but I must return to the celestial realm," she replied, her voice fading as she ascended higher, soon enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the night sky. Stunned, I shielded my eyes, unable to comprehend her sudden disappearance. "Little girl, since you have likened me to your aunt, you may call me Aunt Hudut if you find yourself in peril again. I shall assist you once more. Until we meet again, farewell." "Wait, Aunt Hu, where can I find you?" But the brilliance vanished, leaving me in darkness, surrounded by the chilling wind and rustling leaves. I shivered, fear mingling with confusion, as if I had just awakened from a dream. Who was she? Why did she leave? Were her words truthful? Su. I snapped back to reality as I saw my father, Lu Ying, and Aunt Grandma rushing towards me, calling my name in panic. "Little girl, where are you?" "I'm right here. What were you doing wandering around at this hour?" My father scolded, his concern spilling over. "Did you encounter something haunting you?" "Definitely," Lu Ying chimed in. "She must have come across something sinister." "No. Let me explain," I interrupted, taking a deep breath as I recounted my encounter. "I saw Lu Ying's grandmother, the old woman. She told me to follow her, and I did." As I relayed my experience, the three of them stared at me, dumbfounded. Lu Ying's lips trembled as she said, "My mother has not yet been buried, and you followed her here?" "Yes," I affirmed. "She came to help me. She said there would be a benefactor." My father's brows furrowed deeply. "Su, did she transform from a child with a long tail into a woman?" "Yes," I confirmed. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Su, she directed you to find a man named Shan Wanong in Daba County, North Jiang Province." "Exactly. She said he could help me, and that my afflictions are linked to something I lost. Lost what? My father asked, bewildered. She implied it was my soul, I explained, recalling her words. Your soul? My father pondered, realization dawning. Perhaps it refers to your That name sounds familiar, my father mused aloud. Oh, I remember now. Wait, what do you mean? I inquired. That's the name of the practitioner I consulted before. The one who was unable to resolve your issues but mentioned that a skilled individual might be able to help, my father exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yes, I added, recalling the conversation. Little Chin mentioned him as well. What do you mean about seeking a seal? My father asked Luing. That indicates your daughter has encountered a significant celestial being, Aunt Grandma interjected. The spirits in the mountains must find someone to seal their power. If she asks what she resembles, and you say she is human, she will succeed. Aunt Grandma's eyes sparkled with excitement. You said she resembled your aunt. You have helped her. She must be a fox spirit. If she attains enlightenment, she will possess boundless power and great virtue. Enlightenment? I recalled my father's tales of the fox spirit, but she mentioned needing to return to the celestial realm. She didn't say anything about enlightenment, I pointed out. Ah? Returning to the celestial realm means she has achieved enlightenment. She no longer resides among the earthly spirits. Aunt Grandma's enthusiasm was contagious. Which direction did she vanish in? I pointed toward the night sky, recalling her ascent. She flew higher than the trees, and then she vanished into the light. Aunt Grandma immediately knelt, bowing repeatedly. I humbly send off the old spirit. May her virtues expand and bring blessings to humanity. Seeing my father and Luing remain still, Aunt Grandma urged, You too should kneel as well. This is a moment of great joy. Especially you, Liang. Your daughter has been saved. The fox spirit has given her guidance, and she will recover soon. Chapter 23. You have skills, yet you climb trees. Father and Aunt Luing knelt down in a state of bewilderment, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thud. I followed suit, bowing 3 times in unison. On our way back, Father carried me on his back, while Aunt Lu continued to be swept away by excitement, incessantly inquiring about the finer details. Aunt Luing listened quietly, as if struck by inspiration. You know, she remarked to Aunt, this reminds me of a tale I heard in my childhood about a weasel donning a human outfit, swaying its hips and asking passers-by, What do I resemble? The onlookers, terrified, would exclaim, Oh no, a yellow weasel has turned into a spirit. And just like that, the weasel would shrink down, losing the ability to speak like a human. Those who encountered it would return home gravely ill, forever plagued by misfortune. Indeed, my dear sister, I recall that tale as well, Aunt expressed. Father, slow to catch on, added, There's also the snake. It must first transform into a python, then into a flood dragon. When it finally undergoes tribulation on a rainy day, those who witness it would proclaim, A dragon. It's a dragon. Then, the snake would have successfully achieved its goal. Yet, some, overly eager to attain enlightenment, rush out as soon as they learn to speak human language, without having changed their appearance. Their tempers remain fierce, and if they fail to obtain what they desire, they will seek revenge. What I saw was a stunning woman, indicating that she had already attained significant power. This sealing process is particularly crucial. If sealed properly, Su would also benefit from it. If not, I furrowed my brow in concern. What would happen? Would it consume me? Let us not speak of misfortune, Aunt Lu laughed, patting my arm. Su is fortunate. She has helped a great deal. It dawned on me that what Aunt who meant by help referred to this. A shiver of apprehension coursed through me. She had been asking me what I was, and then likened me to something. If only I had been better at my natural studies and had recognized the species of the tail peeking from beneath her skirt, perhaps it would have been. Oh dear, may heaven protect me. My spine tingled with an unsettling sensation. Boss Liang, your little girl has managed to amuse Aunt Hu. and now Su even calls her auntie. However, this compliment struck a chord with my father, who inquired, Su, why did you say she resembles your third aunt? Is she truly that similar? I nodded, taking a seat on the edge of the Kong after entering the house. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance, and my mind had been in disarray, nearly paralyzed with fear. Aunt Hu's dignified demeanor reminded me of my third aunt. Your third aunt must be a truly wonderful person, I mused. Aunt Lu chimed in, otherwise, Aunt Hu wouldn't be so pleased. Father hesitated before responding, well, my sister is undoubtedly a person of great integrity, but her tongue can be sharp. When her temper flares, she scolds everyone. Thankfully, Su didn't mention that, or else. In my heart, my third aunt was the best person in the world, I murmured, Dad. Aunt Hu mentioned that my third aunt would experience great fortune in the future. In that moment, I had completely forgotten her flaws, only recalling how she had once risked her life to save me. Moreover, she had never lost her temper with me. I had always admired her. Indeed, Aunt Lu waved her hand. Boss Liang, your daughter possesses a kind heart and a benefactor to aid her. It is a sign of great fortune. Since Aunt Hu has spoken, there's no need to wait for my husband. To be honest, I felt uneasy when you mentioned having seen over a dozen masters. Please don't let my husband suffer as well. Tomorrow morning, you should set off to find this Shan Wanting I in this world. Everything is interconnected. One must balance the scales. Father had no objections. He checked the map, prepared to take a nap to conserve energy for the journey to find Shan Wanting. Aunt Lu made preparations to return to her room to sleep, but Aunt Luing lingered, hesitating before turning to me. Su, did my mother leave any words for me? No, I replied honestly. She only said a benefactor would help me. Oh dear. Aunt Lu emphasized the word benefactor. She was reminding me. I thought to myself, relieved that nothing had gone awry. My reaction had been too slow. Aunt Lu said no more, her eyes dimming slightly as a bittersweet smile appeared on her lips. My mother, she was here at the courtyard, yet she didn't let me see her. She must not want to see me, but I miss her dearly, and no matter how old one becomes, everyone needs a mother. With my mother gone, when I call home, there is no one to respond. Aunt Lu, I said, propping. She is wearing that black coat with blue flowers. She said she misses you very much, but doesn't want me to tell you, fearing you would worry. She is doing quite well now and has received everything you sent her. She is very satisfied, so don't worry. What? Aunt Lu turned her head, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression brightening somewhat. Really? Yes, I affirmed. Aunt Lu, actually, it's a good thing Grandma didn't send you dreams. My grandfather has passed for several years, and my grandmother has never dreamed of him. She said that not dreaming means he is doing well below, and doesn't want the family to worry. The living must look forward and live well in the present. You must take care of yourself for Grandma to be at ease. Yes, you are right, Aunt Lu sniffled, thanking me. Thank you, Su. No need for thanks. I should be thanking you and Aunt Lu, I replied. I caused you both to lose sleep last night. Oh, what does that matter? Aunt Lu waved her hand. Her spirits significantly lifted. You should get some sleep. You have a long journey ahead tomorrow. I nodded, and once Aunt Lu closed the door, I turned to my father. Dad, actually, Grandma didn't mention Aunt Lu to me, so I wasn't lying, right? Not at all, Father replied, his face reflecting deep emotion as he hugged my shoulders. My little girl has grown up and can empathize with others. This is the fortune of Liang Dayo. Su, I truly didn't expect that you would think of others first when you were granted a wish by the celestial beings, rather than focusing on yourself. Having a daughter like you makes my life worthwhile. I watched my father's red-rimmed eyes, contemplating whether to voice my true feelings. How could I admit that I had been so frightened? Thank goodness I hadn't said anything wrong, or what if the other party held a grudge against me for not achieving enlightenment? With my current frail body, I would likely only live until the age of 12 in Lianshan village. At dawn, Father called me awake. ready to set off for Beijing province. Aunt Lu and Aunt Luing had risen early to steam buns for father to take along, standing outside the car window while advising him, Brother Liang, now that we've met, if Susu's illness gets better, please remember to call me. Also, when you come to Beijing to visit, you must find me. I'll treat you to a meal. Father pulled out several hundred yuan and handed it to Aunt Lu, expressing his gratitude for her and Aunt Luing's help, especially since they had searched the entire village for me last night. It's just a token of appreciation. Aunt Lu and Aunt Luing insisted on refusing, engaging in a playful argument. I feared they might come to blows. Sister, just accept it. If I weren't in such a hurry to leave, I would have wanted to burn some paper at your mother's grave. She has helped my daughter immensely. That paper is meaningless, Aunt Lu dismissed, rolling her eyes. Every seventh day has its significance. Brother Liang, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll make sure to mention it at the grave later. When Susu recovers, my mother will be pleased. It's worth much more than any paper money you could send. Quickly now, we have to hit the highway. All right, fine. Father nodded. Feeling somewhat guilty that he couldn't, he pushed the money into their hands. Thank you, sister. If you ever visit Linhai, you must come to our home for a visit. Just ask for Su Fushuan. I'll cover all your expenses. All right, I know you're a big boss and wealthy, Aunt Lu chuckled. We're not lacking in resources here, as you can see from my cousin's place. As long as the child gets better, we can eat anything. Saying this, Aunt Lu walked over to my window. Susu, let me say a few words to you. I lowered the car window, and Aunt Lu leaned in, whispering in my ear, My dear, I owe you an apology. On the way here, I remarked that there was a smell in the car. Later, when I saw your father change your medicine, I realized what was going on. I know I can be rather blunt, and you're a shy girl. I must have hurt your pride. Please don't hold it against me. Aunt, I'm fine, I replied, feeling a pang of discomfort at her words. You don't need to apologize. You've had quite a time, Aunt Lu sighed, patting my back. Once you're healthy, make sure to honor your parents well. They've had it tough, especially your father. He is getting older and it's taking a toll on him. I nodded, and Aunt Lu straightened, waving goodbye to us. All right, off you go. Stay in touch if anything comes up. Aunt Lu also reminded me to stay safe and visit often. As father started the car, we drove a considerable distance, and I caught a glimpse of Aunt Lu and Aunt Luing still standing by the roadside, waving at us with unwavering determination. Though we had only just met, they felt like long-lost family to me. The car continued to distance itself, and I leaned out the window, gazing at the mountains behind the village. I couldn't tell if it was my imagination, but amidst the intertwining yellow and green of the woods, I thought I saw Grandma from the neighboring bed also waving at me, a gentle smile radiating kindness and affection. I was momentarily stunned, my eyes suddenly brimming with tears, until Father urged me to pull my head back inside. My heart remained unsettled. What's wrong? Father glanced at me while driving. What did Aunt Lu say to you? Nothing much, I murmured, biting my lip. Dad, they are all good people, exceptionally good people. Indeed, Father nodded. This sister and her aunt are warm-hearted individuals. I've encountered many kind souls these past few days, I replied, lowering my gaze. Monk, Master Fong, that spirit medium grandmother. They are all helping me, I reflected. Father chuckled, freeing one hand to ruffle my hair. This shows that my daughter has a good heart. Wherever you go, you encounter benefactors. The Taoist priest said it well. This is merely a minor tribulation. Good things often require perseverance, and once you get through it, everything will be fine. I looked at him. It's you and Mom who are good. Otherwise, who would be here to help me through this? Father paused for a moment, then chuckled. How did we end up talking about your mother and me? You see, we are helping you recover. We haven't given up on you. As I spoke, tears welled up uncontrollably. Dad, I've spent so much of the family's money, and you never blamed me. Even when I was in a terrible state, you didn't turn your back on me. You helped me change my medicine, and you even told Aunt Lou it was your fault for not washing up. I know you wash up every day, my third. It used to say you smelled like scallions, and you disliked it. You're so clean. Daughter, let us not discuss this, father interrupted, his eyes glistening with emotion. Susu, now that we have found a capable person, and once we resolve these matters, just remember this. You are the apple of your parents' eyes. As long as you are well, we will be well. Whatever we do for you, we do willingly now. Stop crying. If you keep it up, your eyes will swell, and that one tea look good. I nodded, taking a deep breath to calm myself. This time had been filled with too much experience. Accompanying father on the journey to see the masters, I would silently calculate how much money had been spent and ponder the words of the masters. Whenever they suggested seeking a more capable person, I feared father would stubbornly insist on returning home. I had never contemplated death, but I lived in constant trepidation. Each time I closed my eyes, I heard strange sounds, and my mental state felt precarious. Especially that man with the mental illness who shouted about reporting to the King of Hell. I had been terrified, fearing that the King of Hell would indeed receive the message and come to take me away. Fortunately, most of the masters I encountered were good people. They instilled in me a sense of reverence for this profession, and there were warm-hearted individuals like Aunt Lou and Aunt Luing. It was they who made me cherish this world more and love my family deeper. The car merged onto the highway, covering a distance of approximately 600 kilometers. Father estimated it would take about 7 to 8 hours. He urged me to take a nap and rest. I couldn't sleep. The wound on my lower back had grown larger, and sitting in the car caused it to become aggravated, oozing through my clothing, causing a stinging pain. Thankfully, the seat back concealed it, preventing any odor from escaping. I didn't want to distract father, so I bore the pain and engaged in casual conversation with him. Father drove at high speed, the engine humming, and each time he accelerated and gently braked, I would hear strange noises. Even though I didn't understand cars well, I knew that after this trip, the car would likely be retired ahead of schedule. Once we entered Beijing province, father exited the highway and continued driving toward Daba County using the map. The higher the latitude, the colder the air became, and the faint greenery visible in Beijing had vanished entirely here. Other than the pines and cypresses, the branches of other trees were left with only spur. I endured the pain to use the restroom, and while waiting for father, I gazed at the long road, finally experiencing the vastness of the land. Despite the chilly wind and the withered branches, the sky was blue, the air crisp, and the mountains stretched endlessly, exuding a sense of grandeur and boundlessness. My heart felt considerably more expansive. As dusk approached, we finally reached our destination. Jinyuan Mountain appeared to be named after a mountain, yet it was actually a slightly remote small town, situated in the Changskai mountain range. Father purchased a map in Daba County, explaining to me like a tour guide that the county's geography consisted of hills, mountains, plains, marshes, and rivers, with abundant mineral resources. In simple terms, it was a place abundant in mountains, water, and forests, rich in natural resources and undoubtedly a land of talented individuals. Father exclaimed in admiration, "White mountains and black waters produce heroes. Such places are where dragons and tigers lie hidden. Susu, your aunt who must have cultivated here. The denser the forest, the more magical the place." I smiled faintly, listening half-heartedly. We weren't here for tourism, so I wasn't particularly interested in these introductions. Once we arrived in town, father became disoriented. Without a phone, how could he find Shinwanhong? He parked in front of a small supermarket, instructing me to wait in the car while he bought some food and inquired about directions. If that didn't work, we would find a place to stay for the night and discuss it further in the morning. I nodded, and as soon as father entered the supermarket, I shifted slightly in my seat. The lower half of the entire seat back was nearly soaked through with pus. "Susu, I found out," father exclaimed as he exited the supermarket, his face beaming with joy. He handed me a bag of snacks and continued, "Shun Wantong is indeed a well-known figure here. When I asked the supermarket owner, she said everyone in town knows him. He moved here about 7 or 8 years ago. and upon arrival, he donated money to the town, repairing roads and building bridges. The town's wealthiest and he are good friends. He lives right here in Genuine Mountain. You can find him once you head up the mountain. Is it far from here? Not far, not far. The small town isn't large. It'll only take about 10 minutes to drive there. Father pulled out a piece of paper. Look, the owner even drew a route map for me. She mentioned that it's common for outsiders to come looking for Shinwanong. They've seen all sorts of luxury cars. Everyone in town knows he is a great master, and when families have matters to discuss, they want to go up the mountain to see him. However, he has a rule. He only sees one client a day. So many people have to queue. As he spoke, Father furrowed his brow. Susu, has the bandage on your ankle come off? Why does it smell? It hasn't. I forced a smile. Dad, let us hurry and find him. It'll be dark soon, and we'll lose a night. Yes, let us not waste time, Father agreed, anxious. It doesn't matter if it gets dark, but we mustn't end up waiting in line for too long. We can't afford to delay your matters. The road was easy to follow. We drove through the town's South Commercial Street, continuing straight until we reached the outskirts, where a stretch of woodland awaited. Father circled the mountain, and this range ran north to south. The northern slope was steep with dry, sharp bushes thriving at the base, while the southern slope was gentler, with a relatively flat top. At the foot of the mountain, a dirt road wound upward, wide enough for 3 or 4 people. This must be it, Father determined, parking at the base of the southern slope. Susu, let us get out and walk up the mountain. We'll find Shinwanong. As soon as he touched my back, he was startled. Oh no, Susu, your clothes are soaked through. It's fine. I gritted my teeth, forcing a smile. The wound on my lower back has burst, but I can manage. Let us go up the mountain. I'll help you change your bandage. No need. I waved my hand. Let us see the master first, then I'll change it afterward. We've come this far. Father had no choice but to assist me as we walked along the path up the mountain. We hadn't walked far when we spotted 2 black cars parked at the other end of the southern slope. Point one was the Mercedes-Benz my second brother had always wanted, while the other, I believed he had mentioned, was a Bentley. Oh, what fine cars. They must have come from Beijing, Father exclaimed, casting a surprised glance. Susu, it seems Shinwanong is indeed a remarkable person. We must hurry. We can't afford to miss our chance. The more anxious I became, the slower I moved. Although the mountain path wasn't steep, it continuously ascended, winding like a dragon through the woods. Seeing me struggle, Father offered to carry me, but climbing was different from walking on flat ground. He had to lift each foot high, and as he was getting older, his stamina was waning. After a few dozen meters, he was panting heavily. Additionally, I was heavier than I appeared. Despite being only 12, I stood at 163 meters tall, with the stature of an adult, though my face still bore the innocence of a child. Having driven all day, Father was already weary, and carrying me up the mountain truly tested his limits. After a strenuous 10 minutes, he was sweating profusely, worried I might slip, bending low like he was carrying a heavy load, constantly bouncing me up as he made his way up. Each jolt sent sharp pain through my lower back, causing my insides to convulse. Susu, why don't you wait here for me? Father suggested, finally unable to bear the exertion. I'll go see Sean. If everything checks out, I'll find someone to come back and carry you. Otherwise, this is taking too long. I nodded repeatedly. Okay, Dad, I can't keep this up either. Father propped me against a tree by the roadside, then walked a few paces away before returning, still anxious. What if a snake comes? You can't run. Dad, it's the middle of the season. There shouldn't be any snakes. I frowned. There are wild boars in these deep mountains. What if something like that comes? Father glanced around, then bent down to observe a sturdy, crooked tree nearby. Ah, Susu, you'll be safe in the tree. Climb a tree? Father didn't allow me to refuse, guiding me over and securing me at my waist. His face turned red from the effort, as he hoisted me onto a branch of the crooked tree. Susu, you just sit here and wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Remember, no matter what happens, don't move until I return. I nodded. Having climbed up, I had no objections. Sitting on the branch, surrounded by many trees, the remaining dead leaves obstructed my view. The moment Father slipped away, he vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of his footsteps fading into the distance. A chilly breeze swept. On the bright side, the breeze quickly dried the clothing soaked with pus on my lower back. I stared blankly at the fallen leaves below. A sudden voice broke the silence. Sister, sister. Who? I looked around. All I saw were trees, and no one was visible on the dirt road. My heart raced with unease. Stop playing tricks. Show yourself. Sister, sister, the voice called again, sounding like a young girl. I'm on this tree across from you. Across from me stood a tall, straight pine tree, but there was no one there. Sister, you're wearing something special, the little girl's voice continued. It's such a wonderful thing. I am scared that if you take it off, you'll be able to see me. I was startled. What a ghost. Realizing this, I clutched the crooked tree's trunk with one hand and held my protective amulet close to my chest, trying to sound brave. I can't take it off. I have the protection of a master. If you dare disturb me, I'll make you suffer, understand? Now leave. Sister, I'm not a bad person, the little girl cried, her voice filled with sorrow. I'm dead, but I've forgotten where my home is. I floated here, and the sunlight has made my feet disappear. It hurts so much. I can't float anymore, so I'm attached to this tree. No one hears my cries, only you do. Please help me. Why should I help you? I replied, trying to maintain my composure. Who forgets where their home is? You're lying. Ghosts always tell lies. I'm not lying, she sobbed. I remember walking on a road, a gray, hazy road. I was so thirsty that I drank some water and saw a city gate. Many people were queuing to enter, and I followed behind. But when it was my turn, the guard asked for my name, and I couldn't speak. He had no face, and it was terrifying. I got scared and ran away, and somehow ended up here. Sister, please help me. I listened in a daze, her words striking a chord in my memory. Was it a particularly long road? Yes, she affirmed. At first, there was no one on the road, just me. Later, when I drank water, I saw others. I was really thirsty too, I exclaimed. The old woman had warned me not to drink the water there, claiming it would make one forget everything. Did you forget everything after drinking? I pressed. Did you forget your name? I think it was something like Yin Yin or Yin Yin. I can't remember. She wailed, Sister, I can't hold on much longer here. There are wild beasts in this mountain, and I'm so scared. Please take me home. How can I take you home? You've forgotten where it is, and I don't know where your home is either. I protested. Besides, you're not even human. Just take me away from here. Anywhere will do, sister. I'll disappear if I stay here. I was about to respond when suddenly, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, accompanied by a man's cough. Peering out, I noticed 3 men walking down the mountain, all dressed in formal suits. 2 were relatively young, supporting an elder who looked to be around my father's age. The elder was coughing and appeared frail. They were conversing quietly, and the elder sighed repeatedly. Before long, they disappeared from view. Heading down the mountain, I was well hidden in my tree, and passers-by wouldn't be likely to notice me unless they specifically looked my way. Once they were gone, I thought the little girl would speak again, but unexpectedly, the 3 men had barely left when new footsteps approached. Is that Dad coming back? My heart leaped with joy, but the accompanying voices made me realize he needs some peace. One voice instructed it wasn't father, but the voice sounded familiar. I leaned forward, carefully peering through the branches. As the footsteps drew nearer, I caught sight of polished dress shoes, black suit trousers, and gradually lifted my gaze, coming face to face with a man who wore a perplexed expression. Liang Susu. Before I could react, he suddenly appeared stern, his demeanor commanding. What on earth are you doing up a tree? Get down. I was taken aback, nearly falling from the tree in shock. Scrambling to hold onto the trunk, he strode forward, parting the branches with long strides, his eyes glaring at me. So, after being in the hospital, you come here to hang yourself from a crooked tree. Get down now. To be honest, at that moment, I completely forgot his name, overwhelmed by his intimidating presence, which felt more terrifying than the invisible girl I had just spoken to. Little girl? What are you doing here? Chung Chun, who followed closely behind, looked equally astonished. Why are you up a tree? Thankfully, my boss has sharp ears. He heard a sound, or we wouldn't have found you. I was at a loss for words. How could I explain? Especially since Chung Chun was glaring at me. I opened my mouth, but all that came out was, "You don't need to worry. I'm waiting for my dad." Where is your father? Chung Chun asked, scanning around. Did he put you up in the tree? Why would he do that? He is afraid of snakes, I replied, trying to explain. Huh? Chung Chun laughed coldly. Your uncle told me just the other day that you're better now, and that he was taking you back to your hometown. Into your home in Linhai? Why are you in these deep mountains? Did he leave you up a tree to hasten your demise? My dad told you I'm better? I was stunned. Did you call him? Father had always been secretive about my condition, never wanting others to know I was haunted. Besides Uncle Chiao and his friends who inquired about the masters, Father had always been vague with anyone else who asked about me. Even if Chung Chun had called, Father wouldn't feel the need to mention it. Little sister, tell me the truth. How did you end up in that tree? Chung Chun asked, concern etched across his face. Your uncle is extremely worried about you. How could he leave you here alone? This is dangerous. Call her father, Chung Chun said, pulling out his phone and handing it to Chung Chun. Ask Uncle Liang if he left a rope for Liang Susu when he left. Hey, I was exasperated. I didn't want to die. The moment I encountered them, everything spiraled into chaos. I understand, Chung Chun said, his tone sympathetic. Little sister, you need to open up. Chung Chun looked at me with a knowing expression, and after taking the phone, he stepped aside to make the call. I was at a loss for words. At this point, I would rather talk to that little girl. Boss, the line is he going through? Chung Chun turned back to Chung Chun, who looked concerned. It seems like it's turned off. Turned off? Chung Chun's eyes narrowed, glaring at me. Where is your father? He get lost, did he? Chung Chun's face darkened. Liang Susu, you're quite something. First, you tried jumping off a building. Now you're hanging from a tree. I told you to stay away from danger, and you went and ran off to this place. Enough? I snapped, my patience worn thin. You are really annoying. Just because you look like a bad person doesn't mean you can yell at me. I've told you 180 times that I don't have depression. I've never even heard of that illness. I'm not trying to die. I'm just here in the mountains. Chung Chun was momentarily taken aback, his neck stiffening in surprise. After a while, he exhaled, his expression softening into a half-smile. If you don't want to die, then why? Stop talking. I interrupted, feeling infuriated. He looked like a villain, and his voice was like a low rumble of thunder. I had never endured such humiliation. Even my second brother, with his fierce demeanor, would yield to me. Liang Susu, I need to tell you. I don't need you to tell me anything. I want you to be silent. Chung Chun, come here. Huh? Oh hey. Chung Chun looked confused, a hint of amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth. Just as I was berating Chung Chun, he couldn't help but chuckle. Liang Susu, what is going on? Chung Chun asked, bewildered. Why are you here? I retorted, feeling overwhelmed. Little sister, we're just worried about you. Your actions are dangerous. Please call my father again. Calming my emotions, I realized Chung Chun was genuinely kind, at least gentle in demeanor. I typically judge actions over individuals. My dad brought me here to find Master Shan on the mountain. He is older and can't carry me, so he let me wait in the tree while he went to find Master Shan. He went to find Master Shan? Chung Chun looked surprised. We just came from Master Shan's house. We didn't see Uncle Yang on the way down. As he dialed the number, he shook his head. Little sister, the line is still off. Is it possible that Uncle Yang's phone is dead? Where is he? I pondered, feeling anxious. Is he lost? Chung Chen's face turned serious. Liang Su, you are quite capable, trying to jump off a building and now climbing a tree. I told you to stay away from danger, yet you ended up here. Enough. You're really irritating. I was fed up with his incessant nagging. Just because you look unfriendly doesn't mean you can yell at me. I've told you 100 times, I'm not depressed. I've never heard of that illness. I'm not trying to die. Chung Chun's expression turned incredulous, a mixture of surprise and concern washing over him. Little sister, you need to speak openly. I felt cornered, and the words tumbled out. Why would I be open with you? You re not my father. Then who is your father? I shot back, he is my father. He is the only one I can rely on. Then stay here and wait for him. Chung Chen's voice softened. It's not safe here. You should come down from the tree. I was at a loss for words, feeling torn between the urge to stay put and the desire to go find my father. Liang Su, please listen to me, Chung Chen urged. I took a deep breath, contemplating my next move. Would it be wise to descend from the tree and follow them? All right, I finally conceded. I'll come down. Good, Chung Chen replied, relief evident in his tone. As I prepared to climb down, I caught sight of Chung Chen's worried expression, and for a moment, I felt a flicker of warmth in my chest. With determination, I climbed down carefully, my heart racing with uncertainty about what lay ahead. Chapter 24. The connection between heaven and hell. No, I wanted to wave my hand, but as soon as I released it, I hurriedly grasped it again. A fall like this would surely terminate my athletic career. Chung Chen, my ankle is injured, and I have a wound on my lower back as well. I need to bounce back from this angle, but I can't get down. Dante mentioned it. His hair looks rather stiff, with the sides shaved flat and the back feeling surprisingly soft. The length is just right, allowing me to grab it without difficulty. Chung Chen pursed his lips and slowly squatted down like he was assuming a horse stance, gradually lowering his center of gravity. Is this okay? I'll give it a try. I was just as anxious to get down. It was incredibly awkward. One leg slowly shifted from his shoulder to the ground, and once I steadied myself, I gradually lowered my other injured foot. In my nervousness, I inadvertently gripped his hair too tightly, and before I could stabilize, I heard Chung Chen let out a soft hiss. Liang Shu, pulling my hair like that is going to make me look worse. Huh? I quickly released my grip, losing my balance and stumbling slightly. I'm sorry. Be careful. He deftly supported me, his eyes filled with helplessness. I am not blaming you. It's fine, my foot hurt, and I couldn't stand firmly. I leaned on a tree, genuinely feeling sorry. I thought you had left. I didn't expect I should be the one apologizing. He straightened up and rubbed the back of his head, loosening his shirt collar slightly, then smiled at me. Liang Shu, you look quite slim. How can you be so heavy? You nearly sent me flying. At that moment, I could only muster a sincere apology, unsure of what else to say. The most frequent advice from our coach during training was to take care of oneself. The previous maneuver was indeed perilous. Had he not been stable and strong, it could have easily caused me to collide with his throat. If he had fallen backward while I was unbalanced, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. All right, as long as you're fine. Chung Chan seemed to have calmed down, turning his back to me and squatting down. Come on, I'll carry you up the mountain while we look for Uncle Yang and Ziheng. No need. Are you still upset? He glanced at me sideways. Hurry up, we're running out of time. Really, it's unnecessary, I replied. Once I vented my anger, that's it. I don't hold grudges. I am not that magnanimous. I simply didn't want him to carry me. He had a pleasant scent. While I knew I smelled rather unpleasant, I had already neglected my hygiene in my fear of falling, and I didn't want to add to my embarrassment by having him ask about the odor. Hey! Chung Chun reached out with a long arm, effortlessly lifting me by the back of my knee. I don't need it, I exclaimed. I smell. Did you sneak some adult perfume? Chung Chun shot me a sidelong glance. Don't take advantage of me just because I can't smell it due to my rhinitis. I might just toss you down the mountain to feed the wild boars. I shrank my neck, relieved that he couldn't sense my odor. Then I owe you one. Thank you, sure. Chung Chen was indeed not one to stand on ceremony. Striding forward confidently along the dirt path, I was momentarily at a loss for words, and it was only then that I noticed the sun had already set, leaving behind only a faint circle of pale yolk on the horizon. Night was swiftly approaching. After walking for quite some time, I suddenly remembered the little girl who had spoken to me. I had not seen her since Chung Chen had arrived. Apart from that single scream, which only I had heard, she hadn't uttered another word. For some reason, I didn't feel particularly afraid of her, nor did I perceive her as a malicious being. After hearing her story, I felt a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps our experiences were strikingly similar, and I was fortunate. If it hadn't been for the reminder from the elderly woman in the next bed, guiding me back, would I too have forgotten where home was, who I was, and never be able to return? Liang Shushu, did you practice martial arts before? How did you know? I snapped back to reality, tilting my head to look at his profile. Oh, did you notice how agile I was just now? Chung Chen chuckled softly. Remaining silent, I felt quite confident, stating, actually, I only started artistic gymnastics at 10. Prior to that, from 6 to 10, I practiced traditional martial arts, and my gymnastics coach also mentioned that it was evident I had a martial arts foundation. Clearly, you have an eye for talent. Speaking of which, I had accumulated a plethora of skills, largely thanks to my parents, who believed in exposing me to everything they deemed worthwhile. Piano, flute, eru, ballet, painting, acting, hosting, go, table tennis, baseball, even horseback riding and golf. Truly, a prodigal spender. When I was 6, there was a time when my parents went out, and my older brother was responsible for watching over me. To keep things easy for himself, he let me watch a children's movie. The 3 little boys in it practiced kung fu, and I was utterly captivated, watching it repeatedly. Thus began my insistence on learning martial arts. Why did you give it up? Chung Chun slightly turned his face, asking, something you loved so much, can you just abandon it? Because I felt a bit embarrassed. I was always getting into fights. Once I learned martial arts, I thought of myself as a martial arts master and would fight wherever I went, and I would shout when I saw injustice and strike when action was required. That was me. During those years of practicing martial arts, my family often received complaints. Although traditional martial arts mainly focused on forms, graceful displays rather than practical application, when it came to actual combat, the chances of encountering a situation where one would execute a direct punch followed by a sidekick were slim. No one would follow the forms in a real fight, nor would they provide you the opportunity for spinning kicks or sweeping legs. However, I was a little reckless. Winning was paramount. I was terrified of losing. If I had the strength in my right arm, I would strike my opponent. If I couldn't win, I would run away. Whenever I witnessed an act of injustice or someone being bullied, regardless of the opponent's age or number, I would dare to confront them. My parents, seeing this, thought it was unacceptable. They didn't want me following in my older brother's footsteps. Having learned from past mistakes, they knew they needed to intervene. Yet, without martial arts to vent my energy, I was fortunate that a coach from the sports school noticed me at a sports event. With my ballet background, I ended up learning competitive gymnastics, and by a twist of fate, I transitioned to artistic gymnastics. Liang Shushu, you may be young, but your experiences are quite rich. Indeed, I chuckled lightly. Regardless of whether he was teasing me, I replied, don't let my age fool you. I'm a seasoned athlete. Every accomplishment has a story behind it. Perhaps I had been feeling pent up lately, as Chung Chen's casual questions opened the floodgates. I shared my competition experiences, explaining why I switched to artistic gymnastics. My grandmother had watched me train and deemed competitive gymnastics too dangerous. What with the pommel horse and uneven bars? She was terrified and vehemently opposed me continuing. Coincidentally, she watched an artistic gymnastics competition on television and said, "This is fine. It's just like dancing." Thinking of my grandmother made me smile. To this day, she still believes that artistic gymnastics is merely dancing with balls, ribbons, and hula hoops. Every time I return home, she insists on watching me perform, boasting to everyone that I'm going to join the national team for dance, which she finds utterly delightful. Chung Chen, what do you think? I paused, realizing I had rambled on. Am I being too familiar? This was getting personal. If my brother found out, he would surely scold me. Night had fallen, and while Chung Chen carried me effortlessly, I noticed that he had a strong posture, his arms firm, and he didn't jostle me as he walked. The pleasant scent emanating from him made my discomfort fade, and I found myself at ease, even amidst the eerie sounds of the forest and strange bird calls. I had momentarily forgotten to worry about my father. Where is he? I thought, suddenly feeling the urge to punch myself. What would I do if my father was lost? Why so quiet? Chung Chun's tone was gentle as he asked, "Liang Shushu, how could someone as cheerful as you be depressed?" "I am not depressed," I asked Uncle Yang, and he confirmed it. Huh? I was taken aback by why Dad said I'm depressed. Chung Chun merely nodded, not confirming or denying. Is it possible my father thinks saying I'm depressed sounds better than saying I'm haunted? I mused. Actually, I've encountered something unclean, I confessed, and my father was afraid of the truth being known. Lest people talk behind my back, however, I had indeed encountered something sinister. When you first pulled my hair, I wasn't about to jump off a building. I thought I saw my grandmother calling me from below. Of course, she wasn't really there. It was an illusion created by that entity. The same goes for the second time when you thought I was going to hang myself in the stairwell. I continued, and today, my father brought me to seek Master Shun, wanting to exorcise the spirits. By the way, you're here to see Master Shen too, right? You believe in these things, right? Science can't explain everything, can it? Believe. Chungshin raised an eyebrow but nodded nonetheless. Of course, empirical science can only disprove. It cannot prove everything. Therefore, I cannot deny things I have not personally experienced. I didn't fully comprehend, but sensed his neutrality. Then why seek Master Shun? To accompany my father. Chung Chun was succinct, revealing his deep trust in Master Shun. Then he turned to me, "Liang Shushu, are you sure it's a haunting and not just people scaring people?" Huh. His eyes sparkled, dark and profound. I nodded. Of course, I've seen the unclean with my own eyes. I pointed back. Earlier, by the tree, someone was talking to me. Who? She said it was attached to the tree. It was quite creepy. I emphasized. In any case, I'm not ill. Once my health is restored, I have many things to do. Also, my third aunt, just as I was about to expand the topic, I heard my father calling my name. I lifted my eyes and saw my father and Zhou Ziheng waving at us from a fork in the road. "Shushu, Dad." I felt a surge of joy. "Where have you been?" As I approached, I noticed that my father's suit jacket was torn, and his face was dirty, leaning a bit on Zhou Ziheng for support. "Dad, what happened?" "Don't ask." My father waved his hand, indicating the direction he had come from. I took a wrong turn. I followed my father's pointed finger and was taken aback. Although it was a Y-shaped fork, one path was wide enough for 3 people, while the other was narrow, like a sheep trail, clearly forged through the overgrown grass. Who would choose to venture down the narrow path over the broad one? Oh dear, I wasn't thinking clearly. My father noticed my confusion and, after thanking Chung Chun, continued, "When I got here, I was so focused on the narrow path that I ended up lost in a maze. Thankfully, Xiao Zhou found me. Otherwise, I'd still be wandering around." Indeed, Liang Zhong's behavior was rather peculiar. He insisted on climbing onto the stones. Zhou Ziheng, still shaken, added, "Had I not seen him, he would have fallen off the cliff." I called out to him, and Liang Zhong finally snapped out of his daze. Perhaps that's what they call a ghost blocking the way. Zhou Ziheng whispered. A chill ran down my spine, and I felt as though eyes were watching us from the darkness. Dad, are you hurt? I'm fine. My father patted his chest, relieved to be alive. I truly owe my thanks to Cheng and Zhou for saving me. At my age, I've never been through anything like this. After a moment of reflection, my father noticed that I was still on Cheng Chen's back and insisted on taking me off. Xiao Cheng, I didn't expect the 2 cars we saw at the foot of the mountain were yours. I just heard from Xiao Zhou that Chairman Cheng is still waiting for you in town. You've saved us once again. Once my daughter is well, I'll come to thank you properly. Let me carry Su. It's no trouble. Cheng Chen didn't relinquish me, his tone firm as he looked at my father. Since we're here, I'll escort you to Master Chen's door. You've just been startled. Let Ziheng support you instead. Liang Shushu isn't light. You might find it hard to manage. Hey, I'm sensitive. What do you mean? My father felt uncomfortable. Don't overexert yourself. Liang Zong, just listen to what my boss says. Zhou Ziheng urged, signaling my father to stop being so polite. At this point, meeting Master Shen was paramount, and my father could only nod, supported by Zhou Ziheng, while I remained on Cheng Chen's back. The 4 of us, 2 old, 1 weak, and 1 sick, were fortunate to have encountered Cheng Chen and Zhou Ziheng. Together, we continued our uphill journey, resembling a group on a pilgrimage. With more people around, I refrained from chatting with Cheng Chen. I silently admired his impressive physical condition. He had been carrying me for so long without even breaking a sweat. He was remarkably composed. After walking for a while, Zhou Ziheng quietly asked Cheng Chen, Boss, my phone has no signal up here. We haven't descended yet. Will the chairman be worried? It's fine. I sent a message. Cheng Chen replied briefly, not elaborating further. I was puzzled. When had he sent a message? After contemplating for a while, I realized he must have done so before we left. This guy was surprisingly thoughtful. Looking at him, he didn't seem so bad after all. My father kept expressing his gratitude, openly stating that Cheng Chen and Zhou Ziheng had saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been trapped on that narrow path, while I was still perched in the tree. With nightfall approaching, who could imagine what might have happened? Uncle Yang, I don't understand why you lied to me. From a distance, I noticed a lit courtyard. Cheng Chen couldn't help but speak up. Liang Shushu just encountered a haunting. Why did you tell me she has a psychological disorder? About that, my father's expression stiffened, clearly not anticipating such a direct inquiry. In truth, Cheng Chen's tone was casual, as if he were merely chatting, but his presence and demeanor carried an air of authority, making his words feel like an interrogation. Xiao Cheng, I want to laugh at you. Our city isn't very large. If someone's child encounters a problem, half the city will know. There was a girl in our area who was frightened by something as a child and was abnormal for 2 years. Eventually, she was treated, but who would still want to point fingers at her after that? In the end, her family couldn't bear the scrutiny and moved away. I raised my eyebrows slightly. I remembered the girl my father referred to. She was a quiet sister. Many people said she attracted evil spirits and that being near her would bring misfortune. After I started elementary school, I never saw her again. My daughter's situation is quite similar to that girl's. Xiao Cheng, if I can't keep this under wraps, when Shushu grows up, won't people gossip about her? My father sighed, lamenting how rumors could be so hurtful. I disagreed with him. Cheng Chen's gaze deepened. Does fabricating a psychological disorder prevent her from being affected? Depression is no trivial matter. My father concurred. Children nowadays casually say they're depressed or down. Compared to being haunted, Uncle Yang, you're mistaken. Cheng Chen's voice grew cold. Depression is a severe mental illness. Patients require medication, psychological treatment, and even physical therapy. The suffering is unimaginable, in my view. The stigma of being haunted pales in comparison. You must not let Liang Shushu be associated with depression in any way. My father halted, taken aback by Chengzhen's chilling demeanor. Is it really that serious? I want to speak about my family matters. Just ask Ziheng. Chengzhen's expression hardened. He will tell you how serious it is. I followed my father's gaze to Zhou Ziheng, feeling a sense of panic as Chengzhen's aura grew colder. I feared he might inadvertently expose me. Xiao Zhou, do you know my sister? Zhou Ziheng's eyes fell, revealing a deep sadness. Liang Zong, my sister committed suicide due to her depression. It's been 2 years. What? Not only my father, but I was taken aback as well. She was a high school student, burdened by academic pressure, often lamenting how exhausted she was. Our family didn't take it seriously, merely advising her to relax. After all, every student has their struggles. She was lively and cheerful when we spoke. Zhou Ziheng forced a strained smile, but on an ordinary afternoon, she secretly bought a bottle of pesticide and drank it. We couldn't save her. Just like that. My father found it hard to accept. Yeah? Zhou Ziheng nodded, taking a deep breath. Later, I read her diary and realized she had been struggling daily, needing to feign happiness to avoid worrying her family. Eventually, she couldn't keep it up and left us. Liang Zong, please don't think of depression as a trivial matter. It's terrifying. He looked at me, little sister. That day when I thought you were going to jump, I was genuinely anxious. I feared you might have depression. My sister is gone, and I don't want to see another similar tragedy. If possible, I'd like to be a listener. This world is dark. The sun rises every day. If we can't be happy every day, let us at least strive to open our eyes each morning. If we do so, we've already conquered ourselves. Living is the hope. I couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down my face as I felt overwhelmed. I will live well, I promise. No wonder Zhou Ziheng had been so attentive that day, continually reassuring me. My heart felt heavy. No. My father hurriedly waved his hands. Why daughter is like that? Shout Zhou. Shushu is genuinely lively and cheerful. She hasn't thought of anything like that. Oh, Shushu, don't cry. Dad made a mistake. I'll never say such things again. I'm just ignorant. While he spoke, my emotions surged, and I couldn't help but think of Zhou Ziheng's sister. How tragic it was for such a young life to be lost. As tears blurred my vision, I met Chengzhen's expressionless gaze. He seemed to find my sorrow amusing, and I was unsatisfied with his reaction. I questioned him. What are you looking at? Chengzhen, don't you find this moving? I can't move. Chengzhen replied coolly. I'm afraid that if I do, your snot will smear on me. At this, both my father and Zhou Ziheng burst into laughter. They ignored my distress, teasing me further until the topic shifted. To divert the conversation, my father began discussing our purpose for visiting Master Shan Wanong. To be honest, I've already taken Shushu to see more than 10 masters over the past few days. None of them could resolve her issues. This time, we received guidance from an old immortal to seek Master Shan. I wonder if this visit will yield any results. Old immortal? Zhou Ziheng looked puzzled, watching my father's expression, which suggested a lengthy explanation, so he didn't press further. Don't worry, Liang Zong, Zhou Ziheng assured him. I haven't met other masters, but Master Shan is exceptional. Just from his name, you can tell he is capable. He can reach the heavens and command divine beings. He can traverse the realms of the living and the dead, covering all paths. He can calculate and predict. He is known as the heavenly hand of the universe. I dare say, once you meet him, you'll recognize his abilities. Oh, I see. He is the heavenly hand. My father laughed. Thank you, Xiao Zhou. Your words put me at ease. I wiped my tears, remaining silent, unwilling to celebrate too early. When I had visited those 10 masters, each one had a grand reputation, shrouded in mystique. Master Fong even claimed to come from a family of exorcists, spanning 3 generations, yet their fate was still unfortunate. Upon arriving at Master Shan Wanong's courtyard, my father gently knocked on the closed door. Excuse me, we are here to visit Master Shan. Would someone kindly come out and open the door for us? While waiting for the door to open, my father grew increasingly anxious. He had heard that Master Shin only saw one client a day, and he was uncertain if we would be seen tonight. Don't worry, it will be fine, Zhou Ziheng reassured my father, while Cheng Chun remained relatively quiet. Yet, it was evident that Zhou Ziheng was not one to speak without thinking. I noticed that he often glanced at Cheng Chun before speaking, as if seeking his permission to express himself. Rules are dead. People are alive. Cheng Chun carefully set me down and turned to my father, speaking earnestly, Uncle Yang. Master Shan can be rather eccentric, but he isn't inflexible. If you're seeking his assistance, just be patient. If, for any reason, Master Shan cannot resolve Liang Shushu's issues, you can call me, and I will help you. Thank you. I looked up at him, feeling a surge of gratitude. My father grasped Cheng Chun's hand. Xiao Zhou said Master Shan is a heavenly hand, and we were guided here by an old immortal. It should be promising. Regardless of whether it was just a courtesy, I felt warmth in my heart. Cheng Chun slightly nodded, politely bidding my father farewell. After saying goodbye, he looked at me. Liang Shushu, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay long. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will visit you in Linhai. Okay, I replied softly. The entrance to Master Shin's house was dimly lit, with only the courtyard's light casting a faint glow that outlined Cheng Chun's resolute features. Standing tall, he towered over my father, who was 6 feet tall and weighed over 200 pounds. Cheng Chun was half a head taller. His physique was robust and imposing, devoid of any youthful demeanor. Noticing my silence, he turned and began to walk away. Hey, I called out. Suddenly realizing I wanted to thank him, I limped a few steps to catch up. Wait a moment. Not only did I want to express my gratitude for carrying me, but also for easing my discomfort during our journey. Cheng Chun paused, turning back to look at me. What is it? I'm sorry. Standing before him, I scratched my head, meeting his bright gaze. And thank you. He raised an eyebrow, his voice clear. What do you mean? I was rude to you while I was in the tree. I chuckled awkwardly. You didn't hold it against me, carried me all the way, and let me ramble on. You smell really nice, and I know I'm heavy. I truly appreciate your help. One should always be grateful. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Zhou Ziheng listening intently. My father, having realized I was thanking Cheng Chun, continued knocking on the door. The courtyard was spacious, and even with the front gate open, it didn't feel right to simply enter. Without a doorbell, we had to knock for a while. Don't mention it. Cheng Chun chuckled lightly, seemingly unaccustomed to smiling, his expression quickly shifting back to seriousness. I thought you were chasing after me to scold me for being ugly. Not at all. I laughed, thinking how out of line it would be to pursue him just to say that. Zhou Ziheng, witnessing the exchange, stifled a laugh as he hurriedly pulled out his phone. Boss, you chat with the little sister. I'll see if I can get a signal over there. I need to call Assistant Chen, so the chairman doesn't worry. As he left, Cheng Chun leaned closer to me, his voice low. Liang Shushu, if my face were covered in blood, would it look better? I was taken aback. What did he mean? Was he offended by my earlier comment about his looks? Upon closer inspection, apart from his intimidating demeanor, his features were striking: narrow double eyelids, sharp brows, and a strong nose, altogether exuding a refined masculinity. He was not ugly by any means. Yet, his overall aura gave off a predatory vibe, akin to a villain from a television drama. With glasses, he resembled a refined rogue. Without them, he looked like a ruthless killer, cold and unflinching. By my standards, he was far from charming, but to call him ugly was a bit excessive. My mother always said that regardless of one's academic performance, manners must not be neglected. You're not ugly. You just look a bit fierce. I scrambled to clarify. You have a somewhat intense gaze and a deep voice. When you get excited, it sounds like thunder. That's not good. You should smile more. A smile makes you more approachable. Smile. He frowned slightly, and I quickly grinned, showcasing my best post-performance smile. See? When I smile, it radiates energy and sincerity. Our coach says a pretty smile earns extra points. Come on, give it a try. He regarded me with a perplexed expression, as if I were telling a joke. Just as I felt my smile was about to freeze, he unexpectedly mimicked my expression, curving his lips slightly to reveal his perfect teeth. How about this? Did I earn points? I gasped silently, nearly taking a step back. His forced smile was even more unsettling, and clearing my throat, I seized the moment. Chung Chin, that still looks fierce. Your gaze needs to soften. Don't make it seem like you're about to commit a crime. If you keep that up, your impression score will definitely plummet in competitions, he chuckled, unable to contain himself, his long fingers brushing against his nose as he laughed softly. He then looked at me. I thought I wouldn't be able to learn, yet you make it sound so easy. But then his smile vanished, his expression turning serious. Liang Shushu, remember to call me. From today onward, I'll be keeping an eye on you. You'd better grow up well. Or else before he could finish, I interrupted. You're doing it again. I emphasized. Chung Chen, when you do that, it comes off as quite ugly. He paused, taken aback by my words. Do it like this. I took his wrists, tilting his chin up, spreading my palms wide. Let your fingers be relaxed and naturally curved. Yes, like a flower. Now, smile. Show those pearly whites. Why not? Your teeth are straight and white. There's no reason not to show them. Come on, learn from me. Say eggplant. Chung Chun stood frozen for a few seconds, like a robot. He cleared his throat, struggling to produce a soft sound. Eggplant? Exactly. I beamed, patting his shoulder. That's how you become friendly. Perfect. Good that you're teachable. Zhou Ziheng, not far away, nearly burst out laughing. I realized he had been craning his neck to steal glances at us. When I caught his eye, he quickly mimicked our actions, grinning widely. Eggplant, little sister. How did I do? Did I earn points? Chang Chun cleared his throat, and Zhou Ziheng immediately stiffened, pretending to focus on his phone. Boss, should I switch my SIM card? There's really no signal here. Shushu's here, my father shouted from the entrance. I couldn't say much more to Chung Chen, reminding him to practice smiling in front of the mirror when he got home. People should always be more approachable. He shouldn't walk around looking so fierce. I waved goodbye to Zhou Ziheng and limped back to my father's side. Shushu, what were you and Xiaocheng talking about? Why is Xiao Zhou laughing so much? As footsteps echoed from within the courtyard, I glanced at Chung Chen and Zhou Ziheng walking away. Zhou Ziheng was animatedly chatting with Chung Chen, his demeanor far more cheerful than his boss's. Oh, I just mentioned that Chung Chen. Oh, brother Chung. Seems to be sensitive about his looks. I told him to smile more, but it looks like he's not used to it. I just wanted him to lighten up a bit, you know? Sensitive about his looks? My father's expression was exaggerated. You think Xiaocheng is ugly? I was taken aback. If he were ugly, would your brother have any chance? My brother? I didn't understand my father's reaction. My brother is handsome, and he treats me well. He is always cheerful and humorous. Goodness. My father, as if struck, placed a hand on his chest. Once this matter is settled, I'll take you to see an eye doctor. Dad, my eyesight is fine. I have one. 5 vision. Just then, the gate creaked open, and as it swung wide, my father was still shaking his head. No, you need to get checked. You can't go around mistaking a turd for a flower and bringing back an ugly son-in-law. I sensed that my father wasn't being entirely serious, but I didn't have time to respond. My attention was drawn to the figure that had opened the door. I expected to see an elderly person with a slow gait, taking an eternity to open the door. Instead, I was met by a small boy, slightly shorter than me, seemingly around my age. Hello, my father quickly adjusted his expression, smoothing out his clothes. I apologize for the interruption. We've driven from Beijing to visit Master Shen. Is he available to meet with us? The little boy remained silent, one eye fixated on my father while the other seemed to look elsewhere, gazing up at him with a dazed expression. I found this way of looking at someone oddly familiar and suddenly recalled a classmate who looked like that, cross-eyed. Little boy, you must be Master Shen's grandson. Could you please inform him that we've arrived? My father politely repeated. Normally, this would be a reasonable request. One would typically ask before entering anyone's home. The usual protocol is for the host to escort the guest inside to meet the master, and we had followed this procedure before. However, the little boy suddenly piped up, "I need to go." I was momentarily stunned. Go? Where? "I need to use the bathroom." The little boy tugged at his waistband, grinning widely. "Do you have any paper?" "Oh dear." The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I stood there, dumbfounded, having never encountered such a situation before. "Dad, should we call an adult to help him?" Chapter 25. What was lost? Ah? Even my father appeared bewildered. Just as he was about to respond, the little boy pointed at the air beside him and said, "Auntie, could you lend me the handkerchief you have?" "Who's your aunt?" My father was standing next to me, but the boy was referring to the other side. "Young man, have you perhaps mistaken something? This is my daughter, and you both should be of similar age." "I didn't say your daughter. There are 3 of you. Aren't there?" The little boy, looking confused, insisted. "Sir, please hurry and urge this aunt to stop laughing and lend me the handkerchief, or I'll have to wipe my bottom with my hands." I craned my neck to peek at the other side of my father, feeling a chill run down my spine, and confirmed that no one was there. The mountains were dark, and behind my father, there were only trees. The wind howled mournfully. The boy's words made it impossible not to linger on the absurdity of the situation. Just then, another frail old woman emerged from the yard, scolding as she pulled the little boy's arm. "How many times must I tell you? Don't come out at night on the 1st and 15th. If you can't be watched, you'll just run about like a wild thing. Come inside and change your pants." Seeing the old woman, my father hurriedly spoke up, "Miss, who's your miss?" The old woman turned to glare at my father. "Mr. Shun, you're not to entertain guests at night." "Sunai." The boy reluctantly pointed at the air beside my father. "That aunt won't lend me her handkerchief, or I'll have to wipe my bottom on my own." "Which aunt? There are only 2 people here." Without needing us to explain, the old woman immediately seemed to understand something. She dropped the boy and rushed over to my father, spitting towards the air. "You old hag, what do you think this place is? Are you tired of living? Get lost, as far away as you can." My father was startled by her fierce demeanor and quietly shifted to the side, protecting me from her spittle. After finishing her tirade against the air, the old woman turned back to the boy. "Look around. Is that aunt gone?" "She is gone." The boy looked over and began to cry. "Sunai, how can I wipe my bottom without a handkerchief?" "You silly thing. Go home and use a stick." The old woman's tone was harsh, completely ignoring us as she pulled the boy's arm and marched him towards the yard. "I am taking you to the toilet. Who told you to come out? Move it, or I'll throw you into the mountains to feed the wolves." "Miss, we have urgent matters." My father called out in desperation to her retreating figure, "And there's another one coming. It's not safe for us to just leave like this. Whoever's coming, it's not easy for them either." Bang. She slammed the door shut, nearly shaking the doorframe loose. I shivered at the encounter with these 2 rather peculiar individuals. I looked up at my father. "What do we do now? Is there still an aunt with a handkerchief around? When did she join us? Has she been with us all along?" My back felt cold, and in the pitch-black forest, it truly felt as if something were watching us. Fortunately, the old woman hadn't locked the yard gate. My father, summoning his courage, called out to the yard, "Master Shan, I apologize for the disturbance. We come from Jingzhong City. My daughter is afflicted by something unclean. Please let us in." A male voice, light as a feather, floated into my and my father's ears, as if standing right beside us, softly saying, "Come in. I am waiting for you in the main room." Dad, was that Master Shin speaking? I was momentarily stunned. Could he communicate over such a distance? My father quickly caught on, tugging my hand as he hurried into the yard. The yard lights flickered on brightly as I opened my mouth slightly. I discovered the yard was vast, about the size of 2 basketball courts, and no wonder that boy took so long to open the big door. The yard was pristine, flanked by cultivated vegetable plots, with a large, flat space in the center, and an ancient tree that I could barely wrap my arms around. Dry, yellow leaves fluttered down in the night breeze. At the far end were 3 houses arranged in a shape, which I had seen in coastal areas. Some of my classmates lived in similar courtyards, reminiscent of a traditional 3-part dwelling. The middle house served as the main dwelling, facing south, flanked by east and west wings. There was no need to ponder where the old woman had gone. Before my father and I could reach the main building, we could already hear her scolding the little boy from the west wing. "Oh my, this little old lady is even more peculiar than your third aunt," my father muttered. We walked slowly, and with the courtyard being so large, it felt quite reminiscent of a long march. Arriving at the main door, my father knocked, and upon hearing, "Come in," he glanced down at his disheveled jacket and, opting to remove it entirely, entered the room in just his shirt, draping the jacket over his arm as he carefully opened the door. Seeing my father's solemnity made me nervous as well. I immediately tugged at my collar, straightening my pants, anxious that any exposed wounds might give off an unpleasant odor. The interior revealed a kitchen, quite commonplace. The layout resembled that of the single-story houses in my rural hometown. I had asked my grandmother why all homes had such designs, lacking novelty. She explained that rural homes needed to heat up the Kong for warmth, and this design allowed the Kong to warm up while cooking in winter. Some families even built firewalls to heat the walls, following the same principle. As long as the stove didn't face the front door, it wouldn't lead to financial loss, a clever solution from hardworking people. Standing before the kitchen, there were 2 more rooms on either side. Master Shan Wan had not yet appeared, so my father approached the brightly lit room. The door was open, and my father knocked twice before calling out, "Master Shun, I apologize for intruding." Before he could finish, my father froze. You are Master Shin?" I was puzzled by my father's reaction and leaned forward to peek inside. The space was quite large, with simple, unadorned furniture. As my gaze shifted slightly, I saw a man sitting at a desk by the Kong. An incense burner sat atop the desk, smoke curling gently. Upon seeing his face, I felt a jolt of shock. What a haunting visage. The man was thin, dressed in a deep blue robe, with his hair slicked back. However, his face appeared scarred, a deep gash running from the corner of one eye to his jaw, while another scar began at the corner of his lip, extending to the base of his ear. The scars were as thick as fingers, raised and dark red against his rough skin, creating a grotesque appearance. More importantly, he was not old. Wasn't he Master Shan said to be in his 70s or 80s? This man looked younger than even Fang Dashi. Though his scars were prominent, he lacked wrinkles. His hair was thick and black, suggesting he was only in his 30s or 40s at most. "Dad, this uncle must be Master Shin's assistant, right? I am Shan Wanhong." The man disregarded my astonishment. "I have no assistant." His voice, however, carried an air of age, matching the distant voice we had heard outside. Seeing this, my father didn't dwell on it anymore and guided me into the room. "Master Shun, we are finally meeting you." "We are? You may leave." "Huh?" My father was taken aback, but we just entered. "Indeed? What do you mean? I do not entertain guests at night." Shan Wanong set down the book he was holding, his expression impassive as he looked at us. "Letting you in was merely out of courtesy for Chengjian's call. I have a bit of acquaintance with the Qing family, and I've given face to them. Now that the courtesy has been granted, you may leave." I asked, "This how it's going to be?" My father stepped forward. "Master Shen, since you've given President Qing face, if I leave empty-handed, wouldn't that offend him too?" "You misunderstand me." Shan Wanong replied slowly. "I allowed you to enter, but I didn't promise to resolve your issues tonight. If there's a matter, come back tomorrow. You were able to enter thanks to Cheng Chun's influence and my grandson. Otherwise, I wouldn't have opened the door at all." "Hey, you!" My father's face flushed with anger. "We came here under the guidance of the old immortal, who said you would surely save my daughter." Shan Wanong frowned slightly. "Which old immortal?" Hu Xian Gu, my father stammered, struggling to explain the identity of Hu Gu. We were from Lianshan village on the outskirts of Jingzhong City, and didn't he know much? I don't know her. Shun Wantong waved his hand dismissively. What village doesn't he have a couple of immortals? It would take forever to trace their origins. My father hesitated for 2 seconds, then suddenly bent his knees. Master Shun, my daughter is only 12, and she's encountered before my father could kneel. Shun Wantong's gaze swept over him, and my father's knees felt suspended in midair, as if struck at a pressure point, frozen in place. My father was stunned for 2 seconds before Shun Wantong's eyes flicked away, and my father, whose bent knee was suddenly released, stumbled backward, falling onto his behind. Let us go. Shun Wantong returned his gaze to the book, ignoring my father's bewilderment, and said leisurely, I guarantee you can leave the mountain safely. I'm allowing you to cut in line. Come back tomorrow morning. If you wish to kneel, you'll have to wait until I feel inclined. Master. My father struggled to rise. My daughter cannot walk properly. Just tell me how much it costs. Dad, my heart ached. Let us go. We can come back tomorrow. I'm fine. Shun Wantong had already made himself clear. Since he said he would see us tomorrow, it didn't matter if we stayed another night. People always said that rushing into things was not a good bargain. I wrapped my arm around my father's, bowing slightly to Shun Wantong. Master, I'm sorry to disturb you. Shun Wantong didn't look at me but slightly furrowed his brows. What's that smell? I'm sorry. It's me. My face flushed. We'll leave now, Dad. Let us go. Something's off. It smells like death. Shun Wantong glanced at me, his gaze sweeping across my face. Give me your hand. I was momentarily stunned, glancing at my father, who urged me to comply. I extended my hand, and Shun Wantong squinted at my knuckles before pinching my right middle finger. His brow tightened. Young lady, lower your head. Let me see the top of your head. The air felt slightly stagnant as my father shot me a worried glance. I endured the pain in my lower back, tugging at my clothing, and tilted my head towards Shun Wantong. His hand moved like a ruler, measuring above my head, almost like a doctor checking a patient's pulse, and my father and I remained silent, not daring to speak. After measuring the top of my head, Shun Wantong instructed me to turn away from him. He then used his fingers to measure along my spine through my clothing. Finally, he gestured for me to stand on my tiptoes. Let me see your heels. I didn't understand what was so significant about my heels, especially since my ankles were injured. This movement was challenging, and noticing my father's anxious expression, I gritted my teeth and rose on my toes. I could barely hold on for 2 seconds before the pain made me drop back down, feeling as if I had stepped onto cotton, letting out a muffled groan as my legs weakened. I quickly grasped my father for support, barely managing to stand. All right. Shun Wantong withdrew his gaze, opened the incense burner, and rubbed the ash between his fingertips as if disinfecting. Without waiting for my father to ask, he calmly stated, You may leave. There's no need to return tomorrow. Master, is my daughter's condition serious or not? Serious. Can you not resolve this? My father's tone grew urgent. Is the ghost tormenting my daughter too powerful? She's not possessed. Shun Wantong replied bluntly, looking directly at my father. To put it another way, her issue isn't due to possession. Rather, it's this issue that has led to possession. Ghosts are easy to exorcise, but the problem is difficult to resolve. What exactly is the problem? My head swirled with confusion, not just my father, but I was also perplexed. Your daughter has had her fortune taken away. What is fortune? My father asked. Master Shun, I just arrived in Haven Tea, had the chance to explain in detail. President Cheng isn't well informed either. This child is my daughter, my child of old age. She has had a hard life, and the fortune teller said she has an auspicious fate, a reincarnation of the flower goddess, bringing prosperity to her family. Fortune refers to one's fate, also known as the 8 characters of birth. Shun Wantong interrupted my father, his tone flat. Your daughter's fate has been stolen. What? I shuddered slightly. Had Hu Gu said I had lost something? Was this what was taken? Master Shun, are you joking? I've heard of stealing money, stealing cars, but in 60 years, this is the first time I've heard of stealing a fate. My father couldn't comprehend. Is the fate something one is born with? How could it be stolen? It sounded absurd. Why can't it be? Shin Wanong lifted his gaze. I presume before you came to find me, you had consulted others in the field. They didn't pinpoint the issue because, firstly, their skills were lacking, and secondly, they misjudged the direction. They treated superficial symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. The symptoms are merely a distraction. You can't drive out the evil. It won't resolve anything. My daughter is perfectly fine. My father pointed at me. She just suddenly attracted evil spirits, unlike those I've seen who have lost their souls and are confused. Souls and fate are two different matters. Do not confuse them. Shin Wanong spoke softly. Your daughter's fate has been taken, but her soul remains. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be here. The myriad of supernatural arts in this world exist. If you haven't experienced them, consider yourself fortunate or perhaps shallow, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Just like your daughter at this moment, you can ask the heavens or the earth, shout until your throat is sore, and her fate will still be stolen. My father was clearly bewildered, and I too was dumbfounded. Isn't fate inherently linked to one's soul? How could it be stolen? Shin Wanong exhaled. Seeing that you both have it hard, let me put it this way. What illuminates this room? My father glanced upwards. The lights. Exactly. Shin Wanong nodded slightly. A person's soul equates to a house. Some people's fortunes activate 6 months after birth, meaning that 6 months after they are born, the light in the house turns on. From then on, everything within this house, whether bright or dim, good fortune or calamity, is closely tied to this light. When the light shines brightly, the house stands firm, impervious to wind and rain. When the light flickers, it invites drafts and dampness, destabilizing its foundations. Your daughter now has her light extinguished, leaving only an empty house. Without illumination, wandering evil spirits naturally wish to inhabit it, claiming a dwelling for themselves to continue their journey. Shin Wanong spoke steadily. The extinguished light manifests in your daughter's body as increasing weakness. Simultaneously, it gives you the illusion that a malevolent entity is clinging to her. In truth, the crux of the issue lies with the light in the house. If your light were to shine, the house's foundations would be strong, and who would dare to covet it? Covet? I inhaled sharply. The monk also used that term, so the essence of your daughter's predicament lies not in exorcising spirits, but in rekindling the light of her fortune. Without resolving the light, your daughter will merely be a shell, barely hanging on, with her vitality waning, attracting the attention of the dead. My father trembled. The dead? In the eyes of vengeful spirits, her condition is quite desirable. They wish to find someone without a fate to serve as a vessel, devouring your daughter's last bit of vitality, thus gaining a substitute for their own reincarnation. Shin Wanong shook his head. And your daughter, having endured such humiliation, even if she descends below, will have no way to plead her case. Why? Because once her fate is stolen, it will inevitably be assigned to another person. That individual is still alive, and in the underworld's records, she remains a living person. Perhaps she is living quite comfortably, but your true daughter, without her fate, will have no record. After death, she can't visit temples, and her solitary soul will dissipate after a few days, especially under the scorching sun. Shin Wanong explained, this is what you may have heard of as the soulless annihilation. What? My scalp prickled as my father also staggered back. Who was so heartless as to steal my daughter's fate? That's inhumane. Indeed, such actions are cruel and carry significant backlash. Shin Wanong remained eerily calm, devoid of empathy. However, your daughter is fortunate that her spirit remains intact, meaning the other party left her a roof. Her essence still exists. From my analysis, that person must be pressed for time, only hastily taking her fate without retrieving her soul. Otherwise, as you mentioned, she would have become confused, her fate and soul lost. and she wouldn't have lasted until today. Did I nearly become a fool? My father's complexion drained of color as he frantically reached for his phone. I need to report. We must catch who did this. Yes, do report. Shin Wanong nodded in agreement. Your daughter doesn't have time to waste. The signal is better down the mountain. Hurry down. I will. My father turned to leave before suddenly recalling something, his face falling. But Master Shun, if I tell the police my daughter's fate has been stolen, will they believe me? Give it a try. Shin Wanong replied leisurely. If you're lucky, they might believe you, and if not, they'll just treat you as a mental health case. After all, in this day and age, there's no shortage of fools. My father was momentarily speechless, feeling utterly lost. Dad, should we listen to Master Shan a bit more? I tugged at my father's sleeve. Though Shan Wanong was cold and proud, he occasionally displayed a hint of sharpness. His words seemed to carry weight, and I could understand the examples he provided. My father glanced at me, hesitated, then withdrew his phone. Master Shun, what would the other party want with my daughter's fate? Ah, that's quite simple. Shan Wanong replied matter-of-factly. You mentioned that your daughter has good fortune and can enhance her family's wealth. A good fate equates to infinite riches and as long as the body matches your daughter's, is of similar age, and possesses a weak fate with a dim light, they would precisely need her type of auspicious essence. How can you be so sure my daughter's fate is good? The fact that her fate can be stolen indicates that her light is bright enough. Shin Wanong responded, I only need to see the results. The rest is inconsequential. How was it stolen? My father exclaimed, Master Shun, you mentioned the house and such. I asked my daughter experiencing what's called a body snatching. Has she been possessed? Not quite. Shin Wanong replied lightly, body snatching mostly involves borrowing a corpse to return a soul. People use your shell for their fortune, injecting a new spirit. This can involve beings with past life memories, or those who feign death and resurrect with altered personalities. This can be termed body snatching. In layman's terms, it involves a spirit borrowing a body to live again. The precondition is that the original body must have just died or be a new birth, and the light of the house must be bright. Only then can a spirit be reborn in the borrowed shelter. If your daughter has been snatched, then the essence of her being has already been exchanged. Not to say her character has dramatically changed, but even if she calls you father, it would be false. My father shuddered. My daughter hasn't changed. She exactly, Shin Wanong continued. The other party didn't take her shelter, so it cannot be classified as body snatching. Your daughter's situation resembles borrowing life essence, but it is even more insidious. I suspect the other person is nearing death or has been ill for a long time, experiencing a downturn in fortune. In such a case, at the right time, a sorcerer can operate to take the good fate and inject it into another who covets it. Thus, the roles are reversed. Whoever steals the fortune thrives, while whoever loses it sees their light extinguished and their house doomed. Seeing us in shock, Shin Wanong continued, if I'm not mistaken, the day your daughter encountered this incident was certainly her birthday, and it occurred around noon, correct? Yes, and my father nodded dazedly. My daughter had her birthday that day. In the morning, her mother even packed her 2 eggs, urging her to come home quickly for long life noodles. But when the child returned home at noon, she fell ill with a fever. I lowered my eyes. I had even arranged with my classmates to come over that evening for cake. How did it feel like it happened in a past life? What happened on the way? A female ghost, my father quickly replied. I found someone to inquire. She was a ghost who died over 10 years ago, able to speak and act like a human. My daughter didn't even realize she was a ghost. After clarifying the series of events, Shin Wanong nodded. This is it. A child of 12 is at the age of Ding Jia, which corresponds to the 6th Ding and the 6th Jia. They are divine guardians of fate on their birthday. The 6th Ding and 6th Jia gradually return to their positions, fulfilling their protective roles over fate. At noon, the yang energy is at its peak, and the energy currents are unstable. A thief can take advantage of this moment to swap the fates undetected, reaping immense benefits. Master Shun, was it when that woman called my name that my fate was stolen? I came back to my senses, but I hadn't. He responded. My grandmother had always warned me as a child not to answer if someone called my name on a dark road, as doing so could lead to the loss of one's soul. Although it was midday on my birthday, I hadn't responded to anyone calling my name. How could she take my fate? It's not like a dirty spirit is luring souls, needing you to respond or sign a document. Your name being called is merely to confirm whether they found the right person. What's crucial is that they must touch your shoulder. Shen Wanong explained, the shoulder is where the yang fire resides. If it is touched by the utmost yin, it will extinguish, thus allowing the other party to succeed. She touched my shoulder. My father gritted his teeth. I knew that female ghost harmed my daughter. Not quite. Shen Wanong took a sip of tea. If she were a dirty spirit capable of revealing herself under the blazing sun, it would mean she has accomplished something. We commonly refer to such beings as physical great spirits. Physical entities possess human-like behaviors with overwhelming malevolence and great powers. However, even a physical great spirit is ultimately a dirty entity to be manipulated by sorcerers. The ghost you mentioned is merely a pawn, utilizing strong yin energy to extinguish your daughter's yang fire, thus allowing the sorcerer to manipulate and steal her fate. Setting down his cup, Shen Wanong looked at me. While the ghost was speaking to you, did anything else happen that prevented her from further entangling with you? I nodded. While she was speaking to me, there was a car accident. 2 cars collided. Be grateful for that car accident. Shen Wanong said with a slight smile. The loud noise disrupts the sorcery, causing the sorcerer to miss the timing. The ghost had no choice but to take the fate and leave. It's fortunate. Otherwise, even if you stood before me now, you would be a soulless fool, beyond remedy. Chapter 26. The inequity of fate. I exchanged glances with my father, the elder and the youth, both reflecting the same emotions in our eyes. As Uncle Qiao had remarked, the car accident had nothing to do with my plight. I did not become what I am today because my soul was frightened away by the accident. Rather, it was the light that had been stolen from me, it no longer shone. What was to be done about this? After a moment of silence in the room, my father, with tears in his eyes, turned to Master Shun. Master Shun, is this person who has stolen my daughter's destiny? My wife is pragmatic and honest, my elder sister devoutly studies Buddhism, and my eldest daughter is even more upright. From my experience, this has nothing to do with grievances. Moreover, even if your family had enmities with someone, it would be exceedingly rare for an ordinary person to conceive such a method of revenge. What kind of enmity would that entail? Shen Wanong raised an eyebrow, a profound blood feud indeed. Thus, it is merely that your daughter's fate is too fortunate, drawing the attention of those who wish to usurp it. Drawn? I immediately recalled the visage of the black-faced ghost. It was as if I were being watched from the very root of my existence. Yet, undertaking such deeds requires immense wealth to procure the willing services of a sorcerer. Shen Wanhong spoke in a calm tone. Mr. Liang, rather than pondering this, consider who knows your daughter's birth chart. Who has disseminated it, leading it into the hands of those with ulterior motives. My father was taken aback, and after a long pause, he murmured, Show you? Mother? I understood what my father was contemplating. Mother often proclaimed to anyone who would listen that I was a flower deity incarnate. However, she never divulged my birth date indiscriminately. She merely emphasized that I was blessed with good fortune. No, I must call Xiaoyu to inquire, I interjected. Father, please don't. I'm eager to speak. It cannot be Mother. Many of my classmates know my birthday, as do relatives at home. If you ask Mother, she will become anxious. Besides, even if it were Mother who let it slip, what difference would it make? The damage is already done. All it would do is make her feel guilty and remorseful, which serves no purpose. Just like in my martial arts competitions. If I lost, there's no point in dwelling on which move I performed poorly. I should learn from the experience and strive to win next time. My father's fidgeting stilled. Master Shin, do you mean to say that there exists a family that has set their sights on my daughter's fate? Perhaps they have a daughter of similar age, who then sought out a sorcerer, and on my daughter's birthday, the sorcerer performed a ritual, exchanging my daughter's fate with that of another child? Shin Wanong exhaled deeply at last. You've grasped the concept. Is there a possibility it was swapped with a boy? My father's eyes widened. Master Shun, can you be certain my daughter's fate was exchanged for that of a girl? Of course, a girl's fate would be exchanged for another girl's. Shun Wanong replied. As long as the other party utilizes the exchanged fate, it will undoubtedly be transferred to a girl. The birthdays must not differ greatly, akin to organ transplantation in medicine, where the donor and recipient must be compatible. If you were to take the emperor's fate, it could only be given to a prince. Otherwise, the overwhelming fortune would be misaligned and lead to calamities. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand, my father replied, his face etched with fury. Master Shun, I now have a direction. I will investigate the household registrations, searching for all the girls born in the same year as my daughter across the nation. I'll check them one by one. You tell me, can I not catch the child who has stolen my daughter's fate? Oh, then go ahead and investigate. Shinwanang replied nonchalantly. Best of luck, but don't expect much. Master Shun, my father exclaimed, stamping his foot. Can you at least tell me if this method will work? He lamented. How could you, a businessman, be so unhelpful? Shin Wanong's expression shifted to one of exasperation. If you were to steal another's fate, would you not alter your age on the household registration? Is the birth date on your ID truly your actual date of birth? Furthermore, there is a time lag in exchanging fates. The first 3 days after the exchange are virtual, easily discernible by skilled practitioners who can detect the lamp difference. After 3 days, however, the foundation stabilizes. As long as the person doesn't speak of it, even if a practitioner opens their celestial eye, they would be unable to discern that this person's fortune was stolen. So, you think you can investigate? You must be quite well fed to entertain such thoughts. Why, father staggered, as if he might faint from frustration. Father, I said, supporting him. Master Shun, my mother mentioned that when I was 3 months old, a wandering Taoist named Huang Yoxing remarked on my good fortune, but warned that at the age of 12, I would face a minor calamity. However, this calamity would not affect me. How could this have escalated to such severity? Huang Yoxing. Shin Wanong appeared slightly surprised. He predicted your fate in your early years. Do you know him? I am aware, though not well acquainted, Shin Wanong replied with a smile. He is quite the proud man, with a straightforward disposition. Most in our line work independently, maintaining only casual connections. Then, did the Taoist misread my fate? Indeed, Shin Wanong affirmed, if your birth chart is favorable, your fortune will be as well. He mentioned a calamity at 12, likely due to fluctuations in your fate. However, looking further ahead, if he saw no abnormalities, it indicates your fate remains intact. Who could have foreseen that it would be transferred to someone else? How could you expect Huang Yoxing to uncover such a problem? Moreover, the act of stealing a fate is a profound evil. Those who dare to do so are unafraid of retribution. A normal practitioner might not encounter such a case in their lifetime. Unless Huang Yoxing sat down to conduct an intricate analysis, perhaps he might have discerned that your bones would lighten post-12, signaling a loss of fortune. But he likely didn't take the time to examine it closely. I shook my head, my gaze dimming slightly. Exactly. Even if I encountered a fortunate infant on the street, in a good mood, I might utter a few kind words. Who would seek to find fault? As for Huang Yoxing, I cannot claim he is exceptionally skilled, yet he undoubtedly possesses genuine abilities. Suppressing my emotions, I asked, Master Shun, if another girl has stolen my fate, what becomes of her original destiny? Wasted, Shun Wanong chuckled. If there is something good, who would keep the inferior? But I am still alive. I protested, confused. If I were to reclaim my own fate, what would happen to hers? Would she continue to steal from others, or could she return to her original destiny? Shen Wanong appeared rather troubled. Listen, my dear girl, I shall put it this way. What is yours is now hers. You have lost your light and can only await your demise. If you are fortunate enough to survive and reclaim your fortune, the other party will be akin to your current self. Tell me, can she transform herself into your likeness? Once one obtains something precious, they must guard it fiercely. The more you desire to reclaim it, the more she will protect it. I felt a surge of envy. Why does she deserve it? Because your fate is fortunate, Shen Wantong replied, visibly irritated. Tio put it bluntly, you two share this single lamp. Whosoever it shines upon shall live. Do not emphasize that the lamp originally belonged to you. It is as if some individuals in their 20s who do not smoke or drink might suddenly discover a grave illness during a medical examination, only to pass away within days. When misfortune strikes, there is little recourse. If a trap falls from the sky and ensnares you, you must bear it day by day. You are being excessively obstinate. I bristled at his words. I will not endure this. Whether you endure or not, the light is gone, Shen Wanhong retorted, his voice rising. Why do you raise your voice at me? I am the one who has been wronged. It is gone, so let us reclaim it, I shouted. She is shameless. Ah, you little girl, Shen Wanhong scoffed. My father, regaining his composure, began to pull me back, continuously apologizing to Shen Wanhong. I beg your pardon, Master Shen. My daughter has studied martial arts and has a straightforward temperament. She is not angry with you. She is merely anxious. Who wouldn't he feel wronged in such a situation? Seeing that I was still intent on pressing forward, my father firmly tucked me behind him, fearing I might provoke Shen Wanhong further. Master Shen, since you have such clarity on this matter and possess great abilities, please assist us. I am powerless, Shen Wanhong stated, returning to his aloof demeanor. Mr. Liang, I have explained this thoroughly to you. You must understand that your daughter's misfortune is man-made, unrelated to any supernatural entities. In other words, the disturbances she faces stem from human nature. If I were to assist you, I would need to locate the sorcerer responsible. The outcome would be singular. My father held his breath. What outcome? Death, Shen Wanhong replied lightly. Both my father and I widened our eyes in shock. I must first find this sorcerer, and through him, uncover the family that exchanged your daughter's fate. The implications of this are significant. Shen Wanhong's gaze darkened. As I mentioned earlier, a family capable of hiring a sorcerer to exchange fates is bound to be either wealthy or influential. This sorcerer is skilled and possesses significant power, and in our line of work, we operate on the principle of serving our clients. No one can afford to jeopardize their own livelihood. If I were to intervene on your behalf, would they cooperate with me willingly? Thus, my foremost challenge would be to contend with this sorcerer. When battling the supernatural, one can either exterminate or exorcise. However, when contending with humans, the victor reigns supreme, while the vanquished will never willingly accept defeat. If I were to spare his life, I would merely be creating an enemy in the shadows. If I were to take his life, would that not only add to my karmic burdens? Furthermore, at my age, should I be unable to overcome him, the consequences would be dire. Shen Wanhong's gaze was candid. Moreover, the sorcerer has a patron behind him. Should they witness him faltering, they will undoubtedly seek another to counter me. At that point, your daughter's fate would be of no consequence. I would become the primary target. This debt would not be advantageous for me, thus I cannot assist you. But Master Shen, my father said, his face a mask of despair, my daughter is innocent. They are clearly practitioners of the dark arts. You, with your integrity and youth, can you truly bear to watch my child suffer without intervening? Integrity? Shen Wanhong laughed. Youth and promise. Sir, I am already in my 70s, 74 to be precise. What? I was momentarily stunned. I had assumed the old adage was mistaken, or that this Shen Wanhong was not the same individual with whom Master Fong had once engaged, for despite his weathered appearance, he bore the demeanor of a youthful man. I had never regarded him as an elder, even in my mind, I had thought of him as my peer. Now, hearing him declare his age, I was astounded. No wonder Zhou Ziheng had said that upon seeing Shen Wanhong, one could tell he possessed extraordinary abilities. The mere fact of his youthful appearance was remarkable. 74? My father mirrored my astonishment. Master Shun, do not jest. You appear far younger than I. I have been in this profession for over 50 years and have encountered countless individuals. Age need not be fabricated, Shen Wanhong replied with an even tone. Furthermore, I differ from those reclusive practitioners. They seek solitude to cultivate their hearts and pursue enlightenment, while I have sought refuge from calamity. In my youth, I traversed many erroneous paths, and my scars are the result of retribution. You say I embody integrity, yet you are chastising me. No, I did not mean that, my father stammered, his throat constricted. Master Shin, I believe you certainly have a solution. How about this? I will provide you with my daughter's exact birth chart, down to the second. Currently, that birth chart belongs to another girl, yes? You could perform a spell according to that chart and compel that girl to reveal herself. As for the subsequent confrontation, I can hire other practitioners to handle that. Would that work? Come, take a look. Shen Wanhong gestured to his own face, exasperated. Mr. Liang, do you think I seek death? Even if that fate belongs to your daughter, now that it has been taken by another, it is hers. If I were to meddle with that fate, it would be akin to employing dark sorcery against another. Mr. Liang, you are quite the schemer, though you not realize that having a birth chart alone is insufficient? To summon a person, one requires hair or nails. If you are so capable, why not pursue the path of cultivation yourself? My father's face flushed with embarrassment. Master Shun, dinner is ready, an elderly woman's voice called from outside. Master Shun, if you do not conclude soon, we will eat without you. Why must you bring outsiders in to create a ruckus? Did you hear that? You should leave now. Shen Wanhong waved his hand dismissively. I have made my position clear regarding Cheng Qin. I have afforded him due respect. My father stood there awkwardly, searching for words. Shen Wanhong, clearly losing patience, left him feeling anxious and frustrated. Do not waste my time, he said as he rose. His gaze lingered momentarily on my chest before he added, this talisman will not protect her for long. If you wish for your daughter to live, you must hasten to find someone willing to risk everything against the other party. A talisman? I looked down at the object I had been wearing close to my body, which I had not revealed. It suddenly reminded me of my master's words. Indescribable. A heavy karmic burden. Was it not just about exorcising evil, but also contending with human life? Hence, my master could not intervene, nor should he, for that was why he sighed from afar. His gaze toward me was filled with compassion, and I felt a tightening in my throat. I truly despised that expression. I did not wish to be pitied. Since childhood, people had often remarked on my good fortune, and I had always believed it to be true, for my family was harmonious and I was cherished. However, regarding the good that my fate purportedly brought, I personally had not experienced much of it. During my martial arts training, I was consumed by thoughts of upholding justice, practicing diligently with the 18 dragon-subduing palms that my second brother had purchased for me from a street vendor, and believed myself to be a hero, eager to catch wrongdoers at the school gates. Finally achieving my goal of mastering martial arts, I gradually realized that it was not as glorious as I had envisioned. Being a hero was stifling, and I still faced reprimands at home. After switching to gymnastics, I fantasized about becoming a world champion, but even in thought, the pain from stretching my ligaments was far worse than any other. Academically, I was mediocre, floating somewhere in the middle of my class of 46 students, with my best score being 13th and the worst 26. My intellect could not compare to others. During class, I would often doze off, using my book to hide my face, only to be awakened by chalk thrown at me. On 2 occasions, I had slept through the bell, only to have the teacher call in my ear as I stood to leave, prompting laughter from my classmates. I had lost face many times. All my life, I had been an ordinary, mischievous child. Why did heaven treat me this way? Do as you please, Shun Wanong said as he brushed past me, and as we crossed paths, I seized his sleeve. Master Shun, what are you doing? He halted, his tone sharp. Little girl, do not provoke me again. I owe you nothing, and my temper is short. If you push me further, I might just strike you. I stammered, tears streaming down my face as I clung tightly to his sleeve. I want to live. I have not yet lived enough. Oh, you've changed your tune, Shun Wanong chuckled. Is there anyone in this world who desires death? I fear death, but I cannot die like this. Tears continued to flow as I struggled to see him through my blurred vision. My father was saying something, but I could not hear him. They had taken from me, so why must I await my demise? This was unjust. I wanted to duel with them, to fight until the last moment. Only then, if I were to die, would I accept it? Ha ha ha. Shun Wanong laughed heartily. You can barely walk. How do you intend to duel, little girl? You would be better off expressing filial piety towards your parents, lamenting how perhaps then I might soften and find a way to help you. Not a chance, you see? I could no longer contain my frustration. After being frightened by ghosts and obscured by shadows, hearing a master declare his powerlessness, I had been holding my breath. No matter how much pain I endured, I could manage. I was certain I would find a skilled practitioner to seek justice for me. Now that it seems I have found one, why is he like this? What is wrong with you? Shun Wanong observed me with keen interest, as if my tears delighted him. If I do not help you, will I be deemed a sinner? You have consulted numerous masters. Is there reluctance to assist you, a datode? Not at all. I shook my head. When I cry, my mind becomes muddled, and I lose control. I am grateful to those who have helped me and their families. However, my grandmother taught me to live honorably. Even in death, one should die with clarity. Those who send ghosts to torment me, to bully my third aunt, my mother, and my father. I cannot let this slide. I must live, for only then will I have the chance to reclaim what is mine. I want to live. Tears poured forth uncontrollably. Thoughts of survival and revenge flooded my mind. To be honest, I had little understanding of death, merely a fear of leaving my parents, of darkness, of the unknown. What exactly is death? I could not fathom it, but revenge was certain. My standards for dealing with matters were simple. Do not bully me, nor allow me to witness others being bullied. When faced with such injustice, I felt utterly stifled. Even in death, I must die with clarity. I refuse to accept this. Your refusal changes nothing. Shun Wanong's gaze grew cold. This is your fate, little girl. The universe is inherently unjust. The universe? I murmured, tears glistening in my eyes as I repeated the phrase, suddenly raising my arm. Then I shall overturn the universe. Su. My father exclaimed, alarmed, attempting to cover my mouth. Do not speak recklessly. You will attract trouble. Wait. Shun Wanong squinted, swiftly grasping my raised wrist, rolling back his sleeve to examine the sores on my arm. This is what is causing the foul odor emanating from you. I have a large one on my ankle as well, I replied, pulling away. It stinks terribly. I have been covering it. This technique? Shun Wanong lowered his voice and bent down to inspect my ankle. Is it true that after visiting each master, you develop a bump that eventually becomes a pit? I sniffled. How do you know? Master. My father attempted to interject, but Shun Wanong released my wrist, exhaling heavily. Enough. Let it be. It is time to eat. Huh? I was momentarily stunned. As Shun Wanong had already reached the door, he turned back to look at me. You, little girl, possess a certain spirit. You are unafraid and unyielding, which makes me take notice of you. I shall take this matter upon myself. He continued. Tonight, you shall stay. We will discuss the subsequent matters slowly, and you, wipe your tears. I despise those who are sniveling. Thank you, Master Shun. My father beamed, preparing to bow deeply. Upon seeing the displeasure on Shun Wanong's face, he quickly retracted his gesture. Su, quickly bow and thank Master Shun. He has agreed to help you, but you mustn't deceive him. I wiped my tears, anxiously gazing at Shen Wanhong, fearful he might renege on his promise. Hobbled, I hurried to him. Master Shen, my name is Liang Su Su, and I sincerely appreciate your assistance. I will repay you, even if it means working tirelessly. But a man must honor his word. Let us make a pact. If we seal this promise, it shall last 100 years without change. Su Su, stop this nonsense. What are you doing? My father pulled at me, but I stood firm, stubbornly extending my pinky towards Shen Wanong. He surprisingly did not appear angry, a faint smile breaking through his scarred face. Little girl, you are quite tenacious. He reluctantly hooked his pinky around mine. Is this acceptable? Acceptable, I replied with a smile, wiping my nose with my sleeve. Thank you, Master Shun. I know you are a good person. You possess great power, able to communicate across distances, a master of martial arts, capable of ridding the world of evil and uniting the realm. Though not flatter me, he replied, raising an eyebrow. If I am unable to deal with the situation, the first thing I would do for self-preservation is to cast you aside to deflect the calamity. Very well. Without a second thought, I nodded. I will work with you, Su Su, my child. My father kept glancing at me, signaling me to refrain from speaking out of turn, his expression contorted in desperation. I did not believe I was speaking out of turn. I simply wanted to confront the one who had stolen from me. I would settle for nothing less than their demise. Enough, let us head next door, Shen Wanong said, smiling as he turned towards the door. Liang Su Su, this girl is quite something. She dares to challenge fate. She has potential. Are you praising me? I pondered, uncertain. Yet, Shen Wantong's abilities were tangible. As we stepped outside, he paused, turning his face slightly towards the courtyard gate, directly addressing my father. I heard you took a wrong turn on your way here? Indeed. My father nodded. I intended to find you first, but ended up wandering through a narrow path, losing my bearings. Fortunately, Assistant Zhou came to find me. Look, my coat is torn. They are quite bold, Shen Wanong remarked, gazing toward the courtyard gate. Still waiting out there, clutching a rag to cover your eyes. What? They are still there, my father exclaimed in shock. Master Shen, when I was outside, your grandson mentioned a woman with a rag beside me. Following Shen Wanong's gaze towards the courtyard, despite the distance, the courtyard was brightly lit, allowing a clear view outside. The open gate was empty, and aside from the trees, there was no sight of a woman with RGS, I thought. A spark of inspiration ignited within me. Quietly, I removed the talisman and lifted my gaze, my heart racing. In the open space before the gate, a woman stood there, slightly hunched over, clad in tattered rags, gaunt and frail, holding a piece of ragged cloth, swaying and grinning at us. Father, she's over there, I pointed, still smiling. Huh? My father looked bewildered, turning to Shen Wanong in a panic. Master Shen, what is that? Do not rush, Shen Wanong replied calmly. She has come seeking death. I shall grant her the opportunity. With a swift motion, he picked up a small stone, silently mouthing incantations, and flicked it towards the gate. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she turned to flee, but her movements were halted abruptly, her body collapsing into a puddle of black water. I covered my mouth in shock that it was too clear to believe. Just like that, she was gone? Let us go, Shen Wanong said, his tone as flat as if he had merely completed a mundane task, far less important than his meal. Is it finished? My father asked, disbelief etched across his face. Su Su, did you not see anything? Did you witness all of it? I nodded, still in a daze. She did not have the chance to utter a sound. Just like that, she vanished. I swallowed hard, hastily securing the talisman around my neck, realizing this was not the moment to share my ghostly encounters with my father. Not being able to see was perhaps a blessing. It made nightmares too easy to come by. Following closely behind Shen Wanong, I felt a surge of respect. It was no wonder they referred to him as a master with hands that can touch the heavens. His exorcism of the ghost was swift and clean, with no limbs severed, no contortion. It was effortless and serene. I could not help but feel a sense of awe, and my heart gradually settled. I had an inkling that this time, I might finally be saved. Chapter 27. Desperate survival in the West Wing. The elderly woman and the young boy sat at the dining table. Upon our arrival, one displayed an expression of irritation, while the other stared vacantly into space. He is 2 years older than Liang Yatu, 14 years old this year. As Shen Wanong invited us to take a seat, he began the introductions. Chuan Liang, you should address him as Grandpa Liang. And as for Liang Yatu, by lineage, you ought to call her aunt. I politely nodded at Chuan Liang. Since childhood, I had been accustomed to being addressed as aunt, and even children from my hometown referred to me as grandma. Chuan Liang remained silent, seemingly oblivious, his hair still damp, indicating he had likely bathed recently. Hello, Chuan Liang, my father greeted with a smile. If you find it awkward to call her aunt, just call her by her name, Liang Shushu. You both can converse freely, and we must thank you for opening the door for us tonight. Yet, Chuan Liang continued to say nothing, his expression blank. Look at him. Not very lively, I thought to myself. What normal? Chapter 28. Interest. His tone was rather average, yet to my ears, it resonated like firecrackers exploding, laden with poverty, calamity, decline, pain, and illness. Was I not becoming the great disaster my grandmother spoke of? Master Shin, your words seem a bit excessive, my father remarked, constrained by Uncle Shun's imposing presence, unable to rise in indignation. His face was etched with resentment. I do not comprehend your talk of ominous figures or calamities. All I know is that this is my beloved daughter, the cherished child born after 10 months of labor from my wife, a treasure bestowed upon us by our ancestors' virtue. Our child has always been gifted and intelligent, adept at learning any skill with ease. Even the nurse was astonished at her beauty upon her birth. Brother Liang, are you pretending to be clueless with me? Uncle Shun interrupted impatiently. Speak plainly. How much has transpired in your family during this time? Liang Shushu is of an age where she understands everything. You can deceive her for a moment, but not for a lifetime. It is imperative to clarify matters early so I can advise you on how to save her. Do not waste time here as if you were attending a comedic performance. My family? My father glanced at me and chuckled lightly. What could possibly be amiss? Only my sister and my wife are hospitalized, but my sister has long since been discharged. Shushu is already aware. Noticing Uncle Shan's silent disapproval, I sensed something was amiss. Dad, are you hiding something from me? Nothing, my father chuckled awkwardly. What could possibly be troubling our family? Master Shun, I assure you Shushu is safe. Just say what you need to. Dad, I'm anxious. Speak quickly, or I will call my second brother for answers, I urged, feeling increasingly uneasy. After some hesitation, I was on the verge of seizing my father's phone when he finally exclaimed, Ah, my child. The time I brought you to find the master coincided with an incident at the restaurant. The head chef called to inform me that a customer discovered live earthworms in their soup, leading to a lawsuit against us. I instructed Yoji to handle it. The main branch of Shufu restaurant will be closed for a month for rectification. It's a minor issue. Live earthworms? I questioned, incredulous. Shufu restaurant has maintained strict hygiene for many years. How could such a thing happen? Dad, is it possible someone deliberately placed the earthworms in the soup? I mused, puzzled. My father sighed. A complaint was lodged, and an investigation ensued. Surveillance footage confirmed the customer indeed extracted the earthworm from their soup, where it squirmed at the end of their chopsticks. The customer's wife, who was pregnant, was horrified and fell from her seat, resulting in a miscarriage. This escalated the situation. However, do not worry. I had Mingshu apologize, and we covered the medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. We will be fine after this month. My mouth agape, I noticed Shan Wanhong still wore an expression of quiet concern. Dad, what about the branch of Shufu restaurant? Is it also affected? Branch? Just as my father was about to deny it, he met my gaze, cleared his throat and continued. It too has been closed, but not due to the customer incident. The branch's head chef discovered that fresh vegetables were infested with maggots and found many dead mice in the cupboard. Fearing a disaster, he contacted me, and I ordered for it to close temporarily. Does the family know? Yes, my father nodded. The news spread quickly after the pregnant woman suffered a miscarriage. It has become common knowledge in Linhai. However, we have shown a good attitude in admitting our fault, and the customer has forgiven us. It's a case of losing money to avert disaster. So, I was the only one left in the dark, I murmured. I had been calling home every night, speaking to my mother, my elder sister, and my second brother, all of whom had been supportive and encouraging, urging me to persevere. I never imagined the family restaurant was in such dire straits. Shushu, you're just a child who can't help, so why burden yourself with this knowledge? My father said helplessly. Once your matters are settled, I will return home to handle everything. In due time, our family will reopen. Brother Liang, now that we broached this topic, you must be forthright, Shen Wanong said evenly. It is essential for Liang Shushu to understand her circumstances clearly to make the right decisions. How much more forthright can I be? My father exclaimed, his face reddening. It's merely about our two family restaurants. Dad, I grasped Shen Uncle's message. Is there something else you are not telling me? Well, a few days ago, your second sister-in-law sprained her ankle at home, and she also lost the baby. My father waved his hand dismissively. It has nothing to do with you. It was just a misfortune. What? My second sister-in-law? How could this happen? I staggered, still planning to buy her beautiful maternity clothes upon my return to Linhai. Shushu, it's just that everything seems to have happened at once. Do not worry. The doctor assured that your second sister-in-law is fine. She and Yoji are still young and can try again. My father coughed, attempting to comfort me. As he spoke, Shen Wanong cleared his throat twice, and I felt a jolt. About half a month ago, it mysteriously caught fire. Fortunately, the tenants were unharmed, but the storefront was destroyed along with the merchandise. The fire department determined it was due to the tenants' negligence, yet they are unable to compensate for the damages. Still, I reasoned that no one was injured, so it's not worth worrying over. What about the other storefront rented for selling fruit? I inquired. Did it also catch fire? No, that couple got into a fight. The woman used a watermelon knife to injure her husband, my father said, his eyes downcast. The man is currently in the hospital, and the woman has been taken away for questioning. The storefront is temporarily closed, but it's not a serious issue. That's not a serious issue? I exclaimed incredulously. Shushu, this is all that has transpired. My father looked at me with a furrowed brow. Do you think telling you these things will help? You are still unwell, since childhood. I have taught you that wealth is but a fleeting matter. It can be earned again, do not let it trouble you. Dad, what about your several million investments? I asked, feeling anxious. Although I had never concerned myself with the family business, I was aware of its significance. Oh, that investment is fine, my father began, ready to reassure me, but Shen Wanong interjected. Brother Liang, are you certain there are no issues? Shouldn't we call to confirm? Well, let me check, my father said, pulling out his phone, but after a few moments, he shook his head. The battery is dead. Master Shen, I assure you that investment is safe. The projects have already commenced. Even if the person were to abscond as a shareholder, I can seek other investors to continue the project. I will call tomorrow to confirm. I felt a wave of unease wash over me. My breath caught in my throat, and my eyes started to redden. Shushu, you seem distressed, my father said, feigning nonchalance. I assure you that good people will gradually find good fortune. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no fear of firewood running out. Indeed, Shen Wanong chimed in, with Liang Shushu around, your family's fortune will likely flourish for some time. Master Shen, you are being excessive, my father retorted, wide-eyed. Speak of matters of life preservation, not add burdens to my child. Brother Liang, do not be ungrateful. Shun Wantong's gaze turned cold. We practice medicine to save lives, to heal hearts. Our positions differ. Your concern for your child is valid, but I must clarify the risks and benefits. Otherwise, what you face will not be merely a restaurant closure, but far graver consequences. Why must you insist on saying such things? My father grimaced. My family has indeed faced unfortunate events recently, but they have nothing to do with Shushu. Nothing to do with her? Shun Wantong replied, his expression impassive. I ask you, when your daughter-in-law sprained her ankle at home, did she mention it felt unnatural, as if someone had pushed her? My father stammered. The loss of the baby weighed heavily on Xiaoling. She feared we would blame her, so she sought an excuse. And regarding the fire at the storefront, did the tenant mention any peculiar occurrences? Well, my father's face turned anxious. He did mention that a customer came in asking for a lighter, but when he was told there were none, the customer placed one on the counter and left. The tenant was puzzled by the gesture, and just as he stepped outside to inquire further, the paper offerings inside ignited spontaneously, leaving him no time to extinguish the flames. What about the couple who were fighting? Shun Wantong pressed. Were they once loving, only for the woman to suddenly change her demeanor? My father clenched his teeth and nodded. She told the police that she saw a robber enter, threatening to kill her husband, and in self-defense, she struck the intruder. I listened, my heart tightening with dread, and before I could voice my thoughts, Shun Wantong pointed at me. Brother Liang, do you still believe these events are unrelated to Liang Shushu? A shock coursed through me. Me? From the moment Liang Shushu lost her life essence, her fate has become fragile. No longer a harbinger of good fortune, she is transformed into a bringer of misfortune. Shun Wantong declared sternly. I widened my eyes, staring at Shun Wantong as he spoke with authority. Currently, it appears that the sorcerer has not killed her, yet he is employing dark forces to compel her. If your family insists on safeguarding her life, you must understand that the malevolent influences are potent. At best, they will bring calamity upon your family. At worst, they may usher in death, leading to mourning, separation, and tears, leaving your household in perpetual turmoil. Master Shun, as my father shouted, I felt as though a bullet had pierced my chest, a ringing in my ears drowning out the world. I was immediately enveloped in my father's embrace, my eyes meeting his frantic expression as he shouted at Shun Wantong, the words lost in the silence surrounding me. His voice strained, veins bulging in his neck, his face marred by scratches from branches, a portrait of desperation and despair. This is the truth. Time slipped away, and eventually, the ringing in my ears subsided. Shun Wantong remained calm, continuing his explanation. Thus, I ask you whether you wish to protect her. I hope you will deliberate carefully. If you choose to protect her, understand that she is a harbinger of death, and your fortunes will plummet. Your entire family will suffer misfortunes, and any wealth derived from her presence must be returned. Conversely, if you do not protect her, your family may yet retain the prosperity she brings, allowing you to live well. How can you say such things? My father cried, still holding me tightly as if I were a child about to be taken from him. Master Shun, this is my daughter. I only had her at 50 years old. Her mother and I have cherished her like a fragile treasure, nurturing her with care. After all this effort, you expect me to watch her perish? If you had a daughter like mine, could you bear to let her go? Brother Liang, I do not wish to cause you distress, Shun Wantong replied coolly, but I must convey the weight of your choices. If the decision is made to protect her, be prepared for the consequences of her presence. Otherwise, you may still safeguard your family's livelihood. My father began to weep, tears falling onto my hair. My daughter learned to paint at 3 or 4 years old. After just a week of lessons, she surprised me with a family portrait for my birthday, proudly introducing each of us. She has always been talented, playing the piano, flute, and arrow at 8 years old, helping me in the kitchen, chopping vegetables and stirring pots. I envisioned her becoming a chef, but her mother disagreed, insisting that a girl must be raised delicately. We are uneducated. often mocked as provincial nouveau riche, and we pinned our hopes on this child. Tears welled in my eyes, and I reached up to wipe my father's tears. Dad, please don't cry. I want to die, I promise. My father tightened his grip, his voice cracking. Shushu, it's my fault. That day I should have picked you up from school. Your mother insisted I should, saying it was your birthday. If I had only sent someone else, perhaps we would not be in this predicament. Dad, it's my fault, I insisted. Feeling increasingly distressed, I had brought misfortune upon. What purpose does it serve? Master Shin, my father gasped, his sobs subsiding. Can't you show a little compassion? I would have left long ago if there were no value in this, Shun Wantong replied, exasperated. This display benefits no one. Liang Shushu is still alive, so let us focus on the matter at hand. My father wiped his tears. I am merely anxious. You are anxious in the wrong way, Shun Wantong scolded. Brother Liang, I know your family is in trouble because of your appearance, which speaks volumes. Your brows are furrowed, and your spirit is low. All of this is the doing of malevolent forces. Now that you understand, give me a clear answer. Will you protect her, or will you continue to lament? I will protect her. Dad, even if it means sacrificing our entire fortune, the priority is for you to live well and seek vengeance when the time comes. I bit my lip, nodding, tears streaming uncontrollably down my cheeks. That settles it, Shun Wantong sighed, relieved. Preserving her life is essential to reclaiming her essence. Once regained, all will be well. She alone can bring prosperity to your family, and what is lost will gradually restore itself. However, if her essence cannot be reclaimed, Liang Shushu will remain in limbo. Since your arrival, I have left my door open, a gesture that allows the sorcerer to act against her. We should not waste time on idle conversation. We must confront the evil forces at play. Indeed, my father finally grasped the situation. He glanced around, noticing the lack of action. It is evident that the enemy is uncertain of my capabilities and fears a counterattack. Shun Wantong continued, if they do not act, I cannot gauge their strength. We may need to test each other's resolve several times, which means we must remain vigilant. Uncle Shin, how long should we anticipate this? That is a question best directed at the one who wishes to steal your life essence. He may strike in 3 to 5 days, or it could take a month, even 6 months if he fears me. It may even take 3 to 5 years. In the worst-case scenario, I could lose my life along with yours, and your essence would be entirely lost to him. Tears filled my eyes. What can we do? It has only been a month since the incident, and our family has suffered so greatly. If we wait 3 to 5 years, what will happen to my family? Once the sorcerer arrives, he will be tight-lipped and refuse to divulge who has stolen my life essence. Will I be forced to endure this torment indefinitely? Shushu, everything will be fine. My father reassured me, though I sensed he was equally troubled. That's why I said protecting you will bring complications, Shun Wantong replied with a dismissive huff. Death resolves everything. The matter would be concluded. A heaviness settled in my heart, rendering me speechless. Shushu, you will be all right, my father asserted, looking at Shun Wantong. Master Shun, what should we do now? We must consider the long-term implications, Shun Wantong replied. All profitable ventures your family has should be divested as quickly as possible. While the current troubles stem from the sorcerer's interference, any continuation of business will expose your family to Liang Shushu's malevolent aura, clouding your fortunes and making everything go awry. Do you understand? Understood. My father pressed down on my shoulders, as if to ground me. Shushu, material possessions are trivial. They are small. At midnight, place the effigy at a crossroads, and find an acquaintance to run over it repeatedly. My father's face turned pale. Run over it repeatedly? After doing so, remember to burn it, Shun Wantong instructed. This act serves to shield the wandering souls of the land from seeing her. With malevolent forces lurking, your family is shrouded in darkness, making it easy for harmful entities to enter. Offering a substitute will help dissipate some of the gloom, preventing excessive misfortune. However, until young Shushu reclaims her life essence, your family must avoid gambling, business ventures, or offending others. You must tread carefully, yielding in all matters, and live quietly to survive. Understood, my father replied, his determination unwavering. As long as my daughter lives, we will await her return to health. I will repay this debt of vengeance one day. Master Shin, please tend to Shushu's ailments now. Once treated, I will take her home. Her mother is still unwell, and her grandmother has been worried about not seeing her. Think again, Shun Wanong replied, taking a sip of water. You may leave, but Liang Shushu must remain. What? Both my father and I gasped in unison. She must stay? Since I intend to protect her, she must remain by my side. Otherwise, regardless of my abilities, I cannot reach Lin Hai. Moreover, the methods I teach require her to be absent. Otherwise, no amount of substitutes will dispel her malevolent aura. Ignoring our astonished expressions, Shun Wanong continued. From this moment on, Liang Shushu must not set foot in her home. This is for her own good and yours that if necessary, she may even need to change her name. Brother Liang, do you comprehend? This is unacceptable, my father protested. If we must wait 3 to 5 years, Shushu cannot return home for all that time. Forget about me and her mother. Her grandmother would never agree. Besides, she still needs to attend school. I nodded in agreement, feeling lost in this unfamiliar situation. Aunt Sue's temper is not normal, I murmured. I do not wish to stay here, I added, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. That leaves me no choice, Shun Wanong said bluntly. In a dark room, light must be borrowed. If she remains with you, she will draw on your light. However, your family lacks strong life forces. Liang Shushu will only exacerbate your misfortune. If she stays with me, I can provide her with protection and light. In simpler terms, she requires a shield against death. You cannot expect me to accompany you to Lin Hai. Seeing my father nod, Shun Wantong sighed. Brother Liang, you have lived for over 60 years. If I return with you, who knows how long we will have to wait? Lin Hai is vast, and the rumors surrounding Liang Shushu's situation would be catastrophic. Here, you can fabricate a story to shield the child, claiming she has gone abroad. If her essence is reclaimed smoothly, it will be easier to explain. If not, she can continue her studies in my town without hardship. If she returns now, she will become a living harbinger of death. Given how highly she has been regarded, her fall will be equally steep. Should that happen, it will not take 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 months would be a struggle, and she may be overwhelmed. My father fell silent, taking a long time to recover. Master Shen, is there no way to conceal Shushu? Could we perhaps use a decoy to lure the sorcerer while I take the real Shushu home? How can one hide in the dark while I remain in the light? Shin Wanong retorted. Besides, deceit is no match for sincerity. The more you hide, the less likely he will reveal himself. Ultimately, Liang Shushu may inadvertently suffer a fate worse than death. My father's face turned ashen. No, we cannot allow the child to remain here. I cannot explain this to my family, and I promised Shushu I would take her home. Brother Liang, do you think I enjoy leaving someone behind to create trouble? Shin Wanong said slowly, rising from his seat. To preserve her life may cost me much energy. Regardless, I have made my position clear. The choice lies with you. If a decision cannot be reached tonight, I will take my leave and rest. To protect her is one thing, but leaving her is another, my father maintained stubbornly. Master Shun, please reconsider. Shun Wanong turned to leave, and as I saw him turn away, I stepped forward. Uncle Shin, I will stay. Shushu, my father exclaimed, surprised. You do not wish to return home? I do wish to return, but I must stay. Having cried so much, my eyes ached, and in truth, I was reluctant to remain. What about school? What of my training? All my hard work would vanish. Would I still be able to compete? I would lose everything. Yet, Shin Uncle had made his intentions clear. If I wanted to live, it meant staying here, by his side, to borrow his light for my survival. My survival was paramount. My family would undoubtedly suffer if I returned. At this moment, clarity washed over me. If I were to say, forget it, I will wait to die, the situation would likely become simpler. I would die, and my misfortune would cease. Yet, I did not wish to die, and I refused to utter such words that would hurt my father. I wanted to live, even if it meant waiting a long time to reclaim my essence. The prerequisite was to remain alive. Looking at Shin Wantong's back, I asked, Uncle Shin, may I ask you one more question? He did not turn around but inquired, what is it? Why are you willing to help me? I suspected his motivations extended beyond merely eliminating evil forces or earning his keep. He was not the type to meddle in others' affairs, nor was he particularly noble. If helping me posed a threat to his life, why did he suddenly change his mind? Shu, Shun Wanong replied, glancing back at me. Master Shun has already stated the reason. I pity you. I was taken aback, the sentiment stirring something within me. This was his style. He wouldn't typically feel pity for anyone. Otherwise, he would have simply sent me away at the outset. Then what about the truth? I croaked. Shun Wanong smiled, his gaze unreadable. It is quite simple. I seek personal gain. Personal gain? I furrowed my brow. Are you implying you wish to profit from my family? Shu, do not concern yourself with adult matters. My father interjected, turning my shoulders towards him. You must tell your father if you genuinely wish to stay. If you do not wish to remain, we will find another way. Dad, I sincerely thank you. I took a deep breath, kneeling before my father. It is my fault for causing you to worry and fret. Please do not worry about me. I will take care of myself. I in the mountains. I will heed Uncle Shin's words. When you return home, tell Grandma I went abroad to study gymnastics. If you and Mom miss me, you can come visit. Once I reclaim my essence and my fortunes improve, I promise to return. Shu, my father gazed at me, tears streaming down his face. My daughter, oh heavens, why must you endure this? Dad, please don't cry. I am still quite fortunate. Turning towards Shun Wanong, I adjusted my knees and bowed 3 times, saying, Uncle Shin, thank you for your willingness to save me. From now on, I will be a burden to you. Chapter 29. The Goo Worm. The coach often imparts wisdom to athletes, exhorting them to face challenges fearlessly and to confront difficulties head-on. What is our goal? Higher, faster, stronger. I am uncertain whether I have made the right choice. However, it is evident that my inadequacies in height, speed, and strength almost led to my demise at the hands of an unseen adversary. Dad, there's no one else here. How much do I need to pay Uncle Shin for my salvation? I sat on the edge of the Kong, gazing at my father. The dining table had already been tidied up by Aunt Sue, who had gone to rest in another room with Chunliang. After confirming my decision, Uncle Shun instructed me and my father to wait in the room while he went to the eastern wing to prepare for my treatment. I was restless as I pondered over Uncle Shun's mention of interests. Master Fong had quoted a price of 60,000 for my rescue. What would Uncle Shin demand? Multiple times that amount? Shu, don't dwell on it, my father replied, burdened with thoughts. Master Shun hasn't mentioned money. From my experience, a master of his caliber wouldn't ask for money up front. He will ensure you are well before discussing compensation. It would be rather unrefined, akin to that monk who grants you a talisman without demanding payment. Later, I simply donated some incense money to the temple as a token of gratitude. Letting out a sigh, my father embraced my shoulders. Shu, many matters aren't as simple as you think. They require a nuanced approach. Furthermore, if Master Shin helps us, even if he eventually asks for a substantial sum, I would be more than willing to pay. Why? Money pales in comparison to human life. Once you are well, everything in our family will be fine. Be more generous in your mindset. All right, understood, Dad. But once this is all over, you must tell me how much you gave Uncle Shun as a red envelope. I need to know. Sure, if it all works out, I'll let you know. My father chuckled helplessly, glancing at the well-lit courtyard outside. Shu, Do you truly wish to remain here? Where else would I go? I retorted. Tio Chengchen. Chengchen was another option offered by Uncle Shen before he departed. Uncle Shen suggested that if my father truly wished for me to leave the mountain, I could go to Chengchen's side. The reasoning was simple. Chengchen had a favorable fate, and his light could aid me. However, this reasoning was one I deduced on my own. When Uncle Shen whispered this to my father, I could not hear clearly, but my father's expression darkened upon hearing it. He blurted out, "Then what does that mean?" "I don't agree." I inquired what my father disagreed with, but he remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Uncle Shen did not elaborate further, merely nodding in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed inconvenient. Yet, it was also a viable option. Chengchen's fate was exceptionally rare. Brother Liang, you must understand, this is an opportunity. After all, many people are eager to enter the Qing family. We are not interested, my father interjected. Master Shen, I understand your intentions, but this matter cannot be handled in this manner. It would diminish my daughter's worth. Moreover, even if I agree, how would he reconcile with Xu? Would you have him assist for the sake of goodwill or to rescue the distressed? I would never be able to repay such a favor. If you speak of business, I, Liang Dayo, would consider it a blessing to have a connection with Qinghai Industries, but that is a separate matter. My daughter cannot endure even a hint of disdain. Seeing the situation, Uncle Shen ceased to speak further and exited to prepare the items needed for my treatment. Although I had not grasped everything, my father's reactions allowed me to infer the gist. Chengchen could help me from the neighboring ward. It was no surprise that Uncle Shen wanted me to go to his side. Why father's disapproval was entirely understandable. After all, we were not acquainted. I felt there was no need to avoid discussing it with me. It was not a secret. If I were to choose between Uncle Shen and Chengchen, I would also choose Uncle Shen. Firstly, he would not frighten me to the brink of falling from a tree. Secondly, Uncle Shen was a master in this field, specializing in exorcism, while Chengchen lacked such knowledge. Merely surviving was not enough. Reclaiming what was lost was of utmost importance. Xu, listen closely. Chengchen's family is of high standing. Even if our circumstances cannot compare, we must not let them look down upon us. I cannot send you there. It would be a humiliation. Dad, what is there to be humiliated about? I send Uncle Shen merely offering a way to save my life. You're just a child and do not understand. Your father cannot bear the thought of you being wronged. Understood, I replied, acknowledging his concerns. Chengchen's deep voice intimidated me. Especially considering his physique, I would struggle to match him in a confrontation. It would be unwise to provoke him. Dad, you are correct. Uncle Shen is quite capable. His light not only shines brightly but also possesses skill. If people were to be compared to vehicles, Uncle Shen's headlights would be akin to those high-intensity xenon lights. I had also observed that, while Aunt Sue had a temper and was not particularly skilled in cooking, she was quite adept in her tasks, moving tables and washing dishes with remarkable agility. As for Chunliang, he was a little foodie, who, before going to bed, had thrown up and after finishing, looked regretful. If Aunt Sue had not swiftly pulled him away, I feared he might have picked it up and eaten it again. Adding Uncle Shen to the mix, these three individuals possessed a certain unconventional flair. Fortunately, they were straightforward, lacking in pretense, and uncomplicated to deal with. The teacher once remarked that, after a period, I would become accustomed to this place. In any case, Uncle Shen repeatedly emphasized not to rush. From his perspective, my priority was to survive. As for destiny, it was a luxury I could only contemplate once I had secured my existence. Although it sounded awkward, it was, after all, rightfully mine. Uncle Shen used the analogy of a city. Once it has been seized by others, it has changed hands. My goal was self-preservation. Living would instill caution in others, prompting them to act against me. I appeared passive. Yet this was the only path to reclaim my fate. I would wait. Everything would be addressed once I had a firm grasp on the situation. You are quite the observant child, and you even know about xenon lights. My father finally chuckled, ruffling my disheveled hair. Then, recalling something, he added, but Xu, Changchen is not a bad person. If you see him again, do not speak ill of him. Changchen's appearance is impeccable. As the saying goes, he possesses a remarkable demeanor. If you paint him as unattractive, that would be utter nonsense. I was about to agree when I suddenly became muddled. Dad, I didn't speak ill of him. He just looks fierce. My father smiled at me, and after a while, he spoke earnestly. Shushu, even if Master Shin claims you have become a shadow person and will encounter bad luck, do not dwell on it. We have always been optimistic and cheerful children. Even if our family faces misfortune, do not internalize it. Never feel inferior or guilty. When you meet others, do not feel diminished. We possess reason and can traverse the world. Wherever we go, we must hold our heads high. Once we find the one who stole your fate, we will settle the score. I nodded. Dad, I am not self-conscious. In truth, I only feel guilty for the sacrifices and love my family has given me. The rest is merely anger. As for being a shadow person, I feel a brief pang of discomfort when Uncle Shin mentions it, akin to watching a good person being wronged in a film. It is frustrating, but I must continue living, regardless. Indeed, my father exhaled. Your task is to live well. Your elder sister has a gentle disposition, and I cannot rely on her. Your second brother is a bit of a rogue, and I cannot depend on him either. You are my only hope, Shushu. I expect you to support me in my old age. Do you understand? That I looked at him earnestly. I will definitely take care of you and Mom in the future. My father smiled, a complex expression on his face. Good child, my Shushu is the best child in the world. Leaning against my father, I felt a pang in my heart. I did not know if I truly was the best child in the world. However, I was certain that my father was the best father in the world. I must live, and I must honor them well. Come to the eastern wing. Uncle Shin's voice resonated in the air. Although he had not yet appeared, it felt as though he were lurking nearby, observing. Dad, how does Uncle Shin practice that voice transmission technique? Having some experience, my father took my hand and stood up, leading me into the courtyard towards the right wing. As we walked, I mused, do you think Uncle Shin has disciples? If he could teach them his skills, they would surely be remarkable. This is called Taoism. Not everyone can learn it, my father replied dismissively. Shushu, stop pondering such things. For a girl, fighting and killing are unbecoming. I remained silent. Upon reaching the door to the right wing, my father called, Master Shun, we are coming in. As we entered, Uncle Shin stood in the corridor, his back turned, revealing a small kitchen. At either end of the corridor were a northern room and a southern room, with windows opening to the west, facing the courtyard, directly opposite Aunt Sue's quarters. I glanced inside. The door to the northern room was tightly closed, while the door to the southern room stood wide open. Peering in, I saw shelves filled to the brim with books. It appeared that the southern room was designated as a study. Master Shin, where will you treat Shushu? Uncle Shan gestured for us to look towards the closed door of the northern room, but did not move. Liang Shushu, are you afraid of me? Ah? What do you mean? I glanced at my father, who looked bewildered, and replied, not afraid. Uncle Shin leaned slightly closer. Aren't you afraid of the scar on my face? Scar? I chuckled. What is there to fear? I didn't inflict it myself. Why not? Uncle Shun inquired curiously. This scar has terrified countless children. They say it resembles a centipede, which is quite unsettling. A centipede? I found Uncle Shin's theatrical expression slightly frightening. It does resemble a centipede, but I'm not afraid of them. I find them quite adorable with all their legs. When I was little, I even caught a snake bare-handed to appear brave. It felt smooth and cool, not frightening at all, however. I knew only to catch the green ones. The patterned ones could be poisonous. Adorable? Uncle Shin laughed. This is the first time I've heard someone say my scar is cute. Liang Shushu, you actually don't think I'm ugly? No, Uncle Shin, you're not ugly. I waved my hand dismissively. The scar is a bit unsightly, but it's not natural. Overall, you are quite handsome. Moreover, when you smile, you appear warm and friendly, unlike my father coughed, shooting me pointed looks. Shushu, what did I tell you about not mentioning Chengchen? I was taken aback. Wondering if I had implied something, I wanted to clarify that I meant some people had intimidating auras. Some people? Who mentioned Chengchen? Brother Liang, look at you. Let the child finish her words, Uncle Shun interjected, looking at me with curiosity. What is wrong with Chengchen? I shook my head, pursing my lips, unwilling to speak. Uncle Shin's spirit seemed to rise again. Are you saying Chengchen is ugly? Fine, I'll just call him. Hey, Master Shun, my father interjected in a panic. You must not spread such nonsense. My child's aesthetic sense does not rely on facial features. Since she was little, her brother has regaled her with martial arts tales. She once claimed Ouyang Feng was handsome because he treated Yangwu well and taught him the toad's dance. However, after watching the movie, she found Ouyang Feng less attractive. Her perception of beauty does not depend on actors. It is primarily about the actions of the person. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding with Chengchen, but please do not call Chengchen Dad. Wei Xiaobao is quite adorable. He is particularly clever. Shut up. My father had completely forgotten his earlier paternal affection, now appearing as though he could devour me. I asked this the time to discuss this. If you keep babbling, I'll have no choice but to discipline you. I shrank my neck, feeling wronged. What did I say? It was you who brought it up. Ha ha ha, Uncle Shin erupted in laughter. All right, Liang Xiu, you've given me a new perspective. Since this child finds my scar adorable, I have nothing to worry about. Please, come in. As he spoke, he opened the tightly shut door to the northern room, gesturing for us to enter. Liang Xiu, once you see what I have prepared for you, do not disappoint me. Crawl? Upon entering, I was greeted by a large wooden tub, reminiscent of a traditional bath from historical dramas. Did Uncle Shun expect me to bathe in this medicinal bath? As I pondered this, I approached the tub and peered inside, only to find it filled with writhing, contorted centipedes. At first glance, I thought I had stumbled into a centipede den. Oh dear. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and without a second thought, I turned and ran, my legs moving swiftly. Liang Xiu, Uncle Shin stood blocking the doorway, looking bemused. Didn't you say centipedes were cute? But my lips trembled as I stammered. There are too many for me to find them adorable. What is it? My father approached the tub and took a look, immediately exclaiming, Oh my heavens, Master Shin, you want Xiu to crawl in there? This is no joke. Even I, who can regard anything as food, cannot bear this. This is the remedy I prepared for her, Uncle Shun replied calmly. They are not merely centipedes. In my practice, they are known as goo worms, and they are my meticulously nurtured treasures. They can counteract the pus-filled sores with their venom. If Liang Xiu dares to enter and endure half an hour, she shall awaken healed. I could only stare in horror. My father turned away, unable to even point towards the tub. Xiu, are you willing to try? My courage faltered. I fear everything in excess. A single caterpillar does not frighten me, but if they were to weave a sweater, would I not be terrified? After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Shun began to provoke me subtly. Liang Xiu, if you're afraid, you can leave. I wonder who said they would hammer the heavens. I shall duel him. With each rallying cry, the stakes grow higher. Yet, in the critical moment, you falter. I ask this how a martial artist behaves. No wonder they quit training. No industry retains the inept. I recognized his provocation, but found it effective. It's merely half an hour. I can do it. Taking a deep breath, I returned to the tub's edge, gathering my courage. I looked closely and my eyes were immediately assaulted again. Not only were there centipedes, but beneath them lay two snakes, and more horrifyingly, two large rats the size of rabbits perched upon their bodies, their glossy coats glimmering as they stared back at me with red eyes. What a bizarre breed! I was utterly unable to summon the courage to step in. Turning towards Uncle Shin, my voice trembled. Uncle Shin, do the snakes have patterns? Are they poisonous? Yes, they must be poisonous, Uncle Shin. If they weren't poisonous, why would I put them in there? To arrange a display. Liang Xiu, these two snakes are my prized possessions. One is called Little Flower, and the other is Little Pattern. Oh my! And there are two rats. My father, having seen them, was equally startled. Master Shun, can these snakes and rats coexist peacefully? Do not refer to them as rats. It is disrespectful. They are also dear to me. One is called Little Black and the other, Little Bright. They are my high-quality antidotes, sentient beings, and they are friends with Little Flower and Little Pattern. They do not consume one another. Leaning against the door frame, Uncle Shin appeared relaxed. Liang Shushu, why are you standing there? I must warn you. Their tempers aren't great. If you delay, the treatment will take longer, and you cannot blame me. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could, a sudden heat enveloped my chest. I gasped, swiftly removing the protective talisman from my neck. The golden amulet felt like a branding iron in my hand. I fumbled and dropped it to the ground, where it ignited with a burst of flames, spontaneously combusting. Dad, my talisman is burning. I wanted to retrieve it but found myself unable to step on it to extinguish the fire. Quick, fetch some water. No need to find water, Uncle Shun replied calmly. The master who gifted you that talisman is delivering a message. Its protection ends here. I treat poison with poison, and his method conflicts with mine. He cannot allow you to wear a talisman while engaging with toxic substances, so he has destroyed it. What? I stared in disbelief as the talisman I had worn for so long was reduced to ashes in mere seconds. Does this mean the monk no longer cares for me? Liang Shushu, you have no choice now. Uncle Shin gently urged, hurry, do not waste time. Your father is weary and needs to rest. I swallowed hard. Moving towards the tub required immense courage just to look inside, let alone enter. Don't. My father reached to pull me back. Master Shun, this is truly terrifying. I have a phobia. Let us choose another method. It hurts. I cried out as my father's grip tightened around my arm, inadvertently squeezing the painful sore. The sudden pain made me yelp, and before I could brace myself, I toppled into the tub. Shoo! My father exclaimed in alarm, desperately attempting to pull me out. I flailed around in the tub like a drowning duck, feeling the slippery, ticklish sensations of the creatures around me. Panic and fear surged within me. Even though I had fallen unexpectedly and couldn't see clearly, I was terrified and screamed loudly in my struggle. The centipedes began to crawl onto me, burrowing into my clothing, gnawing at the sore on my lower back. The pain intensified sharply, and I clung to the edge of the tub, my mouth agape as I cried, Dad. My eyes threatened to burst from their sockets as the pain rendered me voiceless. Shoo! My father looked at me in horror, unsure whether to be frightened by my appearance or the centipedes crawling over me. He pulled me with all his strength, but my legs were immobilized. Lowering my gaze, I found two snakes, thick as my wrists, coiling around my legs. Two large rats quickly climbed up like they were ascending stairs, heading straight for my wrists. My father, witnessing their sharp teeth, was forced to let go, and the next moment, one of the rats sank its teeth into the sore on my arm. The overwhelming pain felt as though my heart was being devoured by 100 ants. My vision blurred, and I screamed. My arms pinned down by the rat while my legs were ensnared by the snakes. I felt centipedes crawling all over me, some even attempting to enter my nostrils. In my fear and agony, I wished they would ease their biting. Lowering my head, I locked eyes with one of the rats, either Little Black or Little Bright, its beady eyes gleaming like red beans, glistening with pus. We stared at each other for a few seconds, and then it bared its long fangs, letting out a shrill squeak. My throat emitted a pitiful sound as my consciousness faded, and just before I lost all awareness, I heard my father frantically calling my name while Uncle Shin's voice remained eerily calm. Brother Liang, your daughter has fallen in quite a predicament. Come, lend a hand. Let us secure the lid on the tub. Chapter 30. Most likely a pig's spirit dreams. Numerous dreams. It seems I have returned to my childhood, practicing the fundamentals of ballet in a dance studio, my hands gripping the bar as my teacher claps in encouragement from behind. When you squat, extend your knees to align with your toes, she instructs. 1, 2, 3, 4. The scene shifts, and I find myself slightly older, rooted in a martial arts training hall, my stance firm. The coach glares, insisting that my horse stance must be steady and my punches fierce. 1-2. I was utterly serious back then, each shout filled with vigor. In the next moment, I am transported to the gymnastics hall of the municipal sports school, bending at the waist, instantly resembling a drawn BOW. My legs must stretch to 180 degrees. Over time, it still aches. I gaze vacantly at another version of myself, grinning broadly, while the coach shouts, "You can do it, Liang Shushu. Just hold on for 5 more minutes." "Coach, 5 minutes are up." "Another 5 minutes." I observe the commotion, inexplicably amused, as if every coach I encounter possesses the trait of empty promises. Standing as a mere spectator, I realize that from childhood to now, my transformation has been minimal. Only my height has increased, my features have gradually opened up, and my long, straight hair has remained unfringed. During training, I must tie it up high, donning various training outfits, practicing an array of movements in different venues, some powerful and vigorous, others graceful and delicate. The noise of voices gradually intensifies. The figures before me begin to blur. Different tones invade my eardrums. "Liang Shushu, haven't you eaten today? You need to complete 30 more spins before class ends. Liang Shushu, kick your legs higher. Liang Shushu, your movements are not standard. You'll have to practice more." Tired. Whose gold medal comes from mere sleep? The cacophony is overwhelming. The coaches have gathered, pointing at me, reprimanding me. I cover my ears, insisting, I'm practicing, stop talking." Opening my eyes once more, the courtyard before me feels achingly familiar. It is my seaside villa. "I'm home, Mom," I exclaim excitedly. "I'm back." I dash into the living room, only to find the first floor empty. I ascend the staircase to the second floor and hear my grandmother coughing from her room. I rush to the door. She sits by the bed, sipping her medicinal soup, while my second brother pats her back. Shushu passing her assessment is a good thing. If she trains well in the future, she'll achieve great success. Despite drinking her medicine, my grandmother continues to cough. "You're ambitious, but I don't understand. Why does she have to go abroad to learn that ribbon dance? Can't our own people teach it better?" "You don't get it," my second brother comforts her. "Sports have no borders. This is their strong suit. Shushu going there is to learn from the best. Just look at our prowess in table tennis. How many foreign players come to learn from us? It's reciprocal. In the future, her skills will speak for themselves. Now, finish your medicine and rest." "Blame me," my grandmother murmurs, reclining back onto her bed. "Back then, I was against Shushu practicing that dance. Now she has gone abroad, and I can't see or touch her. Not even a phone call. I heard it's freezing over there, and they speak a foreign language. I worry if Shushu can adapt. What if she misses home? It's so lonely out there." "You're ambitious, but it's not like she has been sent abroad. It's just like being locked up." "Mom, I haven't gone abroad." I stand at the door, wanting to enter, yet an invisible barrier prevents my foot from crossing. I can only fret in place. "I'm home, Mom. I'm here." "Ambitious, did you hear that? Shushu is crying. The child is crying." My grandmother seems to hear my voice and struggles to sit up. "Shushu's back?" "Shushu. Mom, I'm here." I pat the air in front of me, as if trying to push through glass. "Grandma, I can't get in, Grandma." "What sound?" My second brother sighs. "Russia is so far away. She'd need to fly back. You just miss her too much. It's driving you mad, and if Shushu saw you like this, she'd be so worried. Come on, lie down. The doctor said you need more rest." Don't get too emotional. I take a step back, reminded by my brother's words, unwilling to shout again. "Grandma, take care of yourself. Wait for me to come home." I raise my hand to wipe away my tears, fully aware this is a dream. In the dream, I cannot even enter the room. Turning around, the floor suddenly collapses. I feel weightless, plummeting rapidly down my entire being jolts. Seems my soul has returned to its rightful place. I find myself lying somewhere, my eyelids heavy, and in a daze. I sense my father hovering nearby. He alternates between joyfully exclaiming that my sores have vanished and calling Aunt Sue for assistance. Have we returned to the remote mountains? Aunt Sue's voice remains sharp, scolding my father to take me outside. Her words laced with many curses, yet her intent is still caring. Even though she is a child, she is still a girl. No male should be present when she is being cleaned, not even her own father. Just as I am about to express my gratitude in my heart, Aunt Sue moves my body and comments, "Goodness, this child is so heavy. She looks so thin. Her flesh must be buried in her bones. And no wonder she is picky. She is not lacking in nutrition. Missing a few meals one tea hurt her. Fine, I endure it. A towel scrubs my skin haphazardly, like a rough bath, and it stings painfully. I struggle to open my eyes, pleading with Aunt Sue to be gentle, asking if my illness has been cured. Has the sorcerer intervened? Did the female ghost come? Unfortunately, my eyelids remain heavy. I am forced to comply with Aunt Sue's ministrations. It feels as though I have been clad in fresh, clean clothes, while father sits beside me again, continuously asking if Uncle Shun can take me home, expressing his reluctance to leave me here. Uncle Shun responds bluntly, "No." My father, with a quivering voice, implores, "Master Shun, Shu is so young. Leaving her in the mountains alone. What joy is there in life? What joy is there in life?" Uncle Shun retorts, "Isn't it all about surviving? Only by living can one dare to dream of anything else." I cannot awaken, the words, "live," echoing repeatedly in my ears, while father holds my hand, softly calling my name. A droplet falls onto my face. "Shu, you must be patient. Our family has many matters to resolve. I need to return and handle them. Once it's settled, I'll come to see you. Don't hold it against me. I wish to convey that I won't blame you, but the roof is leaking, and my face is damp." Faintly, I remember Uncle Shun advising me to eat more vegetables or I would regret it. He meant that I would be left behind, unable to taste my father's cooking. A pang of sorrow strikes. Indeed, I should eat a few more bites. People come and go around me, and I cannot distinguish between day and night. My father occasionally answers phone calls, saying, "Yes, I'm looking for General Wong. I can't continue the project due to family matters." Yes, I understand. I am willing to pay the penalty for withdrawing the investment. I desperately wish to awaken, yet feel powerless. At times, I hear Shin Chunliang's voice, "Aunt Sue, why is this person sleeping in our home? Is she dead asleep?" Fearing I wouldn't hear, Chunliang leans closer to my ear. "Hey, wake up. If you sleep like this, how will you go to the bathroom? You'll wet the bed and stink up the place." I grit my teeth. "Mind your own business. I don't know how long it has been." The surroundings finally fall silent. Images of centipedes flood my mind, crawling all over my body, while little flowers and patterns entangle my legs, and little black and shiny creatures climb my arms, their claws clinging to me, and no matter how I shake, I cannot dislodge them. In the instant our eyes meet, I feel a surge of panic rise within me. I abruptly open my eyes. Before me is a white ceiling. A solitary light bulb hangs above. I slightly move my fingers, regaining strength, and immediately sit up. Breathing heavily, my hands instinctively swat at the air. Fearing the centipedes still cling to me, I am momentarily dazed, realizing I am sitting on the bed, my clothes clean and changed. I slap my face. Smack, it hurts. This is waking up. Hastily, I lift up my pant legs, my eyes widening in disbelief. My sores are gone. My skin has returned to normal. The festering wounds down to the bone have disappeared. I pull up my sleeves. The sores on my forearms are also gone. My hand brushes over my lower back, and I can't help but smile. He didn't deceive me. Uncle Shin didn't deceive me. I am healed that I am truly healed. Sunlight spills in through the window. I sit on the bed like a plant person suddenly coming to life, moving my limbs. Looking around, I wave my right arm a few times. Good heavens! I, Liang Shushu, am full of vigor again. In an instant, all those centipedes, little flowers, and patterns no longer frighten me. Why? They are all my saviors. Though the process was arduous, the result is delightful. I finally don't carry that foul stench anymore. I must turn back and thank them. Just as I am filled with excitement, I realize the room is empty. Since waking, I have been alone. What about the dream? Where is my father? Has he returned home? What happened with the withdrawal? How much was lost? As I put on my shoes and prepare to step outside, I pull open the door and see a lean man with a buzz cut leaning against the doorframe, wearing a gold chain around his neck as thick as a finger, his back slightly hunched, a handbag tucked under his arm, and a cigarette in hand, gazing into the courtyard. His aura is one of utter confidence, unmistakably a street hustler. Second brother? I call out tentatively. The man quickly turns his face, and upon meeting my gaze, exclaims with delight, San Mousy, you're awake. Yes. I am momentarily stunned. What brings you here? Where is Grandma? Grandma is at home, my brother replies, tossing his cigarette butt aside. He exhales a couple of puffs of smoke into the air before rushing to my side. Dad's back home. He has some matters to attend to, so he sent me to keep you company. He inspects my arms and legs. Wow, Master Shin's predictions are spot on. He said you would wake up this morning, and look at you. You're back to life. Shushu, move around a bit. Are you feeling any discomfort? No. Do you want something to eat? My brother rolls up his sleeves. This old lady Sue's cooking is terrible. Just a glance at it is enough to put me off. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. No need. I grasp his hand, filled with questions. Second brother. What about sister-in-law? Isn't she? Oh, she is fine. She had a miscarriage before, and she might not have recovered well, so this pregnancy wasn't stable either. But we're still young. We can try again in a couple of years, and there are plenty of people at home to take care of her. My brother speaks lightly, but I feel anxious deep inside. Second brother, you're over 30 now. It's all my fault. Blame you for what? He raises an eyebrow. The baby is gone. It's no use getting upset. How have I taught you? In life, you must look forward. What is the point of lamenting? Since this pregnancy wasn't viable, we'll wait for a stronger one with your condition. Even if mom gives you medicine, it won't make a difference. Second brother, where are you going with this? He chuckles, surveying me with curiosity. San Mousy, you've truly broadened my horizons. You slept for a week and woke up without a single issue, vibrant as ever. Don't kid me. Master Shan is indeed a remarkable figure. I am taken aback, already accustomed to my brother's conversational style, not paying much attention. I hadn't expected to have slept for an entire week? Second brother, how can you still be smiling? My thoughts are a muddle. Do you know why I had a fever on my birthday? What happened? Dad didn't tell the family? I know. My brother nods casually. It's because your fate was stolen by a vile creature that had given birth without a proper exit. Our family can no longer engage in business. The fortune earned since your birth must be handled discreetly, and we might face a spell of bad luck. Until you reclaim your fate, our family's prosperity will be uncertain. But you should know, your fate can't just be taken back at will. It may take 3 to 5 years, or possibly longer, or even shorter. It's all uncertain, just a small matter. Small matter? My throat tightens. Second brother, do you know about Dad's earlier investment? He said he wanted to enter the real estate market, but now he has withdrawn. Didn't he lose a lot of money? My brother pauses. How do you know about this? I overheard him on the phone while I was sleeping. I continue. Second brother, how much did Dad lose? Hey, he chuckles in resignation. You're still a kid, yet you worry so much. It's normal. Our family has to pay a penalty for withdrawing the investment, at least half of it. But Dad went back to negotiate personally, and after a heartfelt discussion, the CEO realized we were facing difficulties and didn't press us. He returned 6 million to us, every last cent. It's sitting in the bank now. Want to see the deposit slip? All of it returned to us. I feel a wave of relief. That CEO truly is a good person. I must thank him properly when we return. It's not that Dad doesn't want to do business. It's just that now, with my condition, he would incur losses. Brother, what does that 6 million deposit slip look like? I've never seen one. Could you show me? When you're better, we'll go home. But who carries that thing around? What if it gets lost? My brother rolls his eyes. You, using Grandma's words, are like a beggar ringing a bell, worrying for no reason. I'm just afraid of dragging the family down. I feel guilty. What about our hotel and storefront? They've been sold. He sighs. You know where our hotel and storefront are located. They in prime spots, so when Dad said to sell, many were interested. The process went smoothly. We didn't incur any losses. We sold them for over 5 million, all of which has been deposited. Master Shun said the money shouldn't be touched, so it's kept in the bank to accrue interest. It's a form of indirect investment. That is good. I nod, though I still feel a sense of discomfort. Second brother, if it weren't for me, our family could have continued doing business and earned more money. You wanted to switch cars, but now, I'm not blaming you. My brother squeezes my shoulder. We still have over 10 million left. Just ask around in Linhai City. Who has that kind of savings? Not only do we have that, but we also own 2 properties. Right, what about those houses? They're for personal use, no worries. My brother seems to read my thoughts. Master Shun said that unprofitable assets don't need to be sold. The 2 houses we have, one is in our eldest sister's name for her to live in, the other is for us, and neither is rented out, so there's no need to deal with them. Shushu, what comes must be accepted. As long as you're alive, there will be opportunities, and no matter how many years it takes, we'll persevere. He continues, before Dad left, he asked me to tell you that all this, from beginning to end, has nothing to do with you. Don't burden yourself with unnecessary worries. Our family, the Liang family, has always been farmers. Only your third aunt has made a splash. The money we see now is still borrowed from your light. Even though we can't do business now, we're still better off than most families. Our whole family lacks education, but one thing is certain. We are united. We won't do anything foolish like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Money is earned slowly. Your brother and I are still the leaders of Fenghuang Street in Linhai City, and you, forever, are our family's little ancestor. We've weathered the storm together. All you need to do is take care of yourself and avoid any missteps, understood? I nod, my nose tingling. Thank you, second brother. Even though I am the victim, having dragged the family down, I still feel a sense of guilt. Listening to my brother's words makes my heart feel a little lighter. Thank you for what? My brother ruffles my disheveled hair. San Maozi, bring out your fearless spirit. We live for our breath. Since someone wants us dead, we will not die. We must catch them. Just watch how I deal with them. I tug at the corner of my mouth. Second brother, does Grandma know about my situation? The family has kept it from her. My brother's eyes reveal reluctance. She is getting old. Knowing these things could make her ill. With Mom already sick, Grandma has been anxious. Plus, when she saw your third aunt return home saying she had bitten her tongue, it worried her greatly. Your situation cannot be revealed. After selling the store, your third aunt was worried about gossip, so she took Grandma back to the countryside, keeping it all under wraps. Dad just told her you're abroad practicing artistic gymnastics to avoid others gossiping. Abroad? This aligns perfectly with the dream I had. Just as I was about to delve deeper, a commotion arises in the courtyard. I glance outside. Second brother, what is that sound? Right, come on, come on. I was just enjoying the spectacle. My brother pulls my hand, leading me outside. In the few days I've been here, I've truly seen a lot. Master Shun is never short of work. People come to him every day. And the variety of characters is more entertaining than a movie. Variety of characters? My brother drags me out, and as I glance up, I see a girl in the center of the courtyard, appearing to be in her 20s, but so thin she looks like nothing but bones. At this moment, she sits on a wheeled cart, devouring a roasted chicken, her head almost buried in the meat, her face glistening with grease, making noises akin to a pig eating. No wonder my brother had been so lost in thought against the door frame. The scene is quite striking. "Hey, there are 3 chickens," my brother whispers, holding up 3 fingers. I'm keeping track. Before eating the chicken, she devoured 2 large trotters without chewing, just swallowing them whole. Her appetite is astonishing. I forget to scold my brother for being so carefree, my brow furrowed. Brother, is she going to burst? Burst? Doesn't she seem to be enjoying herself? My brother lowers his voice. I've gathered some experience in these few days. Anyone who comes to find Master Shan is never normal. I agree. They all seem to be like me. Can you compare? My brother clicks his tongue. That girl looks like she is possessed. Something is surely tormenting her. Look at how skeletal she is. Where is all that food going? It must be going into someone else's stomach. I gaze at him. Whose stomach? How would I know? He shrugs. I'm analyzing here. It's either human or animal. Yesterday, someone came in bouncing around, claiming to be possessed by a weasel. They were grinning and baring their teeth, nearly bouncing onto the roof. But when Master Shun glared at them, they quieted down. Today's girl is similar. She went everywhere seeking treatment, but to no avail. They diagnosed her with bulimia. The previous practitioners didn't clarify her condition, probably those half-baked ones like our third aunt. Their skills are subpar and ended up worsening her situation. In no other options left, they finally sought out Master Shin, waiting 4 days to be seen, and this cart was borrowed to bring her here. My brother gestures towards the main room. Her parents went in to see Master Shun, leaving her here to make a scene. If she can't be saved this time, with her fragile physique, I doubt she'll last much longer. I remain silent, observing the girl who is blissfully eating. She is utterly lost in her meal, unconcerned about being watched from afar. Yet, no matter how much she gorges, her stomach can't possibly fit 3 chickens and 2 trotters, can it? How can she still be so thin after eating so much? Just as I ponder, the girl suddenly lets out a retching sound, turning her face to the side, and the food in her mouth bursts out like a water pipe exploding. It's as if the food hasn't been digested at all. It all comes spewing out. I step back, worried I might be caught in her vomit. As the wind blows, the stench disperses. I retreat a step, while my brother exclaims, "Wow, she has thrown up. No wonder she is so thin." It turns out she couldn't keep any of it down. Shushu, did you see? Eating requires chewing slowly. Otherwise, it won't digest. I shoot my brother a look, signaling him to be quiet. Seeing her vomit like that would make any normal person lose their appetite, let alone chew slowly. Logically, with her vomiting all over the cart, she should feel nauseous and unable to eat again. Yet she doesn't. After spewing, she seems to feel relieved, turning back to devour the roasted chicken in her arms. I can't help but grimace, feeling as if I am the roasted chicken, utterly uncomfortable. Hey, look at her appetite. She can still eat after that. My brother keeps clicking his tongue. I suspect this girl is likely possessed by a pig spirit, chomping away without care. But it's fine. I'm used to it. Master Shun will come out and resolve it soon. You have nothing to fear. A pig spirit? I scrutinize the girl. Oddly enough, the more I look at her, the more I feel her face is flickering. The sunlight is bright, and I squint slightly. Beneath her gaunt visage, I gradually discern another face. One of a plump girl, a round face floating beneath the thin girl's skin, devouring chicken legs voraciously. Oh my goodness! This scene mirrors the time the black-faced ghost fragility, possessed by a ghost? Ergu was taken aback as Uncle Shun and a middle-aged couple emerged from the main house, their gaze fixated on the girl on the cart. Uncle Shun's expression was calm as he asked, "Did you come out on your own, or did I force you out?" Upon hearing this, I understood immediately. Uncle Shun saw the situation as I did. Enough of this nonsense. What do they do? The girl continued to eat her roast chicken, pausing momentarily to glance at Shan Wantong. A cold smirk danced at the corners of her lips before she resumed devouring the chicken, bones and all, with an air of defiance. The middle-aged couple trembled at her reaction, supporting each other as they approached the cart. They knelt down, their legs buckling. "We were foolish before and tried to drive you away, causing you distress. Now we have come to our senses. Master Shan said you are bound to our daughter out of grievance. We will not harm you. Just tell us your demands, and we shall fulfill them. Please, spare our daughter." "Ah, truly possessed by a ghost," Ergu whispered to me, analyzing the situation with keen interest. "We have experience with such matters. If we choose the wrong person, both sides will suffer. It might be better not to get involved at all." I remained silent, the thought of Sangu's tongue tightening my chest. "Spare her?" The girl laughed, or rather, her pudgy face beneath the skin twisted into a gloating grin as she tossed the remaining chicken bones aside. She sat cross-legged on the cart and declared, "You may spare her, but first, you must kowtow to me 81 times. Each bow must draw blood. Additionally, erect a spirit tablet for me and worship me as your household deity. On the 1st and 15th of each month, offer me wine and meat. No, I won't drink wine. Make it cola instead. And most importantly, once I leave her body, you must feed her 2 jin of lard every day for 10 years. Only then will I agree to let her go. What do you say?" Lard? The greasy residue from frying fat. Isn't that what my father uses to render lard? I thought, horrified. That stuff is loaded with cholesterol. If she eats 2 jin every day, she wouldn't last 3 years, let alone 10 besides. Her first 2 demands are outrageous, 81 bows, each drawing blood. Is there even a life left to speak of? I silently scoffed at the absurdity of erecting a spirit tablet after reducing the girl to a skeleton. Wouldn't that be like inviting a ghost to worship my grandmother? Ergu voiced my thoughts, just as he was about to step forward with his handbag to confront her. But upon seeing the girl glare menacingly at him, he instantly deflated. I was just saying, your demands aren't entirely unreasonable. Let's discuss them slowly. Don't glare at me, look at Master Shen. He is the authority here." I found myself suppressing a laugh, stealing a glance at Ergu, who was visibly intimidated for the first time. The couple, kneeling beside the cart, exchanged uncertain glances, clearly at a loss, unable to agree to her demands. They turned to Shin Wantong. "Master Shan, what do you say?" "Nonsense," Shan Wantong replied, his expression impassive as he regarded the girl. "I will give you one more chance. He will resolve your issues. You must be sensible." The girl, however, burst into manic laughter, leaping up from the cart with a thud that startled the couple, who instinctively reached out to catch her. "Be careful. Don't fall, my daughter." "Your daughter?" The girl looked down, her teeth gritted as she glared at the couple. "Is your daughter a daughter while I am not human? I will ask again. Do you agree to my 3 demands?" The couple wore expressions of distress, struggling to respond before finally shaking their heads. "We can bow to you and offer gold and silver treasures, houses, and cars, but we cannot agree to the rest. Since you refuse to comply, do not blame me," she said, lifting the remaining chicken bones to her mouth. "These bones symbolize your daughter's fate. Once I finish eating, she will have to accompany me, and we shall no longer be alone. Please, don't." The couple rose, ready to rush forward, but I turned to Shun. He casually picked up a withered leaf and, with a flick of his fingers, sent it flying toward the girl. I widened my eyes. It was just a common dry leaf. Uncle Shun did not perform any dramatic gestures as one might see on television. It was as if he were merely flicking a stone. When the leaf struck her, The bones she had been gnawing on fell from her mouth in an instant, and she let out a wail, her body trembling violently. "Oh my God," Ergu gasped. "Did you see that? She's shaking like she's about to urinate. That ghost must be dying." I did not respond, clearly witnessing the frail girl convulsing before collapsing, her eyes rolling back to that moment. A shadow, like a ball, rolled out from her body. The couple seemed oblivious to the shadow, rushing to support the girl, while the shadow spiraled around the yard, attempting to escape but unable to find its way out. Finally, it morphed into a plump humanoid figure, swiftly taking on a full form with features, an entire living person, as if pulled from the realm of fantasy. If I had not seen Ant who perform a similar act before, I would have genuinely struggled to comprehend the spectacle. "Is everything all right?" Ergu asked, somewhat bewildered. "Let us head back inside. It seems Master Shun has resolved the matter efficiently." I was startled, about to move my feet when suddenly a face appeared before me, mere centimeters away, staring directly at me with blood streaming from its eyes, dripping onto my shoes. If Ergu had pushed me at that moment, I would have collided with her without reservation. I froze for 2 seconds, then turned to fleet-eye the next instant. An icy chill enveloped me, as though I had plunged into an icy cavern. My limbs went numb, and I trembled uncontrollably from the extreme cold, my teeth chattering. "Susu?" Ergu exclaimed, alarmed. "What is wrong? What is happening?" I tried to speak, but my thoughts spiraled out of control, my body acting as if under external control. "Hee, I want pig trotters. Please go buy some for me, hee." "What the hell?" Ergu stumbled back, raising his handbag as if to threaten me. "Get out of my sister's body right now, or else I'll kill you." Hee. I laughed uncontrollably, my lips twitching. "I'm already dead, big brother. I jumped off a building to die. Hee. What else do you want me to do? That thing has invaded my sister's body. Can't you handle something from the underworld, please?" As he yelled, I lost control of my laughter, tears streaming down my face. "You people just band together to bully others. I was bullied when I was alive, and now I'm still being bullied after death, ha. I spoke in a mocking tone, struggling to maintain my clarity, but gradually, Ergu's face blurred, and the world around me faded into a misty haze. I felt as if I were immersed in a different realm, shrouded in fog. Vaguely, I saw an office, cubicle partitions, numerous people, and the sound of laughter filled my ears. Is there even a need to choose our department's flower? It must be Chui Daping. Exactly. That big guy can devour 5 hamburgers in one sitting. What a sight to behold, the pride of the department. Daping, don't be shy. Share a few words of gratitude. You'll become our department's living mascot. The laughter grew increasingly jarring as I pushed through the fog, spotting a plump girl slumped over her desk, surrounded by others who incessantly mocked her figure. The loudest laughter came from a beautiful young girl. It seemed the company was holding a year-end meeting, and she was encouraging everyone to nominate Daping to perform, declaring her the brightest star of the department. The more she said, the more the crowd egged her on, while Daping wept openly. As I looked at the pretty girl's face, I furrowed my brows. Wasn't he that the little skeleton munching on roast chicken? Could it be? A realization dawned on me. The fog thickened, and as it cleared, I found myself in a restroom, hearing someone retching as I passed the stalls. The plump girl faced away from me, squatting before the toilet, her fingers digging into her throat as she violently expelled something. I instinctively wanted to ask what was wrong, but a voice emerged from behind me. "Hey, Daping, are you really dieting?" Without needing to turn, I recognized the voice belonged to the little skeleton. "I didn't believe Sue Lily and the others when they said you were purging. Do you really think it'll work? You're eating less every day and still forcing yourself to throw up. TSK, can you even get anything out?" I didn't need to see her. I knew it was the little skeleton. "Mind your own business. Daping spat, wiping her mouth as she stood up and flushed the toilet. Her head hung low. I will lose weight, so please stop giving me nicknames. You? Chun-in laughed derisively, poking the plump. Oh, I have an idea. You could follow Neza Fromping Shinyeni. Remove the bones from your father and the flesh from your mother. That way, it'll be faster. Otherwise, as long as you're in this company, that nickname will stick, and everyone on this floor will know you. With that, she turned to leave, but Chui Wenna called after her, Chun-in, we were dorm mates in college. We re-interning together now, so why do you always target me? Why do you ask why? Chun-in shot back, her gaze piercing. Wenna, we shared a dorm. I tolerated your body odor, but I never expected you to be so ugly inside. You write in your diary about your infatuation with Qin Feng, and everyone knows how hard I worked to befriend him. Yet you secretly fantasized about my boyfriend. How shameless can you be? Chui Wenna's face flushed. You read my diary? So what if I did? Chun-in lifted her chin, pushing Chui Wenna's shoulder. You dare to hit me? Come on. I observed the scene, feeling a mix of anger and disbelief. Although I didn't fully understand some of the terms they used, it seemed to involve unrequited love or something similar. Compared to the shame of peeking at someone's diary, I found the act of secretly liking someone less reprehensible. Besides, Chui Wenna was clear that her diary entries were written before Chun-in had a boyfriend. So, who was she really hurting? Chun-in not only read her diary but also publicly mocked her for it, coaxing her to perform, which was utterly humiliating. Hit her. I shouted, but my cries bore no weight. Chui Wenna merely pushed Chun-in, who immediately exploded in outrage, screaming that she was being attacked and that Chui Wenna was trying to kill her. A crowd rushed into the restroom, and Chan Yin's friends, upon seeing her in tears, indiscriminately began to pull Chui Wenna's hair, surrounding her in a frenzy. Chui Wenna, already lacking the will to retaliate, could only huddle on the floor, shielding her head until a supervisor arrived that she was indirectly rescued. The manager reprimanded them in the office, as Chan-in sobbed dramatically, covering her face with one hand. I still didn't understand why she was hiding her face since Chui Wenna had only pushed her once, without even striking her. However, in the manager's eyes, it was a clear case of bullying, and he ordered Chui Wenna to apologize immediately or be dismissed. I couldn't comprehend the necessity of an apology. It was clearly Chui Wenna who had been wronged. Yet, Chui Wenna complied, bowing to Chun-in and quietly offering her apologies, citing her poor family circumstances and her desire to work diligently. The manager waved her away, instructing her to return to her duties. Chun-in lingered in the office, glaring at the manager. Uncle, I can't stand seeing her. Back in school, she spilled instant noodles on my coat and couldn't compensate me for it. I lost over 2,000 on that coat. Now I have to work with her? How can I endure this? You should just fire her. Uncle? That's enough, the manager replied helplessly. Xiaoyin, temper your reactions. Chui Wenna has been performing well and completing her tasks. I see no reason to dismiss her. Chun-in stormed out, her face taut with anger. I thought the situation had reached its conclusion, but wherever Chui Wenna went, people pointed and whispered, their stares piercing. Unable to endure the humiliation, she confronted Chun-in after work, demanding an explanation for her behavior. Chun-in smiled mockingly. I simply want you gone, Chui Wenna. It's all the rage to play on forums and social media these days. If you don't disappear from my sight, I'll publish your diary and those photos. With a swift motion, Chui Wenna slapped Chun-in across the face. Bravo! I applauded vigorously, feeling no remorse. You hit me? Chun-in exclaimed, astonished. You dare to strike me? I'll report you. Chui Wenna was furious. You invaded my privacy. Go ahead and report me right now. Chun-in taunted, brandishing her phone. You hit me, and you'll pay the price. To my astonishment, they both filed police reports. The situation escalated quickly. Both sets of parents gathered for a meeting. Chun-in cried, claiming that Chui Wenna had struck her and that her entire body ached. She accused Chui Winna of writing in her diary about her crush on her boyfriend, labeling her behavior as shameless and her character as vile. The once pitiful couple who had knelt beside the cart, now disregarding the police's attempts to mediate, unleashed a torrent of insults towards Chui Winna's parents, demanding that they take Chun In to the hospital for an examination and ruin the Chui family financially. Since the content of Chen Yin's photos had not spread widely, Chui Winna did not lose her job. The police primarily focused on mediation. I placed my hopes in Chui Winna's parents, wishing they would stand up for their daughter. Your daughter has been wronged. You must file a complaint and demand an apology from Chen Yin. Yet my pleas were in vain, falling on deaf ears. Chui Winna's parents sided with Chen Yin, agreeing to mediation and scolding their daughter instead. Outside, Chui Winna cried to her parents, "Dad, Mom, this is my fault. Chen Yin started it. She has always had an issue with me." I nodded vigorously, feeling a surge of indignation. Why does she target you? Chui Winna's father glared at her. Ultimately, it's your fault for being a bad person. Exactly, her mother chimed in. Is that girl someone you can afford to offend? We retied on living expenses this month, and your brother needs money for school. If you lose this job, just don't come home. Mom. Chui Winna sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Chunin calls me fat at school, and now she is doing the same at work. Well, you are fat, her mother retorted, her eyes filled with disdain. How many times do I have to tell you to eat less? I am sick of seeing your chubby self. How could you have the audacity to write that diary? I'm embarrassed to show my face, and you need to lose weight, or you'll continue to tarnish the family's reputation. With that, her parents stormed off, leaving Chui Winna to cry uncontrollably on the ground. I yearned to comfort her, yet the frustration I felt was overwhelming. Shouldn't parents be their children's greatest shield? With parents like these, what hope did she have? I felt my heart ache, nearly bursting from the tension. The scene fast-forwarded through the fog, and Chui Winna's life grew increasingly difficult. People would watch her eat, and whenever she went to the restroom, someone would follow to see if she was purging. In summary, whether she ate or starved, she was ridiculed, and no matter what she did, it was wrong. If she inadvertently made eye contact with a male colleague, nearby people would jeer, "Hey, Daping got her eyes on someone. Better jot that down in her diary." Then came the day when she received a project notification from the company. She was to collaborate with Qin Feng. Upon catching a glimpse of him, she saw the utter disdain in his eyes as he threw down the documents. At that moment, Chui Winna's mother called, "Winna, your little brother needs money for school. Can you borrow some from your colleague? We need it by tomorrow." Chui Winna hung up, her expression blank. That afternoon, she submitted her resignation and left. Back home, she penned a farewell letter. "The world has abandoned me, so I shall abandon the world. Mom and Dad, I'm too foolish to think of an easier way to die. I am sorry for the trouble of collecting my remains. Goodbye." I felt my eyes burn as I imagined reaching out to grab her as she jumped, but all I could do was watch as she hit the ground with a sickening thud, pain shooting through my bones as if I had fallen too. The ensuing scene left me numb. Her parents rushed to the scene, collapsing beside her body and wailing in grief. News of her passing spread through the company, and colleagues initially reacted with shock, whispering among themselves as they cast glances at her vacant desk, sighing before moving on. Some, feeling a pang of guilt, ordered flower wreaths as a token of sympathy. Others would shake their heads and joke, "She actually jumped? How foolish." Before long, her desk was assigned to a new employee, and life continued as usual. Qin Feng, overwhelmed by the psychological burden, resigned shortly thereafter, officially breaking up with Chan Yin. Both Chun Yin and her uncle disappeared from the company in succession. In the world of adults, everyone seemed busy. After a brief discussion, they ceased to mention Chui Winna, who had streaked through life like a fleeting comet, leaving behind nothing but gossip. Yet I witnessed it all, the unbearable fragility. My heart ached, and I felt helpless. Tears streamed down my face. I wiped them away, only to find Chui Winna standing before me, the surroundings transforming back into Uncle Shun's courtyard. Ergu shouted something at Uncle Shun from behind the mist, while the couple cradled their skeletal daughter, still weeping softly. In that moment, I felt no fear. Looking into her blood-drenched eyes, I opened my mouth. You're so foolish. Why did you choose to die? If I were you, I would work hard, strive to become beautiful, earn a lot of money, find the handsomest boyfriend, and make that little skeleton. No, Chun-in, envy and resent me, forever unable to surpass me. Chui Winna looked at me, then smiled softly. But you're not me. Ive simply lived enough, for I know that people like me will encounter injustice wherever we go. Leaving is the ultimate liberation. No. I shook my head, tears spilling into my mouth, salty and bitter. I have a good friend named Zhong Sidong. She is a plump girl. Even when people call her fat, she just laughs it off. Sister, you should be like that. If you die, all that remains is dust, nothing else. Yes, nothing else, she replied gently, the blood trickling from her eyes flowing more fiercely. Little sister, it's too late to say these things now. I was both angry and anxious. You should have met me sooner. I would have helped you fight back. I lamented, unsure of how to console her. Only feeling immense sorrow, I felt like watching a heartbreaking film, hating myself for not being able to step into it and eliminate all the villains. My heart was heavy. She smiled faintly, glancing at the unconscious little skeleton. I've never understood the wrong in secretly loving someone. I know I'm fat and ugly, and I never disturbed Qin Feng. I simply cherished him quietly. That feeling was beautiful. However, Chun-in turned me into a clown. Little sister, while I lived, I never bullied anyone, but in death, I took my revenge. With Chun-in, it's evened out, right? Sister, you. I was about to speak when Uncle Shin's voice rang out sharply. Come out? Turning my gaze, I saw a piece of gold paper covered in talismans flying toward us. I recalled the black-faced ghost and its filthy rags. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Chui Winna not only showed no fear of the talisman, but also closed her eyes, seeking liberation. Uncle Shun, I shouted, stepping in front of Chui Winna, facing the talisman head-on. Please don't let her turn to water. She has already suffered enough. Whether it was an illusion or reality, before my words landed, the talisman that Uncle Shun had cast suddenly pulled back, as if he had been waiting for my shout. Since you are willing to repent, I will spare your essence. Depart in peace. Thank you, Chui Winna said, the blood at the corners of her eyes dissipating. She looked at me, transformed into a plump young girl. Little sister, thank you. I'm sorry for borrowing your body to shield myself. Goodbye. You're welcome. I waved my hand like a matron. Take care of yourself. If you want to eat anything, just let me know in a dream, and I'll burn it for you. Now, I no longer viewed her as a wretched spirit, but as a sister I deeply cared for. What kind of courage does it take to choose to end one's life? I, with my own burdens, lacked the bravery to leap from a building. The very thought sent shivers down my spine. She nodded at me with a smile, turning to walk into the thick fog, disappearing from sight. As my body felt light, my fingertips regained their sensation. A chill breeze swept past me, and my legs felt weak as I saw Ergu rush over to support me. Just as I prepared to share my thoughts, darkness enveloped me once more, and I fainted. Chapter 32. Shushu, quickly call the master. I did not sleep for long. Waking at dusk, my elder brother was taking care of me, and upon seeing me open my eyes, he anxiously inquired, San Mouzi, do you recognize anyone? Who am I? Elder brother. Thank goodness, you're not daft, he sighed, placing a hand over his heart. Dio, you know what happened? I do. Are you aware of what possessed you? My mind was still filled with the plight of Chui Winna. I sat up. Aside from a dry throat and slightly aching bones, I felt no other discomfort. I still felt a sense of injustice for Chui Winna. Mr. Shun had stated that once I awoke, everything would be fine. Aunt Sue entered with a cup of water, roughly forcing me to drink it down, then glared at my elder brother. Who told you to drag your sister out to see the commotion? IVE warned you 180 times that Liang Shushu is currently a ghost vessel. Her life is so fragile she is even weaker than an infant, the most vulnerable to malevolent spirits. And yet you still insist on meddling in such matters. Who else would a ghost bully if not her? You deserve it. Can't you speak nicely, old lady? I've been tolerating you for quite some time, my elder brother retorted, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his tattoo, then striking the edge of the Kong. ISNT Master Shun's supposed to be an extraordinary hand. How could my sister be bullied right in front of him? Are you all just sitting idly by? If you're unhappy here, you can leave, Aunt Sue said dismissively, placing the cup heavily on the Kong. What? My elder brother was taken aback. I was startled as well. Aunt Sue then added, Get out of my face. After cursing, she turned and left the room. Hey, ISNT, she cursing at me? My elder brother glared. Stop right there. If you have the guts, don't walk away. Don't think Liang Yoji hit an old lady. I watched Aunt Sue's departing figure and suddenly felt she was radiant. I had previously thought of her as merely a hot-tempered old woman. You see, Shushu, that English of yours was cultivated with significant investment from our parents. Tell me, was she cursing at me just now? My elder brother, seeing Aunt Sue ignoring him, began to press me for answers. What did she say? What about the fish? Does she think I have a fish tattoo? Tell her I have a dragon tattoo, a coiled dragon. What has that got to do with anything? I couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Sue didn't curse at you. She was just venting her feelings. She wants you to eat more and get less angry. Can't you stop looking for trouble wherever you go? Really? My elder brother was skeptical. Shushu, Dad said you've been in touch with the international scene since you were little. I saw you chatting with that blue-eyed foreigner. Don't try to fool me now, I'm your real brother. I'm not lying to you, I replied, smiling helplessly. Brother, you also said I'm in touch with the international scene. If Aunt Sue had cursed at you, wouldn't I be anxious? That's just her temperament. She gets cranky sometimes. Losing your temper with an old lady would hardly reflect well on your dignity as the head of the family. Truth be told, Dad did hire foreign teachers for a few years, but I eventually quit gymnastics due to exhaustion and why spoken English was passable. But when it came to exams, objects, complements, sentence structures, morphology, I often felt bewildered. Nevertheless, Aunt Sue had indeed cursed, and it was quite harsh. But there was no need to explain that to my elder brother. If you insist on interpreting it this way, I'll let that old lady off the hook. My elder brother was indignant. Otherwise, I must retaliate. I want to indulge her bad behavior. All right, I'm getting impatient. Brother, can you stop exposing your tattoo everywhere? I still remember how you whined in pain after getting it. Don't forget I'm still living at Uncle Shin's place. He is my lifesaver, so show a bit more respect. Furthermore, Aunt Sue had just brought me a cup of water, so regardless of her attitude, my throat felt much better. Liang Shushu, you're my sister, my own sister. That's why I know you're true-natured, I retorted without reservation. If you keep this up, you're leaving. Hey, my elder brother gritted his teeth. Liang Shushu, you're something else, aren't you? You think you can act tough with me? Who was it that got possessed and was crying and cursing while standing there? Shen Wanong was just watching, not lifting a finger. Then why don't you step up? I challenged. I'm not afraid. My elder brother, lacking confidence, cleared his throat. I would step up, but I'm afraid I'd hit you too hard and hurt you. The things inside you don't hurt. I'm worried you'll feel pain. All right, brother. I smiled. I know you care about me. Don't blame Uncle Shun for this. He is doing it for my sake. For my sake? My elder brother was taken aback. This thing affects your body, and he is watching you suffer for your own good? Shushu, have you lost your mind? To put it bluntly, it should be for Sister Wenna. I lowered my voice and looked at him. Brother, did I cry the entire time I was possessed? Yeah, my elder brother nodded. You were cursing and shouting at her, walking around in a daze, clearly not yourself. Exactly, I nodded, explaining to my elder brother what I had seen. gesturing as if pushing through a thin mist. The cursing was because I saw Chui Wenna being bullied, and in the end, I cried. It was her farewell brother. She is a very unfortunate sister. Goodness, you saw all that? My elder brother gasped. In a wonder, I urged Master Shen to act quickly. He was just sitting there with his eyes closed, as if resting. He must have been observing the grievances of that female ghost. See? I smirked. You misunderstood Uncle Shen. He kept me here and treated me. He wouldn't let me suffer. That is true. My elder brother nodded, laughing with me. Speaking of which, it was quite amusing. You were standing in the yard, waving goodbye, saying something like, "Go well, and if you want to eat anything, send me a dream." Your demeanor was just like Grandma's. I scratched my head. Feeling embarrassed, I had only wanted to say something comforting to Sister Wenna, but I couldn't find the words. I remembered how, when I was leaving home for training, Grandma had told me, "Take care of yourself, and if you want anything, just let me know, and I'll find someone to bring it to you." I ended up saying the same to Sister Wenna. Looking back, send and bring indeed sound very similar. Regardless, the outcome was good. My elder brother recounted the follow-up on the little skeleton. After I fainted, Uncle Shun informed that the couple's wandering souls had departed. Qian Yin needed to recuperate, but her physical condition would still differ from before. She would be weak with low resistance. For the next 10 years, her luck wouldn't be good. She needed to avoid going out, couldn't climb heights, and should stay away from water, guarding against car accidents and water hazards. Uncle Shun also wanted Qian's parents to inquire about Chui Wenna's burial site, so they could go to the temple and have a master recite the sutras for her. Chui Wenna had passed away at a tender age. In the underworld, she would still have her years to fulfill, and it would take time before she could reincarnate. Qian's family should accumulate merit for her in the mortal realm, ensuring Uncle Shun had made it clear as for whether Qian's family would follow through. That was beyond anyone's control. The matter was now behind us. In the end, my elder brother patted my arm, saying, "My sister has grown up. She is stronger than I thought. Shoo, you've opened my eyes, brother. That's called broadening one's horizons. I is at the same." My elder brother pulled me into a side hug. Today was a false alarm. Shun Wanong really opened my eyes. Shoo, this profession is indeed remarkable, I agreed. It was quite extraordinary. To transmit sound over 1,000 miles is miraculous. To use stones and leaves to combat ghosts is even more so. Don't forget about the treatment for my sores. Truly miraculous. At dinner, I wondered whether Aunt Sue had received guidance from Dad, as the dishes she prepared were at least presentable. I was no longer concerned about food poisoning. What surprised me was that Chunliang returned just before mealtime, evidently attending junior high in town. I thought that since he was going to stay here, I should get along well with him, so I struck up a conversation, asking about his coursework and offering to help him with tutoring, as I was just an elementary student. Chunliang ignored me. After sitting down, he remarked, "If you're fine now, hurry up and leave my house. Don't try to get close to me." I was utterly convinced he was a normal person. His tongue was quite sharp. Having hit a wall, I fell silent. Under someone else's roof, my elder brother was indignant. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? My sister is trying to be friendly, and you're acting all high and mighty? Can you at least make eye contact instead of having one eye on guard and the other on patrol? I'll tell you this. While living here, my sister is the main character, and you all need to treat her with respect. If you dare to disrespect her, I swear I'll slap you. Eat your dinner." Uncle Shun interrupted my elder brother, silently expressing his stance. "You can protect Liang Shushu, but Chun Liang has his own backing." My elder brother, feeling the pressure, let out a soft hiss, not continuing the argument. Uncle Shin shook his head. "You're not a bad person, but your temper is too impulsive. You're prone to making grave mistakes. You need to learn restraint." "What do you mean, Master Shin?" My elder brother couldn't contain himself. I tugged at him harder. "Brother, he.s. right at home. You're like a fire waiting to ignite. If Dad weren't so strict, you'd be in serious trouble. You have some temper, but it's not a big deal. Learn to know your limits," Uncle Sean gently advised. "If you can endure in tough situations, your life will be peaceful. That's pointless, my elder brother scoffed, shaking his head. He then added some food to my plate. Master Shen, Liang Yoji can't be bullied. No one can bully my sister, and why family 1T stand for IT'd. Why stance is clear. If someone doesn't T provoke me, I 1T provoke them. But if they do, I'll make sure they regret it. Seeing Uncle Shen sigh, I hurriedly interjected, Uncle Shen, my brother has a good heart. He is righteous in our hometown. If he sees someone being bullied, he definitely 1T stand by. When I was little, he once saw some thugs picking on a female university student, and without a second thought, he intervened. That girl almost became my sister-in-law. Oh my, brother. At the same time, I wanted to slap myself. Why did I bring up something from 800 years ago? If my future sister-in-law heard this, I'd be in big trouble. Uncle Shin, I just wanted to say that you shouldn't take my brother too seriously. He has a good heart. He just speaks without thinking, which offends people. Ha. Shun Wanong chuckled lightly. Liang Shushu, who has a heart like yours? This situation today was still prompted by you letting that thing off the hook, wasn't he it? Chui Wena? I asked. Uncle Shin, this was your achievement, wasn't he it? My achievement? Shin Wanong appeared confused. What makes you think so? You intentionally wanted to let her go, which is why you acted so slowly. If it had been like that stone and dried leaf, I wouldn't have had time to shout at all. Reflecting on the sequence of events, I understood Uncle Shun's intention. Very well, Shun Wanong smiled. Then tell me, does this malevolent spirit fear me? It does. If it fears me, then why did it dare to enter? Shin Wanong continued. It possessed Chanyin, but it could have left at the foot of the mountain. Why did it come to provoke me? Sister Wena has grievances, I exclaimed. She doesn't truly want Chanyin to die. She is inherently a good person. No, a good spirit. Sister Wena just needed a way to express her grievances. Fortunately, I witnessed that, and it allowed her to resolve her issues and move on. Very good, Shan Wanong nodded. This is what I meant when I said, the righteous path heals the heart. I gazed at him, somewhat comprehending why thoughts burst forth like a sudden explosion, illuminating my mind. Uncle Shin, so you already knew Sister Wena had grievances, which is why you asked her questions and didn't take action, right? I widened my eyes. Any spirit that comes to seek you out, if there's a malevolent presence, like me, the malevolent spirit wouldn't dare to appear. If it does show itself, there can only be two scenarios. Either the spirit believes itself powerful enough to overcome you, or it seeks your help to resolve its grievances. You not only soothe spirits, but also mend the hearts of people. Goodness, this profession suddenly seems so noble. Liang Shushu, indeed. Shan Wanong remarked, glancing at my elder brother, who was texting while eating with his legs crossed. Your family must have accumulated several generations of virtue to have bestowed upon you such a gift. My sister must be capable. My elder brother put down his phone and chimed in. She has been a clever one since childhood, learning things quickly. Master Shun, I see you appreciate Shushu. Why not take her on as a disciple? What? I was taken aback by why elder brother looked at me. Shushu, you admire Master Shin's skills, right? If you learn from him, you could one day drive away evil spirits and protect households. Wouldn't that be amazing? It is amazing, but I never thought about it. Shushu, if you become his disciple, you won't need Master Shun to worry about your life. You'll be able to handle it yourself. In the future, if you encounter situations like this, you could also help Master Shen and relieve his burdens. 2 birds with 1 stone. My elder brother was getting into it. Master Shun, why don't you take Shushu on as a disciple right now? Then we'll be one big happy family. I truly admired Uncle Shin's abilities. After all, I had a dream of being a martial artist. But can one simply learn this? Shushu quickly bow to Master Shin and offer him a drink. My elder brother insisted, pulling me to stand. This is a wonderful opportunity. You have a background in martial arts, so it'll be useful. Hurry up and kneel. That's inappropriate. Uncle Shin stopped my elder brother from forcing my head down in Taoism. It's important to have a proper lineage. Though times have changed and sects have become numerous, it ultimately boils down to good and evil. I was once a disciple of Zhengyi but later left to study various esoteric arts. Such an act would be highly disrespectful. Among righteous peers, I am merely regarded as a rogue master, and no one wishes to utter my name. However, the spirits seeking help do not concern themselves with such matters. They only care about abilities. It is only through my skills that I, Shun, can make a living, though have Liang Shushu take me as her master would only push her into the fire pit. My elder brother was momentarily taken aback. Realizing I was uneasy, he couldn't help but chuckle. Master Shen, heroes aren't judged by their origins. Do you think Ouyang Feng is a good person? My sister knows he is the ultimate villain, yet he is straightforward about his wickedness. He seeks the Nine manual, and he is not hiding behind any pretenses. In the end, he got it, and he truly practiced and delved into it. Now, if you mention Ouyang Feng, even my sister, a girl who despises evil, wouldn't say much against him. Right, Shushu? I nodded, somewhat dazed. Ouyang Feng treats Yangwu well. In the Return of the Condor Heroes, he is a good person. See, my elder brother exclaimed, Master Shun, we can't say you're like Ouyang Feng because you're certainly following the righteous path now. But you can view yourself as Ouyang Feng, just like what he did in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Let us not dwell on that. Now, in the Return of the Condor Heroes, my sister is equivalent to Yangwu. You are helping her treat her sores, just like Ouyang Feng taught Yangwu the toad stance to cure the poison of the silver needle. In my sister's case, you are a great benefactor. For the first time, I truly appreciated my brother's eloquence. His words moved me. What does it matter whether he is righteous or a rogue? Uncle Shun is helping me deal with the one who stole my fate, making him a good person. Not to mention he also helped Cui Wena, proving he can heal both spirits and hearts. Goodness cannot simply be self-proclaimed. It must be recognized by others. After hearing all this, Shun Wanong chuckled. Very well, let us not discuss titles for now. I, too, have suffered backlash and will no longer employ evil methods. To be honest, I once had 2 disciples. The first died in an accident, and the second went missing. Before I die, I indeed wish to take on a 3rd disciple to pass on my righteous teachings, ensuring they do not dabble in the dark arts, thus restoring my reputation so I can die in peace. That sounds just perfect, my elder brother insisted, pressing me to bow to Shan Wanong again. Hurry, this Yangwu is right in front of you. My sister is definitely filled with righteous spirit. You let her learn the dark arts, and she wouldn't even consider it, would you, Shushu? Quickly call him master. I felt something was amiss, but the rhythm was completely in my elder brother's control. Yoji. Shun Wanong gently deflected my brother's hand. I understand your feelings and your thoughts, but Liang Shushu is still disinterested in learning the way. If I were to take her on, wouldn't it be a joke? At that moment, my elder brother let go of me. Master Shun, my sister is young. We adults can make decisions for her its mainly because she admires your skills and has an interest in this. Besides, she has talent. This afternoon, she spotted that Thin Man was possessed by a ghost at a glance. What does that indicate? My sister now possesses the ability to see spirits. How many people can do that? She has a rare talent. I raised an eyebrow. Talent? Pfft. Aunt Sue chuckled softly as she ate. Ghosts can't be seen by just anyone. It's unfortunate that it turned into a blessing. Hey, don't speak unless you want me to lose respect for the elderly. My elder brother shot Aunt Sue a glare before turning back to Shun Wanong. Master Shen, is there a rule against spirits learning the way? If one wishes to learn, all things under heaven are possible. It's simply a matter of fate. Shun Wanong replied calmly. You see, doesn't that indicate my sister can still learn? My elder brother was getting excited. Master Shun, my sister is not only intelligent but also kind-hearted. When I bought her a 2-yuan comic book when she was little, I told her it was a martial arts manual for the 18 dragons subduing palms. She studied the pictures and really learned it, and her moves looked quite impressive. I couldn't resist her talent. I'm sure she'd pick it up in no time. I can't even learn it, Chunliang added sullenly. Grandpa said he only wants the most formidable disciple, preferably one with the 4 spirits entering their fate. Otherwise, it would be a lowly fate, and he'd be embarrassed. Hey, what does that mean? My elder brother perked up. Does my sister have the reincarnation of a celestial maiden? I, too, looked at Uncle Shin curiously, having never heard of the term four spirits before. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Shunwanong explained. These align with the yang spirits. With some cultivation, they could achieve great things in the future. However, I observed the stars long ago, and those four have already taken root in the north. They have masters supporting them and are slightly older than Liang Shushu, so they are not connected to me. If we were to compare Liang Shushu with them in terms of yin and yang, there is naturally a vast difference. In terms of fate, Liang Shushu belongs to a noble fate. She is a blessed person, while those with yang spirits often face hardships and bear heavy responsibilities. You cannot make distinctions of superiority or inferiority. Xinhuaneng looked at me. If Liang Shushu can maintain her fate, she might not even encounter evil spirits in this lifetime. She is fundamentally unrelated to the world of yin and yang. However, she has now become a spirit vessel, able to see and hear, which is her misfortune. But that does not mean she possesses the potential to learn the way. To become a master requires not only a good heart, but also comprehension and enlightenment. I can guide her understanding, but enlightenment is a gift from heaven. Not to mention the balance of yin and yang. For Liang Shushu, simply preserving her life is already remarkable, let alone becoming a master. My elder brother was speechless. Master Shun, is there really no hope at all? Uncle Shun remained silent. I stood there, feeling like an object being pushed around by my elder brother. At that moment, I felt a surge of unwillingness. Uncle Shin, may I ask what enlightenment and wisdom roots are? How do you know I certainly don't have them? Uncle Shin turned his face and instructed Aunt Sue to bring 3 incense sticks. After lighting them, he held them in his hand. What does the incense tell you? I held back for a moment before saying, it's burning. Incense doesn't talk, my elder brother whispered, covering his mouth with one hand. Look at the incense heads. Incense heads? The left one is the highest, the middle one is a bit lower, and the right one is burning crookedly. As I spoke, I noticed something strange about the incense. The right one was burning in such a way yet hadn't fallen. It looked like a musical note, but I didn't understand what it was trying to say. As I looked closely, I suddenly felt a warmth in my middle finger, as if the incense head had burned me. Uncle Shun, I feel a bit hot. It seems to be telling me to do a somersault. Oh? Shunwanong's eyes deepened as he extinguished the incense and looked at me again. The incense head is good. You don't understand how to read it, but your body feels it, indicating you can tread the path. Really? I was overjoyed I can do it. Right? Watch closely. My elder brother was equally excited. My sister isn't just a spirit. She is a celestial being. What is the difference? What I meant was, she can tread the path. Shunwanong exhaled. A high-level master can learn without a teacher, and can draw insights from one situation to apply to another. Such mysteries can only be comprehended and cannot be conveyed in words. Liang Shushu's sensitivity indicates she can become a master, but if her aptitude is average, what use is it for me to take her on? My disciples must uphold my reputation. They can't just be looking for a meal. You should give up on this idea, he concluded. Uncle Shin, why don't you ask me a few more questions? How will you know what my aptitude is? I was anxious. In fact, I had never thought about becoming his disciple, but now that I was in this position, it felt like going through athlete selection. Before I had even run a couple of laps, the coach declared I was wasting my efforts and would be cut. Naturally, I felt reluctant at that moment. I had no time to consider whether I truly wanted to become a master. All that remained was the frustration of being rejected. I said that you're unwilling. Xinhuaneng looked at me with a hint of amusement. Liang Shushu, you've seen so many masters and should understand many things. Let me ask you, what does the birth date and time signify? Ahud. My elder brother pressed his palm against his mouth, whispering to me, quickly say your birth year, month, day, and time. This was obvious enough for everyone at the table to see. One reminded him. As if they were watching a performance, I opened my mouth. Year, month, day, time. 8 characters, birth date. What? Shin Chunliang interjected. The birth date refers to the 4 pillars of year, month, day, and time. He counted on his fingers while looking at me, his naturally slanted eyes easily conveying mockery. The year pillar, the month pillar, the day pillar, and the time pillar, each with 2 characters, totaling 8 characters. For example, I was born in 1991, which is the Xian Wei year. The heavenly stem of the year pillar is Xian, and the earthly branch is Wei, and so forth. It also includes the 10 deities, hidden stems, 12 lifetimes, and the sound of the birth. You don't understand any of this. How can you become a master? Dreaming? I glared at him, retracting my earlier thoughts of finding him somewhat likable. I wish this little brat good luck at the next full moon. What's wrong with what I said? Why must you be so pedantic? After dinner, everyone went about their business. My elder brother was still beside me, brimming with indignation. I didn't respond, realizing Chunliang was indeed What can I do? I can't just dream of being a master. This was incredibly challenging. While my elder brother raged on, I took his phone and called Dad. He was very happy to hear I was awake. No matter what I asked, he assured me everything was fine and advised me not to worry about home. He had already told Grandma I was studying abroad, and why, dear daughter, I'll communicate with Master Shan about everything. Your only task is to take good care of yourself, I replied with a few affirmations, not wanting to chat too much. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back my emotions. Given my current situation, I had no right to be willful as I once was. After hanging up, my phone buzzed with incessant messages. I glanced at the sender. Wife.it was my sister-in-law. Without needing to open the message, I could see the last content displayed on the screen. Liang Yoji, if you don't come back soon, we're getting a divorce. Shushu, did you hear what I said? Don T. Rush, I'll borrow some books from Master Shin tonight, and we'll study overnight. We'll definitely be better than that little guy who's always on patrol, and my elder brother declared. I handed him my phone. That sister-in-law sent you a message. Huh? He took it and glanced at it casually, pressing a few buttons, scoffing under his breath. Zhu Shaoling dares to scare me? Don't pay her any mind. Shushu, listen to me, brother. You should go back, I insisted, looking at him. Sister-in-law needs your care. Nonsense. She's just spoiled by me, full of flaws, my elder brother retorted impatiently, sitting on the edge of the Kong. She has plenty of people taking care of her at home. What kind of environment is this for you? Look at Aunt Sue and Chunliang next door. They're bound to annoy you. I want to leave unless Shun Wanong can retrieve your fate tomorrow, or let me take you home. Impossible. I slumped beside him. That female ghost hasn't appeared yet, and Uncle Shun's, who knows how long that will take. If it takes 3 or 4 years, will my brother really stay with me for that long? If I were sister-in-law, I'd get a divorce. Therefore, my elder brother leaned closer to me. If you could take Shan Wanong as your master, living here would be justified. At least those 2 next door wouldn't bother you. And in the future, this could become even if I go back, I'd feel at ease, brother. I never considered learning this. I looked at him, realizing I had gotten a bit emotional and impulsive earlier. Shushu, you're still young. My elder brother shook his head. Let me ask you, why study culture or sports? To achieve success. Ultimately, my elder brother made a gesture of counting money. Isn't it all for this? You have no idea how lucrative this profession can be. Today, when that couple left, they handed me a red envelope, which I saw was at least 20,000. It wasn't what Master Shen demanded. They offered it up willingly. If you learned Master Shen's skills, you wouldn't have to worry about living. Making money would be a piece of cake. My elder brother's words made me uncomfortable. I want to be a world champion in gymnastics. In the end, isn't it still about fame and fortune? My elder brother looked at me earnestly. Shushu, let us not discuss whether you can learn or whether you'll get injured along the way. Just look at fame and fortune. Look at Master Shun. Who doesn't respect him? He hasn't practiced sports, yet look at the difference and no comparison. I wave my hand. Point 1 deals with ghosts, and the other is a competitive sport. Point 2 different things. What is the difference between confronting ghosts and facing opponents? My elder brother frowned. If one's path is wrong, one can get hurt. Athletes face similar risks, don't they? Grandma has told you since childhood that to excel in a field, you must love it. It is all about dedication. If you do well, fame and fortune will follow. If you don't, you're done for, right? I felt like he was circling around me. At this point, I've realized Liang Yoji's tongue is quite sharp. Brother, I want to return to school and continue my gymnastics training. What if you can't go back for a while? My elder brother sighed. If you delay for 2 years, can you still practice? I fell silent. Shoo, you can turn it into a hobby, my elder brother suggested, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. I haven't achieved much in life. Using your influence, I can at least claim the title of a vice president, but deep down, I know no one respects me. Why? Because I lack education and am rough around the edges. I can't even articulate idioms. Moreover, I have no skills. But I have one strength. I'm a man. Even if I end up on a construction site, I can still work hard. You a girl. If you don't have a particularly impressive skill to rely on, you'll suffer. Brother, I'm strong. I can carry bricks. Nonsense. My elder brother's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. Shoo, I'm speaking from experience. A beautiful woman born into a wealthy family is fortunate. We're well off. And we can protect you. So you won't suffer in the future, you can find a suitable partner. But if you come from a poor family, even if you're beautiful, your fate is uncertain. Brother, what is wrong with you? I thought he was acting strange. He had never forced me to do something I wasn't interested in before. Everything had always been left to my choice. Why suddenly push me to learn this? And now, he was even bringing up family and marriage. What is wrong with my family? Don't we have over 10 million? I countered. Once I retrieve my fate, Dad will earn more money. Shoo, I just want you to be able to stand your ground in society, my elder brother said, his eyes reddening. If you can't retrieve your fate and your luck is poor, how can you practice gymnastics? Even to be a champion, you need a bit of luck. Without it, injuries will be frequent, and you could end up disabled. Can you rely on exams to get into a good university? Without a good university, what will you do? Can you rely on a man? Men are unreliable, brother. You're straying too far. Shoo, you can't depend on men. I'm a man, and I know there aren't many good ones. You need real skills to hold your ground. My elder brother took a deep breath. Listen to me. Learn from Master Shan. In the future, you'll be confident. Plus, I asked about this. Learning this won't interfere with your studies. We can pursue both paths together. If you retrieve your fate, you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to learn, fine. You might even learn some feng shui as a life skill. If you haven't retrieved your fate, we'll work hard to master the metaphysical arts. This way, when you encounter enemies in the future, you'll be able to deal with them. His words struck a chord with me. Seeing my expression soften, my elder brother patted my shoulder. Shoo, listen to me. I'll ask Master Shin again. After all, he is looking for disciples, and a good girl shouldn't fear getting entangled with and no. Everyone fears being tangled. I don't believe he won't take you, brother. You're acting strangely today. I looked at him. Weren't you the one who said, I'd rather die than bow my head? Uncle Shun not taking me as a disciple means I'm not suited for this. So why are you? Liang Shushu, come to the East Wing. I'll protect your life. My elder brother jumped up dramatically, looking around. Who said that? Did you hear it too, Shushu? It was Uncle Shin. I wanted my brother to answer my question, but he was still in shock. Wow, this skill is really impressive. Where is he taking us? The East Wing. Let us go. Let us go. Don't delay. He pulled my hand and walked ahead, and I laughed helplessly. Slow down. You might pull me and make me fall. Upon reaching the door of the wing, I trembled slightly. Please don't make me play in the tub with Xiaohua and Xiaowen again. While I was grateful, The thought of close contact still made me uneasy. Unaware of my tension, my elder brother dragged me inside. Uncle Shun still stood at the entrance of the north room, and my elder brother immediately began flattering him while persistently bringing up the topic of taking me as a disciple. He was really persistent. I didn't want my brother to say such things, and I shot him a look, but he refused to meet my gaze. Upon entering the north room, the sight of the wooden tub made my legs feel weak. Upon closer inspection, something seemed off. The tub was emitting steam. Had it been boiled? Chapter 33. Illumination. With a measure of trepidation, I approached the edge of the tub where Ergu was held captive by Uncle Shun. Peering inside, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The tub was filled with warm water, adorned with 2 floating petals. Testing the water temperature, I found it perfect. Turning to Uncle Shun, I interrupted Ergu's words. Uncle Shun, are you suggesting I take a bath? Yes, Uncle Shun replied as he approached. Although your sores have healed, there remains residual poison within you. Your task tonight is to purify yourself. Xiao Su will come in to assist you with changing the water. Oh, how romantic, Ergu chimed in, bending over to glance at the tubi. In doing so, his large gold necklace clattered into the water with a splash. Alarmed, he reached out to retrieve it, but the tub was too deep for his arms to reach the bottom. Just as I lifted my foot to assist him, the necklace miraculously floated back to the surface. Ergu, how can your gold necklace possibly float? I asked, bewildered. Perhaps it's just lighter than I thought. He chuckled awkwardly, retrieving the necklace and shaking off the water. 100 grams one do. Next time, I'll buy one that weighs over a pound. Su, the water isn't dirty. You should proceed with your bath. Just a little interlude to forget. As he spoke, Ergu hurriedly turned to Uncle Shin. Master Shin, once my sister is done bathing, will she be all right? Uncle Shin regarded Ergu with a knowing look. First, we must expel the remaining toxins. Tomorrow, I will transfer energy to Liang Su. With my energy, her empty space will be illuminated, thereby alleviating her suffering. All right, Su, heed Master Shan's words, Ergu said, a hint of uncertainty clouding his gaze as he avoided looking directly at Uncle Shan. Hurry and bathe. I'll wait outside and continue discussing the details of your apprenticeship with Master Shan. Ambitious indeed, Uncle Shan remarked with a resigned shake of his head before turning to me. Liang Su, I ask you this. Under normal circumstances, have you ever considered becoming a master yourself? No, I replied honestly, shaking my head. Your candor is commendable. Had you come to me boasting of your aura is noble and your intentions pure. Pursuing the path would bolster your endeavors. However, as it stands, your lack of a fateful aura leads you to resort to such desperate measures. To put it nicely, you seek a last-minute refuge, but to speak bluntly, you resemble those unscrupulous individuals who wish to take advantage of me. Uncle Shun, I have no such intentions, I protested, feeling perplexed. Master Shun, I seek Su, Ergu interjected. Ambition should be kept in check, Uncle Shin replied, his gaze fixed on me. When I entered the path, my master inquired what I wished to learn. Feng Shui, divination, fortune-telling, or exorcism. Specializing in one discipline, even if not perfected, would still yield a modest living. I insisted on learning everything, but my master warned me against it, saying I lacked the fortune for such an endeavor. I did not heed his words, and now look at me. He gestured to his own face, then loosened 2 buttons on his robe, revealing his entire body, marred by daily anguish and sleepless nights. This was the consequence of my hubris. My eyes widened in shock as I noticed that Uncle Shan's neck was covered in protruding scars resembling centipedes. Is your entire body afflicted? I gasped. How horrifying! Ergu exclaimed. Master Shin, you ambitious one, do you still wish to force Liang Su to become my disciple? Uncle Shin fastened his collar, his expression grave. I wish to take on a disciple, but this apprentice must bear many burdens. Everything I have lost and desired must be reclaimed through them. Does Liang Su possess such capability? I cannot boast, I stammered. Master Shun, is this not the consequence of straying down a misguided path? My sister will not be able to handle it, Ergu reasoned, calming his emotions. Susu has always walked the righteous path. She loved watching Water Ice Moon as a child and often claimed she would eliminate me in the name of the moon. Uncle Shin ignored him, focusing solely on me. Liang Susu, what is your dream? I hesitated, glancing at Ergu, who was still signaling me. Uncle Shin, when I learned to dance, I dreamt of becoming a dancer. When I painted, I aspired to be an artist. In martial arts, I envisioned myself as a hero. At school, I sought to become a scientist, a writer, or a philosopher. I had too many thoughts and struggled to choose. Then I concluded that I should focus on growing up. Regardless of what I do, I want to become a good person. Uncle Shin frowned slightly. What? Your grandmother told you this? I smiled, recalling her words. She said that when she was a child, she wanted to be a teacher but never had the opportunity to attend school. After marrying, she dreamed of having 10 children, but only 2 survived. In the summer, she wished for no drought, and in the autumn, no floods, hoping that the family would have enough to eat. She remarked that many people's lives end while dreaming, but regardless of the outcome, one must strive to be a good person. A good person does not burden their family and friends and can find hope in living. I have many dreams, but ultimately, it all circles back to being a good person and achieving something. Good, Ergu clapped his hands, tucking them under his arms. Well said, Master Shan. You see, Susu? My sister is destined for greatness. If you don't take her in as a disciple, you will regret it. Indeed, one must aspire to be a good person, Uncle Shun acknowledged, nodding at me. However, as for becoming a master, you are not suited for it. With that, he turned and exited the room. I felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over me. My competitive spirit flared, and I called out, I can do it. I can. Ergu hurriedly chased after Uncle Shin. Master Shun, don't dismiss her so harshly. Let us talk more. The room fell silent, and I was left feeling aggrieved. From my earliest memories, I had always encountered smiling faces and heard words of encouragement. My dance teacher praised my proportionate figure, deeming me an excellent candidate for ballet. My martial arts instructor remarked on my swift learning, noting that I had already mastered the basics in just a few days. During a sports event, my physical education teacher was astonished by my shot put throw, which soared over the playground and nearly struck a food stall outside the school. He dramatically grasped my hand, exclaiming that I possessed innate strength, destined for sports. A professional coach conducted a strength test and found that my right arm could unleash power equivalent to that of a robust adult male, and I was only 8 years old at the time. With age, my strength would inevitably increase. Yet, through a series of misfortunes, I never excelled in javelin or shot put. Still, I remembered the expressions of my teachers, who looked upon me with hope and expectation. Why, then, could I not find the same support from Uncle Shin? I could choose not to learn, but I despised hearing the words "not possible" as the steam enveloped me. I tied my hair back and leaned against the wooden tub at its edge. The warmth surrounded me as I gently stirred the petals, watching the ripples spread across the surface, and my thoughts began to drift. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and after a while, I felt dizzy. Upon opening my eyes to catch my breath, I was startled to see the water had darkened to an inky hue. The once clear water had transformed into a murky substance, and the petals had shifted from pale pink to a vibrant crimson. I stood up hastily, inspecting my arms. They were still fair. Why is the water so dark? Is it the dirt on my body? Am I that filthy? Aunt Sue, I called out as she entered, pushing a smaller wooden tub. After setting it down, she poured clean water into it, fished out the petals from the larger tub, and gestured for me to soak in the smaller one. Feeling embarrassed, I settled into the smaller tub. Aunt Sue, am I too dirty? The water is black. She remained silent, draining the black water from the larger tub before finally looking at me. Adios poison. Oh, I responded, turning my face only to be startled again. Aunt Sue, the water in the small tub has also turned black. Why are you shouting? She shot back, rolling her eyes. Get back into the larger tub, Edo? I scrambled back into the larger tub, my legs becoming weak from soaking, nearly causing me to fall in. Once I was settled, Aunt Sue threw the petals back into the tub. I then noticed that the petals appeared even redder than before. After switching tubs 3 or 4 times, the water gradually cleared, and the petals became more striking. I was drenched in sweat and felt utterly drained. Aunt Sue, is it enough? Detoxification is crucial, she replied. After what felt like an eternity, Aunt Sue finally nodded, surveying the water I had soaked in. All right, get out. Thank you, Aunt Sue. The room was thick with steam, and I was utterly exhausted, experiencing various symptoms of low blood sugar. I longed to step outside for fresh air, but just as I lifted my legs out, Aunt Sue patted my back. Stand still. I swayed slightly, confused. What else do you want? Scrub, she ordered impatiently. Once the toxins are cleared, you'll be fine. Before I could refuse, Aunt Sue swiftly removed my clothing. Without a word, she donned a bath glove and began scrubbing me vigorously. The pain made me flinch, and I wanted to escape, but I lacked the strength. Aunt Sue, it hurts, with gritted teeth. She seemed to harbor some deep-seated grudge against me, relentlessly scrubbing from neck to toe. I was left gasping for breath, feeling as though I were being boiled alive. Aunt Sue showed no mercy, treating me like a hot pot ingredient, tossing me between 2 basins with fervor. If her movements slowed, she would smack me with the scrubber, impatient with my slowness. Just as I thought I might perish in that room, Aunt Sue finally declared, all clean. Thank you, Aunt Sue. With the last of my strength, I changed into clean clothes and collapsed beside her. Sue, you feel different after detox? Ergu remarked as he carried me back, still chattering. What did you use? You smell amazing. I leaned against his shoulder, too fatigued to respond. Upon reaching the courtyard, I turned my head and caught sight of Aunt Sue, holding the 2 blood-red petals I had soaked, wrapped in red paper, as she burned them at the base of the wall. Why are you burning them? I wondered aloud as I entered the house. Once inside, I recalled that the petals were also meant to absorb the toxins from me. Their reddened state indicated that my residual poison had been expelled, rendering the petals useless. Sitting at the edge of the Kong, I drank 2 bottles of water, lacking the energy to converse further with Erg. I felt utterly drained and crawled under the covers, slipping into a deep slumber. I dreamt vividly, a dream of exquisite beauty. In my dream, I wore a vibrant, multicolored gown, floating on clouds, feeling blissfully free. Mountains, rivers, and seas lay beneath my feet, and a gentle breeze caressed my cheeks. With a smile gracing my lips, I held a beautiful flower basket in my right arm. The basket was empty, yet my left hand reached out, scattering what seemed like air into the wind. Instantly, the air transformed into shimmering dew, glistening with light. The dew fell upon verdant hills, breathing life into the flora alighted by the stream, igniting the wildflowers in a riot of color. I repeated this motion, surrounded by the sweet sounds of birdsong, enveloped in a sense of auspiciousness. Eventually, I arrived at a sea of blossoms, my heart soaring with delight as I gazed around, feeling utterly at peace. Rays of sunlight illuminated every petal, each adorned with glistening dewdrops. Among them, one particular blossom, reminiscent of a peony, stood out with its grand, layered petals. Unable to resist, I reached out to touch it, only to witness the petals tremble slightly as a radiant young maiden emerged from its center. You are, I stammered, stepping back in surprise, as countless maidens ascended from the flower sea, each one beautiful and clad in ornate garments, bowing gracefully before me with melodious voices that rang like chimes. The little goddess has graced us. I was taken aback. Who is the goddess? Is it me? They smiled warmly at me, their expressions kind and respectful. The lead maiden, emerging from the peony, looked at me and said with a gentle bow, "Your will shall be fulfilled. From this day forth, every flower you plant shall release a thought, and for every myriad of flowers planted, a multitude of thoughts shall be sent forth. We shall receive these thoughts and aid you in your rebirth." What? I was bewildered. How many flowers are we talking about? What does rebirth mean? The maiden merely smiled, and the others lowered their gazes, smiling softly as well. Just as I was about to, a sharp pain gripped my abdomen, and my eyes flew open. Gasping for breath, I had drunk too much water. I needed to go to the bathroom. The room was not dark. The kitchen light was on. I hurriedly got out of bed, but before I could reach the door, Ergu's voice echoed from the kitchen. Can't you understand? I'm up here with Susu, not messing around. Divorce? You think I'm afraid? Ergu's tone was harsh. What of it? It's just a miscarriage. This isn't your first time. If you want a divorce, go ahead and sue, Zhu Shaoling. It's the same for anyone. We all live our own lives. Hearing this, I intended to intervene, but paused mid-motion. Why do you care if I've deceived Susu? What if we go bankrupt? What does it matter? You think it's a big deal? Ergu pressed his voice low. Zhu Shaoling, if you're afraid of hardship, then get lost. Don't drag my sister into this. My father's investments have nothing to do with her. Uncle Chin, Uncle Sun, and Uncle Zhao begged my father to invest in that real estate project. Their money wasn't enough, so my father guaranteed it. Now that the project has collapsed, my father sees them all hanging by a thread, and he had to compensate them for the restaurant. You tell me, isn't my father the real victim? Our family lost 6 million, and now we're facing bankruptcy. You think he doesn't want to cry? Why should you have the audacity to complain? What about the house? It's worthless. Should we all live on the streets? Where will Susu go when she returns to Linhai? To the countryside? Ergu's voice turned bitter. Zhu Shaoling, you've been married to me for 3 years. How have I treated your family? Now that my family is in ruins, you're causing a scene about divorce. You're truly giving me an education. Let me be clear. I agree to the divorce, but the house is not yours. I can't return there either. Enough. I'm going to sleep. With a press of a button, Ergu turned away, his face cold. Susu? I stared at him, feeling the urgency of my need. I need to use the bathroom. Hey, I'll accompany you, he said, catching up to me. Susu. When did you wake up? You just did, right? Your sister-in-law is quite annoying. She is upset about the miscarriage and is picking a fight with me. I remained silent, and after he finished, he followed me out. Susu, did you drink too much water before sleeping? Don't drink that much next time. Rural toilets are outside, and it's frightening at night. Right? Wash your hands well. Tomorrow I'll share a room with Shinchunliang, and Aunt Sue will stay with you. 18 night. Just place a bucket in your room to save you the trouble. I sat on the edge of the Kong, hearing everything. Huh? Ergu chuckled. What did you hear? Did you overthink it? Susu, let me tell you, I'm only wearing a fake gold necklace to fool you. I met his gaze, holding back tears. We don't have over 10 million in savings. Our family has nothing left, right? Not exactly. Ergu sat beside me, lowering his head. We still have the house. The property prices are rising quickly, and our little building could still fetch 100 to 180,000. Why? Vision blurred, and my voice caught in my throat as tears streamed down uncontrollably. I didn't want to cry, but I couldn't hold it back, raising my arm to wipe my eyes. You're so annoying, Ergu. I'm so tired of you. Susu, it's my fault, Ergu sighed, slapping his own mouth. I thought you were in a deep sleep. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly. It's just to aggravate Zhu Shaoling. Susu, please don't cry. I just don't want you to feel upset. Who would have thought that a project under construction would have problems? It's a mess, and our father guaranteed it. It is not that he wanted you to know. He purposely kept it from you. He embraced me awkwardly. Susu, please don't see our YTS just bankruptcy. Our grandmother endured it all. Everyone faces a bit of hardship in their lives. If you keep this up, it makes me feel terrible. I didn't want to cry. I understood that crying wouldn't solve anything. But when I heard Ergu mention our family's bankruptcy, scenes of my father taking me around to seek help from masters flooded my mind, spending over 100,000 on consultations. If I hadn't squandered money so recklessly, our family wouldn't be in such dire straits. Ergu wouldn't have to wear a fake necklace to save face. Ergu, is that why you want me to learn the path? I asked tentatively. You're worried that our family can't support me. and that I might be bullied outside, right? I am, Ergu admitted, his eyes reddening. Our family has seen better days. Now, what's left? Everyone fears our father's visits, afraid we'll need to borrow money. Su. I have no capabilities. I just want you to live well and not be overshadowed by anyone. I grasped his hand, wiping away my tears. After a long moment, I finally spoke. Ergu. I just had a dream. In it. I was magnificent, wearing a celestial gown, scattering dew from the clouds, shimmering with golden light. Then I arrived at a sea of flowers, where I saw many flower fairies, and they called me goddess. Ergu looked puzzled. What do you mean? Perhaps I truly am a reincarnated deity, I said, meeting his gaze. They told me if I plant flowers, I will recover. Ergu chuckled. That sounds wonderful. If you enjoy it, then plant away. I'll support you. Plant billions of them if you wish. Circle the earth with your flowers. So, I will be fine, I replied, forcing a smile. Ergu, I believe I'm blessed. You should return home tomorrow. Wait, I'm a reincarnated deity. No one can harm me, I asserted, removing the gaudy gold necklace he wore. Father is getting older, and mother is still in the hospital. Not to mention, your sister-in-law needs care. You're merely waiting around with me. Ergu, I'm grown up now. I can't take care of myself. You should go back. If you stay, you'll only worry eldest sister more, and what will that do for my life? Won't it just complicate things for everyone? Su, I can't just leave you, Ergu insisted. I can manage. I met his eyes, suppressing my tears. Don't forget, I also practice martial arts, and no one can bully me. If you don't leave, I'll truly be angry. Su, it's settled then. I turned away, lying down on the Kong, pulling the covers over myself. In the morning, I would call father, brother. The more you act this way, the more distressed I feel. Then I'll buy you a phone tomorrow, he said softly. You've always wanted one, right? I'll get you the best tablet phone of the year. I don't want it, I replied, widening my eyes to keep the tears at bay. I dislike phones. They're bad for the eyes. Uncle Shin has a phone. If anything happens, I can use the landline. Don't be stubborn. Ergu lay down at the edge of the Kong. I still have money for your phone. I'll definitely buy it for you. I buried my face in the covers, remaining silent. My mouth tasted salty, and truthfully, I didn't have a profound understanding of wealth. I had never experienced hardship in my life. Even now, with our family's bankruptcy, I still felt no real suffering. What pained me was my family's boundless affection. Thinking of Chui Wena, who had been bullied yet faced blame from her family, I reflected on my own situation. Had I not caused even more trouble? Yet, not a single family member blamed me. They feared pressuring me, worried that I might feel a hint of negativity. Despite the radical changes in our lives, they continued to treat me as if nothing had happened. I had yet to encounter true adversity, never needing to contemplate anything deeply. Many situations I previously viewed as given. After all, family should treat me well. Being the youngest, I was accustomed to their indulgence and attention. Chui Wena became a mirror, illuminating my life. My family had not abandoned me. The world had not forsaken me. Despite experiencing the most unfortunate events, I remained one of the luckiest people alive. Without their care, would I not have turned into a gloomy, despondent person even if I had survived? As Ergu's breathing grew deeper, I dared to turn and observe him. Despite his many flaws, he was the brother who loved me most dearly. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and I propped myself up to gaze at the beam of sunlight filtering through. It was like my hope, narrow yet radiating boundless brightness. Chapter 34. The silent observation of the master as dawn broke, Aunt Sue rose early to busy herself in the kitchen. Regardless of her culinary prowess, her industrious spirit was unmatched by most. Unable to remain in bed, I quickly washed up and joined her in preparing breakfast. Aunt Sue looked pleasantly surprised to see me, remarking, "Well, look at you, showing some initiative." I smiled and lowered my gaze to tidy the cutting board, casually glancing at the door. As I stood up, my second brother's phone buzzed again. He was still in a deep slumber and hadn't heard it. Noticing a message from my father, I took his phone and replied, informing Dad that I was already aware of our family's bankruptcy. My father immediately called, but I hung up, texting him instead that my brother had just fallen asleep and would return home once he awoke. I assured him that I understood everything and could take care of myself, concluding with an apology. "I'm sorry. Sometimes, I felt that sending a text was preferable to making a call." A message wouldn't bring tears, while hearing my father's voice would inevitably break me, and my father did not respond, and I imagined he was crying on the other end. Returning to my task, I looked at Aunt Sue and asked, "Aunt Sue, why do we need to burn the petals? I could have simply eaten them instead." Aunt Sue replied briskly, "Do as Mr. Shun instructs. Ask less, do more, and stop trying to take advantage of others." Aunt Sue, I'm not trying to take advantage of anyone who would shamelessly seek to apprentice under Mr. Shun. Aunt Sue scoffed lightly, and upon seeing my silence, shot me a disapproving glance. "Mr. Shun even remarked that you are some flower deity descended to earth, needing to draft a document to inform the celestial flower goddess of your plight and seek her protection. You, a clueless girl who doesn't even understand her own birth chart. What flower goddess? A document? Celestial?" I frowned, wondering if there was a connection to my dream. Shaking my head, I decided not to press the matter further. Regardless of the deity, even the Buddha would surely be angered by my situation. I would take it one step at a time. Aunt Shin Chunliang emerged from his room with his backpack, exclaiming, "It smells so good." He pocketed 2 boiled eggs for school. Aunt Sue handed him 2 eggs, saying, "Take them to class and eat. Off you go." Chunliang's face fell at the sight of the eggs. Again, with the eggs? He leaned over the pot, peering inside. "Are you hiding some delicious food from me? You ungrateful little brat," Aunt Sue snapped. "Do you think I would let you go hungry? Hurry back and face your last place in class. You should be grateful for what you get. You ought to be left with nothing but the wind to fill your mouth." Oh dear, what a treasure of an old lady, I thought, though I could still smell something appetizing. Chunliang, still muttering, suddenly pressed his nose close to me, his nostrils flaring. I was taken aback by his dog-like curiosity and instinctively stepped aside. Seeing my movement, he followed, and just as I wondered whether to intervene, Aunt Sue swiftly smacked him on the head with a ladle. "What are you sniffing for? I'll smack you again." "Hey, Aunt!" Chunliang yelped, rubbing his head in feigned protest. "I was just trying to confirm it was your scent that smelled so good." "My scent? Boys shouldn't be sniffing girls. That's called being a lecher." Aunt Sue glared. "Even wasp nests have a pleasant scent. Why don't you go sniff those instead? If you do it again, I'll break your legs." "Get lost." After receiving a thorough scolding, Chunliang sulked. "So, no delicious food today, Aunt? Can you make fried bamboo worms tonight? They smell so good. I barely got to eat any last time." Aunt Sue took off her shoes, saying, "Come here. I'll fry some up for you." At the sight of her shoe soles, Chunliang turned and bolted. I quietly lifted my arm to smell my armpit, no odor. "What are you smelling for? Are you a dog?" I stared at her. "Aunt Sue, do I smell good?" I turned to dodge her incoming shoe. Breakfast was relatively harmonious. Upon hearing that my brother was leaving, Uncle Shun instructed Aunt Sue to fetch a folded triangular talisman. He advised my brother to carry it with him, showing great consideration. I felt particularly embarrassed sitting at the table. I initially thought our family was wealthy and that Uncle Shun's help would be compensated. However, now I truly felt as though I was taking advantage of him. "Liang Shushu," Uncle Shun saw right through my thoughts. "I never engage in unprofitable ventures. You will owe me a debt of gratitude in the future." I nodded slightly. Great kindness need not be spoken of. It's all in my heart. After breakfast, my brother began packing his luggage. I seized the opportunity to ask Uncle Shin, "Why do I smell like flowers after detoxing?" "When a house is empty, whatever enters will leave its mark." Uncle Shun replied, "I used flower petals to draw out the toxins for you, naturally leaving behind a floral fragrance. If you dislike it, I can always resort to something more pungent like stinky tofu." "Master Shun, please disregard my sister. My brother interjected as he finished packing. She knows nothing that a fragrant girl is a good thing. Isn't it, Shushu? Don't overthink it. But Uncle Shin, I can't smell it myself. Isn't it strange? Boys playing ball will have a scent of sweat. If you say he stinks, he remains oblivious. Uncle Shin continued in a calm tone. Liang Shushu, if you wish to smell the fragrance, it is difficult. The stench is no problem that I assure you. If you raise your arm, the odor will make you weep. Master Shan, please, my brother interjected again, poking me lightly. Don't take my sister too seriously. She is just a child, lacking understanding. Uncle Shin chuckled, watching me sulk. I've realized something. Who I may offend is secondary, but Uncle Shan is certainly here to challenge me. His demeanor hardly resembled that of a master. Shushu, if there is nothing pressing at home, your brother can come back. My brother glanced at Aunt Sue, who was busy in the yard. Though the conditions here are less than ideal, Aunt Sue's character isn't too bad. I heard her muttering unkindly this morning, but you can stay here. I trust her. His name is Chunliang. Don't give him a nickname. He want to know it's you behind his back. My brother waved off my concerns, patting my arm. Come on, while Master Shin isn't watching, hit me once. I was taken aback. Why? Just hit me, he insisted, slightly shifting his stance. I'm Liang Yoji, with a protective barrier. Liang Shushu, the heroine, come at me. I lightly punched him. Stop messing around. My brother frowned. Haven't you eaten? You should give it your all. Are you sure? All right, he cleared his throat. Let us aim for 70%, okay? I agreed without further questions, stepping back, loosening my wrist, and bouncing slightly on my feet, adopting a combat stance. I noticed my brother's expression shift to alarm as I threw a straight punch aimed at his shoulder. Thud. My brother stumbled back, colliding with the wall, groaning as he rubbed his shoulder. Is this 70%? Are you all right? I rushed forward to help him massage his shoulder. That was only 50%. Huh. He sighed dramatically, but then smiled. I'm relieved. My sister still has fighting spirit. I can't let you get hurt. Oh dear. I sighed in exasperation. Shushu. Remember that when you're out in the world, you don't have to bow to anyone. My brother grinned. If trouble arises, I'll shield you. For minor issues, endure. For major ones, be ruthless. Uncle Shin entered with a pot of flowers. In life, one cannot avoid turmoil. If you pursue every trivial matter, you will only harm yourself. My brother rubbed his shoulder in silence, while I gazed at the vibrant pink camellias in Uncle Shin's hands. Uncle Shin, did I detox with these camellia petals last night? You recognize them? Uncle Shin placed the pot on the edge of the bed. Liang Shushu, do you enjoy flowers? Generally. I spoke honestly, having never been particularly fond of them. At home, my grandmother loved tending to flowers, claiming it brought vitality. I had never inquired about their types or names, but I could recognize them when I saw them. My own flowers thrived, of course. My grandmother credited this to my laziness, saying diligent people raise fish, while the lazy tend to flowers. Many flowers cannot be overwatered, or they will our OTMY forgetfulness in watering them inadvertently help them flourish. Now, to be entwined with the reincarnation of a flower deity felt quite extraordinary. You will come to love them. Uncle Shin smiled, pointing at the camellia. Since you have a connection to flowers, you should naturally borrow their energy. How do I borrow it? Before I could ask further, Uncle Shin bit his right middle finger, squeezing 3 drops of blood onto the roots of the camellia. From today onward, you will eat a petal every day for 49 days. This will ensure you are sufficiently infused with my energy. At the very least, you won't have to worry about being possessed by evil spirits when you step outside. 49 days. This pot has only 6 or 7 blooms. They were indeed beautiful, but I worried there wouldn't be enough petals. Master Shun, why go through such trouble? My brother leaned in. Why not just drop the blood into water for Shushu to drink? That would not be effective. Uncle Shun replied calmly. 7 is a significant number in Taoism, representing the Big Dipper, and it also corresponds to the Li trigram, which governs the eyes, heart, and upper dantian, associated with the color red and the bitter flavor. If you seek recognition, you shall attain it. If you seek wealth, it will come. Endeavors can succeed. Liang Shushu can currently perceive malevolent spirits, which is indicative of a deficiency in her vision. She is experiencing a downturn in fortune. I will lend her energy, but it must be done gradually. We cannot rush. After a brief pause, Uncle Shun continued, for the first 7 days, Liang Shushu must return to the courtyard before noon. Gradually, she can extend this to the afternoon and so forth until 49 days have passed, at which point she can venture out at night. Do you understand? My brother, with his mouth agape, plucked a petal. Once you've finished, you can roam freely at night. Well, you can roam, but don't wander aimlessly. Safety first. I chewed, and upon tasting, my face scrunched up at the bitterness. Bitter? My brother sniffed the camellia, glanced at Uncle Shen, then back at me. Ah, good medicine is often bitter, but it benefits life. Drink some water to wash it down. Uncle Shen slightly shook his head at my brother's clumsiness. Liang Shushu, this flower will remain in your room. Care for it well. If it withers, I will not shed more blood. Remember, the energy you possess is borrowed. Your body must not be harmed. Be cautious. Even a minor cut can lead to leakage of energy and susceptibility to malevolence. Of course, if the other party deliberately lets you see them, can I take Shushu down the mountain? My brother asked. I want to buy her a phone and let her pick it out while she sends me off. Uncle Shin didn't hesitate, leading me to the main room, where he handed me another triangular talisman. Keep this on you. If you encounter danger, consume it. What danger could there be in a trip to town? Am I a target? I thought to myself. I received the talisman. It was tightly folded, and I had no idea what was inside, feeling it was slightly hard. Uncle Shin, what if I can't swallow it? Just eat it, he replied curtly, his expression suddenly serious. Once you consume it, shout my name, simultaneously visualizing my face in your mind. This technique is called the silent observation of the master. As long as you have my image in your mind, I will come to protect you. Is it really that effective? Uncle Shin looked at me. However, merely visualizing is insufficient. You must also send me a signal to inform me of your distress. Light a stick of incense, and I will sense you're called. At critical moments, can you remain calm enough to light the incense and burn the talisman? I suppose so, I replied, uncertain since I had never lit a talisman before. Uncle Shin didn't linger on that, handing me a plastic-wrapped triangular talisman. Take this as well. In case of danger, first swallow the silent observation talisman, then tear open this plastic bag, holding the talisman inside. Once it becomes warm in your hand, throw it away. It will ignite in the air, and when it burns, I will arrive. I fiddled with the plastic-wrapped talisman, noticing a white layer inside. Uncle Shin, did you cast a spell on this talisman? Do I not need a lighter? I applied phosphorus, Uncle Shun said with a look of concern for my intelligence. Phosphorus has a low ignition point and will ignite spontaneously in the air. Although it's not winter yet, it's already somewhat chilly. Once you take it out, hold it in your palm. The friction will cause it to heat up, and then you can throw it away to create a signal. Liang Shushu, you must not fear. Have common sense. Even the divine one conjure something from nothing. Do you remember the sequence? Consume the talisman, then burn the talisman to signal. I absorbed his teachings, feeling no resentment, only enlightenment. I mimicked the sequence silently, one for eating, the other for burning. Eat, burn. Uncle Shin, this is like an arrow piercing the clouds, bringing forth thousands of soldiers to meet. My sense of security surged. Interpret it as you wish, Uncle Shin replied. Liang Shushu, I reiterate, subtle concealment is not as effective as honest sincerity. Therefore, I do not recommend hiding or avoiding visibility. Just do what you must as long as you believe that good people will have divine protection. There will be a path for you in dire circumstances. If you give up on yourself, even if deities visit, they may not be able to save you. There may be no light in the room, but do not let the light in your heart extinguish. I nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Shun. No one can extinguish my light. Shushu, have you pondered over Master Shin's words? He mentioned that whatever enters an empty house will leave its mark. When he passes his teachings on to you, you will. My brother interrupted. Uncle Shun has made it clear that not everyone can learn this. If I were to become his disciple, I would be his apprentice. If I fail to learn well, it would be quite embarrassing. Before descending the mountain, my brother clung to Uncle Shun for a while, and now I understood that pursuing the Tao was starkly different from paying for a skill. If I were to take on the role of Shun Wanong's disciple, it would bring honor if I succeeded, and shame if I failed. My grandmother often said it would be like flying a plane while blowing a trumpet, a ridiculous display. The consequences could be severe. I might end up unable to care for myself. I shook off those thoughts. Shushu, you lack nothing. Why would you struggle? Do they support my learning this? You needn't worry about that, my brother reassured me. In our family, does anything not go according to your wishes? The older generation has a simple mindset. They just hope you can attend university and achieve success. Learning the Tao won't hinder your studies. In fact, it might even enhance your prospects. Imagine, one day, you could master everything, even the ancestral graves would be flourishing. Brother, it's not that simple. I countered. I haven't been exposed to this from a young age with unwavering determination to pursue this path. If I hadn't fallen ill, I would have never encountered someone like Master. They remain shrouded in mystery, esoteric to the public, and far too niche. Neither I nor anyone in my family would ever regard Master as illegitimate. Just ask any child. If you suggest learning the Tao, their parents would likely scold you. Having met Uncle Shin, I felt both gratitude and admiration, but it hadn't yet escalated to the level of wanting to learn the Tao. As Uncle Shin said, I was merely pushed into a corner by my brother, wanting to showcase myself. With all the recent turmoil in my family, seeking apprenticeship under him would appear to others as having ulterior motives. Shushu, you need to prepare for both sides. I turned away, unwilling to engage further, instead gazing at the scenery around me. Having been here for nearly 10 days, this was my first descent down the mountain. The air was fresh, and the scenery was beautiful in broad daylight. The mountain path didn't seem far at all. With quick strides, one could reach the base in just over 10 minutes. No wonder Shin Chunliang didn't need to stay in school. It was genuinely unnecessary. Yes, I passed the crooked tree my father had pointed out. I peeked inside. I wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the pine tree across from me was shaking, and I could faintly hear a girl's voice. Remembering the girl who had spoken to me, a chill ran down my spine, and I quickened my pace. Let her love whoever she wants. In my situation, I should avoid getting involved. Shushu. My brother called after me. I went to Master Shin's house to read last night, and I understood everything. Yin and Yang are simple. The book said, the Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, three gives birth to four, four gives birth to five, five is the leader of all, six, six, six. Wait, no, 5, 6, 7. I smirked. Was he misinterpreting something? Brother, you're a bit confused. Let me clarify. He took a breath, tapping his temple again. One gives birth to two, two gives birth to three. Where are my friends? He suddenly started humming a tune. In the ends of the earth, at the corners of the sea, my friends are here. I joined in, singing along. Yes, yes. He nodded, suddenly realizing, what are you talking about, you silly goose? You brought it up. I couldn't help but laugh. Brother, whether I have potential or not is beside the point. You definitely don't. What nonsense, he retorted, preparing to retaliate. Our playful banter continued as we reached the base of the mountain, but upon seeing the heavily soiled Buick, our laughter faded. The car was covered in a thick layer of bird droppings, and at first glance, It appeared to have a bumpy blanket draped over it. What on earth? How many birds did this? Chunliang dropped his bag and shouted at the trees. You think this is a bathroom? I'll catch you all and pluck your feathers for a feast. Just then, a flock of crows flew overhead, happily contributing another fresh deposit of bird droppings onto Chunliang's head. Damn it, he cursed, hopping about as he searched for napkins. What terrible luck. I stepped up to help him clean off the droppings, feeling a strange sense of empathy. Brother, why don't I just head back? I don't really need the phone. Remembering Uncle Shin's words, I wondered if this was my way of harming my family. No need, Chunliang waved. We're still living, right? No big deal. You wait in the car. I need to drive back anyway, and we can clean it together later. He urged me into the passenger seat, where a newspaper lay on the dashboard with bold headlines that caught my attention. Chang Tianqing holds press conference. Shanghai Industries heir may change. Chang Tianqing? Isn't he Chang Chen's father? I pondered, surprised by the implications. Is he unwilling to pass the business to his son? I skimmed the article, noting Chang Chen's name mentioned. However, it didn't state that Chang Tianqing intended to deny his son the company, but rather indicated that Chang Chen was still young, and that his father was seeking capable individuals to manage the company's affairs. The terminology was quite complex, and I struggled to grasp the full context. Just as I was contemplating, Chunliang tossed a rag into the car. Wow, my sister is growing up, even caring about financial news. Brother, I know Ching Chun, I interjected. Dad mentioned him. Chunliang chuckled, spritzing himself with cologne while remarking. Dad said you think he's not as handsome as me. You must have high standards, but remember, the Cheng family is a significant player. Shushu, you should maintain a good relationship with Chang Chen. It could be beneficial. Just remember, don't force anything. I pointed at the newspaper. Brother, what does this mean? Is Chang Chen's father planning to hand over the family business to someone else? What? He shook his head. I read about the Cheng family before coming here. The chairman is ill and may not survive. He's worried about losing control of his shares to his son. That's why he's holding a press conference. Why would a father want to dismiss his son? I questioned, perplexed. Who knows the family's conflicts? But Chang Chen is no fool. He seems to have acquired a fair amount of internal shares, IDS as if the emperor hasn't died yet, and the crown prince is preparing to ascend the throne. I set the newspaper down, bewildered. Such matters were beyond my comprehension, much like my father frequently clashing with my brother. He wouldn't openly declare seeking someone else to run the restaurant. Even if my brother acted recklessly, my father would merely scold him at home rather than airing the family's dirty laundry in public. It's all about money, Chunliang said as he started the car. Throughout history, the intrigues of the wealthy are numerous. Yet, you can't simply refrain from battling for your interests. Who would willingly relinquish their possessions? Just like what our family is experiencing. Can we afford to sit idly by? If you don't fight for it, you will suffer losses. Brother, are those even comparable issues? I retorted, bewildered by his tendency to conflate everything. How can you connect them all? Why not? Chunliang raised his brows. In essence, it all boils down to defending one's interests. If someone encroaches upon what belongs to you, nobody is comfortable. Unless they're completely apathetic, negotiations must ensue. This was indeed true. I set the newspaper down and gazed out the window, my curiosity piqued but ultimately inconsequential. My own home was still leaking, and I had no time to concern myself with others. The car stopped in the town center, near a small supermarket where Chunliang inquired about directions. This area was the liveliest part of the entire town. The roadside was lined with vegetable stalls, and there were numerous two-story storefronts. Not far away was a comprehensive market selling various goods, clothing, shoes, food, and fresh produce. The selection was limited, but the prices were reasonable. Chunliang purchased a set of toiletries for me and, noticing the chilly weather, also bought several pairs of cotton slippers. The entire bag of goods came to under 50 yuan, a true bargain. Before we could leave the market, Word had spread among the local vendors that I was staying with Uncle Shun. They eagerly vied to do business with me, stuffing my bag with potatoes and peppers despite our initial intention to buy nothing. The enthusiasm was overwhelming. I was left bewildered. Chunliang had initially claimed I was a distant relative of Uncle Shun, but within 20 minutes, I was mistakenly regarded as his granddaughter. I found myself clarifying, I'm not Uncle Shun's granddaughter. Niece then, they nodded in understanding. You don't look like it. You carry yourself quite well. That's not it, I insisted. I'm just his future apprentice. Chunliang waved his hand dismissively. She is still in the observation phase. Once she passes that, Uncle Shun will officially take her on as a disciple. I tugged at him, exasperated. What are you saying? Disciple? The vendors were taken aback. Uncle Shun can take on female apprentices? Why not? An older woman chimed in. There are plenty of female disciples among the shamans. This girl looks sharp and clever. If she learns, her abilities could be remarkable. I was sweating profusely. Aunt, I haven't decided yet. You should think carefully, the aunt nodded in understanding. You're so beautiful. It's clear you're from the city. Learning this craft isn't just hard. It's also quite daunting. Feng Tsuexiang, don't say that, another woman interjected. Uncle Shin's craft doesn't rely on looks. It's about talent. I smiled shyly, not continuing the conversation. Instead, I asked for their names and learned that the shopkeeper was named Wang Xiuli. She was the small store manager, and when Chunliang finished paying, I waved goodbye to her as we left. Shushu, your name is lovely. Come back to visit. I waved as we exited, and Chunliang drove me to the nearest flower shop. I had inadvertently mentioned wanting to plant flowers, which seemed to ignite his enthusiasm. We must buy something, he insisted. Shushu, isn't Uncle Shin's status remarkable? Chunliang began his relentless chatter again. I realized he wasn't just pestering Uncle Shin, he was pestering me. Neither Uncle Shin nor I had any intention of pursuing this. Why go through the trouble? I simply wanted to stay safe. I bent down, fiddling with my phone, ignoring him. Keep being stubborn. Chunliang, feeling rejected, led me into the flower shop, where I selected a blooming azalea and some flower seeds. With winter approaching, planting outside wasn't feasible, and creating a greenhouse in Uncle Shin's yard was impractical. Chunliang suggested buying some soil and a couple of pots to plant indoors, treating it as a way to practice and pass the time. Young lady, your brother treats you very well, the shop owner complimented him. I have a daughter and a son. My eldest constantly bickers with his sister. I smiled. Aunt, my brother and I have a significant age gap, so he tends to be accommodating. Noticing Chunliang inquiring about fertilizers, I felt an overwhelming desire to hug him. However, recalling his insistence on me becoming a disciple made me irritated with him again. My feelings were in conflict. The azalea, along with soil, pots, and seeds, was loaded into the trunk. The shop owner tapped her calculator. Young man, the total comes to 133. I'll round it to 130. Chunliang nodded and reached for his wallet, but instinctively patted himself down. Hey, where's my bag? Bag? I looked at him, puzzled. How could it just vanish? He headed to the driver's seat to check. I crawled into the car and searched but found nothing. Chunliang went back to the flower shop to look. The owner reassured me. It couldn't have been lost. You two are the only customers today. It must be somewhere. I was certain I had had the bag when we left the market. Could it have been left at the phone store? Chunliang came to that conclusion and turned to run back to the phone store. Shushu, wait here. I'll find the bag and return to pay. I watched Chunliang's retreating figure with concern. The shop owner, feeling distressed, comforted me, assuring me they would find it. Wang Shili knows the girl well. If she finds it, she will keep it safe. If someone else took it, the store has security cameras. Young lady, why don't you come in and sit for a while? You can look at other flowers. I shook my head. Feeling too anxious, I stood by the car, watching Chunliang's distant figure. Thankfully, he had his phone tucked in his pocket. If he lost everything, it would be truly distressing. After waiting for some time without seeing Chunliang return, I glanced at the storefront, which was situated beside an alley. Not wanting to block business, I leaned against the wall and called my father, informing him of my new phone number. After a brief conversation, I hung up, only to call Chunliang again. He informed me that the bag hadn't been found, but Wang Xiuli had checked the security footage. It turned out he had placed the bag aside while paying, and another customer had taken it. What now? I asked, feeling anxious. It's almost noon. I need to return to the mountain. Shushu, I'm at the police station now. They said the person who took the bag doesn't look familiar. They don't seem like a regular thief in town. Otherwise, the store staff would have alerted me, Chunliang explained. They're sending someone to check the nearby trash bins to see if the thief discarded the bag after taking the money. Losing money is fine, but replacing the ID is a hassle. Just wait a moment. I'll return once I find it. I hung up, feeling increasingly frustrated. Bird droppings, losing things, and my brother has already twisted his ankle twice in the market. It's like a curse. Suddenly, I heard a girl's voice echoing from the alley. Help! Help! I snapped back to reality. Peering into the alley, I saw a girl being dragged deeper into it by two men. As they turned the corner, the girl caught sight of me, her face filled with terror as she cried, "Little sister, help me! Help!" Before I could react, they vanished from my sight. I rushed into the store to find the owner. "Aunt, there's a girl being pulled into the alley." The owner raised her hand. "Wait a moment, I need to assist this customer." I was frantic, rushing to the alley's entrance to peek inside. I pulled out my phone, dialing, "Hello, at Hohot Alley, number 12-4. A girl is yelling for help. Two men are dragging her in." Hohot Alley? The voice on the line was calm. "Little girl, are you sure you didn't miss here? There's no Hohot Alley in Taoyuan Mountain." I glanced at the sign at the alley's entrance. It had the character for ghost combined with flower. What was that called? "No, it's Huaihua Alley. You need to hurry." They just went in. "Oh, Huaihua Alley, little girl, don't panic. That alley is long and has many entrances. Can you describe the exact location?" "Exactly?" I stomped my foot, running into the alley. "Wait, don't hang up. I am going in to check. Those men are bad, and the girl is crying." As I sprinted toward the back of the alley, I heard the girl's cries again. Holding my breath, I stopped at a corner, peering inside. The alley was flanked by high walls, and I saw the two men punching and kicking the girl, who was curled up on the ground. Pleading for mercy, I shouted into the phone, "What are you doing? Stop hitting her. I'm calling the police." The two men looked startled at my voice, and just as I prepared for a confrontation, they turned to flee. "Hey, don't run. They're escaping. Send someone to catch them." I shouted at the top of my lungs, desperate for help. "Little girl, is the victim still present?" The operator inquired patiently after I finished yelling. "Yes, she is lying on the ground, still crying." "Okay, put your phone on speaker. I'll ask her a few questions." I stepped closer to the girl, crouching down beside her. "Sister, are you all right? I called the police. Can you tell them who hurt you?" The girl lay curled up, extending her hand toward my phone. "I'm fine. They were my brothers. They thought I stole money from home, so they chased me to teach me a lesson. It's a family matter. Don't trouble the police." "Your brothers?" I was taken aback. "Are they your real brothers?" The operator, having heard her, asked if she needed medical attention. The girl shook her head while still lying on the ground. "I'm not hurt. Thank you for your concern." Her voice sounded odd and faint, as if her vocal cords had been strained. I noticed she couldn't rise, so I hung up. "Sister, are you really okay? They hit you so hard." "I'm fine," she reiterated, shaking her head. "Little sister, could you help me?" Before I could protest, she smiled broadly, revealing sharp teeth, and before I could react, she lunged at me, emitting a low growl, her sharp teeth aimed at my neck. Chapter 35. I want to be a master, oh my. I fell backward, instinctively pushing against her chin, terrified that her teeth might bite me. Yet she seemed to have gone mad, her teeth unable to sink in as her hands clawed at me frantically. "What are you?" I was forced to defend myself, feeling her nails like hooks, each scratch sending sharp pain through my flesh. The pain intensified, and I noticed her face becoming sharper, her fangs elongating, while her skin sprouted hair like mushrooms after rain. Good heavens! She had mutated. The wave of immense fear enveloped me as I struggled to create a little space by pushing her chin away with my left hand. My right hand was too restricted. I could only deliver a desperate blow to her throat, a foul move, entirely against the principles of martial ethics. However, I was left with no choice. Her ears had transformed into triangles adorned with black fur, clearly indicating she was no longer human. "Ah!" She emitted a bizarre shriek upon receiving the blow to her neck, a sound reminiscent of an animal in pain. Her head tilted back slightly, her feet dug into the ground, and her hands became even more frantic in their scratching at me. I could hardly think. As her eyes grew rounder, on the verge of turning into green glass orbs, I resolved to act. I thrust my right index and middle fingers toward her eyes, forcefully poking them. "Get away." I continued my unscrupulous assault. My attack was effective. She froze momentarily, whimpering as her hairy hands shielded her eyes like claws. Seizing the opportunity, I half lay on the ground and thrust my fist toward her chest. "I'll kill you." "Aya!" She howled as my punch sent her crashing against the wall. Although my stance was unsteady and do not underestimate me because of my age. I possess innate strength. Having learned through countless trials, I would never passively accept abuse. A horrifying phenomenon occurred. The moment she touched the wall, she began to shrink rapidly, transforming right before my eyes until she ultimately morphed into a black cat, scampering away along the wall. I was reminded of Aunt who had transformed from a small animal into an adult, terrifying me as a child. Now this girl could revert from an adult back to a small creature? What was happening? Was this some sort of psychological test? I stood there, dumbfounded, my scalp tingling at the revelation that she was a cat. In less than 3 seconds, the black cat had vanished from sight. The wind howled through the alley, leaving me utterly alone. It struck me as odd. I had called for help, yet not a single soul emerged from the high walls. Were they deaf? If it weren't for the phone still lying on the ground, I would have believed it all to be a figment of my imagination. Just a moment ago, a seemingly compassionate young lady had assured me that everything was fine, and now she had transformed so violently. Trembling, I picked up my phone. The screen lit up, revealing the time. It was already 12:10 p.m. I struggled to my feet, my breathing uneven. In such a situation, running was my only thought. I needed to return and learn from Uncle Shun properly. Who could withstand such transformations? I staggered forward, but before I could take more than a few steps, a delicate, white hand unexpectedly rested on my shoulder. "Liang Shushu, where are you going?" "Who?" I gasped, turning to find no one behind me. Yet that white hand was undeniably real, resting on my shoulder amid empty air. My mind froze for a few seconds before I managed to compose myself, clenching my right fist. "Who are you? Let go of me." "Who am I?" a feminine voice echoed back. The white hand then caressed my face, provoking a chilling laughter. "Liang Shushu, haven't you been searching everywhere for someone to deal with me?" It was her, the woman who had spoken to me on my birthday. The midday sun shone down, yet I felt an unsettling chill enveloping me. Her touch raised goosebumps across my skin, and I struggled to catch my breath. "Stop your tricks and face me directly in a duel." Her laughter rang out, sharp and piercing. "You, a mere girl, dare challenge me?" Before I knew it, I was lifted off the ground by her grip on my throat, as if I were a rabbit caught by its ears. My feet dangled in the air, and she stood more than 10 meters away, her arm extending without any physical contact. Her mere gesture lifted me, and as I kicked in the air, a smirk curled on her lips. "Liang Shushu, I'm sending you on your final journey. In this life and the next, You shall never have the chance to be human again. I gasped, her grip tightening around my neck, restricting my oxygen supply. My vision began to blur, and panic surged within me as I repeatedly called out for Shan Wantong to save me. My thoughts were a chaotic whirl, recalling the trials I had endured recently. If I believed that those favored by the heavens would always find a way out, then surely a path would emerge in my time of dire need. I recalled Uncle Shan's words, pushing against the suffocating grip. Suddenly, the talisman in my left hand became hot, causing me to instinctively toss it away. In an instant, blue smoke erupted into the air, flames ignited, and a powerful gust filled my body, revitalizing my limbs. Thunder gates open. I reigned supreme, I shouted, channeling a force that surged through me. Evil spirits shall be vanquished. Her scream pierced the air as one of her arms broke at the elbow, falling to the ground without a trace of blood, only black water oozing from the wound. Simultaneously, she seemed to be submerged, water pouring from her body. Shin Wantong, I will not rest until I have you. You know me? I replied, my voice steady, feeling as though I had transformed into someone else entirely. Shin Wantong, you have committed countless wrongs, harming the innocent. I, Zhou Tianli, not only know you, but I curse you day and night, wishing you a restless death. Zhou Tianli? I mused on her name, recalling a time long past. Years ago, I spared your spirit, yet here you are, having transformed into a powerful entity, wreaking havoc and seeking your own demise. You must pay for the pain you've inflicted upon me, she cried, her face swelling grotesquely, black ichor spilling from her mouth. You are the greatest evil here, I declared, unflinching. Today marks your end. Old fool, let me teach you a lesson, she hissed, her arm twitching in hideous agony. As she began to transform further, I steeled myself. Knowing she was on the verge of unleashing her full power, I summoned every ounce of strength within me, preparing to confront the monstrosity she was becoming. The ensuing battle was fierce, with spells exchanged and chaos erupting around us. With each incantation, I felt the weight of my resolve and purpose. I would reclaim my destiny and protect those innocent souls who had suffered at the hands of such darkness. I would become a master, walking the righteous path to vanquish evil. Chapter 36. Psychological Warfare. Su. It seems you have finally come to an understanding. Second brother is on the verge of tears, his face radiating the expression of my heartfelt efforts have not been in vain. For now, I shall remain here and return to the mountain to discuss this matter with Master Shan. The moment you step outside, that rascal will undoubtedly appear, and we must act swiftly to restrain him. Brother, you go on your way. I will handle the matter of apprenticeship myself. I acknowledge your request, but if you speak on my behalf, Uncle Shan might perceive my intentions as insincere. Moreover, it seems Uncle Shan may have deliberately prompted me to descend the mountain, as he too wishes for that sorcerer to act swiftly. Looking back, it was evident that the other party was intentionally trying to bait me. Had I remained stationary, perhaps I would have evaded the trap. That said, I do not believe I have made any procedural errors. Unlike my impulsive youth when I would rush in without a second thought to act on behalf of justice, I have learned from my parents to act with prudence. Consequently, upon witnessing the incident today, I promptly reported it. The operator kindly reminded me to exercise caution in the future, yet she also commended my actions. Should I encounter a similar situation again, I will not turn a blind eye. What if they truly intend to bully someone? You expect me to pretend I did not see it? That is simply impossible, as for Uncle Shin. Since he has already provided me with guidance before my descent, it indicates that he is aware I will face challenges outside. He has prepared for this, and to put it bluntly, he also hopes to use me to fish out that sorcerer. Coincidentally, both parties are trying to fish me at the same time, which explains why we found ourselves entangled in the alley. In light of this, I understand why Uncle Shin stated, it is better to be overtly sincere than to conceal one's intentions. Hiding in the mountains may provide safety, but it also means that the adversary will not show themselves. If I wish to reclaim my fate, I must emerge and act as bait, flaunting myself beneath their very noses. Hey, I'm still alive. Look at me, frolicking and tending to my flowers. Are you enraged, monkey? Do you wish to devour me? Come quickly. Second brother, I will make my own decisions. Having come to this realization, I turn to second brother. Uncle Shin does not yet wish to take me as his apprentice. Therefore, I must demonstrate my resolve and sincerity to him. Unable to resist my determination, second brother reluctantly agreed. After processing everything, I glanced at the spot where Zhou Tianli's arm had transformed into foul water. Had her forearm truly been twisted off? Indeed, it had fallen to the ground, with her fingers still twitching at that moment. However, as the dark clouds dispersed, the black water on the ground vanished as well. If not for second brother's faith in me, my disheveled state would have made me appear to be speaking nonsense. Uncle Sean is exceptionally skilled. He did not need to waste words on her. Many doubts still lingered in my mind. Uncle Shin and this sorcerer do not seem to share a simple acquaintance. Their relationship appears to be deeply rooted. The female ghost harbors a profound hatred for Uncle Shun. Yet, discussing these matters with second brother serves no purpose. It would only cause him needless worry. Everything is fine, right? Your description has left me quite alarmed. Second brother sighed as he helped me up. Susu, do you truly not need to go to the hospital for a checkup? No need. I merely feel a bit weak, and my body is somewhat fatigued. It is likely a residual effect from Uncle Shun's presence. A bit of rest will suffice. A hospital visit would yield no results. At that moment, my right wrist throbbed painfully, a reminder of my clash with Zhou Tianli. The outcome was clear. Had Uncle Shun not intervened, my strength would have been utterly futile against the malevolent forces, leaving me at their mercy. By the way, second brother, have you found your bag? Don't even mention it, second brother sighed. It remains unfound. The police at the station said they would file a report and call me if they locate it. As he spoke, he flashed me a smile. It's just a financial loss. I can always buy another bag and earn more money. As for the bank card and identification, I've already reported them lost and obtained a certificate at the station. I can sort it out when I return home. It is not a significant issue. Do you have enough money to get back? I asked with concern. Otherwise, perhaps we should borrow a bit from Uncle Shen before leaving. Am I really in a position to ask for money over this? Second brother chuckled, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. Don't worry. I still have some change in my car. While at the station, I called my buddy, your brother Binzi. He is currently driving from Linhai, and we will meet up soon. Let us visit Uncle Shen first. Dad said that having money makes things easier. You should borrow some. In that case, I will approach Uncle Shin. TSK. Second brother's stubbornness resurfaced. I am a grown man. Isn't it embarrassing to admit I lack transportation funds to go back? We must maintain our composure when we visit Shan Wanong. Susu, trust me, even if I have nothing at all, I will find a way back. Well, returning is one option. I will keep an eye on Master Shun as he takes you on as his disciple. Fine. I fell silent. Exactly, second brother smiled. Here I am, a man in his 30s, and you are worried about me. Don't worry, I have connections. Although I lost my bag and returned the flower pot and soil, I bought you that pot of azaleas as a gift. Do you like it? Return it. There's no need to spend money unnecessarily. 20 yuan for a flower pot is considered extravagant? Second brother paused, then added, Susu, could it be that the sorcerer intentionally hired someone to steal my bag to distract me? Before I could respond, second brother began to analyze the situation. Look, the town is quite small. If it were a habitual offender, the police would recognize them from the surveillance footage immediately. Yet this time, they claim it was a stranger, making it difficult to track down. You were lured here, clearly a tactic to divert your attention, indicating that the sorcerer has been keeping tabs on you. Second brother thumped his thigh. Susu, I cannot leave. That rascal is waiting for the perfect moment to strike when you are alone. Truly, You are my real brother, I thought, feeling exasperated. Does your reflex arc need to be this long? Brother, I steadied my emotions. You really need to leave. Why? Second brother asked, perplexed. I must protect you. If you remain here, what if he does not show himself? I patiently explained. This is not about hiding. It is about baiting him. But Uncle Sean is here. His skills are formidable. There is nothing to fear. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted behind us. Who the hell has the audacity to smash my backyard wall? Did the wall offend you? Which scoundrel is responsible? Dare to show yourself. As second brother and I turned the corner of the alley, we caught sight of a burly, middle-aged man angrily berating the wall he had just demolished with a hammer. You must have some nerve. If you are capable, come and smash me, Lu Laowu. I instinctively recoiled, my neck shrinking back. Now you decide to show up. Where were you earlier? I discreetly glanced at my knuckles. The bricks had shattered without leaving a mark on my hand. Was it possible that he was so enraged because of this? Under normal circumstances, I could never shatter bricks with a single punch. Noticing second brother's bewilderment, I pulled him along, quickening our pace. There was no way to explain this situation. I would compensate for the damages once I had the means. Lu Laowu, I have taken note of your name. I shall find an opportunity to apologize in the future. Once in the car, second brother placed the pot of azaleas in my lap, repeatedly expressing that, as a former deputy manager of a restaurant, if he could not even afford a pot of flowers, he would have lost all face. I held the flowers and said no more, content to have him take me to the foot of the mountain and hurry to meet Brother Binzi. Susu, 1,000 words cannot compare to one action. Your brother's words may wear thin, but they are of no use. Once you take matters into your own hands, you will change your mind. I smiled faintly, not engaging in further discussion. The intricacies of life cannot be simply articulated. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, second brother's expression grew serious. Susu, rest assured. Once you become an apprentice, you will undoubtedly gain great abilities. That scoundrel who stole your fate will kneel and beg for mercy. I toyed with the flower petals as I regarded him. You can foresee such things? It is a matter of principles, second brother replied earnestly. Consider Zhang Wuji, who honed his skills after falling from a cliff to master the 9-yang divine skill. Or Duan Yu, who practiced the Lingbo Weibu after a similar fall. These are living examples. As for the person who lost a horse, they actually received a blessing. Susu, do not worry. Soon you will be the best in the world. I chuckled wryly. It seems to be a case of the old man lost his horse. How could one know it was not a blessing? I do not concern myself with who lost the horse. It is ultimately inconsequential. After parking the car, second brother turned to me. Susu, no matter what happens, do not panic. You are capable. In my eyes, you are the most intelligent, beautiful, and fortunate girl in the world. I murmured in response, biting my lip, the taste salty. Taking a deep breath, I opened the car door and stepped out. Second brother, you should go back now. If anything happens, just call. After a long journey, my right wrist felt less sore. Clutching the pot of azaleas in my left hand and carrying a bag of daily necessities in my right, I walked up the mountain. Looking back, I saw second brother trailing behind. Brother, hurry back. It will soon be late. We will keep in touch by phone. Second brother remained silent. I walked on, and he followed suit, which inexplicably irritated me. Brother, please return. I will take care of myself. You will only aggravate me further by following. Finally, second brother halted, looking into my eyes, his mouth opening slightly. Susu, what are you doing? I was increasingly distressed. I have committed these words to memory. Please do not drag this out. It is quite bothersome. Brother, he scratched his head, chuckling softly, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do remember to eat and sleep on time. Whatever you desire, just tell me. If I cannot come, I will send it to you. As for Xinhuanong, If he truly refuses to take you on, or if you cannot learn, do not worry. It is not a big deal. Even if you cannot reclaim your fate, I will take care of you in the future. With me around, you have nothing to fear. My nose tinged with emotion as I frowned at him, turning my face aside. After a moment of tension, I set down the pot and ran to him. Liang Yoji, I do not need your support. I am destined for greatness. In the future, I will provide for you and our parents. Dad has said that we cannot rely on you. We must rely on myself. Indeed, second brother replied, his eyes glistening. You have grown so capable, even bullying me at the age of 2. A gentle breeze swept past, and I scoffed, wrapping my arms around him. Brother, are the stars in the sky 5-pointed? Of course. I grinned, closing my eyes and suppressing my emotions with all my might. Is Chang'e living inside the moon? Absolutely. I laughed. Is the sun an old man? Yes, with a beard. I laughed giddily, releasing him to look at him. Brother, I have grown up. You can no longer toy with me. Su, second brother ruffled my hair. Whatever you say is correct. I retorted, you are a big pile of nonsense. Turning away, I picked up the pot of flowers without looking back and shouted, hurry back. If you cannot take care of your family, Liang Yoji, you do not deserve to call yourself the leader. Su, take care of yourself. I strode forward, not glancing back. The sounds behind me gradually faded, and upon reaching the junction, I cautiously glanced back. The forest was lush, and there was no trace of second brother. My spirits inevitably sank. I tugged at the corners of my mouth, striving to hold back the tears welling in my eyes. I recalled asking my father when I would grow up. He replied, when you can resist the urge to cry, you will have grown up. At this moment, I believed I had grown up. Exhaling, I murmured to myself, I can do this. I will be fine. For the sake of my family and myself, I must live well. The rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, and I turned to look. The low, withered grass swayed, and before I could discern what it was, a wild cat suddenly leaped out from the underbrush. Oh my! I nearly dropped the pot of flowers in fright. Fortunately, the cat did not approach me. It merely meowed and darted deeper into the woods. My heart raced, and I cautiously scanned my surroundings. Could that cat be following me, seeking revenge? Sister, do not be afraid. That is just an ordinary wild cat. Yes, I am not. My scalp prickled. Who? Who is speaking to me? Come out from your hiding place at once. Sister, I am in your embrace. I looked down at the pot of azaleas, feeling as if it had become hot in my hands, and I tossed it to the ground. Oh my goodness! Miraculously, the pot landed without breaking, wobbling but remaining upright. I took a few steps back, my lips twitching. Why you? Have you become sentient? The azalea's petals trembled. Sister, have you truly forgotten me? I have been waiting for you. That voice. Had we spoken before? I quivered, glancing back. Are you the little girl from that pine tree? How did you end up in my flowers? Sister, I have been waiting for you. The other day. But when that man crashed into the tree, it hurt so much. He knocked half my body away. Man? Crashed into a tree? Was it Chang'e? I recalled the day of the dreadful scream when I had pushed him, causing him to lose his balance and collide with the tree. Sister, I have been waiting for you to appear these past few days. You have not descended the mountain. The sunlight is unbearable, and I have lost my entire being. Her tone was filled with sorrow, and the azalea petals glistened with tears. Fortunately, you placed the pot by the roadside. I managed to enter here with all my remaining strength. Otherwise, I would have completely vanished in a couple of days. Wait a moment. I am struggling to comprehend. I took a defensive stance, gazing at the azaleas. What do you mean you have lost your entire being? Are you not a spirit? Spirits are inherently ethereal. They are souls, right? You have already ceased to exist? What do you mean by cease to exist? It is not the same. The petals shook their heads, crying, Sister, I am too weak. I am not the sort that can manifest at will or disappear. Originally, I could have shown myself when I lost my feet, but you did not remove the protective talisman. Before I could say much more, that man arrived. His aura was so terrifying that I nearly shattered into nothingness. Now, I have become transparent smoke. If you do not assist me, I will wait to disappear. I held my silence, absorbing her words. It seemed that my farewell to second brother had inadvertently provided her with an opportunity. The question was, how could I help her? Was I to take her back and care for her? Just the thought sent shivers down my spine. It seemed she could read my thoughts and quickly said, Sister, I am not frightening. I simply do not wish to vanish. I do not even know who I am or how I died. I ended up here by sheer chance. You are the only one who can help me. I do not want to remain attached to the tree any longer. There have been many wild cats at night, and I am terrified of them. Please, take me with you. But I can barely protect myself. Hearing her speak, I felt sympathy, yet the idea of a person residing within a beautiful azalea still unsettled me. I, too, am relying on Uncle Shun's assistance to navigate this situation. I cannot extend my help to you. Sister, you are a good person. She began to weep softly, the petals glistening with droplets like a bow. I have floated around, smelling many scents. Some people have a sour odor. They are bitter individuals. Others smell foul. They are dirty people. Some have a pungent scent. They are irritable individuals. When I spoke with you, it was because your aura lacked the star's protection, aligning with mine. Moreover, you possess a pleasant fragrance, the scent of a kind-hearted person. I know you are good and will help me. Oh dear. I absolutely despise flattery. If anyone praises me, I feel compelled to become the epitome of virtue, taking on all the burdens. Sometimes, that eagerness feels utterly foolish. Please, I truly beg of you. The azalea wept softly. I saw you bid farewell to your brother, and I thought of my parents and family. Yet, I do not know where they are. If I had known, I would not have drunk the water on that road. Perhaps I could have returned home by now. Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of sadness. Our circumstances were eerily similar. That road was indeed memorable. After some contemplation, I felt a twinge of reluctance in abandoning her. Moreover, the flower was a gift from my brother. I took out my phone. Wait here. I will make a call. If Uncle Shin agrees, I will take you back. Thank you so much. I am eternally grateful. The petals trembled with joy. Do not thank me just yet. Let me inquire first. Fortunately, I had saved Uncle Shin's number on my phone. After a few rings, he answered. Hello, Uncle Shin. It is me on my way back. My brother bought a pot of flowers, if you do not mind. I would like to bring her back. After I finished speaking, Uncle Shun responded, Ghosts are entities, and plants are also which is why they can attach themselves. It seems she is a little ghost. After her passing, her family did not perform the proper send-off, and she unknowingly drank the water of oblivion. She is indeed a pitiful creature. Before I could ask more questions, Uncle Shin abruptly hung up. However, the fact that he agreed meant she posed no danger. I hung up and turned to the azalea, slightly bowing. You will not suddenly transform into a person at night and sit beside me, will you? I wish I could. She spoke with a quiver in her voice. If I had that ability, I would not be in such a miserable state. That was true. The woman who lost her way while looking for her father could still flaunt a ragged piece of cloth. She could only remain nestled within the flowers, much like how I relied on Uncle Shun for support. Resolutely, I picked up the flower pot. All right, I will take you back. Thank you, sister. She trembled with excitement, shaking her petals. I will repay you in the future. Repay me for what? I sighed. Considering our situations, we are both unfortunate souls. Let us be companions. Then we are friends? She beamed with joy, and the fragrance of the azalea wafted through the air. I smiled and nodded. Yes, we are friends. My name is Liang Susu. What is yours? She fell silent, looking crestfallen. I do not know. I cannot remember. Ah, I forgot about that. Never mind. I will give you a name. I gazed at her, listening to her voice. You seem younger than me, so I shall consider you my little sister. We met through this pot of azaleas, so from now on, I shall call you Little Azalea. How does that sound? Sounds good. She laughed, and her petals danced joyfully. From now on, I am Little Azalea. Thank you, Susu, sister. Upon returning to the courtyard, Aunt Sue seemed to have been briefed by Uncle Shun, as she did not require me to explain the true identity of Little Azalea. Seeing me place the flowers on the windowsill to water, she scolded me. Are you trying to make her wither faster by putting her in the sunlight? Besides, we all eat in your room. With so many people coming and going, can she withstand that? I had no retort to her reprimands. Being an outsider, it is easy to inadvertently cause harm with good intentions. However, I possess a virtue. When I do not understand, I ask questions and humbly learn. Flattering Aunt Sue, I knew that Little Azalea, in her current state, was most afraid of young energy, and her condition was quite similar to mine. The difference was that she had perished while I remained alive. Especially since she now existed as a mere wisp of energy, I needed to protect her from the wind and rain, ensuring she was in a cool, shaded area. Aunt Sue's room had 2 windows facing east, which, although only provided ample sunlight in the morning, were quite bright due to their size. For safety, I placed the azalea at the foot of my bed, covered it with a red cloth, essentially allowing her to reside within the house. After settling Little Azalea, I went to thank Uncle Shun in the main room. Uncle Shun, as soon as I entered, I saw Uncle Shun coughing while drinking a bowl of medicinal soup. Are you all right? Did you sustain injuries from the sorcerer? I am not dead. After drinking the soup, Shun Wanong asked, Is the little ghost settled? I named her Little Azalea. I nodded. Little Azalea asked me to convey her gratitude, but she is too afraid to speak to you. Originally, I intended to bring the flower pot along, but Little Azalea mentioned that Uncle Shin's aura was too overwhelming for her. In simple terms, her relationship with Shan Wanong resembled that of a butcher and a pig. The pig would urinate itself upon seeing the butcher approach, and Little Azalea was no different. Even if the butcher had no intention of slaughtering her, she would tremble with fear. Liang Susu, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The good news, I suppose. I replied obediently. The good news is that the sorcerer who stole your fate was injured by me today, and will not appear for a while. Shin Wanhong looked at me intently. Furthermore, he believes my methods surpass his, and he is wary of me. Then what is the bad news? My heart sank with apprehension. In a direct confrontation, I may not be his match. What? I widened my eyes. Uncle Shin, you just effortlessly twisted off Zhou Tianli's arm. When you confronted me, your aura was incredibly stable. Your abilities are clearly profound. I had to twist off her arm to instill fear in him. Shin Wanhong looked at me plainly. Zhou Tianli is a corporeal spirit, immensely powerful. Colliding with a corporeal entity can be quite troublesome. Do you think I am a deity? I cannot casually annihilate a corporeal spirit like extinguishing a minor ghost. But, coughing, Shun Wanong suddenly spat blood into the medicinal bowl. Uncle Shun. I rushed to his side. Do you need to go to the hospital? It is nothing serious. Wiping the blood from his lips, Shun Wantong turned to me. You have also seen that we must prepare for a long-term response. I am elderly. My strength and vitality cannot match his during this period. I must rest well. In the future, I can only engage with him under favorable conditions. Otherwise, I may very well be the one to venture into the netherworld. My eyes reddened instantly. Uncle Shen, I am sorry. I thought, stop right there. Shin Wanong chuckled softly at my distress. Did I not say there was good news? He is also fearful of me. Liang Susu, You must understand that even those who have entered the path are merely ordinary people. In ordinary times, we might possess tenfold strength, but we should only use 7 parts of it, reserving 3 for our protection in battle. If you have tenfold strength, you may need to exert 15 or 20-fold, but you must make your adversary believe you are only using 7. All of this is a game of strategy. Everything in this world is a psychological battle. Uncle Shin, why are you telling me this? In my heart, he seemed like an unfathomable figure. Sharing this information does not equate to exposing all my secrets to you. He smiled. If I were to perish, you must continue to live well. I will not allow that. I stamped my foot in frustration. You will not die. That sorcerer is the one who should perish. Then, a thought struck me. Uncle Shin, you are quite familiar with the sorcerer who stole my fate, aren't you? Shin Wanong acknowledged with a nod. How familiar? What is his name? Does he have a residence? I bombarded him with questions, my heart racing. How does one become a cat? Is it an illusion? Liang Su, what you have encountered are either his accomplices or the malevolent entities he has cultivated. If they are still alive, they will surely return, and you will naturally come to understand in due time. Shun Wanong regained his composure, speaking steadily. As for that sorcerer, I need not explain the extent of my familiarity with him. Just remember that righteousness and evil cannot coexist, as your brother mentioned. You are merely my guest here. I am responsible for your safety and will do my utmost to assist you in reclaiming what you have lost. Beyond that, what use is it for me to share more? What can you do? What if I am no longer a guest? I glanced at the blood-stained bowl and continued. If I become your disciple, will you no longer need to keep anything from me? Chapter 37. The supreme path is benevolence. Given my current age, there are many matters that adults are reluctant to discuss in detail with me. For instance, my father, even when I am fully aware of everything, still tends to obfuscate when it comes to family matters. He naturally assumes that I am too young, believing that knowing less is better than knowing too much, as I am incapable of resolving any issues. However, this does not imply that I lack the right to be informed. Keeping secrets until I am the last to know does not bring me comfort. On the contrary, it leaves me feeling more trouble. I have developed my own sense of right and wrong, as well as the ability to think critically. Just like when my second brother inexplicably urged me to study the Tao. If I am unwilling, no amount of persuasion, even if he were to speak of beautiful flowers, would change my mind. Shin Wanong chuckled. Are you still not giving up? You need a disciple? I replied, you say you are getting old and need someone to carry on your legacy. Shun Wantong slowly took out a book, leisurely flipping through the pages. So, you are determined now? I looked at him earnestly. Uncle Shin, I had indeed never considered becoming a teacher before, as no one in my family has done so. My third aunt merely understands a bit about Buddhism. I have never been exposed to these matters. I often wondered if this was a deceptive profession, similar to the Taoist priest my mother encountered who claimed I had a good fate, which delighted her. I thought, if I were to become a Taoist, I would likely tell every family that their child had a good fate, while declaring the misfortunes of others, which would be nothing but deceitful flattery. This explains why one should refrain from casually predicting fortunes. Treating it as mere entertainment is one thing, yet when taken seriously, it could lead to trouble, especially for those who are steadfast in their beliefs. If they encounter an incompetent practitioner who tells them their child is lacking in some way, who would bear the brunt of that discontent? If the parents are rational, they might dismiss it with a laugh, but if they are overly suspicious, any misfortune that befalls them in the future will inevitably be blamed on the child. And how can a child defend themselves? They may be innocent, yet they become entangled in disputes. This is a prime example of what not to emulate on my path to maturity. Shin Wanong chuckled softly. You certainly know how to navigate these waters. This was my genuine sentiment. My vocabulary may still be limited, and I cannot articulate my thoughts eloquently, but I strive to express myself as best as I can. Uncle Shen, I fell ill in early September, which led me to these matters. Being seen as a patient and a child, I could only be led by my father to seek medical assistance, searching for masters to preserve my life, until I finally found you. However, just earlier at the foot of the mountain, after catching my breath, I raised my hand, still bearing the marks of the red thread, having punched away that cat-like figure. I wanted to strike Zhou Tianli as well, but she was too formidable. After I hit her, my wrist ached terribly. It was only through the method you taught me, observing the master in silence, that I could twist her arm and land a few more blows to clear the dark clouds. Uncle Shin, I have truly never experienced such a feeling. It's astonishing to realize I possess such strength. Excitedly, I gestured, just like this. I could leap up and disperse lightning with a punch, like a superhero. Uncle Shin, I have always aspired to be a hero, yet I am not a qualified one, for I often resort to underhanded tactics to win. However, today, I shall chant those incantations. O mighty Thunder Lord, with lightning that shakes the void, leading 30 million troops, arrayed amidst dark clouds, striking the spring wind and rain above, and the rain and spring wind below. Should anyone defy, let them vanish without a trace. Shin Wanong raised an eyebrow. You can remember all that? I nodded vigorously. Yes, I can. My memory is particularly good. You say it once, and I can memorize it immediately. I previously learned the Heart Sutra from my third aunt and quickly committed it to memory. If you wish, I can recite it for you again. Enthusiastically, I took 2 steps back, reciting the incantation and performing a somersault in the air. Upon landing, one leg bent while the other remained straight, my right hand forming a sword gesture directed at the ceiling, my gaze focused on my fingertips, my lips rhyming the final word, trace. Shun Wanong laughed so hard that he began to cough. You child! Ha ha ha! Such a bit of youthful skill. I quickly straightened up, tugging at my clothing, realizing I had perhaps overdone my display. Uncle Shin, I began ballet at 4, traditional martial arts at 6, and won a gold medal for performance in the children's category. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate the 5-step fist for you right now. Without waiting for Shan Wanong to respond, I immediately took a stance and executed a series of punches. A cross punch, a kick, and a thrust. The 5-step fist, as its name implies, consists of 5 steps: bow stance, horse stance, crouch, empty, and rest, combined with 3 hand techniques: fist, palm, and hook. Integrating both forward and retreating movements, I executed the horse stance with rapidity, transitioning into a rest stance. Yet, the space within the room could not accommodate my performance, and I nearly landed a punch on Shan Wantong's face. He did not flinch, and fortunately, I managed to control my strength just in time. After performing a feigned palm strike and bringing my left foot close to my right, I gazed towards my left front, returning to the preparatory stance, commonly referred to as finishing the performance. Uncle Shin, do you think I did well? To be honest, my performance was not as impressive as it had been in my childhood. I had switched specialties. When I first began learning martial arts, my teacher remarked that my movements resembled dancing, visually appealing yet lacking in vigor. In an attempt to correct this, I practiced punching bags daily to build explosive power, only to return to artistic gymnastics, needing to revive my ballet fundamentals. This back and forth had rendered my martial techniques somewhat unrecognizable. To a discerning eye, it would appear as though I were merely showing off with a grand sword. Nevertheless, my confidence prevailed. After all, I had won awards. Regardless of my form, I had not forgotten the routines, and my physical abilities were undoubtedly sufficient. Shan Wantong appeared to be struck by amusement, resting a hand on his forehead and laughing to the point of speechlessness. I felt a surge of joy, holding on to a small hope. Upon entering, I had seen Uncle Shen injured and spitting blood, leaving me feeling guilty and unsure how to repay him. I wished to lighten his mood. Oh dear, why is she performing talents now? Shin Chunliang returned from school and stood at the doorway, looking at me in astonishment. Grandfather, is she really putting on a show in order to become your disciple? I shot him a glare. Not your concern. How irritating. If you're so capable, why not show off a skill of your own? Shin Chunliang scrutinized me with one eye, while the other seemed perpetually fixed in the direction of 3:30. You don't even know your birth date and time, and all you can do is some flashy tricks. What does that amount to? In this day and age, what uses martial arts? Can you outrun a puff of smoke? I was perplexed by his remark. What do you mean by a puff of smoke? Chunliang scoffed, gesturing with his hands. Even if you can perform lightness skills, I could easily bring you down with a snap. I scoffed back. Your judgment is far from accurate. Just as Chunliang advanced to confront me, I stood my ground, neck stretched defiantly. Come on, who spoke first? Shin Wanong, having had his fill of laughter, turned his attention to Chunliang. Go back to your room and do your homework. Grandfather, she mocked me. Chunliang protested. Shin Wanong's expression turned stern. Go to your homework. Chunliang huffed as he walked toward the door, adding, if you take her as your disciple, I will never accept it. I made a face at his retreating figure. You're not in a position to complain. Just as I stood tall, Shun Wantong scrutinized me with a keen gaze, making me feel uneasy. After a moment, he spoke softly. The so-called Taoist techniques begin with the Tao, followed by the method. The Tao pertains to the heart, untainted by worldly impurities, and embodies a spirit of benevolence, like water, both yielding and firm, open-minded and unpretentious. I stood still, listening intently as he continued. Many practitioners, after embarking on the Tao, neglect its essence and focus solely on the methods. They seem to take a shortcut, honing their skills and gaining fame and fortune, but gradually forget the original intention of their journey. Techniques themselves bear no intrinsic good or evil. However, when exploited by those with ulterior motives, they become malevolent practices. Such practitioners are deemed heretical and are looked down upon by righteous masters. Uncle Shin, why are you telling me this? I was once a heretic myself. Shun Wantong took a sip of water and looked into my eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. At 13, I learned the Tao in Port City. By 20, I had stepped into the world, quickly becoming ensnared by wealth and fame. My singular focus was on mastering techniques. Anything I did not know, I would pursue. But guess what happened to me? You are quite powerful now, aren't you? The saint of the universe? He cast me a knowing glance, but did not respond. I suddenly realized, are you referring to backlash? A body covered in scars? Not just that. Shun Wantong replied patiently, as a master, I conducted countless funerals for families, yet when my own parents passed, I was not by their side. I did not wear mourning garments, and those who were close to me suffered misfortunes because of my presence, ultimately avoiding me like the plague. I have been married 3 times, and all my wives have passed away. My first wife died in childbirth, bearing twins. Thus, I buried 4 children in total. I gasped, understanding the gravity of the situation. But that means your line would end, Uncle Shin. How did you come to terms with changing your ways? Years ago, I bid farewell to my last living relative. Shin Wantong's expression turned somber. Tell me, what use is it to possess celestial abilities if I cannot protect those around me? Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have preferred to live as an ordinary person, at least ensuring a peaceful life and harmonious family, rather than falling into such a predicament. Uncle Shun, I do not know how to comfort you. You are doing quite well now. You still have Chunliang and Anisu. They are merely unfortunate souls. Shun Wantong sighed. Liang Shu. This profession is unlike others. Once you step into it, you often become ensnared. There's a saying that fortune tellers have no betting and feng shui masters bring misfortune to their descendants. Yet the ancients did not comment on practitioners who can both predict fortunes and assess feng shui while also exorcising demons. Can you guess why? Because, I pondered, being too versatile makes it hard to articulate? Precisely. Shun Wantong chuckled. They perish too swiftly. Huh. I was momentarily confused, and Shun Wantong cleared his throat. The more a master knows, the more clients seek them out, leading to greater responsibilities. However, there are always those who surpass them. No one can predict when their time will come. I have seen too many skilled individuals perish at the hands of enemies or malevolent forces. Those in their 20s often die young, and those in their 40s or 50s are not spared either. Once lost, they are lost forever. Even a slight deviation in skill can lead to a fate you. Liang Shushu, dread. My throat tightened, and I dared not speak. In simple terms, if you wish to learn the Tao, you must be prepared to risk your life at any moment. Shen Wantong's expression turned serious. Taking on a disciple is no jest. Once someone calls me master, they must bear the burden of everything. Rectify the Tao, learn the righteous methods, and slay evil spirits. Liang Shushu, can you shoulder this pressure? I can. I took a deep breath. Uncle Shun, I am not deceiving you. I am truly frightened. I do not wish to be scarred. Yet I still want to be a master. I want to learn the righteous methods and vanquish demons. If death awaits me, I am already waiting for it. If I wish to live, I must strive, as you said, to find life amidst peril. I believe that good people attract heavenly favor. My fate is not destined to end, nor shall it. Shen Wanong smiled. You, child, are quite courageous. Please accept me as your disciple. I gazed at him earnestly, hoping for an opportunity. Even if I were to reclaim my fate in the future, I would remain steadfast. I aspire to be a good master for the rest of my life. A good master. Shen Wanong murmured. Liang Shushu, do you know what I admire about you? I do not. I shook my head honestly, unsure which of my many virtues he referred to. Shen Wanong chuckled, pointing to his heart. Here, this is what makes you admirable. Heart. I was astonished. You find my heart admirable? Shen Wanong nodded. People often say that human nature is inherently good, but I do not entirely agree. A person, even if they possess a kind nature, can become twisted and unfeeling if born into a violent household. Conversely, someone with an evil nature can be corrected if raised in a noble family. Ultimately, one's nature is shaped by both innate and environmental factors. You are naturally intelligent and cheerful. Although your family environment is average, it has not instilled in you the arrogance or tyrannical tendencies that are often seen. This is truly commendable. Average family environment? I interjected. Are you referring to someone like my second brother? I emphasized my point. Uncle Shin, does that mean you are willing to accept me as your disciple? Your intentions are pure and unblemished, so you need not fear straying into darkness. As for taking you as my disciple, Shun Wanong hesitated. I was anxious. Uncle Shun, I promise I will not bring you shame. Although I am currently seen as a shadow person, I will reclaim my fate in due time. Even if we take a step back, you mentioned that shadow people can learn the Tao. I am eager to learn. Should I perform a sword routine for you? I excel at swordplay. Enough. Shun Wanong waved his hand. Seeing your sincerity, I will grant you a chance. My eyes lit up. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Do not be too quick to thank me. He pointed to the west wing of the house. There is a room filled with books. You have seen it. You will need to consume flower petals for 49 days, so I will give you 49 days to read. If you can discern some principles, I will reconsider. Uncle Shin, which book should I read? I was overwhelmed by the sheer number of books in that room. Choose freely. Shun Wanong took another sip of water. The Tao encompasses 5 arts: mountain techniques, medicine, fate, divination, and physiognomy. Mountain techniques, also known as celestial arts, involve transcending body and mind through reading esoteric texts, consuming elixirs, practicing martial arts, and mastering talismans. Medicine is divided into yin and yang illnesses. Yang illnesses can be understood as traditional Chinese medicine, while yin illnesses pertain to techniques and talismans, emphasizing the heart. Divination involves 8 character calculations: Zi Wei Do Shu, Qi Min Dun Jia, Mei Hua Yi Shu, Lu Ren Shun Ku, Tai Yi Shin Shu, and so forth. Physiognomy includes the study of heaven, earth, and humanity. Earth physiognomy pertains to feng shui, which can be further categorized into various schools. Physiognomy of humanity includes face reading, palmistry, body types, bone structure, hair, moles, and even scent and aura. I sat in rapt attention. overwhelmed by the information. Uncle Shin, am I to read all these books? I fear I might inadvertently summon my own demise. To be my disciple, you must understand all of it. Shun Wantong regarded me seriously. Thus, I advise those lacking talent not to enter the Tao. Only scratching the surface will not lead to greatness. Why subject oneself to such suffering? Upon hearing this, my determination ignited. Uncle Shin, I will ensure I understand everything. Just watch. Do you plan to memorize them? I excel at that. Do not boast too much. Shun Wantong's laughter faded as he continued. You may only read in the room next to mine, and you must do so there. Do not lounge around in your own room flipping through pages haphazardly. Do you understand? I was taken aback, having never entered the adjacent room, but I had peered in during passing and saw that it contained no bed, only a high table with an altar and 2 cushions below, but the altar bore no inscriptions, leaving me unaware of whom it honored. Uncle Shin, will I be required to kneel on the cushions while reading? Indeed. Uncle Shun's expression was calm. While reading, you must also observe the incense. If within 49 days you can achieve enlightenment and gain insight, it will indicate your potential in this field. At that time, I will consider whether to accept you as my final disciple. Agreed. Uncle Shun's last words rendered me speechless. If I cannot observe the incense, I shall simply read diligently. If all else fails, I can ask my second brother to send me an incense manual. I am determined to decipher its intricacies. Grandfather! Shin Chunliang burst in from outside. Why are you still giving her a chance? I was startled, realizing he had not left and had been hiding at the doorway. Chunliang, I have provided you with opportunities as well. Shun Wantong's expression remained impassive. You have yet to demonstrate any understanding of incense. Heaven does not provide you with sustenance, and I cannot help you. Grandfather! Shin Chunliang stamped his foot. She is even less capable. I pursed my lips and shrugged. Let us see how it goes. Oh, how unfair. Chunliang protested, resembling a distraught young lady, before turning and running off. Grandfather, you are biased. I felt a little nervous. Was I being too boastful in front of my grandfather? I should have been more modest. Yet, Shin Chunliang was indeed being unreasonable. Fortunately, Shun Wantong seemed unfazed by Chunliang's outburst. I felt relieved as I prepared to return to my room, tidying up for tomorrow's reading and also inquiring about my second brother's whereabouts. I must share the good news with him. Just as I lifted my foot to leave, Shun Wantong called out to me again, Liang Shushu, should you gain insight and wisdom, I will present you with 3 additional trials. Do not let me down. More trials. Uncle Shin, what kind of trials? I have not yet determined. All right then. I nodded, watching him but hesitating to leave. This time, it was Shun Wantong who seemed perplexed. Why are you staring at me? Uncle, I hesitated earlier. You placed hair among the talisman papers you gave me, right? That was rather hard to swallow. What's the matter? Do you wish to spit it out? Shun Wantong responded sharply. If you do not wish to consume it, stay indoors to avoid encountering evil spirits, lest I suffer as well. It would be a waste of hair. I remained silent and ventured out to fetch a razor from Ani Su. Uncle Shin, would you mind if I shaved my head? This endeavor may require a sustained waste of your beautiful, dark hair. Shun Wantong was taken aback, then burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. Get out! Get out! Chapter 38. The celestial gift of the golden immortal. That evening, upon returning home, I promptly dialed my second brother, eager to inquire about his whereabouts and to share the good news. Regardless of the circumstances, we had taken our first step forward. As for Uncle Shun's injuries from his encounter, there was no need to discuss it. He seemed to have revealed his cards to me. In my heart, he was no longer an enigmatic figure, but rather a flesh and blood person, allowing me to reevaluate my understanding of Shun Wantong. The renowned master of the universe was, after all, just an ordinary individual. The distance between Uncle Shun and me had silently diminished, making my own situation increasingly clear. The call went unanswered, and just as I was beginning to feel frantic like an ant on a hot pan, I finally heard my brother Binzi's voice on the line. He informed me that my second brother's tire had punctured upon reaching Deboxian, leaving them no choice but to send the car for repairs. After reuniting, they found a hotel to rest. However, Binzi had a bizarre dream in which a long-haired woman sat by the bed, combing her hair and advising him to mind his own business. He awoke in fright, only to find my second brother unresponsive despite his attempts to rouse him. What should we do? Should we take Jigu to the hospital? Are we being haunted? Binzi's voice quivered with urgency. I too felt a surge of anxiety and suddenly remembered that my second brother had lost his handbag, which must have included his talisman. Binzi, don't panic. I'll contact Uncle Shun. I cursed myself for being so absorbed in my own matters that I had completely overlooked the significance of the talisman. It would indeed be strange if my second brother emerged unscathed. Fortunately, Uncle Shin was still awake. He took the call and began to guide Binzi over the phone. He asked if there were any chopsticks nearby. Binzi replied that he had some disposable ones left over from a meal. Uncle Shin instructed him to pinch my second brother's right middle finger with the chopsticks and to procure a sewing needle from the waiter. While pinching the finger, he was to prick the pad with the needle and inquire about the color of the blood. It's black, Binzi responded, his voice trembling. Black? Ah, it's a nightmare, Uncle Shin remarked. Chunbin, what is your birth date? June 1986, Binzi recited a string of numbers. Uncle Shin nodded as he listened. A tiger, good. Urinate on Liang Jiji's face. That will wake him. Urinate? I was momentarily taken aback, and then I heard Binzi raise his voice in protest. Master Shun, isn't that inappropriate? Jigu is my boss. If I do that, he'll definitely retaliate. This was not unfounded. Ever since I could remember, Binzi had been my second brother's subordinate. In other words, regardless of the situation, anyone would be alarmed if someone urinated on their face. Jigu will understand, Chinbin. The duration of a nightmare cannot be prolonged. One risks losing their life within the dream. Hurry? But Binzi was nearly in tears. I'm anxious, but I can't seem to urinate. Force it out, Uncle Shun commanded. Those two words sounded familiar. He then passed the phone to me. Liang Shushu, you tell Chinbin. You have experience in this matter. I widened my eyes in disbelief. What experience do I have? I've never urinated on anyone. I grumbled internally, but I pressed the phone to my ear. Binzi, I'm sorry to trouble you, but saving my brother is paramount. He won't hold it against you. Please, just do it. There was silence on Binzi's end. I held my breath, vaguely hearing the sound of water splashing. He was indeed pulling through. Cough, cough, cough. My second brother's voice. Have you lost your mind? Misunderstanding. Jigu. Binzi defended himself. I did it to save you, as instructed by Master Shan. The phone is still connected. Shushu can bear witness. Shushu? My brother sounded bewildered. I hurriedly explained over the phone, managing to calm him down somewhat. The subsequent instructions from Uncle Shun were simple. My brother was to turn on all the lights in the room and refrain from sleeping for the night. In the morning, they were to stroll around the train station, ensuring they were in a populated area to dispel any lingering negative energy. Once daylight broke, they were to walk in the sunlight, basking in its warmth to restore their vital energy before leaving the car behind and returning to Linhai by train, planning to retrieve the car later. Of course, an important point was that my brother could not wash his face before returning home. Binzi's zodiac sign could suppress malevolent forces, thus ensuring a safe journey. This way, they would avoid having to seek another talisman in Zenyuanshan. My second brother followed these instructions diligently and eventually returned to Linhai safely. I felt a wave of relief upon receiving his call upon his return. I dared not inquire too deeply into his emotional journey, likely because he had to endure many disapproving glances while maintaining a facade of nonchalance, all while bearing the aftermath of being doused in urine. Binzi would surely bear the brunt of his frustrations. My second brother lamented over the phone, expressing regret for having called Binzi to pick him up. Although the lad had helped, his notorious penchant for greasy and spicy food had wreaked havoc on my brother's appetite, causing him to feel ill for days. He even scolded me, "Shoo, keep this under wraps. If anyone finds out, I'll lose face." I assured him not to worry. As long as Binzi remained tight-lipped, no one would know. I had no intention of sharing the tale of how my brother was awakened by urine. After a minor interlude, I shared my desire to apprentice under Uncle Shun with my family. My second brother was wholeheartedly supportive, nearly bursting with excitement in his eyes. Not only would I heed his advice, but I could also persuade Uncle Shun to take me under his wing. It seemed I was on the brink of achieving greatness, a mere hair's breadth away from seizing my destiny. However, my parents were not in agreement, and my mother's stance was ambiguous. She wished for me to acquire skills, yet feared the dangers that accompanied such a path. My father, on the contrary, was resolutely opposed, questioning my sanity. "Shushu, have you forgotten about Master Fong? His family, his leg, the pitfalls outside his door. Have you erased those memories? Even if you disregard the 3 generations of Master Fong's family, what about the one who was struck in the back of the head? The one who hung from a tree? When I brought him down, he cried and wailed, vowing never to earn a living in this line of work again out of sheer terror. Shushu, these are bloody examples." My father's voice crackled through the phone, his frustration palpable. "Dear daughter, if you wanted to pursue music or dance, I wouldn't stand in your way, but this path is perilous. Your brother is short-sighted. He only sees how Master Shun profits without realizing the dangers lurking in the shadows. Don't heed his words. Life is about peace and safety. What need is there for esoteric knowledge? Don't seek trouble unnecessarily." "But Dad, Uncle Shun has never been attacked," I countered, insisting, "You've seen Uncle Shun's abilities. It's not a question of whether you agree, but whether he will accept me. I will not allow Master Shun to take you on." Determined, I proclaimed, "I will learn, even if it means facing danger." "Liang Shushu, I want you to learn," I declared, raising my voice for the first time. "I am growing up. I can make decisions for my future. The one who steals life does so with impunity because they believe I am weak and easily manipulated. Even if I regain my life under Uncle Shun's guidance, who can guarantee I won't encounter similar troubles in the future? I was fortunate to have Aunt Hu's guidance, leading me to Uncle Shun. What about others? Should they simply await death? Dad, by walking this path, I can help others. Shushu, I understand your kind heart, but everyone has their own fortune. You cannot stretch your arms too far." My father's voice softened. "Listen to me. Stay with Master Shun, and wait until you reclaim your life." "I can't wait." Tears welled in my eyes. I witnessed the clash between the sorcerer and Uncle Shun, and I saw the extent of their powers. Uncle Shun needs a disciple, and I want to be that disciple. Even if I am not suitable now, I will strive to prove my worth. My father sighed deeply. Children grow up and make their own choices. "All right, Shushu, I won't force you. Just try it out. I've heard that those who seek the path must possess some innate abilities and follow numerous rules. If you aren't cut out for it, and if Master Shun refuses to take you, then that's it. You must abandon this notion and not cause trouble for the family." "Okay," I responded eagerly, "but Dad, I believe I can do it." My father's tone turned grave. "Shushu, this time, I hope you are mistaken." "In the end," he reiterated, "as a girl, why delve into violence? Enjoy life instead." I had no retort that I too wished for a life of comfort, yet fate had other plans. Perhaps I had enjoyed too much fortune in the first 12 years of my life, and now it had all been stripped away. My current decision was merely to forge a better Liang Susu. To my surprise, my third aunt sent me a message expressing her full support of my decision. Of course, her support was not unfounded or merely a result of my second brother's persuasion. She believed that Shun Wanong could swiftly identify my core issues and provide clear guidance, marking him as a person of great capability. Be cautious. She even consulted the master who had bestowed a protective talisman upon me, seeking his opinion on the matter. The master monk proclaimed that I was at a dead end, with a murky path ahead. If I could enter the path, it would indeed carve out a way to salvation and enlightenment. Given all this, my third aunt believed that should I be able to apprentice under Shen Wantong, it would be a stroke of fate. Shushu, don't worry about your parents. I will speak to them. Her message was lengthy, perhaps because Grandma was nearby, making it inconvenient for her to call, or maybe she was simply hesitant to speak clearly. She preferred to communicate through text. Remember, a foolish thought leads to the loss of wisdom. A wise thought gives rise to it. Life is self-created, and appearances stem from the heart. Follow your heart. As long as it is right, good, and what you desire, pursue it. I pressed the keys to reply, Aunt, I'm currently fervently enthusiastic. Uncle Shin has only given me the opportunity to read, and I'm still unsure if I can comprehend. Words were just words, and my heart remained anxious. After all, with Chunliang ahead of me, he had a head start, having been immersed in this from a young age. If he struggled, how could I, a novice, expect to fare any better? I know my niece well. You'll be just fine. Shushu is not one to utter defeatist words. I forced a smile in front of the screen, typing, Aunt, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. I'll scold you, my third aunt replied with several exclamation points. It was my own lack of ability and overconfidence. Even if it weren't for you, I would have helped anyone in need. In other words, your situation has served as a reminder to me, revealing the depth of my own understanding of the yin-yang path. Just because I've chanted scriptures for several years doesn't mean I'm capable. I still have a long way to go. Shushu, you must achieve great things. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, stumbling. Aunt, if I can become a disciple, I will study diligently, avenging you and myself. Good. I am glad to hear that. My aunt replied quickly, sending a lengthy message. Shushu, I'm currently with your grandmother in the countryside. Your parents are in disarray, and there's a lot of gossip. The school has arranged for you to take a leave of absence. If Shenwanong accepts you as a disciple, even if you reclaim your life, you should continue your studies there. I understand some about the ways of the path. Reading books is merely the surface. The profound knowledge must be passed down orally. If you become his disciple, you must remain close to Shenwanong, unable to stray too far. I nodded at the screen, as if my third aunt were sitting across from me. Fortunately, there was someone in the family who understood the nuances, sparing me much effort. This was akin to my early martial arts training. Since I practiced routines, my father sought out a martial arts school, and my coach was a special invitee. He also ran a martial arts academy outside the school, explaining that he had learned martial arts from his master since childhood, living with his fellow disciples until graduation. This traditional approach, especially for lesser-known internal styles, learning the ways of the path followed similar rules. In other words, even if Uncle Shen suggested I could self-study with a few books at home, should I encounter something I couldn't comprehend, I would still have to call him or return, leading to inefficiency. It was far better to remain by Uncle Shen's side, where I could gain knowledge and apply it practically. Buzz.my third aunt's message arrived. Shushu. You miss practicing rhythmic gymnastics. I pressed my lips together. I miss it. There are over 10 members on our team. Without me, there are others. But Uncle Shin only accepts one disciple. There was a hint of regret, yet as my brother had suggested, could I view it as a hobby to develop? I had always liked martial arts and had never abandoned it. Uncle Shin was different. Given his age, this opportunity would not come again. Shushu, I'm relieved to hear you think this way. I'll handle your parents' concerns. Once things settle down at home, I'll visit you to meet Shunwanong. Becoming a disciple is a significant matter. It cannot rely solely on you. Adults must step in and demonstrate sincerity. Aunt, is it really chaotic at home? Neither my mother nor my second brother had shared much, and my eldest sister rarely answered my calls. I truly had no idea what was happening at home. You're just a child. No need to worry about such things. Focus on yourself. Once again, I sighed at the screen. What about my sister-in-law? Is she and my brother doing well? What could possibly be wrong with them? I could sense my aunt's dismissive tone through the message. You know your sister-in-law well enough. She's just a bit petty, particularly strict with Shigu. She lost a child, and given the family's current struggles, it's natural for her to be emotional. What has she said to you? Just that she lost the child, and I feel. I trailed off, sending a string of ellipses. My aunt replied swiftly, Shu, don't take it to heart. Zhu Xiaoling is not of good character. She pales in comparison to the previous person your brother was with. Remember, Zhu Xiaoling pressured Jigu to marry her after getting pregnant. Now that your family is facing difficulties, she is looking for trouble. But don't worry. Jigu is back. He'll handle Xiaoling. Your task is to take good care of yourself. If you're well, the family will be well, understood? I bit my lip and replied with a single word, I recalled how Zhu Xiaoling and my second brother's relationship had initially been met with disapproval from the family, as both were known as troublemakers. However, at that time, my second brother had just endured a painful breakup with his ex-girlfriend, Xiaoyan, who had come to his rescue. Xia's family was well-educated, and they looked down upon my brother. Regardless of their passionate love, even going so far as to tattoo each other's names on their arms, my brother's efforts to impress her family had been in vain. Xiaoyan's parents had even come to our home to accuse my brother of leading their daughter astray, claiming he had influenced her to get it tattooed, that time. My parents had favored Xiaoyan, appreciating her gentle demeanor and the way she looked at my brother with a sweet smile. My brother seemed like a well-behaved kitten around her. They could sit together in silence, and the air would feel electric. I liked her too. She would play the piano for me, correct my English pronunciation, and even confided in me, Shu, would you like me to be your sister-in-law? I really like Jigu. How can he be so handsome? Thus, when her parents intervened, my parents had insisted that if the two children were truly in love, adults should not interfere, promising to provide the best car and house for their future together. Xiaoyan's father, feeling deeply insulted, pointed an accusatory finger at my father, declaring, What does it matter if your family has money? There are many wealthier than you. Culture and refinement cannot be purchased by your kind of nouveau riche. My father had fallen silent, recognizing the sting of those words. Nouveau riche was his Achilles heel. At that point, my brother had remained calm, even going to Xiaoyan's home to apologize, claiming he would enroll in an adult education program to improve himself and match Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, he was met with a cold shoulder. Later, Xiaoyan's parents feigned illness, claiming high blood pressure one day and heart issues the next, using these excuses to send Xiaoyan abroad for her studies, effectively hiding her passport and preventing her return. After much emotional turmoil, she eventually called my brother to break up. The blow sent my second brother into a downward spiral, leaving him in a daze for months. When he could finally gather himself, he sought to remove the tattoo of Xiaoyan's name. Afterward, he covered the remnants with a dragon tattoo and returned to his old ways, eventually becoming entangled with Zhu Xiaoling, which led to an unexpected pregnancy. My second brother seemed reluctant to take responsibility, prompting Zhu Xiaoling to confront him directly, leading my parents to discover their son's missteps and hastily arrange a marriage. In truth, Zhu Xiaoling and my second brother's relationship could be described as a case of marrying before truly falling in love. Although the child was later lost, Zhu Xiaoling's fiery temperament often led to conflicts, but she and my brother managed to maintain a decent relationship post-marriage. Perhaps my second brother felt guilty towards Zhu Xiaoling, treating her well, and my parents often remarked that her assertive nature was beneficial in keeping my brother in line. To be fair, Zhu Xiaoling had shown great filial piety toward my parents after marriage, often accompanying my grandmother to watch television, and she treated me better than she did her own sister, Zhu Xiaoyan. Thus, I had grown to accept my sister-in-law, despite the disparities between her and Xiaoyan. Such differences merely highlighted the uniqueness of individuals. Academic credentials do not define a person. Now, with Zhu Xiaoling's distress over our family's downfall, I couldn't help but consider her recent loss. My third aunt urged me not to internalize it, but how could I not? Shu, your grandmother misses you dearly. I told her you're busy with training and to refrain from calling you. Don't contact her either. Let us keep this ruse for now and take things one step at a time. My heart felt as though it had been submerged in water, swirling and dripping with sorrow. I didn't respond. Then my third aunt sent another message. Originally, there was nothing. Where does the dust come from? I sat in silence, staring at the dimming screen of my phone, droplets of tears cascading down. I wiped the screen, yet it remained smudged. Everything blurred before me. How could the roof be leaking? It was only upon lifting my face that I realized I had been crying unbidden. 2 days later, my mother called, implying that if I truly enjoyed my studies and found fulfillment, she would not object. However, if I struggled, it would align with my father's wishes. Regardless, she hoped for my well-being, asserting that learning was secondary. The priority was to live a peaceful and happy life. Shushu, your mother can't walk well now, and I can't oversee you too closely. Your third aunt says this path is beneficial for you and will lead to success. I believe that whether or not you succeed is irrelevant. Just don't get into any trouble. I am getting old, and if anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't survive. As I listened to her words, I found myself speechless, overwhelmed by their weight. My mother's voice seemed to carry an emotional depth that only made my eyes falter. I remembered what the Taoist priest had said. My daughter was a blessing bestowed upon our family by the heavens, destined for a life free from want. My mother believed this was merely a small test from fate, certain that I would emerge unscathed, while the wicked would face retribution. Shushu, your mother misses you dearly. I can only hope you are well taken care of and eating properly, but right now, I cannot visit. You must look after yourself. Whatever you choose to study, just be sure to take care of yourself. I stifled my emotions, assuring her I would be all right. Mom, don't worry about me. Once this matter passes, our family will be fine. Just trust me. Life settled into a calm rhythm, my course shifted, and many past events felt disconnected from my current reality. It seemed fate had cast me aside, leaving me among the masses as a misfortunate soul devoid of luck. Yet, at the same time, it had opened another door for me. Each day, I would consume a flower petal and select a book that caught my eye to read in the room dedicated to the revered talisman. Kneeling on the mat, I would close the door and immerse myself in silent reading. Uncle Shun did not dictate which books I must read or limit my reading quantity. I was free to explore at my leisure, transforming that room into my personal library. With the shackles of restriction lifted, I naturally sought to demonstrate my talent or insight to Uncle Shun as soon as possible. I was determined not to be outdone by Shin Chunliang. Upon entering the library, I would quickly gather a pile of books, ready for battle. The yellowed pages sprawled across the floor. The Book of Changes, Plum Blossom Divination, the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, and the 5 Secrets of Geography, alongside a volume on herbal medicine. Kneeling on the mat, I steeled myself and opened the 5 Secrets of Geography. 4 births and 3 harmonies are the celestial secrets. What do the 5 elements of the dual mountains mean? I pondered, but the meaning eluded me. I switched to Plum Blossom Divination. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, and earth generates metal. When creating hexagrams, the number 8 is used. Regardless of how many numbers are involved, use 8 as the base. For numbers exceeding 8, subtract 8. If 0 is the remainder, create the hexagram. I scratched my head in confusion. Why was there a math problem involved? The next line further perplexed me. What did the 2 symbols denote? Consulting the dictionary, I learned they were pronounced yao, allowing me to continue. When activating a moving yao, divide the total number of hexagrams by 6. Should I divide by 8 or 6? The complexity left me utterly bewildered. As I read, I began to nod off, succumbing to sleep without realizing it, until the moment my forehead thudded against the floor, jolting me awake with a painful sting. It seemed I hadn't read correctly. The calculations and numerous cross symbols appeared like an eye exam chart, blurring my vision. I switched to the Book of Changes. 3 solid lines represent heaven, 6 broken lines represent earth. Yet again, I found myself dozing off. I began to wonder why, Whenever I opened these books, my sleep quality increased dramatically, more effective than any lullaby. 3 days later, I was utterly confused by everything I had read. Having been coddled for 12 years, I finally understood that the pursuit of knowledge often entailed suffering. What was this yin-yang, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams? They all swirled in my mind, turning into a mushy mess. The most embarrassing part was that a few times, I had dozed off only to be caught by Shin Chunliang. This rascal seemed to lie in wait behind the door, timing his entrance perfectly as my forehead neared the ground, bursting in with an air of mischief. "Liang Shushu, I caught you asleep again." I felt so embarrassed, wiping drool from my mouth and urging him not to shout, terrified Uncle Shun would discover my lazy demeanor. As for the incense observation, let's not even go there. I couldn't comprehend the texts. How could I spare time to observe incense? Moreover, Uncle Shun had instructed me to examine not mere sticks of incense, but a large, oily, unsightly piece of wood. He explained that it was agarwood, not just any wood, but the resin secreted by the agar tree. When needed, he would scrape off a bit, light it, and it would produce a delightful aroma. The procedure struck me as cumbersome. Uncle Shun had a jar where he first placed the incense ash, compressing it carefully. This step could easily lull me to sleep, yet he performed it with such focus, claiming it was a way to cultivate calmness. He would then use a feather to sweep the ash clean, repeating the compressing process. Finally, he would create a mold, a term that seemed to be incense seal, or incense imprint, adding the scraped agarwood. Once ignited and covered with a perforated lid, the smoke would waft gently, inviting me to observe this intricate ritual. The incense formula was utterly beyond my comprehension. During dinner, Shin Chunliang couldn't resist vividly recounting my slumbering visage, likening me to a head-bobbing bug. "Old man, you shouldn't have given her the chance. She lacks the talent." I dared not respond, for it was true. I couldn't grasp the texts. Yet, observing Uncle Shin, it seemed he hadn't heard Chunliang's remarks and didn't inquire about my progress in reading or the knowledge I had acquired. He remained preoccupied with his tasks, as if he had forgotten our earlier conversation. However, the more Uncle Shun neglected me, the more I felt guilty. He felt as if the applause I had sought had transformed into slaps across my face. After securing such a hard-won opportunity, was this all I was capable of? My frustration mounted. Without needing 49 days, I contemplated giving up within a week. Perhaps I truly was not cut out for this. "Shushu, how is the reading coming along?" That evening, as I lay on the bed speaking with my second brother, I replied, "Oh, I'm still reading. Take your time. No rush. We need to show Master Shin your skills. Whatever talent or insight you have, it will all come forth once you step onto the path. Aunt also believes in you, and I do too." "Brother," my face flushed, almost wishing to dig into the bedding. "I might be—" "Shushu, your sister-in-law is calling me." "Wait a moment. Who else am I supposed to call? My little sister has returned home, and you keep causing trouble. I'll deal with you later." After finishing his outburst, my brother accelerated his speech. "Shushu, do you need anything? I can send it to you." "No need," I replied. "If I need anything, I'll buy it myself." My father had sent me a bank card containing 2,000 yuan. I didn't spend much here, so it would last me a while. "All right, I want to keep you. My aunt and I are waiting for good news from you. If this matter is settled, we'll visit together. Go for it, Shushu. My little sister is the best." As I hung up the phone, I released a long sigh. It felt as if I were desperately trying to run, yet my shoes were ill-fitting. Without them, my feet would hurt. I constantly felt restricted, as if my strength was insufficient. Many things, it turned out, could not be accomplished merely through hard work. I turned over, covering my eyes with my wrist. What was I to do? "Shushu, are you feeling down?" I replied with a soft lying still. When the room was empty, the little cuckoo would converse with me. In the days since I brought her home, we had formed a true friendship. "Why are you feeling down?" she asked. "Did Mr. Shun say you were learning slowly?" "No." I sat up, casting a forlorn glance at the flowers in the corner. Perhaps Uncle Shun was simply too indifferent toward me. Little cuckoo, I'm too dim-witted to understand the books. Even if I recognize some characters, reading them together leaves me confused. Uncle Shin says that those with insight will naturally comprehend, but I might just lack that quality. Why do you want to be a master? The petals trembled lightly. I'm terrified of masters. They carry a heavy aura. You shouldn't aspire to be one. Foolish girl. I forced a smile. If I become a master, I can protect you, my family, and myself. Otherwise, if we encounter malevolent spirits, we'll be powerless, relying on others for protection, right? That is true. If you become a master, I won't be afraid. The little cuckoo seemed to grasp the concept, yet she asked, "But how do you know you lack insight? You've only been reading for a few days." "I just know." I lowered my head. It all began when my second brother had suggested to Uncle Shun that he take me as a disciple. Uncle Shun had asked me to observe the incense and inquired about its message, but I couldn't decipher it. What did the incense look like? I gestured with my hands. The left side was slightly curved, the middle round, and the right side drooped down. I found a notebook and sketched it out, showing it to the little cuckoo. After viewing my drawing, I felt warmth spreading through my hand, and a surge of energy coursed through me. Yet Uncle Shun said I hadn't grasped its meaning. I could only sense it, indicating I had the potential to tread the path, but my aptitude was average. The incense spoke of the celestial gift of the golden immortal, promising complete success and joy. The little cuckoo's petals quivered. "Sister Shushu, this incense message is extremely auspicious. It indicates you possess great potential." "Really?" I felt a flicker of hope igniting within me. Uncle Shun was a master. If he didn't wish to accept me, why would he provide me with this opportunity? The little cuckoo chimed in, "Sister Shushu, Mr. Shun is certainly encouraging you." "Thank you, little cuckoo. I feel invigorated again." I raised my arms in triumph, only for Aunt Sue to kick the door open, exclaiming, "Liang Shushu, if you keep making noise, I'll throw you out. It's late, and you're still awake, shouting at that flower." The little cuckoo wilted immediately, nearly retracting into a bud. I stuck out my tongue, chuckling, and obediently lay back down. After turning off the light, I covered the little cuckoo with a red cloth, whispering, "Good night. Tomorrow will be another day of hard work." Chapter 39. Luminescence. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, I energetically ventured into Uncle Shun's adjoining room to continue my relentless endeavors. However, my vigor resembled that of a mobile phone battery. By evening, it was nearly depleted. Typically, I would feel invigorated in the mornings, only to succumb to fatigue by afternoon, my knees aching from kneeling, and everything I gazed upon seemed awry. Occasionally, I would catch a glimpse of the innocent face of Shan Chunliang lurking at the door, waiting to witness my misfortunes. As October drew to a close, the chill in the air intensified, making it even more uncomfortable to remain still while kneeling. Although I could manage to sleep through the night, the anxiety and urgency gnawed at me. Were it not for the encouragement from little Dew One each evening, soothing me with her initial fragrance and instilling in me the belief that I was the chosen one, I would have truly struggled to persevere. "Liang Shushu, you really are incapable. Don't waste your efforts," he would taunt. I chose not to meet his gaze, today being October 28th, and with December 8th still a distant 49 days away. How could he possibly know my limitations? This fellow had made it his mission to undermine me. Whenever he was at home, he stationed himself at my door, employing verbal assaults to compel my surrender. It was as if he believed that if I faltered, he, Shin Chunliang, would somehow prevail. Thus, I resolved to wait until December 18th. Leaning against the doorframe, Shin Chunliang resumed his infuriating tone. "When the time comes, you won't have any excuses. This field requires not just hard study, but also innate understanding. Without that, no amount of reading will suffice." "Get lost," I retorted, choosing to ignore him. Having spent some time in this residence, I had begun to discern the temperaments of the three inhabitants on the mountain. As for Uncle Shin, one word sufficed: busy. Although he only entertained one client a day, those who came often lingered for a while, with fortune-telling conducted indoors while exorcisms took place outside. I sometimes found amusement in the scene, noting how imposing Uncle Shun appeared, though his health had deteriorated considerably since our last encounter. He consumed copious amounts of medicinal soup daily and would occasionally succumb to coughing fits. At times, clients would invite him out for feng shui consultations, during which he would be away for 4 or 5 days, returning tight-lipped about the identities of his clients. His daily routine was remarkably structured, and when idle, he would engage in light banter with me. As for Aunt Sue, my father's description of her as a sharp-tongued but tender-hearted individual proved accurate. The more I interacted with her, the more I recognized the similarities she shared with my third aunt. Each day, she would scold me for chatting with little Do-won, claiming it was madness and threatening to destroy her. Yet, despite her bluster, she never followed through. Instead, she would occasionally water and nurture Do-won, caring for her with remarkable attention. Whenever I changed my clothes, Aunt Sue would take them to wash, but during these acts of kindness, I was forbidden to express gratitude or even acknowledge her actions. If I did, she would threaten to drown little Do-won, proclaiming that flowers were her greatest annoyance. Should Shin Chunliang appear underdressed, Aunt Sue would insist on dressing him, scolding him with, "Why don't you freeze to death?" Her actions were often contradictory, a classic case of ungratefulness. Having been exposed to personalities akin to my third aunt since childhood, I found Aunt Sue's demeanor rather endearing, compensating for the absence of my third aunt in my life. However, it would be incorrect to assert that Aunt Sue and my third aunt were identical. No two individuals are ever truly alike. For instance, Aunt Sue possessed a passion for music. She relished both pure instrumental and popular songs. Her room, shared with Chunliang, boasted a speaker and a television, from which she would occasionally play music. Most often, she played old songs, and surprisingly, she would sometimes loop ballet music. Yet, I dared not express my fondness for such melodies. Whatever she played, I listened to in silence. The most amusing moments arose when Aunt Sue, swept up in her enthusiasm, would play music without regard for the occasion. Even if Uncle Shun was engaged with a client, she would insist on playing her tunes, oblivious to the chaos ensuing around her. The clients would writhe in agony, their families overwhelmed with worry and despair, while Aunt Sue nonchalantly munched on seeds by the window, enjoying the sweet sounds of Tian Mimi. The bewildered clients would be left in a state of confusion. Who was truly sweet? I would peer over my book, incredulous at the absurdity of the scene, unable to contain my laughter. Uncle Shun would have to call out to her to turn off the speaker before she would reluctantly comply. Yet, the next time would be no different. She would repeat the same transgression. If I suggested that she use headphones, she would dismiss the idea, declaring that she cherished the sensation of music resonating in the air, craving that three-dimensional sound. She believed that music traversing through the mountain breeze and enveloping the world was the essence of joy. If I found no pleasure in it, that was my own issue, for she would revel in it regardless. Fortunately, Aunt Sue did not play music every day, and her enthusiasm often hinged on the nature of the clients who visited. All in all, she was indeed a character. Her emotions were unrestrained, her heart was kind, and her peculiar ways of handling matters were something I could comprehend. Among the three, the one who provided me with the most amusement was Shin Chunliang. Although merely 2 years my junior, he had yet to fully mature. He stood shorter than me and was academically lacking. Psychologically, he seemed like a peer as we spent more time together. I felt we could grow closer, perhaps even become friends, sharing occasional conversations. Yet, he struggled even to coexist harmoniously. Why? The boy seemed to relish contradiction. Countless times, I had tried to engage him amicably, reminding myself to be charitable. After all, he was Uncle Shin's grandson. Upon greeting him each morning, I would say, "Good morning," to which he would reply, "Seeing you makes me feel anything but good." When I inquired about his breakfast, he would retort, "Are you blind? Can't you see?" There was simply no way to engage in pleasant conversation with him. He made it abundantly clear that he found me insufferable, extremely so. This was likely related to the opportunities Uncle Shun provided me. He feared I would become Uncle Shun's apprentice, thereby highlighting his own shortcomings. Consequently, he would frequently hurl barbs at me. I could tolerate it once, but his incessant jibes wore me thin, and when my frustration peaked, I would retort in kind. Aunt Sue, exasperated by our bickering, would directly intervene, suggesting that if we wanted to fight, we should take it outside and settle it like proper rivals. I thought that suited me just fine. I was ready to practice my skills. However, Shin Chunliang refused to engage with me. Instead, he would sulk and hurl insults my way. After school, he neglected his studies, preferring to indulge in food and television. The selection of channels on the mountain was limited, offering mainly news, though he would rent DVDs from the town to watch any drama that caught his fancy, fixating on the opening theme and memorizing the lines. One time, during the 15th day of the lunar month, he became unhinged, spinning in circles in the courtyard, his head pressed against a tree, resembling a millstone, and he continued this absurdity for an entire afternoon, completely oblivious. For the first time, I found myself thinking that perhaps it was better for him to be in this state, as at least he was less annoying when he was unwell. That evening, Aunt Sue called him in for dinner, exclaiming, "Dinner is ready." "Who's waiting for me?" he grumbled, his forehead resembling a peeled tomato. "Are you blind or something?" Aunt Sue retorted, serving him a generous portion of rice and urging him to sit down. Shin Chunliang scrutinized the meal, squinting slightly. "Where are the bamboo worms?" he inquired. "You look like a bamboo worm," I quipped, stifling a laugh as Aunt Sue scolded him. "I'll turn you into a bamboo worm." She tossed her shoe at him, intensifying her reprimand. Before long, the room was filled with Shan Chuliang's howls. I turned my face away, trying to avoid the spittle from his outburst. Strangely, it was quite satisfying to witness. Throughout this spectacle, Uncle Shun remained silent, unfazed by his grandson's antics. It was only after Aunt Sue had vented her frustrations that Uncle Shin finally said, "Eat your food." Having a grandson like him was certainly a trial. It was only after dinner that I realized Shan Chuliang's earlier exclamation of, "Happy New Year," had been a line he had learned from a movie or a drama, which inadvertently led to my father confronting him. So that was where it stemmed from. From head to toe, he hardly resembled a typical 14-year-old boy. He didn't play games, had little interest in studying, and seemingly lacked friends, spending his vacations cooped up at home watching television. Coupled with his unfortunate temperament, it was indeed a challenge for us to cultivate a harmonious friendship. "Liang Shushu, this is my home. Why should I leave?" Shin Chunliang leaned against the doorframe, refusing to budge. I suggested, "If you have time to sit here reading, why not venture down the mountain? Aren't you eager to reclaim your destiny? Perhaps that sorcerer is still waiting for you. Only by descending can you hope to encounter him. If you manage to capture him, you can reclaim what is rightfully yours and return home." "You know nothing." Uncle Shun had instructed me not to descend the mountain in his absence. He had set up protective formations around the courtyard, ensuring that malevolent spirits could not enter. If I ventured outside aimlessly, the energy would be disrupted. Should Uncle Shun be far away, my ability to sense danger would diminish, putting my life at risk. These past few days, Uncle Shun had gone out for feng shui consultations and had not specified when he would return. Why would I foolishly consider descending the mountain? It dawned on me that Shen Chunliang was intentionally provoking me, knowing Uncle Shun was away. "I understand more than you think," he said slowly, approaching me and pointing to the character on my page. "Do you know how to pronounce this?" I braced myself. "Right? Consider yourself lucky," he said with a nod. "What is a public office?" A public toilet?" I ventured. "Incorrect. Such a term did not exist in ancient times." I opted not to respond further. "You don't know, do you?" he mocked. "A public office refers to an ancient brothel, And do you know the meaning of an inn? Isn't that just a hotel? I retorted, my eyes wide. Go away. I don't need your explanations. Oh, so you do know about inns, he scoffed. Did you learn from the television? Have you heard of Chinkuan? Do you know what Chinkuan means? His mocking tone was unbearable, and I glanced out the window. Aunt Sue had started playing music in the courtyard again. The sun had emerged, and I ascended the hillside, wishing to sing a song that would reach my sister's ears, making her smile with joy. Taking advantage of Aunt Sue's good mood, I decided not to provoke her and turned to Shinchunliang. Could you please leave? Whether or not I can comprehend these books is my concern. It's none of your business. Who said I was concerned? I was merely asking if you understood. He raised his chin defiantly. Liang Shushu, after reading these books for days, you still don't grasp the concept of Chinkuan? Where has your focus gone? Into a dog's belly. His demeanor was reminiscent of the scheming characters one might find on television, irksome enough to provoke my ire. I shot back. Look who's talking. You re the one with no substance. Shinchunliang, if you have the ability, why not discuss the Tao with me? Enlighten me on the meanings of yin and yang, and what the 8 trigrams signify. Convince me of your worth. A person who relies on borrowed energy from flower petals has the audacity to aspire to be my grandfather's disciple. How shameless can you be? Shut up. I interrupted. Shinchunliang, this isn't about you. I pursue the Tao to protect myself and others. If someone has stolen your destiny, you wouldn't be so flippant. He chuckled. Liang Shushu, let me ask you this. If your destiny has been taken, does that not make it someone else's? I glared at him, speechless. It was glaringly obvious that if someone used my destiny, it became theirs. Shinchunliang gestured, your destiny is currently in another's possession, which means it belongs to them. If you seek to reclaim it, are you not treading the same treacherous path as that sorcerer? You would harm another who is using your destiny. Damn, why grandfather says you have a good heart. Yet how can that be if you wish to harm another? You claim you want to reclaim your destiny, but doesn't that indirectly imply you wish to take another's life? Liang Shushu, is this the righteous path? How can you justify causing harm to another? His words left me momentarily stunned. Was it true? If my destiny was being used by someone else, did it mean I had no claim to it? Would reclaiming it be a mistake? Liang Shushu, you must be magnanimous. Seeing my silence, he appeared pleased. This is what true kindness looks like. Otherwise, you would be nothing but a pretender, wouldn't you? In that instant, I felt as though I had been enlightened. Accompanied by the cheerful melodies from outside, I was suddenly flooded with a long, resonant sound of Buddha's teachings echoing in my mind. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha. I envisioned a pure white lotus and an overwhelming golden light, basking in love and compassion. My soul was cleansed, my thoughts underwent a baptism, and deep within my heart, a delicate voice arose, repeating 2 words that floated through my consciousness like a wooden fish striking my ears, correcting my intentions. Beat him. With a resounding thud, my fist connected with Shinchunliang's eye. Shut your foul mouth. Ah, he stumbled back, clutching his left eye. You dare hit me? Yes, it's you I'm hitting, I declared, my patience worn thin by his incessant nonsense. I inhaled deeply, preparing to slap him, but he surprisingly dodged, his reflexes sharper than I anticipated. The sound of my palm missing him echoed, yet my nails grazed his cheek, leaving a red mark. Ow, you scratched me, Shinchunliang exclaimed, one hand covering his eye while the other felt the scratches on his face, his expression exaggerated. Liang Shushu, you've marred my appearance. He turned to flee, shouting for Aunt Sue. Liang Shushu has gone mad. I took off after him, leaping onto his back in the courtyard. I intended to use my knee to trip him, but he crumpled under my weight, pressing him down. Aunt Sue, save me. At that moment, I disregarded all else, kneeling on his back and launching into a flurry of scratches. Truth be told, I was holding back, not wanting to harm him severely. My right fist could easily overpower him, So I merely aimed for his eye. I had no desire to continue this fight. After all, I had ample experience dealing with conflicts. Once the dust settled, the parents would come seeking justice, and I would have to face the consequences. But today was different. I resided in Shun Chuliang's home, and it would be far too embarrassing to face his elders after a physical altercation. Aunt Sue. Shun Chuliang's battle prowess was virtually non-existent as he lay on the ground, enduring my relentless scratching. Hearing him cry for Aunt Sue only spurred me on. I seized the hair at the back of his head, yanking his face up to align perfectly with Aunt Sue, who was leaning against the wall, enjoying her music. Shout! I urged him. Help! Aunt Sue, my scalp is in agony. I'm going bald. Please stop her. Liang Shushu has gone mad. In truth, he needn't have shouted. As soon as I tackled him, Aunt Sue had already seen. She was not blind. After all yet, Aunt Sue remained unmoved, her face devoid of expression as she continued to listen to her music. Perhaps she had grown weary of his incessant wails, or perhaps she simply found his plight too amusing to interrupt. A few moments later, she casually tossed aside her seeds and retreated indoors. The only response we received was the amplified music echoing through the courtyard. I laugh with my mouth, yet my heart feels otherwise. Aunt Sue. Shun Chuliang's voice was a cacophony of desperation. Help! Someone, save me! I, accompanied by the music, intensified my assault on him. Today, we would determine who was the victor and who the vanquished. Let us see who wins. Let us see who can twist the truth. Just as I began to tire, Shin Chunliang attempted to fight back, rolling over to resist. Fine, I'll give you a chance. As he turned to face me, I swiftly got to my feet, poised to kick. Don't you dare. Seeing my raised leg, Shin Chunliang's demeanor shifted entirely. His hair stood on end, his face flushed, one eye swollen to the point of closure. He stammered, Liang Shushu, please, don't hit me, that I can't take it anymore. Lying on the ground, he feigned surrender, raising his hands high. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I can't even go to school like this. I regarded him, unmoved by his plea. His battered face was a sight to behold. Just as he attempted to roll away, I furrowed my brow. Don't move. I want tea. Shin Chunliang lay on the ground like a turtle, squinting his swollen eye at me. Liang Shushu, are you trying to devise a plan to humiliate me? Let me tell you, a man may be killed but never humiliated. Do not compel me to act in a manner that would disgrace my grandfather's reputation. The afternoon sun cast its rays upon his face, and I inhaled sharply, drawing nearer, crouching beside him, the shadows enveloping him. What are you going to do? He stammered, his throat visibly tightening. Your face. I stood up, moving aside, allowing the sun to shine down on him once more before crouching down again, casting shadows over his bruised visage. Yin and Yang, he seemed perplexed. What do you want? Silence. I scrutinized him, my thoughts racing. His swollen eye protruded from the crimson welts adorning his face, contrasting sharply with the unscathed eye, forming a vivid image in my mind. A representation of the Taiji diagram. I poked at his swollen eye, prompting a pained reaction. Ouch! Endure it, I instructed, removing his hand from his eyes, examining him closely. The concept of Taiji is rooted in the duality of yin and yang, the interplay of opposites that gives rise to the universe. I felt a sudden clarity. I was beginning to grasp the principles outlined in my readings. The symbols of yin and yang were embodied in the patterns of his bruised face, revealing the fundamental essence of the universe. I stood abruptly, my mind ablaze with insight. The 8 trigrams are merely reflections of yin and yang, and the 4 symbols are manifestations of duality. Taiji engenders the dynamic interplay of yin and yang. The universe is but a dance of these 2 forces. I understood. I truly comprehended what I had read. It was not that I was incapable. It was a matter of enlightenment. The 3 long horizontal lines represented 3 yang symbols, known as Qian. By disconnecting these lines, one could derive the 6 broken lines of Kuan. The ancients had provided guidance, yet it was my own lack of understanding that had hindered me. Overwhelmed with excitement, I gazed up at the sky, my vision sweeping across the distant mountains. Feeling the crisp autumn breeze, I raised my hands to let the wind flow through my fingers, the sound resonating deep within my bones. Qian represents the heavens, Kuren the earth, Shin signifies thunder, Dui represents marshes, Sun embodies wind, Li symbolizes fire, Kan denotes water, and Jin represents mountains. The earth is positioned by the mountains and marshes, where thunder and wind collide, while water and fire do not mix. With a sudden clap of my hands, I exclaimed, the trigrams, this is the essence. Everything in existence corresponds to the principles of the universe. My blood surged with excitement as I stood facing the main house, understanding that the earlier trigrams encapsulated the cosmic principles of creation. The pre-heaven trigrams represent the essence, encompassing the fundamental laws of the universe's formation. The post-heaven trigrams, however, depict the transformations within the universe, detailing the rules of its operation. Emperor emerges from Zhan, aligns with Sun, is seen in Li, takes action through Kuan, speaks through Dui, battles through Qian, labors through Kan, and manifests through Jin. The Emperor refers to the Sun. With this knowledge, I drew a mental map of the cardinal directions. Zhan to the east, Sun to the southeast, Li to the south, Kuan to the southwest, Dui to the west, Qian to the northwest, Kan to the north, and Jin to the northeast. This understanding formed a natural verification of principles, which is why the texts state that the pre-heaven trigrams discuss principles of engagement, while the post-heaven trigrams address trends. I rambled on, recalling that Uncle Shun's house faced south, with the backyard corresponding to the north, representing Kan, associated with the number 1 and 6, and the color black, indicating the damp areas of the residence. With determination, I dashed into the backyard, feeling the wind pick up. Before me lay a barren patch of land, which would be adorned with flowers in spring and summer, only to wither in winter. Yet, the contents of the earth were not to be underestimated, for within it lay the small flowers that would detoxify me, as well as the small centipedes nestled in jars hidden beneath the soil. Previously, I had been apprehensive about entering the backyard, but now, my mind raced with ideas I wished to validate. I realized that damp, shaded areas were conducive to the growth of entities. Buried beneath the earth, they aligned with the pre-heaven trigram Kuan, symbolizing stability and the pursuit of knowledge. Everything I had studied began to coalesce in my mind. I inhaled sharply, feeling that my reading was insufficient, and I needed to delve deeper into my studies. Clenching my fists in excitement, I raced back to the front yard. Chunliang, I understand. Thank you so much. Yet, he had vanished. The spot where he had lain was left only with the impression of his form and a tangle of footprints. The wind began to scatter them. The melody still resonated in the courtyard, now singing of walking along the countryside road. Glancing toward the west wing, I could faintly discern Aunt Sue's voice scolding, "Why are you crying? How can you let a little girl beat you to the point of tears? You have the audacity to cry while being so weak. Next time, think twice before you provoke her. Your heart is leagues away from your core. Why are you calling Shin sir? You want to die from it." I shrank my neck, then broke into a carefree laugh, returning indoors to pick up my book, humming along. The sun is out, I swing on the swing. After swinging, I jump the electric wire, and suddenly, a high-voltage shock sends me to the west. I light a cigarette for the king of hell, who declares me a good youth. Year after year, I finally return to the mortal realm. The starlight shines brightly, guiding my night journey, illuminating my path. Chapter 40. The gap. I immersed myself in my studies with an intensity akin to a drunken stupor. To put it bluntly, if I could channel this fervor into my learning, I would easily excel at any university. Other than indulging in the occasional pedal snack and attending to nature's calls, I hardly left my room, feeling as though I had no hunger at all, completely sated by the nourishment of the mind. Aunt Sue, perhaps fearing that I might perish in this room of offerings, sent me some provisions. Her demeanor remained unchanged. She would never commend my diligence. Yes, that's how it is. If you pretend to be blind, you might find joy in ignorance. I picked up a steamed bun and smiled, sensing that Aunt Sue was increasingly like family to me, even if her words never matched her heart. Yet, I found myself unable to correct this disparity. My enthusiasm for learning had been ignited to its fullest extent, even blossoming into a form of obsession, especially after I had found my bearings. As I deciphered the text before me, my heart brimmed with the desire to absorb knowledge, an insatiable thirst. My efficiency in reading skyrocketed, and I consulted the dictionary with increasing frequency. Have you ever played the game Snake? I felt akin to that serpent, ravenously consuming pellets, yearning to grow larger until I reached the ultimate victory. Where was I? Ah, the Chronicles of Jingchu. I answered from within my fortress of books, turning to see Shen Wantong standing in the doorway, and my heart leapt with joy. Uncle Shen, you've returned? With a gentle smile, Uncle Shen regarded me. I heard from little Sue that you've been diligently studying these past 3 days? 3 days? I was momentarily taken aback. It felt like a mere blink of an eye. After finishing my sparring with Chunliang, I dove right back into my studies. 3 days had passed already? Uncle Shen, I can understand it now. I stumbled to my feet and rushed to face him. Test me. Uncle Shen surveyed the scattered piles of books on the floor. How many hexagrams are there in the I Ching? 64. I replied confidently. On that basis, over 4,000 hexagrams can be derived. Uncle Shen raised an eyebrow, seemingly seeing me in a new light. What is the wind and earth hexagram? The hexagram is formed by 2 yang lines and 4 yin lines, I explained. It signifies drought leading to the lotus receiving water. Chunliang peeked from behind the door, so I raised my voice slightly. The observer is one who is revered, hence the imagery of the lotus receiving water. A pond of lotus flowers, parched and wilting during a drought, suddenly revived by a torrential downpour, flourishing once more. Therefore, for one who draws this hexagram, it signifies the assistance of a benefactor. And the imagery? Uncle Shen inquired, his tone steady. How would one interpret it? In business, the lotus emerges from the water. The drought is not the same as in days gone by. Fortunately, one encounters a chance meeting, the branches and leaves are rejuvenated, and the flowers bloom even redder. This serves as a comparative imagery. I stood before him like a student awaiting inspection, infused with a hint of self-satisfaction before Shin Chunliang, and responded earnestly. The divination indicates that business will flourish, relationships will be advantageous. One need not fear hardship when venturing out, and ailments will dissipate. The observation of the hexagram reveals a medium to upper-level hexagram, observing below while gazing above. Not bad, Uncle Shen nodded. Is this from rote memorization or comprehension? I chuckled. There are simply too many books. I read through them, but when you ask, I can recall everything. Ah, a touch of boastfulness there, he remarked, glancing at Chunliang, who had been eavesdropping at the door. This is the gap you cannot bridge. Cut it out, Chunliang scoffed. Liang Shushu has been reading the I Ching for just a few days. Ask her about something else. I shot him a look of disdain. To be honest, seeing Chunliang's bruised face filled me with guilt. His appearance was hardly suitable for school, and I contemplated finding an opportunity to apologize. After all, resorting to violence was never right. However, his current attitude made me want to strike him again. Liang Shushu, have you read any other books? Uncle Shen clearly aimed to put Chunliang in his place by continuing to question me. I nodded. I've also delved into some folklore and feng shui principles. How does one welcome the god of wealth? The direction for welcoming the god of wealth is determined by the order of the heavenly stems. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, we sow the character Jia, placing the god of wealth in the northeast facing southwest. On the second day, we sow Yi, placing the god in the south facing northeast. I continued, Jia, Jin, Yi, Kuren, Bing, Ding, Dui, Wu, Ji. The god of wealth sits in the camp position, Gung, Xian in the east, Rin, Gue in the south. All are the rightful directions for the god of wealth. What use are these theoretical concepts? Chunliang interjected from outside. If you're so capable, tell me how to apply them practically. Simple, I replied. This year, the new year falls on January 28th, in the year of EU, month of Jichou, and day of Ding Si. Since it is Ding Si, the god of wealth's direction is directly west. On New Year's Eve, we bow towards the west to welcome the god of wealth into our home. I continued seamlessly. If we were to welcome the god of wealth on the first day, for instance, on January 29th, it would be the year of Ichou, month of Jichou, and day of Wu Wu. The god of wealth would be in the north, hence firecrackers should be set off facing north, and bowing should also be directed northward to invite him in. If one wishes to invite all the deities of fortune, one can bow to the god of wealth and then circle around to invite all the other deities home. Pausing briefly, I added, should one wish to enshrine an image of the god of wealth, it is necessary to consider the host's birth date and the home's location for a more detailed examination. However, for a simple welcoming, following the heavenly stems will suffice. Uncle Shun had mentioned welcoming before, so I took it as a cue to listen well. Very good, he said, visibly pleased. He glanced sideways at Chunliang. Are you convinced now? I straightened my back and silently pressed my lips together, feeling quite triumphant. I, Chunliang stammered, glaring at me before shouting, I'm not convinced, and promptly turned to flee. I remained where I stood, feeling a mix of exasperation and satisfaction. Entering the room, I began to grasp just how high the threshold was in this field. It isn't enough to simply be near experts to learn their skills. In the Condor Heroes, the masters of martial arts were still Guojing and Huangrong. Don't be arrogant, Liang Xiu, Uncle Shin admonished, stepping on my pride. What have you discerned from observing the incense? At that, I felt deflated. Glancing at the incense burner beneath the offering tablet, I realized that without Uncle Shin present, Aunt Sue would come in to replace it, ensuring the fragrance lingered continuously. I hadn't even devoted time to observe the incense. That's unacceptable, Uncle Shin stated sternly. Liang Xiu, observing the incense reflects your innate wisdom. It pertains to your future potential. If you cannot discern its principles, even if you memorize all the books in the Eastern Wing, you will merely be an ordinary scholar, capable of making a living, but unlikely to achieve greatness. If you cannot achieve greatness, what use is it for me to take you on as a disciple? Uncle Shin, there's still time. I quickly defended myself. Just give me a few days to settle down. I will surely grasp the principles. Uncle Shun chose not to elaborate. Go wash your face, eat something. Books cannot be finished in a day, nor can knowledge be acquired in a single sitting. If your health deteriorates, you will not be able to be my disciple. Understood, I nodded, preparing to follow him outside. However, I glanced back at the offering tablet and couldn't resist asking, Uncle Shin, why are there no characters inscribed on that tablet? Isn't it customary for a scholar like you to honor the names of the ancestors? My ancestors are too numerous, Uncle Shun replied with a sidelong glance. I cannot inscribe them all. I was momentarily speechless. So you use a blank tablet to keep your ancestors in mind? More or less, Uncle Shun replied lightly. The primary focus is to leave a legacy for my disciple. Disciple? I was confused. Uncle Shin smiled gently at me. While I am alive, my master does not acknowledge me. I have no face to mention their names. However, when I pass, I hope to have a capable disciple who can inscribe my name on the tablet to signify my sincere return to the righteous path. As sunlight streamed in, I squinted slightly, noticing how the scars on Uncle Shun's face were edged with a golden hue. A sudden thought struck me. Uncle Shin, rest assured, I will ensure your name is inscribed on the tablet when the time comes, allowing you to rest in peace. Uncle Shun's expression shifted. Did I say I would take you as my disciple? I, Liang Xiu, will battle you to the end. Humph, I huffed, turning on my heel to leave. Liang Xiu, Uncle Shin called after me, losing his composure. How dare you address me so casually? Can one studying the Tao speak in such a manner? Have you grown up eating donkey meat? I seek a disciple, not an ancestor. I remained silent, glancing back to make a face at him. Uncle Shin clutched his heart. This is outrageous. I shall summon Ming to come fetch you. Who is Ming? I genuinely did not know. From the funeral home, Uncle Shin said, glaring at me. Tell Ming to come and retrieve you. Oh my, I gasped, slipping into Cantonese. I laughed. Ming will be here shortly. I assure you, martial arts are not learned in vain. I have participated in numerous competitions both domestically and internationally, residing in Hong Kong for a month. Cantonese? I understand a bit. Aunt Sue entered the room, bringing dishes to the table. She shook her head knowingly. The old ones are no better, and the young ones have no sense. They all want to ascend. This family is doomed. I stifled a laugh, glancing at the mirror only to be taken aback. Goodness, is that me? My hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a Taoist priest who had just emerged from a chicken coop. A loose bun atop my head had strands of hair exploding in all directions. My face was unrecognizable. Sunken cheeks, dark under-eye circles. My small face, having lost weight, made my chin sharp, giving me an appearance of malnutrition. The only lively feature was my eyes, which stood out starkly against my otherwise bedraggled appearance. I looked gaunt yet vibrant, a peculiar juxtaposition of extremes. This would not do. I hurried to wash my face and meticulously comb my hair, silently reminding myself to eat well and sleep on time, or I would truly become unattractive. Master, even if Liang Shushu has some talent, you cannot take her as a disciple. Does she possess the benevolence required to be a teacher? At the dining table, Chunliang accused me. After she hit me, she didn't even let me move, making me lie there like a turtle, poking at my swollen eye, almost blinding me. Chunliang, I was merely seeking enlightenment. I didn't mean to poke your eye. Though I was annoyed, seeing Chunliang in such a pitiful state softened my heart. Moreover, I had already restrained my strength. I hadn't punched him. All I did was scratch him lightly. Otherwise, his fragile physique would have suffered more than just bruises. What else could you have done? As soon as Uncle Shin returned, Chunliang found his courage. Liang Shushu, if you had an ounce of goodness, you wouldn't have scratched me so much or pulled my hair. Liang Shushu, you are simply unkind. I was at a loss for words. You were the one who started it. You twisted the truth, turning black to white to provoke me. You shouldn't have resorted to violence. Chunliang shot back, his eyes wide. Resorting to violence is uncouth. I set down my chopsticks and stood up. Chunliang, seeing this, moved closer to Uncle Shin, his mouth still running. Grandfather, did you see that? She wants to hit me again. Even at home, she would still want to hit me. With such behavior, how is she kind? How can she take responsibility? You must see clearly. Don't be fooled by her cleverness. I felt a lump in my throat. Fortunately, Uncle Shun ignored him, and Aunt Sue did not cast a glance our way. At the dining table, it was only Chunliang and me engaged in a verbal duel. After a few seconds of silence, I bent down towards Chunliang. I'm sorry that I shouldn't have hit you. I apologize. Grandfather, look how hypocritical she is. Chunliang pouted. Even a primary school student is this hypocritical. What will happen when she grows up? I maintained my bent posture, silently reminding myself to endure. Regardless of the circumstances, hitting someone is wrong. Chunliang, by nature, possessed a somewhat dim-witted disposition. I could not stoop to his level, especially not with someone so verbally challenging. Chunliang, Uncle Shin spoke slowly. Liang Shushu is young and a girl, staying under our roof. It is quite unfortunate, as the host. You should show some hospitality. Why must every word be barbed and caustic? Liang Shushu is simply straightforward and intolerant of deceit. If she were to encounter a gentler girl, wouldn't you bully her to tears? See? Regardless of how Chunliang and I quarreled, Uncle Shin was fair-minded and clearly delineated right from wrong. This is precisely why I felt increasingly close to him. Protecting one's own is permissible, but in matters of principle, he remained impartial. Grandfather, Chun Liang protested. She provoked me first. And how did she provoke you? I don't understand, I echoed, feeling bewildered. What did I do to provoke him? Since moving in, I have only wished to get along with him, yet he has been at odds with me since the beginning. Chun Liang began, but he faltered. She is 2 years younger than me. Why should she have a higher status? You are my grandfather, yet she calls you uncle and Aunt Sue aunt? I was bewildered. Is this even a matter worth discussing? Aren't family relations determined by my father's lineage? Is it my fault? Chun Liang retorted, don't twist the facts. Aunt Sue regarded him with exasperation. For all your talk, you are simply petty. Look at how Liang Shushu outshines you in every regard. You are envious because you feel inferior. To be honest, it is quite pitiful for a young man like you to be bullied by a girl. How can you still ask me to save you? You should have just been beaten to death. It would save on food expenses. When you go out, don't mention you are Shen's grandson. It would be utterly embarrassing. Grandfather, Chun Liang was once again struck. Having lost his appetite, he stood up and retreated to his room in tears. I watched his retreating figure, my emotions a tumultuous mix of guilt and a suppressed sense of satisfaction. Well, Aunt Sue glared at me. As a young lady, your strikes were too vicious. How could you scratch someone's face? What if you leave Chun Liang disfigured? He may never find a wife. Will you then marry him? I felt a shiver run down my spine. I report that I shall never marry. Liang Shushu, I do not care what your background is, whether you have wisdom or not, whether you are a disciple or not. While you are here, you must adhere to the rules. Harmony within the family promotes prosperity. I have a multitude of tasks to attend to daily, yet I must also arbitrate your disputes. It is no easy feat. I never expected to hear Aunt Sue utter the phrase, harmony promotes prosperity. Could you perhaps refrain from using profanity while saying that? After scolding me soundly, Aunt Sue left. Uncle Shin, detached from our squabble, continued to eat his meal. Only after finishing did he turn to me. What are you still doing standing there? Have you not eaten enough? I lowered my head. Uncle Shin, I genuinely wish to cultivate a good relationship with Chun Liang, but do you remember what I told you about human nature? Uncle Shin's tone was calm. Chun Liang's biological father was a murderer who has since been executed. He killed Chun Liang's mother, who had a questionable past. His father, harboring suspicions about her fidelity, sowed the seeds of calamity. With both parents deceased and no one to care for him, Chun Liang was sent to an orphanage. The records of his parents' situation are so dire that many fear he has bad genes. Despite being perfectly healthy, no one wished to adopt him until you brought him home and began to educate him. I was astonished. His parents' origins are indeed troubling, but that is unrelated to Chun Liang. Chun Liang is naturally jealous and petty, with a tendency for malice in his words. Fortunately, he harbors no ill intent and is not cunning, remaining rather innocent. Uncle Shun's tone was even, the affairs of parents do not concern the child. He is born as a blank slate. Do not regard him with disdain. To build a genuine connection with others requires action. All relationships require nurturing and investment, I can assure you. If you manage to befriend Chun Liang, he will undoubtedly be loyal, harboring no ulterior motives. In other words, despite Chun Liang's sharp tongue, winning him over would indeed yield a trustworthy ally. Action? No problem. That very afternoon, I approached Uncle Shin and requested 2 talismans, which I tucked away before heading down the mountain. I made a beeline for the video store, renting the hottest idol drama as per the owner's recommendation, and swung by the market to buy a plastic bag of snacks. After chatting briefly with Sister Shioli, I hurried back up the mountain, timing my return perfectly as dusk fell. The journey was smooth, devoid of any strange occurrences. It seemed Uncle Shun was right. The sorcerer needed time to heal and would not emerge anytime soon, and my feelings were quite complex. I hoped the sorcerer would return soon, yet feared for Uncle Shun's health. If the sorcerer did not emerge, I was not disheartened. Having some free time was beneficial. Uncle Shin needed to recover, and I needed to enhance my own skills. Upon entering the house, I found Chunliang sprawled on the Kong, watching television, while Aunt Sue sat beside him, knitting. Neither of them acknowledged my presence as I placed the snacks on the Kong. Chunliang, pick whatever you like. It's on me. Chunliang glanced at the bag, his neck stretching eagerly. Coke. You like it? Here you go. I produced the Coke, along with potato chips, jelly, and yogurt. I handed a pack of sunflower seeds to Aunt Sue. This is for you. Just the right amount of salt, perfect for snacking. Aunt Sue, engrossed in her knitting, did not take it. She lifted her eyelids to glance at me. Thanks. No need for thanks, I replied with a smile, and Chunliang also broke into a grin, eagerly sifting through the snacks. Upon spotting the DVD in the bag, his eyes lit up. Hey, you rented Meteor Garden. Indeed, I nodded. The owner said many people have rented it. I happen to be in luck. Want to watch it now? I conveniently omitted the fact that I had paid an additional 20 yuan to rent it from someone who had already reserved it. The owner had said it was on account of Uncle Shun's reputation, but I was to return it in 2 days, or he would come looking for me. Play it quickly, Chunliang urged, excitement bubbling over. This show is super popular. All the girls in our class rave about it. Girls? I held back a laugh. Not wanting to tease him, I quickly set up the DVD, and after 3 episodes, the 3 of us were seated on the Kong, our eyes glued to the television. Aunt Sue munched on sunflower seeds, expressionless, while I nibbled on snacks, occasionally feeling frustrated by the plot. The male protagonist was infuriating. Chunliang's mouth dropped open as he watched the 4 protagonists descend from their car in a whirlwind of glamour. He jumped up, shouting, Dao Ming-si, Dao Ming-si, the universe's #1 handsome guy. I shook my head. No, he is quite fierce and bullies Shan Kai. I prefer Hua Zhe. He is the most handsome in the show. Dao Ming-si. Chunliang protested, displeased with my opinion. He didn't mean to bully Shan Kai. You re just a coward. He didn't mean it. I shot him a sidelong glance as I munched on potato chips. You're quite the coward yourself. Banana, you're the one. Chunliang retorted, growing animated. Liang Shushu, you must admit Dao Ming-si is the most handsome. I felt cornered. I couldn't possibly comply with his demands, nor could I betray my own preferences. Chunliang was insistent, forcing me to utter the words, even attempting to pry my mouth open. Was he trying to hit my weak spot? As I pulled away from him, I accidentally slapped the Kong table, which shattered into pieces. The simple wooden table was instantly rendered unusable, splinters flying everywhere. My head buzzed momentarily. Did I really hit that hard? I glanced at my right hand, surprised. Had I really been that strong? Oh no, my table. Chunliang scrambled to the remnants of the table, tears streaming down his face. This was custom-made for me by grandfather to do my homework. It was my birthday gift. Liang Shushu, you owe me a new one. I felt my face flush with guilt. I'm sorry. Apologies won't replace the table, he cried, his anguish palpable. Grandfather. When Uncle Shun entered, Chunliang was already in tears, as if he were holding a funeral for the table, nearly choking on his sobs. I stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of how to react. Uncle Shin glanced at the still-playing television, then turned to Aunt Sue, who was casually peeling sunflower seeds. Xiao Su, what happened here? Aunt Sue shrugged. I have no idea. Uncle Shun's expression was telling. It was clear he understood the situation. In the end, I found myself in a predicament. I had lost both the table and my standing with Chunliang. Not only did I have to pay for the damages, but I also deepened Chunliang's resentment towards me. The table had been made for him in the 1st grade because he was too small for a regular desk, and Uncle Shin had crafted a small Kong table for him. He had cherished it dearly, even as he grew older, preferring to elevate it rather than use an unsuitable desk. I had inadvertently destroyed something very dear to him. I was taken aback by my own strength, having never intended to shatter the table. I analyzed the situation, Considering that the table might have aged and weakened, perhaps my slap had been the tipping point. But that was no excuse for breaking someone else's property. After Aunt Sue tidied up, Uncle Shin gave me a penetrating look at my right arm. His gaze made me anxious. I felt he was about to reprimand me for my actions. However, after a lengthy silence, he did not scold me but instead comforted Chunliang, assuring him that he would arrange for a new table. Chunliang held onto the table leg, sobbing, "Grandfather, I want a table exactly like this one, or even better." Uncle Shin nodded, patting his shoulder before retreating to his room. I spent a restless night, checking my phone to find that my family had not called in days. They had merely sent a few texts warning me to dress warmly and avoid catching a cold. It seemed my family was quite busy, unable to spare a thought for me. I longed to call my parents. When I was studying, I was fine, but in my moments of leisure, I missed them dearly. Looking at the time, I realized it was already late at night, and they must have gone to bed. Suppressing my feelings, I turned over, forcing myself to sleep, and lost the desire to chat with Xiao Duan. Today, the town was hosting a grand market, complete with performances from theater troupes and folk dance groups. I intended to go and watch the show, returning before dinner. "You can manage with lunch on your own," Aunt Sue said, enjoying her breakfast while reminding Uncle Shin. After hearing this, I expressed my desire to accompany her. It was a perfect opportunity to return the DVD. Not having finished it felt dissonant, so I decided to skip watching it altogether. Additionally, I wanted to buy some flower seeds to bring back, as a means of finding a bit of enjoyment for myself. Noticing the gloomy Chunliang, I also intended to inquire about some wood materials to make amends for my earlier mistake. Aunt Sue had no objections, and since Chunliang was idle at home, she brought him along as well. The town was bustling with activity, filled with people from surrounding villages gathering for the market. In front of the market, a stage had been set up for performances. The actors braved the cold winds to entertain the crowd, laughter and cheers resonating throughout. Aunt Sue resumed her habit of enjoying sunflower seeds while attentively watching the show. Despite her sharp tongue, she possessed a refined demeanor. She never discarded sunflower seed shells carelessly. Her left wrist was always adorned with 2 plastic bags, one for the seeds and another for the shells. Remarkably, she never looked down at the bags. She would focus on the performance, deftly tossing the shells into the empty bag after finishing the seeds without any mix-up. However, once she was absorbed in the show, she became oblivious to us. It was best not to disturb her. Feeling guilty, I endeavored to cheer Chunliang up by treating him to some candied hawthorn skewers. As he began to smile, I inadvertently bumped into him while retrieving change, causing him to bite into the first piece of hawthorn, which resulted in blood gushing from his mouth as the sharp stick jabbed into his gums. Chunliang, tears streaming from his eyes, accused me through gritted teeth. "Did you do that on purpose?" "I'm truly sorry, Chunliang. I didn't mean to." I felt terrible and hurried to buy tissues to help him clean up. However, with a bleeding gum, there was little I could do. "Liang Shushu, you're simply a walking disaster. Can't you stay away from me?" Chapter 41. The most important thing in life is confidence. I apologize. I truly do. It seems I can only utter these 3 words. My heart feels particularly heavy. The more cautious I am, the more mistakes I make. Facing the disdainful expression of Chunliang, I am acutely aware that he speaks the truth. I am indeed a harbinger of misfortune at present. Perhaps once I have consumed the petals for 49 days, things might improve, but as of now, I have yet to finish them. Contemplating this, I dare not approach Chunliang too closely. I exchanged a few words with Sister Shioli, but the throng of people was overwhelming. Across the street, a leather goods stall blared through a loudspeaker. "Huanghe is not human. The boss is a scoundrel. Ran off with someone. Bags that originally cost thousands are now just 20 yuan, 20 yuan. Everything is 20 yuan." The clamor was like a siren's call, competing with the performers on stage, creating a brainwashing cacophony. "So cheap." Sister Shioli shouted. "I must go take a look." "Sister Shioli," I cautioned. "My father always says that being overly greedy leads to great losses." I noticed many market-goers pushing towards the leather stall, and I raised my voice, "Don't bother looking. There's no way there could be genuine leather bags for 20 yuan. It's surely a scam." Not to mention my second sister-in-law had once purchased a bag for over 10,000 yuan, and my mother wouldn't even consider a non-brand leather bag without spending several hundred. By osmosis, I had gained a slight understanding. "Oh, come on, just a peek won't hurt." Sister Shioli smiled at me and squeezed through the crowd towards the leather goods stall. I was at a loss. Turning back, I found Aunt Sue still engrossed in the performance. Chunliang seemed to have disappeared. I too felt restless and, after bidding farewell to Aunt Sue, made my way to the flower shop. I purchased 3 rectangular flower pots, along with the flower seeds and fertilizer I had returned earlier. As for soil, there was plenty on the mountain. I could just dig a little from beneath the trees. The shop owner recognized me and inquired about my hasty retreat into the alley last time. Not wanting to recount the frightening incident, I vaguely mentioned a case of mistaken identity. She replied, "Have you found your brother's wallet yet?" "Not yet." The mention of it troubled me. The police were still investigating, and Sister Shiuli was equally anxious. Who wouldn't be frustrated by such matters? The shop owner shook her head. "You shouldn't carry those pots and fertilizer up the mountain by yourself. My husband will be back soon. He is free, and I'll have him help you take them to Master Shan. He knows the way." "No need, Aunt. I can manage." The 3 pots were made of sturdy plastic, stacked together for easy carrying, and the 2 bags of fertilizer fit nicely inside. "I am strong enough, Dotto. You with your delicate arms and legs. What will you do if you tire out and your hands ache? Last time your brother came, he carried every pot you wanted to look at, not letting you touch a thing. Though I don't know why you're staying with Master Shun. I heard from Feng Tsuexiang at the market that you want to become his apprentice. I don't understand why you wish to learn this, but it's clear you've never done any hard work. You've been well cared for at home, soft-skinned and delicate. Now that your brother has gone home, it's just you here. My daughter is also studying in another town, and seeing you reminds me of her. It's not easy. Don't be shy with Aunt. My husband often helps deliver flowers. If you need anything, just call my shop, and I'll have him bring it to you. It's convenient. Thank you, Aunt." I was touched by her words. I hadn't anticipated how swiftly news traveled in this small town. Everything that happened in the market could reach the flower shop. Thinking back, it made sense. The place was small, and many people were connected by family ties. Not to mention that Aunt Sue was familiar with Sister Shioli from the phone shop, so it was no surprise she knew about my situation. I left some money behind and introduced myself to the shop owner, learning her surname. "All right then, Aunt I'll be going. I'll call your shop when I need more flowers." We had made acquaintances. I intended to frequent her shop more often. "Take care," Aunt waved goodbye. Just as I stepped outside, I heard a loud, "Oh no." Aunt had accidentally knocked over a potted money tree, shattering the pot. At that moment, her husband walked in and scolded her. "What were you doing? How could you knock over such a tall tree?" I trembled, not daring to return and offer assistance, and quickened my pace into the alley. Upon reaching the wall from the last time, the broken bricks were still conspicuously embedded in the wall. There was no one around, so I exhaled deeply, took out 100 yuan, and stuffed it into a red envelope I had bought at the supermarket, along with a pre-written note. "I'm sorry for accidentally damaging the wall. Please forgive me." Sealing the envelope, I worried it might be too light and blow away, so I picked up a stone and tied it on, tossing it over the wall into the yard. I pressed my ear against the wall, and no sound. It wouldn't do to remain unseen. I cleared my throat. "Is anyone there? Someone is throwing things at the wall." "Who the hell is throwing things at the wall?" A familiar male voice echoed from inside, prompting me to turn and run, leaning against the corner to catch my breath. Before long, footsteps echoed through the alley, and I cautiously peeked out. Lu Laowu was holding my envelope, looking around in confusion. "Why is a little girl shouting? Where are you? Come out, good child. We need 100 yuan. The wall is only slightly damaged. It's not collapsed. Come out." I forced a smile. Today had finally brought me some relief. As I lifted my foot to leave, more voices drifted from the alley. Lu Laowu, why did you rush out when you were halfway through cooking? Hurry back. The pot is about to burn. I thought your gas canister was about to explode. My face turned pale. Oh no. I have to pay for the pot too. I shrank my neck and hurried away. I didn't even dare to go to the lumber market. Firstly, and he had informed me that good wood was quite expensive, and I only had about 1,800 left, fearing it wouldn't suffice. To be honest, even after my family went bankrupt, I still spent money rather liberally. Perhaps it was because I hadn't truly faced our family's circumstances and lacked much feeling. Having money meant spending it. However, when it came to asking for more after spending it all, I found it difficult to open my mouth. Deep down, I wanted to save a little for snacks or pots and flowers, which would at most cost around 100 to 200 yuan. If I aimed for something more expensive right from the start, I felt I wouldn't be able to bear it. Secondly, due to my physical condition, I was apprehensive about encountering misfortune. It was too stifling to harm others. Guilt gnawed at me. Some matters seemed trivial when merely heard about, but as I validated them step by step, I became increasingly helpless. With a heart full of worries, I stepped into the audiovisual shop. To my surprise, I ran into Shin Chunliang there. The young lad had come to rent a disc. He was wearing a scarf and a hat, and the shop owner didn't even see his face. After browsing for a while, perhaps feeling warm, he took off his scarf, startling the owner. Chunliang, what happened to your face? Don't mention it. Shin Chunliang glanced at me. Met a disaster. Disaster? The owner was puzzled, collecting my disc while looking at him. Is this little girl living with you? Don't you know her? Why aren't you greeting each other? I'm annoyed with her, Chunliang retorted, flipping through the discs. Hey, are you two fighting? The owner chuckled. Chunliang, you're a boy. You should be considerate of your sister. You can't bully her. Chunliang raised his face, and the owner fell silent, turning his gaze back to me. Little girl, you're pretty rough. Master Shun hasn't he mentioned anything about you? I lowered my eyes. Owner, I'll just take the disc and leave, and no need for a deposit. If Chunliang wants to rent something, I'll treat him. Ah, all right. The owner smiled at Chunliang. Did you see that? This little girl is treating you to a movie, boys. We should be magnanimous and not hold grudges. Seeing that Chunliang was indifferent towards me, I didn't want to provoke any conflict and turned to leave. Two children were playing in the shop, and I navigated around them, hearing the owner shout, "If you two keep messing around, I'll throw you out." As I pushed open the shop door, a cold gust swept in, and I heard a loud crash behind me. I turned to see the two kids had knocked over a display rack, scattering discs everywhere. The owner exploded in fury. I told you two not to mess around in here. If you break anything, I'll call your parents to pay. I stood there dazed, locking eyes with Shun Chunliang, who was holding a disc. One of his eyes met mine precisely, his expression innocent yet full of mockery, silently mouthing, "You should pay." Old man, Uncle Joe cracked over 10 discs, and he thinks it was those two kids messing around that caused the rack to fall. He is looking for their parents to pay. At the dinner table, Shin Chunliang continued to recount the incident at the audiovisual shop, claiming it was Liang Shushu's fault, and she should be the one to pay. Grandpa, look at my mouth. It is also her fault that I got pricked by a sugar-coated hawthorn stick. She even wiped it for me, making me eat a mouthful. I buried my head in my meal, lacking the energy to argue. After leaving the audiovisual shop, I returned to the mountain. Uncle sent the flower pots over, and I set aside my books to start planting. I dug up soil to fill the pots, soaked the seeds in warm water according to the instructions, and then planted them. And he said this would improve the germination rate. I bought rose seeds to give it a try. Uncle Shen was inside talking with the client, and once they departed, he came out to see me busy with the soil. After a while, he spoke. I didn't realize you actually have a talent for gardening. It looks quite convincing. I didn't respond. Squatting there, fiddling with the soil, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. I didn't know why I felt so down. After returning, I felt particularly gloomy. It was supposed to be a joyful task, yet I couldn't help the tears. I thought of my parents, my elder sister, and my second brother, wanting to call them but unsure of what to say and fearing they would worry about me. I forced myself to do more tasks to distract myself, determined to find joy again. I arranged the flower pots in the room. The space was small, so I didn't dare buy too many at once. This room would also be used for dining at night, taking up space, and he would surely scold me. While I was busy, Uncle Sean watched me with keen interest. Noticing I was ignoring him, he picked up the seed packaging and examined it. Roses, huh? Once they grow, you'll need more pots. I know, I sniffled. I'm just trying my hand at it for now. When the weather warms up, I'll plant them in the yard. If I plant them outside now, they'll freeze and one tea sprout. You're really preparing for the long term, Uncle Shin smirked. I thought you'd be pestering me about when you could get your life back. I wanted to ask. I looked up at him, Uncle Shin. I want to know how many people in the world have had their life force stolen like me, and how many have been able to retrieve it. For those who did, how long did it take them? Who wouldn't want to have some understanding? Without a thought, how can one wait? Uncle Shin's expression darkened, as if my questions were frustrating him. You are the only one I have encountered in over 50 years of practice. Of course, you may not be the only one, but I truly don't know whether the others are alive or dead. The probability of having one's life force stolen is lower than that of contracting a terminal illness. I listened intently as he continued. Have you heard of a disease that turns the patient's body blue, causing seizures and possibly early death? At least that disease is documented, but the theft of life force cannot be recorded. Therefore, when you ask me about time, it's like asking a pointless question. The only fortunate aspect is that you found me. I can ensure your survival. Ensure my